It's almost perfectly transparent, just like the air. All this is speculation, but yeah. This is something which we can experience in a laboratory. We can test, verify these things I'm saying, you know. But with that infinite vacuum of space, it requires pure belief and imagination. So we can't go into the heavens because it's so cold. Uh, you will be going into a realm where which is beyond the lambda point. It means that the water that makes up our body, the oxygen will separate from the hydrogen. The oxygen will turn into uh, liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen will be instantly freezing into ice oxygen, and then that ice oxygen, uh, like that turquoise color, just like the sky looks, will suddenly fall into um, a state of solid state of oxygen, which is called octa oxygen. Uh, this is not even considered a ice anymore. It is a very different, special kind of solid state of oxygen and of a liquid. Um, it is one of the most powerful oxidizers. So any contact with it will make you violently combust. You know, uh, you will be combusting so fast that light itself does not have time to happen. The photons don't have the time to be emitted. You know, it's you don't see it exploding. It's like instantly vanish, disappear in a burn, which you don't see it, but it chemically happens. You know that such that how quick this reaction is, and um, yeah, then beyond octaoxygen, yeah, we have this special, the true nature of oxygen is, that is, which is, the truth is that it is a metal. So if you cool it down below 5 Kelvin and apply high pressure, I don't know, I think 6,000 psi or some sort, um, it takes its metallic state. It becomes a super metal, which has been discovered in the 90s. And this research discovery, we still don't have uh, many things that they share. They don't share much information about the metallic state of oxygen. So yeah, there are a lot of unknowns for us, and this is a fact that they do know a lot more than we do. So yeah, if we think of fighting wars with swords made of metals, guns, shooting metal projectiles and metal cannons and whatever, imagine what they can do when they have such kind of metals, which transcends the our natural physics laws. They are fully immersed into the quantum uh, realm. So a metal which you cannot bend, you cannot cut, you cannot scratch, you know, you cannot physically change its shape. There's no diamond able to cut it. Diamonds are actually a joke. So imagine someone holding a shield made of oxygen metal. Just the moment when you come close to it, it will make you like the chemistry of your body. It will start changing you before you get into physical contact.
I got a few new accounts here. I don't know if they're Glovers or not.
Everyone is a flat earther, even if they don't know it.
Yeah, a lot of them are reluctant, but yep, they're still a flat earther.
Seen Avalo in the lobby for a while now.
You guys are not allowed to have this sort of dead spell in the chat, just so you know.
Yes. No, we're not. We are not. Problem is, the more time that passes, the less confidence the Globers have. Imagine getting up every day, thinking you're right about something, but you can't find evidence for it.
Yeah, I just went over to Science versus Pseudoscience, Betty Van Helsens, and of course that's where QE and Nathan Oakley do their spiel over there. And yeah, they didn't have anything to offer over there. In fact, I just wanted somebody to present a model because they keep saying model. That's not my claim, that's theirs. And every time they do it, I go, oh, there, you just said the magic word again. Can you show it to me? And they go, what do you expect me to show you? I can't show you that. You can't show you a model. It's something that you can just talk about, Glad. You can't actually show a model. It's not something that's actually visible or tangible or usable. It's just a literal imagined concept in the imagination, which is not a model. So then they admit they don't have one. I was just trying several attempts, several dozen attempts, and but I did make a good new meme today. Would you like to see my new meme? Of course you would.
Absolutely.
3, 2, 1. Livestream voice takes 14 minutes after the hour right now. Boom, there it is. Thanks for playing.
Just ask any Evotard space cadet who took the video of the first satellite in space broadcasted on TV in 1957. Remember, there's two things in the sky. Not only is it Sputnik, but somebody taking the picture of Sputnik. How'd they do that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. They broadcasted that. That's the live broadcast recording. I took a screenshot of. Just look it up on YouTube. 1957. They told 50 million Americans that the Russians were going to kill everybody because they had a tin ball in outer space, and they even showed them the picture. Well, you know what that was? That was the first 9/11. You're welcome.
Yeah.
100 million people, I mean, a billion people probably across the plane of existence were told this is the Russian nuclear weapon. That's what they told you in 1957. Caused mass hysteria and immediate patriotism to fund and back the government in anything they wanted to do for the next 12 years to, of course, pretend to go to the moon. The biggest psyop in the last 100 years. Sputnik, it's one of the biggest.
It certainly started a domino effect of stuff.
And
they're like, okay, we can get away with this? Oh, shit.
Nobody thought to ask who took the video. You see, this is a lot worse than, oh, we left a cameraman on the moon. That's plausible. That could happen. This is a lot worse than, oh, we already had a cameraman on the outside of the lunar lander tweaker shelter. That could happen. But how can you put the first satellite in space and it was apparently followed with the cameraman? That cannot happen. And nobody thought to ask who took the video. That is called mind control. That is the biggest psyop in the last 100.
They're like, why does that matter?
Right, what are you talking about? It's a beautiful picture. What do you mean who took
Why?
it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful photo. What are you talking? It's a video. What are you talking? I can see the video right there. Don't ask stupid questions.
How that will influence my life?
Oh, back to Carefree Glober. Oh, Carefree Glober. Yes, hopefully his name gets changed accurately. Yeah, Carefree Glober. When they say it doesn't matter and how would it change my life? Yeah, that means it's going to drastically change their life and they're scared to death. That's what that means. Yeah, make sure you save that one, Shin. That's going to come in handy later. Save that meme because all you got to do is show them that this is what they broadcasted. That's their claim. This is the first piece of machinery outside of Earth. The very first piece of machinery outside of Earth, and somebody was able to videotape it. There's no going back. That is an absolute exorcism right through the heart. And it's a twisted, knobby baseball bat in the heart at that.
It's ludicrous. Like,
But we lost that technology. That's the explanation.
I don't think,
it's
yes, I want to know what type of technology made it so that a cameraman followed the satellite into outer space. I'd love to know what type of technology that was.
You think that they will tell you the secret?
No, they can't. They can't tell me anything. I'm telling them. I'm destroying their soul. So I don't expect them to tell me anything. They cannot tell me anything. I'm telling them their life is over. And I'm just going to keep twisting that knife in their heart that's made out of wood.
But if they just get over it, they'd find that their life is just beginning now.
Right. I'm just doing them a favor. I'm taking there's a certain word I cannot say. I only have three opportunities a day to say the word. I'm taking the spirits out of them and I'm putting them in the blender, and then I'm putting their face on top of the demons in the blender. Ooh, I said it. And I'm just forcing them into the blending machine, then the garbage disposal, and then out to the sewer system. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to them. You'll thank me later, atheist.
It's time for a purge.
Ask your parents. It's not too late. Mom, Dad, who took the picture? You were alive in 1957. You were 6 years old, and your parents were dumb enough to allow you to watch this and not say something like, who took the video? Well, here's your chance before it's too late. Here's your chance, guys. Come on, Mom and Dad. It's not too late, baby boomers. Let's go.
not too late. And right.
Will somebody please help the psychopath that's been in the server for 3 days?
Yes, I will.
3 days.
Well, I will help the psychopath. What is this? What his name is?
Bruv, his name is Bruv in the chat. Somebody help this guy. He thinks life is a simulation. So he thinks it's okay to do all the worst crimes imaginable that I can't even say. That's his claim, not mine. He thinks it's all a joke and it's okay to do this to every man, woman, and child on the plane of existence. Please, somebody help him.
Oh my God! Like, okay, we're in the simulation, but don't do bad stuff, okay? The cops were down instantly. Durr.
I don't know what's worse. We got three options here. You tell me what's worse. We got nature created itself instantaneously to what we experience right now. Retard religion. We have simulation, retard religion, and we have Matthew learns. What's the worst out of those three options?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
We all know it's Matthew learns.
I know.
We all know it's
I
Matthew
know.
learns is the worst, but second place is simulation theory. Second place to Matthew learns. That's bad.
Yeah, the string theory. Yeah. Oh my God, for real.
And in third place, most retarded, perverted, sycophant, psychopathic religion in history is nature made itself. Thanks.
Oh, nature made itself. Well, who created nature then? God did. Duh. Oh my God! God created nature. Okay, God created a lot of things. Okay. God, people are being deceived. Yeah, free them all retard relations. Jeez. Yeah, I heard someone like saying like they created by themselves by the like Egyptians gods. Like, oh my God, kill me. Yeah, it's a retard relation. I heard like some. Yeah, I heard that West Meads they make create by says like retard religion. That's mentally retarded. Retard religion. So, okay. Who wants to talk?
Be careful. Okay, be careful. I'm not going to insult anybody and use derogatory language that's not absolutely 1,000,000,000% appropriate. Okay, just relax.
Sorry, I'm full of that. Sorry
Just
about
put
that.
yourself on mute. Go ahead and mute your mic, okay? Boom. There you go. Problem solved. So here's the deal. Would you rather be tortured to death with fire ants and then keep regenerating yourself every day to be tortured again by fire ants, covering yourself with honey, and then being eaten to death by fire ants? Or would you want to listen to Matthew Learns for more than 2.5 hours? What would you rather have?
Fire ants.
Correct.
Yeah,
Smart
fire
man.
ant.
Correct. Exactly. So I'm talking to some smart people here. Yep. Very good. Okay. I have to test you guys. Make sure you're
Yeah,
listening.
very smart. I'm very smart too. So.
Goodness. Just another note to self for anybody that's not used to the arguments of, again, psychopathic atheists hiding from morality that are trying to justify their magical outer space cartoon belief system, which of course involves ball chia pets, growing monkeys from pond scum. Remember, anytime they say the word model, first of all, that literally just proves automatically that they're scared to death of reality, number one. Number two, there is no chance of ever helping them, and make sure that you get them out of your life as soon as possible. And 3, to solve the problem and make sure that it is apparent and aware to everybody else surrounding you, all you have to do is ask them one simple question. Where is the model that you just brought up? With the word model, because you got to speak very slow to these psychopaths. They're atheists.
There's all types of models, like.
No, but hold on. Put yourself on mute. Just listen. Hold on. When they say, "Where's your flat Earth model?" they are already implying that there is such thing as a globe Earth model, which again, there is no such beast. You see, there are unicorns, there are fairies, there are even flying dragons. But there is no such thing as a globe Earth model, let alone, are you listening? Let alone a globe Earth, which is just the dumbest, most perverted religion in history. There's not even anything as a globe Earth model. Again, there are fairies, unicorns, and dragons. However, there are no such things, triple for the truth if you're listening, as a globe Earth model. So when the psychopathic weirdo sycophant says, "Where's your flat Earth model?" all you have to do is go, all right, please show me your globe Earth model, since you're obviously implying that you have one. And when they go, what do you mean? What do you expect me to do? Then you tell them, thanks for conceding, because there is no such thing as a globe Earth model. If they show you a globe on a tilt spin, that's not a globe Earth model. You see, they're claiming that they have a globe Earth model that works, okay? If they show you a literal physical globe toy, that is not a globe Earth model, that is a globe toy. And by proving this, the simplest fact is all you have to do is ask them one very basic question, which is, how high do I have to go in any measurement, in any sort of measurement calculation, how high do I have to go above the so-called said globe Earth toy model to begin to see the Earth curvature start to appear? That's all you got to do. All you got to do is ask them, okay, great. How high do I have to go above this model that you're claiming is a model to see the curvature start to appear? They will then not be able to give you an answer, thus confirming it is not a model. End of discussion. Thanks.
Yeah.
So.
They can't even prove their literal first claim. So when they say, show me your model, what they really mean is, we have a cool story, show us your cool story. If you don't have a cool story, then you're wrong.
Show me your book of blind knowledge. Yeah.
We have sacred texts that say what all this is. Where's your sacred text? That's what the...
Yes.
Where's your scripture?
Now remember, though, there's another side to this coin. There's another side to this coin. Okay, so relax, sit back, and enjoy. Here's what's going to happen. Understand first, it's not my claim. Okay, the XO does not need a model. I'm not interested in models. But if people are interested in models, I can help them too. You got to pat them on the head and speak slowly to them and make sure you're, cleaning up the baby food that's spilling around their face and pick up the crumbs and clean their bib. But be very gentle to these people that are speaking of models and simply relay the message to them that all working models, again, not the XO's claim, all working models of anything that works in reality are dependent. Ready for it? Listen very closely. All working models in reality that have ever been used throughout all of history are dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. Let me repeat. All working models that have ever been used in history ever are dependent on not adjusting for Earth curvature or spin. Thus, every single working model in reality is already a flat Earth model. And the only example that I would ever display, the only example that you need to display is called a flight simulator. If you have to show somebody this, in order for it to make sense, I would simply show them what a flight simulator looks like. A flight simulator is a model. It's a simulator. Boy, the simulation worshippers are getting excited. Yes, this is an actual simulation. It's a simulation of what? Anybody want to take a guess of what a flight simulator is trying to simulate? Anybody have a guess?
Airplane.
No. The flight simulator is simulating
The
Earth.
Earth, which is flat
Simulating Earth.
Exactly.
and non-rotating.
Some of that.
Yes, the flight simulator. All flight simulators, in order to replicate or simulate, this is complicated if you're an atheist, listen. All flight simulators are flat Earth models. Not my claim. I'm not interested in the conversation, but I see people talking about it. This is for your benefit. If you have to talk about this nonsense, talk about it correctly. All models are flat Earth models if they're working models. And if you need an example, type in flight simulator screenshots and find one. That's all you got to do. And of course, some are going to try to show curve and some are going to be flat. It doesn't matter. If you play the flight simulator, which have existed for 3 decades, by the way, I was a child. We were making flight simulators back in my day as a baby. So there's no excuse. They've always been flat Earth models. Again, not my claim. If you're going to talk about models, all working models throughout all of history are dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin.
Over.
Bam.
It never even began for the Globers. It was all an illusion.
Globers are doctrine by NASA, you know?
Right. Now,
Yeah,
make sure right. But one more thing, though. You might have to provide a crisis hotline to these atheist, Glober, sycophant psychopaths because they might now be trying to regret their life's mission now, and they're going to be really scared. So you have to give them the crisis hotline phone number to make that call so that they can get some psychological and psychiatric help for their needs. Just be careful, okay? Thank you.
They get hostile when you tell them the truth.
Globers!
Next challenge for Globers. Try to name one pilot, one sea navigator, one engineer, one person in all of history who has ever used their model to do anything.
Yes. So, okay, remember, we're going to now test this in real time live, guys. We get to actually do a real life demonstration of what happens when somebody is already scared to death of reality. As you've already witnessed, there's a question posed in chat approximately 45 seconds ago. The person's question is about what? Can anybody want to say what it's about?
Models.
Correct. Glatflobe, who is always paying attention to the chat, has now given you the correct information. It's now confirmed, and I concur as the XO. So here's what we have. We have a situation with somebody scared to death of reality, and they're now claiming that they don't know about these things called flight simulators. And they're also automatically claiming by necessary antecedent that there's some sort of thing called a globe Earth model, which of course nobody can show you. So we have several problems here, and let's see if we can help this person with a psychological, right? And through the psychiatric help of our skills, we will try to bring this person back to reality without them hurting themselves. So very slowly, I'm going to go back to the YouTube chat. Click the button. Here we are. We're already 2 minutes away from this person's fate being decided. This could get very, very dicey. So let's be careful. Go back to the chat. Click it. There we go. 24. Out the Helio Skeptic. And here we are. Another Russian bot got in the way again and was taken out. Excellent shot. And yes, Ananda. Yes, all working models that are based off of reality are already flat Earth models. If you had another example, please let us know. I would love to see any model that works that's dependent on adjusting for curvature or spin. In fact, if you just show one example, Ananda, I will hunt down Helio Skeptic, the owner of this channel on YouTube, and I will shut down his channel. There will no longer be this channel on YouTube. If you can give me one example of an accurate working so-called globe, my bunny ear fingers, Earth model. Okay, just give me one example. If you find that, I'm shutting down the channel right now. So far, everybody only has examples of flat Earth models, such as if there's a model of a pool table, or a model of a car, or a model of a boat, or a model of an airplane, or a model of Earth. Those models are dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. You can look at flight simulators, you can look at maps, schematics, blueprints. Every single thing done in reality is already dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So if you have any other example of a model that is dependent on adjusting for curvature or spin of the so-called magical outer space cartoon religion, I would love to see it. If you can just present one example of any such model, I will shut down this YouTube channel right now, and you will get a gold star for the day, and you will be the hero of the atheist LGBT can't trust your eyes Earth Society. So when can you... Thanks.
Thanks, XO. Not only that, there aren't any 100% fully functional representative of reality models. There aren't. There's not one.
Correct.
Flat Earth, globe Earth, triangle Earth, it doesn't matter. There isn't one model that is to scale.
Yep, no,
it doesn't explain anything. Like you'd spin the globe when you're a kid and then randomly land on a spot. I want to go there. Like you're not even pointing to a place.
Yeah, a model, it's a manufacturer that CEO designed. It's not curvature or longitude or latitude. It's just a model, okay? It's just an example.
Right. Well, we have a problem here. See, now there's a little bit of silence here in the chat. It's been 2 minutes now, and Ananda, which is like I think like some sort of like play on Amanda. I'm not really sure. So again, they have an identity crisis already. First of all, they're asking for cartoons, right? Which is already a problem. We're in a 24/7 Flyer Discord. We're here to literally show you reality, and you're already telling us you don't want what we have to offer, which is reality. You're already asking for a cartoon model. So right away, there's a real big flag going up when it comes to this person, Ananda. There's a serious issue here. So my suggestion, now if anybody thinks this is crazy, I'll just get to the side right here. But my suggestion, Ananda, is that would it be possible that we could get you to be interested in reality instead of the cartoon model fantasies that you've already accidentally asked for, now sinking your foot into a door that you weren't ready for? I can save you. It doesn't have to be the end for you, Ananda. We can do what we need to do. I can get another person to talk to you. We can show you photos. We can even show you how to open the door of the box that you're living in right now to then enter the outside of the environment that presents itself as reality. There's many different possibilities that we can do. Okay, we can take many different roads. It's not too late for you. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I want to know if it's possible that we can get you to first care about reality. Is that possible that we can get you more interested in reality instead of the cartoon? Thanks. Oh, there's a Glat Flob's friend just showed up, Mr. B. Mr. B might want to talk to you, Glatt, about maybe making another
Yeah.
reparation to maybe he went. Listen, we got these brand new credit apps. We actually made it 75% easier to qualify now to get back into the channel. We had a bunch of schematics change. Indio 007, Helio Skeptic, me, Miss Tollins, they got together. They changed the rules a little bit because we want people to qualify to get back into the server. So there are things that are going to happen behind the scenes, Mr. B, to help you get back in to this conversation. So God bless you. Thank you for showing up. Oh, there's Ananda back. Here we go. Ananda, yeah, I guess that person doesn't want to talk to me. So I guess they didn't like the answer. So Ananda, when you're ready to have a big boy conversation or a big girl conversation, whichever one you feel like today,
Or a
please
big
let us know.
binary, non-binary.
Right, whatever one you feel. If you feel like a transhuman today, we can fix any issue you have. I guarantee 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live is going to be able to suit all your supernatural elimination needs. Thanks.
In addition, Phil said, unban me and I will show you a working model of Earth and prove to you that Earth cannot be flat. Okay, Phil, even if you get unbanned on every platform, that won't be you and me and the model in the same room and you explaining to me every facet of that model. Does that make sense? You can say whatever you want in chat rooms, but unless you can physically demonstrate what you're talking about, no one should take you seriously.
Yeah, if you can't substantiate the first part of your so-called model, Phil, which is curvature, then you're toast. Just get that part down pat, then we can move on to the rest of your model. Can't do that, it all falls apart right there. Good luck. And if anybody wants a working flat Earth model, all they have to do is ask the priests of their heliocentric religion over at NASA. Anytime they want to fly a helicopter, fly a plane, shoot a rocket, do anything, they assume the Earth is flat and non-rotating. So just ask them. Don't come to us. They've got the model all ready for you. And they're actually allowed to explore this whole place, so, I mean, they'd be able to say a lot more about it than we can.
Phil, once again, you cannot prove Earth is a sphere. I'm not asking you that. I'm letting you know. So stop embarrassing yourself. That's why we banned you here, because you kept lying. Here's an example of a lie. Earth is a globe.
Thank you. Try again.
Yes, thank you. Come again. You cannot prove it's a sphere, Phil. You can't. Your next sentence better be how you're going to do that. Go ahead. And if you use satellites, I'm banning you. Because that's also a lie. I'm kidding. I'm not going to ban you for that, but I'll bet you say something about satellites.
Hey, Glad.
Hey,
Since Phil is there, I've just, I want to hear the guy out. He's an old guy. He drives a cool Corvette and wears sunglasses and has, women half his age, hanging around him. So, so I really wanted to know, he said that he could verify that anytime he's looking up at an object and he could calculate it precisely when it was going to arrive above his head, and that he could film it for me. And then he sort of just forget that that was ever asked of him. I want him to prove his claim that he can do that. I want him to prove that he did calculations of orbital mechanics to derive at which time exact moment that this tin can was going to arrive over his head. And I wanted him to be able to zoom in because, to make an observation, you have to observe it. And he's yet to do that. So I just wanted to remind him that, that's the task at hand. We'll believe you, but you're going to have to do all that. And it's not go look at the simulation calculator already done for you on a computer where his Indian Astro company is saying it's going to be at. No, I want to see him doing it because that's what he said. He could do it. He could do the calculate. You can do the calculations to see it. I want to see somebody do the calculations of orbital mechanics, precise time and date, and then observe it. Show me that, and then I'm full on board. Shit, I don't even need curvature after that. If you do that, fully calculated, I want to see it all. I want to see it all spread out. And hey, you know what? That'd be jumping the shark, Fonz. That would be jumping the shark. A little too late. We're still here, but hey, let's finish the season off right. You know what I mean? Phil, it's up to you, buddy.
All right, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Yeah, you'll figure out what 20 seconds is about. Give me 20 seconds. Okay, once again, Phil, yeah, I got your message. The reason I stopped responding to you, Mr. Phil, was because I was showing you evidence of reality, since that's what I do. I'm a photographer. It's one of my many things. And you didn't like that. You told me to stop showing you pictures of reality, and you asked me for a model, you see. So the reason we're having this conversation now, excuse the wind and reality that I'm experiencing out here in the desert on the 32nd parallel, but that's the point. I'm trying to show you reality, Phil, and you said, stop that. I don't want reality. I want a model. So that's why we're going to have this conversation in public, because I can't have a private conversation with somebody that might hurt themselves with a cartoon. Thanks.
well, and the audience deserves to know it's not a globe, so.
Oh, and I'm not a moderator. But yes, I can understand the confusion. I'm a moderator in real life, but on this Discord, I'm not a moderator, so I don't make controls over who is banned and who's allowed to come back, Phil. All right? There's actually a 51% chance that I'm going to get banned before the next Glober. And that's how honest this place is. They let everybody back in because we're so desperate to find people that are willing to defend this outer space religion. So don't be shy. Make up a new account. You're not going to get banned. Make a new Discord account and just come in.
And if you're out of email addresses on, like you used your Gmail too many times on accounts, use like a Proton Mail. Get a Proton Mail or a Microsoft Outlook or something. No excuse.
Real quick, Gladflow, give me an update because I'm walking right now down the street. This is a crazy concept, I know, if you believe in a simulation. How's the chat doing with Ananda? Is that person decided to actually use their words again, or are they still hiding?
Well, they said, I have grown out of cartoons a long time ago. But
Wait a minute. The first thing they asked
that
for
true?
was a cartoon model. Are they confused on their own words now?
yeah.
The person walks into a room. We're having a discussion about reality. They come to the reality group meeting and they go, "Can you guys show me a cartoon?"
Right.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
No, I don't want to see. No. Don't show me that. Don't show me that. I want to see only cartoons. An image of what I'm supposed to be seeing in reality.
We want to see anything.
Now wait a
but
minute. Is it
reality.
possible? Hold on one second. Is it possible that Phil? Is that your other account, Phil? Do you have a personality issue here?
Phil says, "Tell your friend, no problem. I'm an expert in orbital mechanics. I teach it to engineering students."
Where you are?
We have people, but if you guys want to speak to Phil, I'll unban him. I'll take the fall.
There you go, Phil. Come back on in. Teach us how orbital mechanics that only happen on Earth prove shit's orbiting in space. Go.
But listen, we have Shook, we have Patrick TMK, and then we have Ziploid. Ziploid, you've been muted. Shook, you've been
I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
That's TMK. TMK, you're listening?
Yeah. I'm totally on board with flat Earth. So I'm enjoying the conversation.
Sounds good.
listening.
Thanks for the reply.
You think the Earth is flat, bro? That's wild.
I don't think it is. I know it is.
You know it's flat.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's flat.
Wait, you never seen cartoons of the globe? Come on,
I
man.
forgot to look at those. I forgot to check my cartoons to see what my world is.
I guess see my.
When did you find out about people thinking that the Earth is flat?
Because they watch too much Cartoon Network. That's all. They watch too much Cartoon Network, Teen Titans Go bullshit. Oh crap! I mean, sorry for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like NASA's like Cartoon Network 2.0.
Netflix is one of
That's
the biggest problems that we have right now.
Oh, I thought it was a bunch of people thinking they lived on a tiny testicle that came from nothing and everything was insignificant and rocks turned into humans.
They keep thinking that because of stuff like Netflix.
I think Netflix just keeps them distracted from ever examining that entire subject.
It does that too.
I do agree Netflix is really bad, of course.
I just watched Don't Look Up. It was just cringe-inducing.
It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, so like, I work in. I was in, and before in this arena, like, I read about Genesis and the flyer. I go to a big mega church, like a very like make $1 million per year, and they talk about the Earth is Northern Light. There's yeah, it's kind of yeah.
The Earth is Northern Light?
Not bad.
I don't quite follow.
Hey, did you guys know? Speaking of, they say that the North Pole is moving.
Yeah, magnetic North Pole. It's on its way to Siberia, right?
Yeah, and the Earth is speeding up.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
So shouldn't we feel that then?
No. It's constant, but it's accelerating.
Oh, it's one of those. Those types of acceleration that's constant. Gotcha.
Bro, it'll get you. Of course you can't feel it if you can't even understand it. Hey, isn't it crazy that we have an electric field on the Earth that causes a downward current towards the Earth? How dare you? I mean, it's just like
How dare
objective, bro.
you.
Like you can measure it and test it.
I remember like a science book said like the atmosphere creates styrofoam. It's like that. It's like the atmosphere creates styrofoam. There's gonna be all that crap.
What?
Are you sure you're not a glober?
Nope. I'm a flat earther, so I'd say like years ago in middle school, like to talk about like the Earth is like create like styrofoam in the atmosphere, like it's like that. So
you're a styrofoam earther.
no, I don't. I say it's a lie. Okay.
Okay. So, yeah. So you know
The
how
Earth
positive goes to negative.
conducts.
You know how
The
positive
atmos-
goes to negative. We're not. I don't think we're talking about styrofoam, man.
Yeah, can I talk, please? Thank you. Sorry, I was talking first. You're talking like second over me. It's like a it's like a.
Actually, I was talking first, but go ahead.
This is going somewhere.
Yeah,
We'll give the guy a chance.
the atmosphere doesn't create styrofoam. Like really.
So that's all a lie. We've ruled that out too now.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, man? If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'll say that again.
If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
I'm behind. I'm a weed, so I can't answer that question.
Styrofoam is not correct.
Okay. I forgot all about it. So like,
Okay, maybe you should stop.
I graduated high school in like 2017. No, I forgot all like K through 12 like learning like in 2019. So yeah, so fine.
Hey, Poopish, I have a question.
Well, what's up?
Are you schmammered?
Smarish?
Yeah. Are you hammered, bro? You been drinking?
Celebration, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna celebrate what I was talking about for a second before you went crazy, though. And there's a downward current on the Earth because positive goes to negative. Isn't that interesting? The Earth has an electric field with a downward current going towards the Earth.
Yes, it's on the ground.
It seems as if they've commandeered that and changed it into some fairy tale that actually isn't there. And then even the people that woke up to that deception have seemed to overlook the first part that is there.
Yes, and someone was saying to me in like 2019, like I was in Alaska in 2019, so like I saw the Northern Lights, and some guy talked to me like they say hidden sun underground magnetic sun. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So.
What, so you're saying that there is input flow into the system? That's amazing.
No, that's a mysterious sun.
I said with it, bro. I said with it.
He was not Christian, so he got the.
Man, go eat some crackers,
Witsit,
bro.
you sound different today, Witsit.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Word. So isn't it crazy that there's a downward current that goes to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, it's in the North Pole. It's a downward curve.
So
No,
what's it,
man, it's not in the North Pole, man. It's everywhere, bro. It's
hey,
everywhere.
No,
so
it's
you
in the
say,
North Pole. It's
oh
near.
my God, bro, relax, okay? I'm trying to say something. So when you say, the electric thing, right? It was it, can we describe it like a flow, like an input into the system?
Yeah, there's energy above us. Yeah.
But that energy is flowing, right, towards the ground.
Yeah, typically, right. The positive goes to the negative.
Huh? That makes sense. How can that happen on a globe?
Well, they just ignore it, so it doesn't matter. Like, they just say that it just gets taken over by gravity, so we don't really have to account for it.
Wait, how do they know anything works on the globe when you can't even test it? It's not a globe. You can't test anything for the globe.
True, and I guess your point also would be, how would be energy be? Where's the energy input? Maybe, but I mean, they would just call out to their second god, the sun.
Have you seen a terrarium that you can seal, a terrarium completely sealed, air tight sealed, and you can have the light outside of it, input into the seal system? Have you seen that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
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 Terrarium, and you'll have insects living in it. I saw one that was like probably like, I think it was like 13 years old. There's older ones, but I saw a video of one that it was like 13 years old, and it was completely sealed, and he had a lamp above it.
So, in theory, if you could increase positive charge, couldn't you just go up? So maybe without the physical body's confinement, what happens? I mean, or you could certainly, let's just say, you could create technology that could take advantage of that, right? Because if there's a downward current, because there's positive going to the negative, then you would simply just reverse it.
Most likely, possibly. But then you might, going up, there's the flow going into the system, but if there's a barrier, you can't pass that, right? Because
Well, that's a very interesting part of it, because we don't know enough details, empirically speaking. But if there are layers to it, I mean, could you go through primary layers and not the final one? I am not in a position to know that. That could be one of the tricks as well, that they just shoot rockets up and there's a little bit of a change of medium up there, and they love to get into the place they can. I actually don't know. There is no vacuum that's being held back, and if there are layers, right, like, well, how would we know the spectrum of solidity of the layers? We would never know right now. I mean, they may not be able to get, if there are 7 layers, for all I know, they can't even get to the first one. They can't, they just get stopped. But I actually don't know. It makes much more sense that these things are placed within it, though, it being layered. Yeah. Say that the luminaries for the day and night are in a layer, the stars are in a layer. Maybe what people call planets are in a lower layer. And maybe there are 7, like hundreds and hundreds of people are quoted as saying throughout history, and many of the texts have been removed today. And that's why you have 7 colors to the rainbow. What's also pretty crazy is like it seems like flat Earth doesn't really like like EXO was saying, we don't have a model. That's just a stupid request. But to start to like entertain different possibilities is not ignorance. In fact, the pursuit of truth, even especially if you can honestly acknowledge your limit of that. So anyway, like why doesn't anyone ever try and depict and think out the idea of it just being water? Like water all around and above us.
That's my thought. Exactly.
I mean, I've never seen it. I've seen one like cartoon little picture where it's like someone just put a domed flat Earth in some water. I've seen it one time. If we really should just try to understand the like properly, just like it's water, and we're not going to ever fully understand it. The majesty of up there probably was just literally too much for us to even comprehend. But like understanding that it's just in a dense fluid-like medium, we would understand the sky way better. And any change that you see would be much more significant. Like understanding its surrounding, which is it's heavenly waters.
Yeah, there's definitely water, but then there is a layer because we have the gases that go up like helium and hydrogen that go up and all that kind of stuff. But I would think the containment of those gases and the containment of the water, because the water has to be contained, if not, it's gonna flow, right? If we had water above our heads to separate that layer of the gases and the water, a container is required for that.
Yeah,
So
of course.
the solid layer is one of those layers. In
Absolutely, and it
between
might be
the
the
gas
first one.
layers and the water layer.
Yes,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's the most problem.
imagine there's water above, right? Think about there's water above, then there is a container of that water that is below the water, and then there is the gases of this system that go up that is below that container, between the container, the gas, the waters and the gases
Yes.
that we observe. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I would say the most probable and hyperlogical is that it is just the solid barrier that separates the air from the water, and then there are additional layers going up in the water.
Yep. Yep. And the thing is that when we look up and we see these cycles and this design, and then we see the rainbow, the whole circle, we see the sundial. I mean, definitely there is a refractive layer, which, I mean, it doesn't look random, obviously, right? We know that. But to be able to have that effect that we observe when you look at the rainbow and all that kind of stuff, uh, it's been designed to look like that. And that layer, I could call it from the effect that we observe, I could call it a lens of some sort, or some when people put the glass and see the prism of the light, that's what we see.
Right, check this out, right? So it separated the earthly waters from the heavenly waters, plural. And we have fresh water, salt water, etc. on the earth. And of course, they're the waters of the earth. It's the water of the earth. So, like, have we just kind of always assumed it was a holistic collective when in fact it does indeed say it plural, right? Like the heavenly waters. And what if there are it's like the heavenly waters are different within each layer of the 7 layers. The question is, are there 7 celestial layers and in theory infinite, or is it like the place that's where you can't get into is maybe the 7th layer and that separates everything? I would say probably the first one. And yeah, I think it could be different types of water. I think, and you'd see different types of phenomena. You would see frequencies emitted in the water that make the light that we observe. You would see them differently based on which water they're in, or like how close. Or even the ocean, like its density changes as you go down, right? So like maybe the planets, quote unquote, are just lower in a little bit of a different density of water.
Yeah, you're very correct. For instance, oxygen and the other gases also push, because they're omnidirectional, into the water and sublimate into the water. And so there's a gradient of that down into the water. So there's more of that higher in the water than less. So it becomes more dense the lower you go.
Right. I mean, what if it? Yeah. I'm not even. I can't say that I could exclude that it could be inverse as well. Honestly, I'm just sitting here thinking about it though. But I don't know. I wouldn't know that you could say either way that it would go from more dense to less dense or vice versa. Logically, if you logically like what you're saying, but is it the same? It's not. It's a different round. It's a different environment. It's earth, not earthly. All right, so maybe it's the opposite. Like maybe it gets more dense, but you're less affected at based on frequency, and the frequency allows you to get up there. You couldn't even get there without the proper frequency or vibration, right? Like you couldn't get up that high. I mean, interesting speculation.
I would strongly agree that we are existing in a fluid, and I would agree that it is a water-like substance, and we only don't perceive it as a water because we've been given this idea that everything is a particle, right? So we think, no, sir.
You might as well just keep a mechanic out here.
I mean, if it was water, what would you expect to see? Like, would you expect it to be blue?
No, because the blueness comes from the noble gases being excited in the atmo. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So we're told. So we're told. I mean, that's gonna mean they're everywhere at all times.
Right.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, like certainly with like magnetism, you can show that there are different colors, and the sky does change colors based on those noble gases that are there, and their magnetism. Like as the sun goes to a lower perceived part of the sky, then you get the different colors that are beautiful during the sunset. Just like if you take a magnet down, if you have like 7 different noble gases, they'll change different fluorescent colors as the magnet gets by them. So I can't say it's. I'm just saying like I don't actually know if that's the entirety of the answer, right? Because it's just yeah, maybe it's not.
It might be that those gases are actually contained in whatever is containing us, like in the crust of that or whatever it is, and that's why it looks uniform everywhere, right? That's why the sky looks blue everywhere. I don't know.
Well, I've heard some stories from Antarctica on Facebook and stuff like that. So this is all hearsay, but it's supposedly there's some scientists in Antarctica studying sky ice, and according to these posts, this sky ice is not like normal ice, and that's why they have to study it there, because it just melts real fast. And from what I can see, they're basically just talking about solid oxygen, and from those descriptions, they describe a giant wall of that, which they tried to drill into, and then lost the drill because the hole closed in on after the drill, so they couldn't get to the drill anymore.
Right, it regenerates or self repairs.
Which would make sense if it's forming from oxygen just being freezing, from the air, so it would just form from the air itself because of the temperatures there.
Right, you could never remove it, huh?
Yeah, pretty much impossible.
Would be an efficient container.
It's in Psalms. It's Genesis, Exodus, and then Psalms. So you can read these in any order, but clearly, and 2 Peter 3, all of these are talking about the waters of creation. Of course, in Genesis 1, that specific line when it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered upon the face of the waters. So before the earth, right, it's without form and void. It's actually non-existent at this point. It is 100% waters below, as it says, Elohim is hovering above the waters. Now, fast forward to Psalm, very first book of Psalm. It says, this is by David, a Psalm. It says, for he upon the seas has founded it. And he's talking about the earth. Remember, number one Psalm says the earth, right? And this interlinear makes me go one at a time. So I can't read the first one without taking another 30 seconds. So it says, right after he describes the earth, it says, for he upon the seas has founded it, and upon the rivers established it. Speaking of earth. So the earth is established on water. Okay. Besides the fact that there are these foundations of the earth, right? So there's another dimension of understanding here that is far beyond our puny minds, because of course the foundations of the earth automatically means it's not earth. It's the foundations of the earth. So it's something other than earth, but it says here they are established on rivers. That would be literally the Hebrew, Nehorat, okay? And of course, then 2 Peter 3, for this they are willingly ignorant that the heavens were of old and the earth is standing in and out. And of course, in the Greek, it says in and through the water. So this is literally said over and over again, and specified redundancy over and over again. This is a water world. This is a water creation.
Oh yeah. And to be honest, I think that we'll never on Earth in like the time of a human life fully understand the nature of the waters, of course, right? Like never could, yeah.
Absolutely cannot. But the number one, remember, this is what's surprising because they don't have these in any of the lists that I found, but Exodus 24:204. And of course, the last line stating, of course, it's talking in a tiered section of level planes of existence. There's not just one plane of existence. Heavens above, earth beneath, and waters under the earth. That has got to be the number one flat earth scripture in the entire book. The number one specified, detailed description of the level planes of existence, above, under, and underneath, above, upon, under, however you want to say it. It's level, a 3-tier system of creation. This is a pretty big deal because this is God establishing his covenant with Moses. Right. This is one of the most important single moments in the Bible. This is Exodus 2:04. Right after he says, you will have no other gods before me. The first thing he tells Moses, he shall not make any graven images unto me of anything, of any likeness, in which is in the heavens above, the earth beneath, and the waters under the earth, giving that 3-tiered understanding of above and below, which is the entire construct that they ripped away from you. The entire point of this outer space magical cartoon was to destroy the ability to understand the levels of heaven above, earth beneath, and the water under the earth. And of course, again, Jeremiah 31:37, you cannot search the heavens or to the foundations of the earth. You cannot even search them. You cannot comprehend. Mic check. I'll do one more. Mic check.
You're good.
You are good,
Job,
sir.
very first book of Job. This is huge, okay? This is when the sons of God approached God. This is talking about some meeting, okay? This is massive, and I have to read some. If you're curious about how they pronounced Job, it was Eov back then. So let's go to Job real quick. The very first page, though, very first page tells a literal world about the understanding of what's going on here. So Uz, of course, is where I'm from, about 50 miles south of Israel. And the sons went and feasted in their houses, substance, and it was so. And there was a day when, there we go. So number 6. This is interesting. It's 6. Job 1:6. Again, I'm not into numerology, but when the Bible speaks of numbers, always Take note of what the numbers are showing you. Job 1:6. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. 7. And the Lord said unto Satan, Wait, whence thou comest? And Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth and walking up and down it. You see, this is describing Satan has the ability to go into the earth, the levels of the existence, to go up and down in the plane of existence. That's huge. That's the understanding of course, he's talking about the sons of God. So that word right there, sons of God, we're talking about good guys and bad guys collaborating, meeting here. The bad angels and possibly the good angels at one meeting place where, of course, the Lord is addressing them all. And then, of course, God is basically showing Satan how good one of his servants is. And what interesting part about this was literally within decades of the time that Moses fled the Egyptians. This is during the exact same time of course, the entire battle, of course, of Moses freeing the people. And said, the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, right? That there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil. Then, of course, Satan says, Then Satan answered the Lord and said, Doth Job fear God for naught? So does he fear God for nothing? Hast thou made an hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thine hand now. He's telling God, put your hand forth, and touch all that he have, and he will curse thee to thy face. And God says, no. So God says, and the Lord said unto Satan, Behold, all that he had is in thy power. He says, no, it's in your power, Satan. You do it. Which again, there's so many lessons here. That shows that God is allowing Satan to do these things. When God tries to tempt, every time Satan tries to tempt God, God, of course, always says no. And there's many instances, not just here, but in other verses, of course, even in the New Testament as well. Of course, that's why Jesus told Satan, you shall not tempt the Lord your God. That's a big hint that'll come up in a later test, trust me. So right here in 12, he says, it's in your power. You can do what you want. He says, upon himself put not forth thine hand, though. That means do not kill him. You see, he says you can touch everything he has, but do not kill him. And of course, so Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. So these are heavenly. We can't even understand this meeting. There's no way we can fathom this. But apparently, the other beings of this creation go to and fro and above and upon and inside the earth, the levels. Think of it as staircases. Think of Donkey Kong back in the 80s. That's literally if you want a model of understanding creation, the other beings, the sons of God, traverse up and down it. But that's huge right there. And that just shows again, not just the creation, but the understanding that there is a world beyond our understanding. See, it's not like this. It's good and evil here, but outside, these are actually employees. For a better term, I cannot describe it any way else. Satan is an employee, and he is allowed to do certain things, and that's how the creation works, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, agreed. This is where humans get real arrogant and think they can ask, why would you even do that?
Well, even if you're genuinely curious, you're not going to get an answer.
Right.
Well, in fiction,
I guess I'm addressing the arrogance of the question, meaning like it's just impossible to get an answer. Like it would elude our grasp intrinsically,
But humans love it, though. Actually, humans love evil. This is the weird part, is that in fiction and video games and books and movies, humans love bad guys. They even love to hate bad guys, and they love to love bad guys. And the bigger the enemy, like the new Doom game, which I don't have, but I've seen, there's a giant titan and the giant monster demon that's 1,000 feet tall. The bigger the badder the bad guy in the simulation, the more we love the game. But when it happens in reality, we say, why would God do that? And that is the weirdest thing.
Yeah, I mean, I just, the way I understand it, and I think this is pretty limited, but like it's just the natural allowance of equilibrium. And, of course, the typical, there could be no free will, but that's true, right? Like, Everything is made where there's like an equilibrium constantly being sought, built within it. And it's the same thing with, we can simplify and say good and evil, I suppose. Like, how could there be good or righteousness if there was nothing to compare that to, right? Like, if you were just forced to be righteous, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The reason that's like arrogant, but more so it's just kind of like ignorant. It's like, if you say, why would you do that? The alternative is no choice. So you're saying you would prefer no choice.
Right. Then that takes away the meaning. There is no meaning if there's no choice. That's the same problem we have with terminology. When you try to explain to someone that there's no such thing as adaptation, they'll end up trying to make everything adaptation, which again that removes the entire meaning of the word. If I go outside and I get a tan, that's adaptation. Well, I was sitting now, and or when you're born, you're not able to walk. Well, eventually, after 6 months or a year, a baby can walk. None of that's adaptation. That's normal behavior. The normal being, the essence of the being that's already created with those abilities. There's no new ability. So when people say, but you can easily be tricked into the idea that things adapt because I get stronger, or you can run fast. And then, if you train for running, you can become a better runner. When you train for weightlifting, you become a better weightlifter. That's not adaptation. You're just increasing the ability that you already have. You're already designed with the ability. So the word turns into nothing. The word now means nothing at all. And that's how they convolute and confuse with the evolution belief system. They'll eventually tell you that everything is evolution, which is another admission that there's no meaning to the word. If everything is everything, then there's no meaning. You see, there's no meaning to the term. If everything is it, then it is nothing. It has no meaning. There has to be a specified point to the meaning, right? So me going to sleep at night is a change. That's not evolution. That's what I already do. That's just going to sleep. Just because it's changing, just because the state changes, doesn't mean that's, to unravel the incident. No, that's, again, so it's just how we convolute things, and we end up adding terminology to our vocabulary. And the best way to figure this out, and thanks, Her Eyes on Level, for noticing, the best way to figure this out, a lot of people aren't going to like this, but you got to go to the Hebrew. If there's words that exist in our language that don't exist in Hebrew, there's probably a good reason.
Yeah. And like you're saying, if there's no choice, then what's the meaning, right? And so normally people will say, like, why would there even be that? Why would there even be a bad guy?
But then we love bad guys.
Can I just finish though? Like, if you knew there's gonna be a bad guy, and he's gonna have to kick him out. Why make the bad guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, if people can mess up and then be screwed, like, why even make that a possibility? But that removes choice intrinsically, right? And so then, whenever someone is like, "Well, would you rather?" When you just ask them, "Okay, well, then what are you proposing? Would you rather not have choice?" Then some people will say, "Yeah, sure. I didn't sign up for this and blah blah blah." But truth is, life is precious, and your life is precious, and you're special, and the Creator loves you and made where you live special, and is created for you, and there's a purpose, and everyone knows that deep down. And so you do actually cherish life, even though at times it can be hard, right? Like, the truth is, everyone knows that life is precious, and life is that choice that you have. So, just saying. I'll stop now.
Wait, so what do you think about God predestining some to be wicked? Do you think that's a thing?
Predestining like a person, like a human?
Yeah, like he chooses some to be wicked, and he chooses others to be redeemed, or some to be righteous.
No, what I think is if there is a vibration of righteousness, there is a reciprocation of vibration, as is a necessity of all nature. And so then there is that place for equilibrium to exist. It couldn't exist. It's like if you're trying to take the dielectric field away from the magnetism, good luck, bro. You can't. So it's the same thing, right? It's like the natural physical vibration would reciprocate, and then that would be the result. It would have to exist for the initial vibration to exist.
Okay.
Well, he can't hate, Cyber. He can't hate if it's his fault. So if you look at Jacob and Esau, he said Jacob he loved, but what did he say about Esau? Do you think God was going to say, okay, I'm going to make this bad guy and now I'm going to hate him? Actually, it's the exact opposite. When humans make bad guys in fiction, they love them. When God makes his children, he allows them to make a choice, but God is so smart, right? Beyond our understanding. He knows the decisions that Esau and Jacob are going to make. He is not the author, right, of that evil. He allows the evil. Yes, he designed and created all things, but he allows the beings, whether it be Malahiel or Kenan or Jared or Enoch or Methuselah or Lamech or Noah, he allows his beings to make those decisions. You see, when Adam made that decision, yes, he knew Adam was going to do that. I can imagine him. Could you imagine him looking for Adam and Eve? Adam and Eve, where are you? We had some plans today. You guys are missing. You know what I mean? Like, God has to have this relationship. I think it must be difficult for God because he knows everything. I can't imagine. I don't want to put any presuppositions. But obviously he knew that Adam was going to screw up. And of course, Adam said, but the woman, and blamed God for giving him the woman, which is why we fell. We fell because of Adam's sin, not because the woman was beguiled. Okay. So again, that's Adam's fault. And yes, Adam was designed correctly, just like I was designed correctly. But the faults that I have are my fault. You see, I made bad decisions. I'm the one who's wrong. Elohim was always right. Yah he never made a mistake. He never even led me astray. He never even tempted me incorrectly. And in fact, when it says that God hardens their hearts, he's only giving them what they want. When the Pharaoh decided no, could you imagine the Pharaoh saw miracles and said, I don't care, I'm still going to imprison the people, the Hebrews? God hardened his heart because he gives you what you want. He does not author what you want. You make the decision, you see. So he does not predestine you in a sense like a robot. No, that's the exact opposite. He allows you to decide where you're going.
Well, yeah, because I mean, what I'm thinking is, like, once God opens your eyes, I don't think it's possible to reject God once you understand, like, what God is, the world we're created in. I mean, I think that's why we are here in this server, because we understand. I mean, I think most people just don't have that awareness from God, from the Holy Spirit, and they just get worse and worse. But I mean, I don't know. It's a mystery to me still.
Well, they have the ability, though, right? It's like the question is, why was there a reciprocation? And it's because all the beauty in life that is in that vibration of righteousness and truth and honor, right? And gratitude, like, that wouldn't exist if it didn't have its reciprocation. There's a natural balance. If the creator is the essence of pure righteous judgment, like, how could righteous exist? If, say, that there's a place that he dwells and you can come there and it's perfect, well, if someone hated it, didn't, and how could it be perfect if they were there? It's this natural balance that has to be attained. I think it's actually literally vibrational.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree.
It's actually a beautiful thing, right? When you really realize it's like, wow, like, the love is pretty deep, right? Because you're allowed all these beautiful things, and he has to allow you to make your own decision. He has to sit back and let you make those decisions unimpeded. So what else could you ask for? You could ask for it to never exist. I mean, that's just such a limited, carnal mind, prideful thing to say, right? Like, because everyone knows that life is beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Here's another
every
thing.
single way. Go ahead.
That flow. Did you need to clean that? Are you running out of bullets out there in the chat? Do you need a new weapon?
No.
Because I got an MG42 if you need that. Okay.
What do you need?
No, I'm just saying, just be careful because, again, remember the most common tactic from these sycophant, psychopathic outer space evolutionists is that, remember, they're scared to death of their own being. They can't be who they really are, so they have to pretend that they're either Christians or flat earthers. For some reason, these are the only two options that Satanists, excuse me, can pretend that they are. They either have to, you don't remember, they're not pretending to be Muslims or Buddhists or unicorn believers or Bigfoot believers. No, only Christians and flat earthers. So you'll see them right away when they start talking about space pizzas. Right away that's an atheist that's scared to death of their own religion. But back to the gentleman in chat. I'm looking for your name right now.
There's two of them, YDY or WDYM and Riza.
Right.
Those are the two. Exactly. Yeah.
Correct.
Keep an eye on those two.
Cyberblitz. Also remember this, Cyberblitz. Sometimes the best thing that can happen to you is for you to lose your belongings or your livestock. I like to talk into the terminology of the farmers, 3,000 years ago. That was the perfect lifestyle. That's really the lifestyle that is the only lifestyle. That's why we're so screwed now, because we're dependent on a system that took away our farming abilities, right? So, but sometimes nowadays, if you lose your house, lose your cars, and even, again, God decides, lose certain people in your life in one way or another, sometimes that's the best thing that can ever happen to you. And often the worst thing that can happen to you is success of the world, such as making money or winning the lottery. I mean, my goodness, when you see somebody win the lottery, every time I see someone win the lottery, I take my hat off and I put it on my chest and I go, oh, I'm so sorry. Because that person now is mentally destroyed. They have now lost their mind, and they are going to go insane. And that's why you can tell every single actor, famous person on TV, newscaster, which is pathetic. They make $100,000 a year. They sell their soul for pennies. Absolute insanity. Rich people, you name it. Arnold Schwarzenegger now says, forget your freedom. Well, he can jump headfirst off the Empire State Building into a thumbtack, and he'd be better off. If he just accidentally fell off a bridge, that would be the best thing that could have ever happened to him. But no, it's too late for him. He's dead. He's a walking dead zombie. Rich people are doomed. And again, where does the information state? It says right in the Bible, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That's why when the man there was a rich man that went to Jesus and said, Jesus, you're so good. How do I become good? Of course, Jesus said, no. By the way, there's no man that's good. There's only one good in heaven. He's the Father. That, of course, is meaning that he's leading the perfect example, so do not be confused. But he said to the rich man, if you want to become success, if you want to become great, if you want to do right, if you want to do righteous deeds, if you want to become perfect, sell everything you have, then give it all away and follow me. And the rich man said, never, sorry, Jesus, never mind. And he's gone. He's no way he's going to give up his thing. So people like to talk the talk, but there's a big difference when it comes time to walk the walk. Again, the more you have of this world, the less you have of the word. You see, the less of a relationship you have with the Creator. If you're rich, if you're into Bitcoin and you're trying to strike it rich, if you're trying to make money, if you're infatuated with trying to make it on the stock market or flip houses, if you're focused on making money, you're in trouble. I got to be honest, you're in very big trouble. If you're not focused on what does God want me to do, who can I tell the truth to next, who can I share the gospel to, or who can I wake up out of the deception? If that's not on your mind before everything else, then you're in trouble. If you're worried about your wants and needs of the physical properties of this plane of existence, of the world, again, it says, love not the world, neither the things of the world. If you're interested, if you make it rich, sayonara sucker. If you do become successful in the system, you're doomed. And that's all I can tell you.
Well, then I should be good.
Yeah, looks like
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with EXO. Okay. EXO. But there's one commandment that talks about how we should not envy the possessions of our neighbors, and that's true because yes, we might have to sell everything that we have, but one thing that I know for sure is that when you find favor in the Creator and when you start appreciating this life and everything around you, and um, it becomes a lot easier, and he provides. So don't get discouraged if if you have to sell everything and you have to start zero. If you're in the bottom, but like the creator provides. That's all you wanted to say. Thank you.
Amen. He does provide. That's right. And you trust in him, right? Like I've had many bad experiences in my life that actually turned out to be the greatest things that ever happened to me. The greatest thing that ever happened to me was when God got rid of my entire family. And he got rid of he let my family steal all my possessions, my home, my house, all the things my father left me. The family members that were still alive after my father passed away, they stole everything I had. Well, that was about, 9 years ago, 8 years ago. It took several years for that to happen, but actually that was the greatest thing that could have ever happened to me. Right. And that's how I ended up in the truth. That's how God was able to now hold my hand and he led me instead of me paying attention to people that are just, thieves and liars and murderers and perverted criminals and lustful whoremongers and everything else the Bible describes them. That's the greatest thing that ever could happen to me. It doesn't have to happen to everybody. And I'm not telling you that you're going to lose your family. But for me, it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. It's just not something you can understand until you're holding God's literal hand in yours, going, wow, now I know all of this. Remember, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. Also, knowledge is power. And that's when he gives you that knowledge, you'll realize that all the riches in the world can't compare. And that's why it says again, what does it gain a man to have the entire world if he loses himself? You're better off losing it all.
Hey, I was reading Revelation recently, and it was talking about the bottom, and I was trying to wrap my mind around that because if it's on Earth, there's a bottomless pit on Earth, and there's water above and water below. I was just trying to understand how that looks, and just what y'all think of the bottomless pit being on Earth.
Tell him, what's it?
Oh wait, so I'm putting fruit up. What's the question I'm putting fruit?
Glober just told me. Glober just told me to check Wikipedia for the citation and source of his empirical information.
No.
Just thought I'd let you know they're still saying shit like that.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy, that's bad. That person right there, that person's doomed. Until that person needs to lose his everything, his house, his cars, his wife, his life. It all needs to go down the drain, and it'll be the greatest thing that ever happens to him. Again, what does it say? He who saves his own life loses it, and he who loses his life for me gains his life. You see, everything is the opposite. So he's holding on to carnal, satanic knowledge on the internet. Somebody went on the internet, got on Google, made up a page with ones and zeros, real complicated. God Rocket and Glatflow went over this. How do you change a reference on Wikipedia? And they think that's reality. They think numbers on an internet website in letters, digits, right? They think that's reality. And they're doomed. They're literally doomed.
Yeah, what kind of society is going to come out of by that time, 2 generations of people feeling fully entitled to have everything given to them, and they don't have to work for any of the information. They can go ask the smart man, or they can just look in textbooks. And apparently textbooks are 100% fact now. So, game over, flatties.
Sometimes, when we wake up to the realization that this reality that we live in is not what they told us it is, that's the creator too, like he removes useless things from our lives and puts new people in our paths and like the actual truth. But some people don't want to give up to the knowledge that they grew up with. Um, and it takes time. It takes time, and everybody's in a different walk. In like the walk of life. But I don't know. Like, who? Why wouldn't we appreciate what this reality is? It's like the best thing ever in our life.
Well, back to the bottomless pit. I mean, just last night, we exposed this again, the insanity of people that believe in this outer space religion. We had I don't even know what you call this person. It's like he's like the final boss in Doom. It's like a weird, mysterious, crazy monster. Like, in the video game when you were a kid and you'd have all these bosses lined up in a row and their 16-bit characterized face expressions, and the last character has a question mark. Right? That's the scariest boss, right? At the end of the video game, with the display is a question mark. And you got these wolves in sheep's clothing that pretend that they're Christians. It's very ironic every time. And then we brought this up. We brought up the fact that there's this bottomless pit in the Bible. And again, remember, God says you can't even measure the depths of the earth, right? You can't even measure the foundations of the earth. And then you ask this guy, well, it says right here, there's a bottomless pit, and you can't measure the depths of the earth. And of course, his name is Matthew Learns. And we asked Matthew Learns, so how far can you go down into the earth? And Matthew Learns goes, oh, about 3,900 miles.
That's just a lie.
Yeah, but he's claiming he believes the Bible. The Bible says you can't measure it at all. And then you ask him, so how far is it? And he gives you an answer. Because
he's pretty.
I'm in a loss I don't even know how to describe it. Like, I'm just like John Travolta turning back and forth, looking to the left, looking to what do I even say? The guy is literally a word I can't use, or several words I cannot use on this channel right now. You can't make this up. And again, you go, why don't you believe the Bible? And they go, oh, I believe the entire Bible. And then you bring up foundations of the earth. You bring up the bottomless pit. You say the foundations of the earth should never be moved. You bring up that it's stretched. God stretched a line upon it, that it's waters, and there's heavens above, earth beneath, the waters on all these things. There's literally 2,500 Bible verses that literally prove the earth is a stationary plane of existence.
Well, it sounds like he serves two masters, meaning he really just serves.
It's like he's demonically possessed.
Yeah.
Thank you. There it is. Thank you. Okay.
So anyway,
is there a science that's more empirical than natural science?
Yeah, math.
Come on, seriously. We got a Glober in here saying science has evolved. Now, once you stop belly laughing at that, I can read the rest. He says, you can choose to not accept that. That is fine. But if you want to disprove it, you'll need to present models with predictive capabilities. Well, so will you. You don't predict anything on the globe model, because here's how it goes. I look up at the sky, and I see the moon move from left to right. And then the next day, I see it move from left to right. After that, it's a post-diction. And I didn't predict first the moon was going to be there. It's already there. Your model does not predict anything, because you've seen all the shit it already does before.
And you're just wrong about all of it.
Wait a minute, you lagging or are you still talking?
Me, I'm done.
First he said that I do not agree fundamentally with natural science.
Right? He doesn't agree even. That's like looking at a banana and saying, nope, that's not right over there. That's not a banana.
It's not an agree or disagree genre.
Exactly.
Right. The entire idea is to remove agreements.
Yeah, he thinks Samuel Rowbotham came up with these fundamental laws of like Pascal's principles of fluid dynamics, and he came up with Boyle's. So why are you calling Rowbotham when all these scientists that established natural laws existed? These Globers, don't ask me. It's confusing.
Let me try to read this person's name. Just give me a second here. Just let me try to conjure I'm going to convolute. I'm going to try to read this guy's name. Is Glatflow, tell me if I'm correct, and her eyes on level. Is it pronounced, what do you mean? I'm going to
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so what do you mean? Here's the problem, what do you mean? I just need to say this really nice and concisely and slow down. It says right here, you wrote this, right? I'm just going to confirm. You wrote, you'll need to present models with predicted capabilities. Okay. Have you ever presented any model or made any predictions whatsoever when it comes to any part of your outer space belief system? If so, please present those predictions or models in the chat right now, and then I won't have to pray for you being condemned to the lake of fire for eternity. So go ahead and give those right now. Thanks. Well, somebody should start playing taps because, again, that's the point. When people are making claims and they're asking you to do things when they've never done it, that is a form of Harry Carry. That means they've taken a sword and they've thrusted it up into their stomach and out through the back of their spine.
Yeah, you'll need to present this thing I've never presented to prove me wrong.
Explain my beliefs to me.
Yep.
Flatties.
Yes, you'll have to do something I won't even attempt to do. Oh, great claim. Thanks.
Glad read his last comment. It's so hilarious.
You claim you don't modelize. If you think of a banana, what do you think of? How is what you think of not a model of a banana? Well, first, no, I'm thinking of the banana. No, I don't think of a model of the banana, retard. And then he says, do you think about a banana down to its complete structure? No, I just visualize it in my in my head. And there you go. That's a banana in my head. It's not that hard, bud. But the point is, you're observing the same reality that I do, but you're lying about what you experience. That's the problem here.
Well said. Oh, the simulation person is back, who's not really there anyway, so there's no point in reading that claim because that's not really. What do you mean? Wait, does somebody, Glatt, can you please help him know what the word that means and if he can use that as a whatever it is, if it's a descriptor, if he's pointing something out, is that a verb? Is that a noun?
He's saying that my picture in my mind of a banana is a physical model of a banana.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay, this person again.
Okay.
This person again, who's going to play taps? Please play taps, please somebody.
If this guy thinks that's physical, I just imagined up a bunch of land I want him to buy. It's really physical according to him, so can he buy it?
Yeah, I got a brew for sale.
So, how do you make a model of love? When I think about love, am I visualizing it with a model in my head? It's just absurd. I love it.
Listen, Ray, there's no way a normal human being could stack stupidity.
Well, I would hope you would choose a model. Models are hot.
That's the only way that I ever visualized a model because I married one model and we had babies.
Hey, I'm a model.
Well,
You're a model?
Quick, just for
Is that Master Chief?
Before you go to that, there's some confused atheists in chat. No, Gemsy did not have the babies. His wife did. Thanks.
Oh yeah, there was.
I don't know if these Glovers know that. I don't know if these Glovers know the way it works, but you need two people to get that done. So, just saying.
A man
right. You need X and Y to make Z.
I don't want to go to the specifics. This is not the channel for that.
Please
go ahead, guys.
I mean, you need A and B to have C, right?
Oh my goodness. Why people are calling me names now? We have the Russian bot circus is back because that's always in. I don't know why you're calling me names, but I can't even pronounce the guy's name. How am I supposed to even reference this guy?
You like that insult, Exo? Smart guy?
I don't even know if that's really an insult. I can't. This guy he doesn't even have a name.
Call him a Rhodes Scholar. That's a good one.
Oh, wait, simulation. Hold on, we got a simulation issue. Black holes are glitches in the simulation. So cartoons in the simulation are glitches in the sim. I don't think that's accurate.
Partner, I'd say he's a glitch in the simulation, though. To tell you what.
Wow. That's why this audience can't go anywhere else. Where would they get this type of entertainment? And again, it's powered by atheists. Literally, the atheist globe power this entire movement solely, literally for free. Like, I don't have to do anything. I'm not coming up with any of this material. You guys are literally giving me the entire process of this display that we're giving you today. So thank you again, atheist.
Okay, what do you mean? I do claim you're lying to us. You say it's not very productive? Great. Let's be productive. Where's the Earth curvature?
Yeah, that is part 1 of your model. Where is it?
Try not to lie this time.
Wait a minute. What is this? Jesus will never save those that have nothing but contempt in their heart. Well, I'm telling people the truth, and I'm trying to stop getting them from killing themselves. So I don't know how much nicer I could be. Thanks.
Clearly, you've never been properly disciplined in your life. Exo's going easy on you people.
Yeah, love is discipline. That's the thing. Love is justice, discipline. You know, having consequences for the actions and crimes that you do. You're going to have to face the charges. You're going to have to face the music, as they say.
Yeah, if we didn't care for you, we wouldn't waste all our time trying to help you guys.
That's real.
Right, that's another point. Did I force them to come here? And did I handcuff them to my hand and now they're kicking and screaming and trying to cut off their arm? No, you came here. You came here and you're still here. I'm not forcing you to be here. You're powering me. You're giving me the ability, guys.
Are these people just scared? They're scared to talk.
Yeah, they're really scared when you start when they say, "Oh, like water level's flat," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, you mean Pascal's principles from 1800s? You know, Pascal's principles, and you know some science or natural law validated from these old scientists, they're old priests, right? That they forgot about." And I'm like, you know what a witness is. And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, well, there you have a bunch of homework to go do. And they're like, you haven't done the homework to know. And it's like, well, we're clearly here talking to you about it. So I think we've done some homework. I was like, you haven't done the homework.
Like, for anyone honest, when they first hear about it and listen to it honestly, they're like, so we're only supposed to be able to see so far because there's this giant bulge of Earth curvature that goes up into the air that blocks stuff. And then you find out that you can see way, way, way past where that would be. And then you still choose to think it's a ball.
Yeah, that's my thing. I ask them, I'm like, how much bigger of a binky do you need? You need a bigger ball? How much bigger of a ball do you need? Like, do you want to relinquish your orbital mechanics because all orbital mechanics are based on this R? And if that's debunked, where are you coming up with any of this stuff?
Correct. But it's like, I don't know. I guess part of it is kind of what you're saying in a way. They go straight to space, so you can pull it away. But it's like, my point is, someone's not actually being honest if, for the first time in their life, they realize that there should be a huge bulge in front of them, and majority of people never really thought about it. And then you realize it, and you realize that there's like a mathematical rate it should be there, and then you find out you see way past that.
And you realize that all this time you've been seeing way past that. Like anytime you're driving on the highway next to a really long lake, you were probably seeing too far.
Right. And so then you only have a couple options, right? Like, oh, well, where that was seen was it's just flat there. And then you realize it's like everywhere. and it can't just, it has to bend within a rate, right? Like it can't, the maximum is what we talk about. We talk about the maximum from the radius, so it can't be greater than that.
Yeah, the real killer, the killer for how far you're seeing and what's your observation is, if you were to take the hijacking perspective calculator, and then you're to add perspective into it again. Now we got big problems, because the hijacking curve calculator is disguising diminishing perspective into distant objects. But then now, if we're like, okay, this mountain, now what's the diminishing angle of that object plus the curvature? I think that is just like, you wouldn't see mountains past 40 miles. You wouldn't,
But
because it would be
doesn't matter. It's just like I'm saying, people aren't even real,
a
bro.
lot of
Like
things.
they don't know
They're
any.
not ready for that. Yeah.
Well, they don't know anything, dude. They don't know anything, and then they find out that there's supposed to be this giant bulge of physical Earth curvature, and so they immediately just go to Google and want to see the Earth from space. They can't even comprehend that. They can't even admit that their whole life they just assumed they lived on a ball, but never even thought about what it would look like to live on a ball.
Yeah, you're right. They have the inability of reaching intellectual honesty with themselves. That's what this whole cartoon disillusioned disbelief or belief in cartoons is all about. And that's why they want to have you focus on your phone. That's why they make movies like Don't Look Up, which just invert everything and just confuse everything. And so people think about these things, but it's like everything, if every single aspect of that movie was completely flipped opposite, it would be a very good, accurate movie. But instead, it's there to just confuse people so that they're asking questions. And it's like, no, like, you wouldn't see that mountain. The mountain would be completely gone. Mount Everest is like, somebody's asking me Mount Everest. So I got into the deep thing on how to calculate angular size and the linear size to calculate its obscurity. And I mean, that's why I love Flat Earth, because I'm constantly learning for free. And but that was the powerful thing, and I forget what I calculated and right calculation, but it's just like, you wouldn't see 2,000 miles, because they're saying you should see Mount Everest from Shanghai, China, or some shit. 2,000 or whatever, 2,000 miles, the closest city to Mount Everest. And it's like, you have infinite or infinite zoom.
But this is the funny part. To say something like that, then they're acknowledging there has to be this giant bulge that blocks their view. That you see psychopathic.
Yeah, but they say it's flat, and it's a very confusing, fascinating thing. That's why it's like, here, I wanna know all of this. I want to know all of it, because, like, don't tell me I don't know it. I want to know it. I want to know everything. That's all we're here to either know nothing or do nothing, or know everything and know nothing at the same time. It's like, whatever this is that we're here, I love it. I welcome it all. I find it fascinating. Like, what was it? Bendy Light, who thinks that we breathe sugar water.
Yeah,
He was saying that the gas, the pressure proved, and we wouldn't find that on Flat Earth. And then the first thing I looked up was a Flat Earth map with with the little pressure things on it, and it was like, what a goof, what a goon. It's so hilarious, like the layers they put over people's eyes, but it's very simple to just take them off. Like, the problem arises is that I was asking this other Ananda, I call her Anna. She said that the globe model wasn't a mobile that's put over baby child's heads, mobile. She says, oh, that's, you think a mobile is the model? And I was like, no, I was making fun of you, because that is the model that you still believe in, whatever, how old she is now. And she's believed that for now. But they want to put that on me. Like, no, it's not my model. I've long learned that people lie to you.
Cartoon. And if you think that cartoon's reality, you're just not in reality. And that's most people. And even me, because I've still got a lot to learn.
Well, I would say it's difficult to know what reality really is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just getting started figuring that out. I just realized that I had the totally wrong conception of it for, 30 some odd years, right? So I can't claim to know anything about reality, but I can at least claim to know that I'm working that out now.
Well, no, you know what reality is. I mean, reality is a part of your life. You know? What's
I mean, just saying, as someone who came out of a stupor after 30 years of thinking he was on a ball, I just don't want to be too arrogant, you know?
That was the simulacra. I mean, you are potential energy for, if you're in the simulation, your potential energy for that simulation. That's why EXO's so hard on the simulation guy, because it's like you're just giving yourself away. You know, you're not even fighting at that point when you just go full simi.
Starting to get my bearings.
Every day of your life, you see reality. And that's what it is.
Always did.
If when you're on the internet and all, even this, some sort of simulacra.
Yeah, we've all known reality this whole time, but we're just conditioned to distrust our sense of it, our own experience of it, so that we'll have to defer to an authority to tell us what everything is.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I think it all.
Well, yeah, you just concede your ability to think.
Yeah, you concede your ability of your senses that somebody knows better. I had some long argument with somebody. It was like they tricked me about.
You can't look at the Earth and see what it is for yourself. Leave it to the experts.
Yeah, these people are given tricks by like these teachers and stuff, and this is what's sad. And it's like they live and they're like my age, right? You know, so
People think that they're like in this modern sort of secular society, but they're more religious than ever, and they have a modern day priest class that they just renamed science, which has nothing to do with the scientific method at all. It's crazy.
Yeah, this argument was that that their teacher was like, in one of these, wish one of these containers is heavier, and they made the implication like you could see through them, you could see the water. It's like if I see any container, I'm gonna be like, well, this one's heavier, it has more water, clearly. But apparently they like disguised, and then so this person's living with this parlor trick that was in their mind forever. Now when they're 30, you know, they're like 40 years old, have a family, and they still believe this little parlor trick that their teacher taught them, that some container weighed more, so they shouldn't believe their senses because they fooled them. And I was like, doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that your senses were inaccurate. It proves that you were fooled.
Deep in the hypnosis.
That's what most of these little tricks that you come across, they're all just little tricks. And I don't know, it was a sort of epiphany moment when you try to say that your reality. And when I was a kid, I was like, this doesn't make sense. And so I was all into the space. I love it. I wanted to be an astrophysicist like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what I mean? I wanted to do that. I wanted to be that. I want to be an astronaut. And then you come to the realization that it's just all fake. And wasn't that you're not worth enough, you're not good enough. It was just like literally a controlled lie. Phil, hire me, motherfucker. Hire me, Phil.
Hey, so you know how they say that basically everything's centered around the center of the earth, and you don't have like spatial equilibrium that you establish level or anything like that. It's just all relative to the center of the earth. And well, what's really down in the earth, right? It's pretty obvious that it's just like how they say the great attractors, where everyone's going around. They say everybody is centered around down in the earth, which is of course where you would find Satan, or the dwelling of the opposition. So there's that.
Yeah, the obsession with sci-fi is what is sort of permeated this simulacrum that we live in. You know, people are willing to go into the metaverse. You know, they're talking about it, they're loving it. They don't know what it means. That's the problem with the terms that people use. They really don't understand.
So you've heard of Pokemon?
Yeah.
This is just a flat Earth representation right here.
I never thought of that, but I see what you mean.
Pika.
Pika. Pika.
Please stop saying profane words in Icelandic.
I'm the Charizard to your Globe cartoon.
Hold on, what?
I like season 7 of The Walking Dead. It takes a little bit of time, but I'm the Negan to your Globe.
Is this season 7 of The Walking Dead we're in now?
Who cares, man? They should have stopped after one. Like, guys,
this place.
True.
Yeah, it is interesting they're bringing that back, and the Matrix 4. They're just brainwashing everyone to accept the real life applications of what those things are talking about. Do you guys see this moon right here? It was balling the other night, over the ocean here. How is the moon causing a local reflection on the ocean in the heliocentric model, which isn't even really what it's called anymore?
I'm guessing refraction.
From what I understand, they tell you that it's flat up to the horizon, and that's where it begins to bend. So of course it would look like it's reflecting off a flat surface.
Right.
Talking about the local illumination aspect, though, and in addition, so if that's reflecting the sunlight, and we were watching the sun go down behind us, and when the sun went down, the moon was still reflecting a light. Isn't the sun on the other side of the earth being blocked by the earth? Then it's reflecting the light down to make a local reflection on the ocean. Makes no sense. What angle of light from the sun's going to come to the moon, go down and make that local illumination? Plus, why would it be that small?
Well, you got to take into account the magic speeds, so there's that.
Does anyone think here? So the sun's going down behind us, behind the Earth, and the moon is reflecting its light supposedly, which of course it actually just has its own light. Duh. But so what's the angle of light? It's down on the other side of the Earth, right? So what angle of light is coming to then hit the moon and make it go down straight to a local illumination on the water?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. The moon shouldn't be able to reflect the light like that uniformly, and the sun's light would be blocked by the Earth. So they would probably claim that the light is all getting refracted and bent around the globe, and then hitting that other globe, and then being refracted back down to look all flat.
Good old bendy light.
That's crazy. And it does always. Just always does this magic trick.
Yeah, regardless of its position or what's happening, it just bends just perfectly to never give up the illusion of it being a flat surface.
Gotcha.
Great model. You can predict anything with this.
Same thing with, like, I saw a picture as simple as, like, you got the Georgia Guidestones and you got the moon behind it. And I actually took some really dope pictures with the moon right behind the Georgia Guidestones one of the times I went and got time lapse and stuff. But anyway, so if the light's coming and reflecting off the moon and the moon is down in the sky below the Georgia Guidestones, why is it that, like, the Georgia Guidestones aren't lit up? Like, how does the light get to the moon? And if the moon's down lower than the Georgia Guidestones? Or, like, why isn't there any light on the Guidestones? You see what I'm saying? Same thing. Like, there is no line of sight. I think flat earthers get kind of nervous when they, like, question some of the narratives because they're like, I think the globe might have, like, a decently probable answer for this, you know? But no, they don't.
That's what I thought when I first started looking into it, and then I found it was a complete train wreck from the globe side.
Yeah, it just gets worse with each passing moment.
Yeah, I just thought, oh, for sure, maybe this debate, like the globe guy will just demolish it, yeah. And then every single time I was like, well, that was the opposite of what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that's why I think debates are good for us to do at times.
Yeah, they are, for sure. That was like the turning point for me because I'd gone through most of the flat earth stuff I could find and I was pretty convinced by it, but I just wanted to hear from the other side of the argument and just see if like they could address any of that stuff and like just yeah. Cleared it right up for me right away.
Well, this is why they would never do it on a mainstream stage or anything, because the only way a Glober can debate this is to literally interrupt and use red herrings and all kinds of fallacies. Like, literally. That's the way you can debate it.
The hand of anything you show them.
Or like I was just doing with just unverifiable nonsense claims that make no sense, but you just state them with confidence and then just look at people like, you should believe that.
I think one of the key moments for me and my turning point was Witsit, your debate with McToon, where you tried to get him to demonstrate pressure without a container, and then he demonstrates it with a container. I was like, wow, this is bad. This is way worse than I ever thought.
Yeah, you have to understand this leap of insanity that occurs. Like the guy in chat right now, they're admitting that no matter what you show them, like if I showed them a stretch of ocean flat for 1,000 miles straight out, 1,000 miles, they'll say, oh yeah, well, based on the refraction assumed index, that's what we'd expect. So no matter what you show them, they'll say that's what we expect. You can show them the Earth flat for 1 million square miles, which I literally have evidence. Literally, 1 million square miles. They'll say, oh, yeah, well, that's what we expect. So no, it's not about evidence anyway. They're literally claiming no matter what you show them, they will pretend as if that's what they would expect because of insert magical word, whether it's refravity, gravity, refraction, or a combination of whatever abomination they're going to use. It has nothing to do with evidence. They're just making stuff up to hide from the evidence.
Yeah, of course. Like, McLooney Tunes is one of those people that claims he believes in the Bible.
Really? I didn't know that.
Whenever I'm like, bro, the Bible literally says the opposite of everything that you're claiming. He's like, no, it's just not literal. It's figurative. And he always says, let me guess, you think that David literally fell in love because the woman's eyes literally looked like doves? And I'm like, whoa, you are an idiot. But no, right? Like I'm talking about the literal descriptions of the Earth and its creation. And then he says, I had an astronaut come and speak at my church that went to the moon.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Well, he just pretends that makes it real or something.
Yeah, I've heard him tell that story a bunch of times. Like, there's a really funny debate with him and Alex Stein where McToon rage quits after like 20 minutes. And it's about the moon landing, and his entire argument is a picture. He just chose one picture and he said, yeah, this proves it. This had to have been taken on the moon. There's no other way. And then Stein's basically just like, bro, I don't know if you know, but they, they have this thing called movies. And just like a couple minutes later, he rage quit.
Yeah.
So stupid.
What's that bit about David? He fell in love with what? Did you say?
Wait, do you believe in the moon landing?
Yes, McToon, of course. Actually, funny thing, right? The way I ended up making content and stuff like that was I would get fed up with people spam like globe zealots and atheists, nihilists spamming me on Facebook, pretending I'm dumb or whatever when I'd post stuff about the Earth. And so I'd be like, all right, I get off at 3. Like everybody come, I'd be like 5 people come, I'll add you in live and debate you. And then they removed that feature after I started doing it, but I would just rant, just like decimating Glover's live in the chat. And then Bob from Globebusters reached out and and then like basically prompted me to come on there and then start making content on YouTube. But all that's just to say it's that, but that wasn't my aim. I don't really like that too much. So I actually debated McToon. The first time was via him on Facebook. So I guess like him stalking some flat Earth group or something. And I was talking about, I didn't even know who Jeranism was. I didn't know who Globebusters was, really. Like, I didn't know who anybody was. I just was a flat earther on my own and, like, told people my real life, and that was it. And I was just obsessed with, like, trying to understand the electromagnetic aspect of it. And I was explaining to him, like, no, we're in an electromagnetic field, and what you're saying is just pressure mediation within the electromagnetic field, just like Tesla said. It's nothing to do with gravity. And then he spiraled and said, oh, I got an equation if you don't have one, blah, blah, blah. And then it turned into a moon landing debate, which is the only reason I bring it up. So like me and McToon have history in the sense that like I actually debated him, borrowed a friend's laptop to do it at the time, and yeah, like it was just on Facebook before I was ever on YouTube. And yeah, he thinks he won. I think he screenshot what I posted after that, like saying I underestimated the meaning. I underestimated like how many excuses he had for the moon landing to be real.
He says that every time, though. Every single time you guys debate, or he debates anybody, he just says, yeah, I won, hands down. He's in denial.
Yeah, all that long-winded thing to explain that, like, that dude is... he has a lie for every aspect of the moon landing. Which is so blatantly fake, right? It's so blatantly faked that you cannot reason with someone like that, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna double down no matter how stupid it gets. But I'd say you're doing good work because your McToon debates were a turning point for me in figuring this stuff out, so thanks. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, well, thanks for saying that, and that's not the reason I do them, but I had a principle, don't debate that dude anymore. In fact, the only last time I did, whenever Kai and I debated him and Carissa, I didn't even know it was going to be him.
He jumps in to try to save the Glober.
Yeah, I didn't even know that he was going to be there. Like, I don't talk to the dude principal. He just interrupts me a ton now. Like, I've destroyed him so many times that, like, he just has to scream and interrupt and lose his mind the whole time.
He's getting more unhinged as time goes on. I think, yeah, it's getting to him. He's spiraling.
But here's the crazy part. That dude doesn't even deserve to ever even be acknowledged. In all actuality, he's just, like, playing for the enemy, but not even well. And so I'm, like, always felt both ways about the debate thing. Like, it's exhausting for me. I feel like I have to, like, lower my vibration and have this conversation with this disingenuous person, but just in hopes that the third party that's honest that watches it wakes them up and it's like super draining. And I think that we should find creative ways to just do, wake people up without them. Like, just if we can have the real first conversations with people that are not like just adamant liars, that's all we should focus on. Like, there's arguably over half the population that may not even really just be organic humans anymore. We're like kind of past the, like if you're choosing the route of empty vessel, then it appears you will quickly attain it nowadays. And you can't really discuss anything of purpose or meaning or truth with a empty vessel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's talking to a wall.
Well, what's nice about the debate is it gets both arguments out there in real time, so you can like come to a decision much faster than if you look up both sides on your own outside of debate.
I agree. And I even said that same thing to Kai. Like, that's the good thing about it, is if someone watched, like, I'll tell her that if I had first heard of Flat Earth and then I got to see one of my debates or a debate, then I would have been like, oh, wow. Like, that would have woke me up so fast. I would have just known that once I was being super dishonest. So that's why I do it. But bro, it sucks, bro. So how about we move the angle towards, there are people that think there's a globe, but they won't be that ridiculous about it. See, it'll make the Globers zealots mad because they'll sit over here and be like, no, we have an answer for that, because they've come up with as many BS answers as they can, constantly trying to react in the trenches to defend the globe because they're actually insane. And if you have a real conversation with someone, they'll acknowledge that water finds its level, and that level means flat, and that horizontal means flat. And right, like, real people aren't going to say that, well, level is curved, horizontal is not flat.
Witsit, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why don't you believe in the moon landing?
Probably because it was the most blatantly fake nonsense footage I've ever seen.
Don't you think there's an interesting?
Okay, but like, are you determining that on like the footage and how you intuitively feel about it, or
They give you in the form of meme.
Can I just jump in? Why do you use the word belief?
It's a
belief.
belief.
Me or...
Yeah. Why do you use the word belief?
Wait, did I use it? Because
you asked why he doesn't believe in the moon
there
landings.
could be there could be room that it's false.
No, but the word belief is the point, right? You have to believe in it. That's
because I don't objectively know if it's real or not.
Well, there's no verifiable evidence.
I believe in it. I'm not like stating that it's like objective fact. I'm just saying I believe in it because tomorrow it could change.
Relax. Okay, you don't have to believe that grass is green because you can verify that for yourself, right?
Yeah.
You've used the word belief because you have to believe in the moon landings. Now you're talking to Witsit, right? So you understand how this is like a silly question, because we're not talking about when we're talking about the flat Earth, we're talking about moon landings, all this kind of stuff. We're talking about verifiable stuff. So belief is not in the question. No one cares what you believe when we're talking about reality.
Okay.
How does that not resonate with you? I don't get these people.
Dude, why are you getting so angry real quick? Like, just talk normally. You don't see me raising... No, hold on. You don't see me raising my voice with you. Just talk normally.
I'm not angry.
No, you're getting aggressive for no reason.
I'm not being aggressive.
Wait, this isn't football. So yeah, let's just be calm. We're just wondering why we don't see curvature, or why we do at the horizon. Apparently, we're supposed to see the curvature at the horizon when we're standing on the shore, and then all of a sudden we don't see curvature, and that stuff's flat at 130,000 feet. As the King Neil deGrasse Tyson said, the King Flat Earther Neil deGrasse Tyson, that stuff's flat.
Yeah, but so you asked me why I don't believe in the moon landing, and Crypto made the point that I would have made to you. The point is that, well, you have to believe in it, and I don't make a habit of blindly believing in things. Certainly not when the source is from the government, who is notorious for lying to the people continuously. In addition, I'll ask you, do you believe in this story in the form of meme? If you can go to the voice text.
Let me check the voice text. Voice text.
Okay, so
where's voice text?
It's right above this voice channel. It's called Livestream
Oh
voice.
yeah, I got it.
Okay, so you see the meme, and for the people that can't see it, it says things make you go and it says the 1950s versus today. Right, in the 50s on the left, we see the train, the plane, the automobile, and the lunar lander. And then on the right, we see a very advanced train, very advanced fighter jet, very advanced car, sports car, and then we've lost that technology from an astronaut. Does that makes it like? I think it's wild that you would even expect me to believe that.
What's his name? Let me look him up.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
That was him saying that very quote. Don Pettit, astronaut. So, don't you think it's crazy? You would expect me to believe that story?
Sure, but okay, hypothetically, in like 5 years' time, if we do go back to the moon, would you then believe that it was possible that we went back, that we went the first time?
Hypothetically, if a unicorn comes and daps you up to wake you up tomorrow morning, would you believe unicorns?
I mean, that kind of assumes they exist for me to be woken up by unicorns, for sure.
Right. So that's basically what you just asked me. Like, okay, well, whenever the unicorn comes and daps me up, we'll talk.
Yeah, can I address this just quickly as well? They've been saying now I'm in my 30s now. Ever since I was much younger, they've been saying, Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic, they're going to go to the moon and they're going to go to Mars and all this other stuff. 5 to 10 years, right? 20 years ago, they were saying 5 to 10 years. 30 years ago, they were saying 5 to 10 years. That 5 to 10 years never comes.
Yeah, they're just going to keep dangling this carrot.
This is a treadmill. Yeah, this isn't a destination. You're on a treadmill. You'll never get to the end.
Absolutely true. You're born potential energy. You are a battery. You do with whatever power you have willed.
Wait, do you understand what that it's an endless timeline, and they just pushed it back again. So
yeah, every 3 or 4 years, they're like, oh yeah, 5 to 10 years. It never actually comes.
Yeah, and if they actually did it all those years ago, we wouldn't be sitting here asking if they did it. It'd be as obvious as like Australia is. There'd be colonies up there. Like, there'd be no question.
So let's take a review here, right? So you're asking me if I believe in the story from the 60s from the US government, and then you're asking me if I hypothetically would believe they told me another story in the future. And so we'll go back to, I think it's wild you would expect me to believe this story, and we've just compounded on some more reasons why they can't go back. And the reason they say they can't go back is they can't even go through the Van Allen radiation belt. It's too dangerous for humans to do it. But they claimed in the 60s they did it numerous times. So why would you believe that?
Very good articulation.
He got quiet.
Yeah, you want to
As
explain?
Aldrin said, they didn't know about them.
Show me the
So
quote when
it's
this
safe if you don't know it's there.
Where they said that they can't go back through the belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, India. I don't know if you know about this, but before they discovered Archimedes' principle, nothing floated in water.
That's funny because they didn't know the Earth was a globe until the first person climbed a tree either. So,
right?
That's a globe proof, man. That's proof number 3. It's 7 proofs of the globe, right? Climb a tree. Nobody climbed a tree until, I guess it was Eratosthenes climbed the first tree.
Exactly. No one realized that since you can't see across the entire Earth, it can't be flat.
Well, they had to invent trees first before they can climb them. Duh.
Hey, Snow Forest.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a pretty crazy story to believe in? Certainly, as it's pretty easily detected you're younger. Why would you believe that story is the better question? I've asked it a few times. Have you considered it yet?
I'll just say, because of the overwhelming scientific consensus that it's true, that for now I'll believe it until it's contradicted.
No, wait a second. What do you mean by science? Why would you say scientific? There's no scientific consensus. They all admit they can't do it. That's the consensus. They admit it's not possible. So what world are you living in?
What do you mean they all admit it's not possible?
Yes,
Most scientists believe
everybody
it
on the
happened.
plane of existence does not know how to get to the moon. It's a worldwide consensus. Nobody can even tell you how to get there. That's the consensus. So what are you talking about? That's the consensus.
Wait,
that
can
it's
you
not
prove
known how to
that?
go.
Wait, can you
Yes,
prove
you
that
don't have
all
a
the
claim.
scientists are
It's your
claiming that they
claim.
can't go
You
back?
don't have a claim.
Yes.
You don't
Listen,
even have
Snow
a claim.
Forest.
Go ahead, Witz.
He just destroyed you, bro. But you need to listen and figure out how. Okay. So I just explained to you that NASA, for example, explains we cannot go back to the moon because we cannot safely.
Individual within that, so not like the entirety of that.
Why are you interrupting? NASA says we cannot go back to the moon. We cannot safely send humans through the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay? They say they cannot do it, nor can they even get the electronics that we use today through it. Okay? They say they cannot go back to the moon. They say they can't even get past low Earth orbit. And this is what NASA says, which is the leading space agency in the world. And all the other space agencies say the same thing. They cannot send humans through the Van Allen radiation belt safely.
Okay, you keep saying this is what these companies are saying, but you keep on showing individuals within that company making that claim. Can you show
No,
that these are like representatives, or that the majority of NASA holds this position?
Yes, it's an aerospace engineer for NASA that is publicly addressing the subject on behalf of NASA to the public.
Yeah, it's posted on nasa.gov. It's I just posted the clip from it as well, so you can watch it. It's only 7 minutes. They say it themselves.
Which one is it? Is it the one that says NASA's premise, try by fire?
Yeah, man.
Okay, let me watch it.
This is quite an interesting required standard of evidence as well, though, because you seem to be saying that if not everyone in NASA agrees with something, then it can't be claimed that NASA agrees something, right? I mean, this is like a really weird like fallacy of division and composition in the same fallacy. But regardless, you would then have to prove that everybody in NASA believes they live on a globe. And I guarantee you, there's someone who works at NASA who doesn't believe that. So.
I never said that everyone. I'm just saying the overwhelming. Overwhelming doesn't have to inherently mean everyone. It just means a large enough number.
Real quick.
It's like five people talking
Scientific
at once.
consensus. So he needs to describe it. What's the scientific consensus?
Bro. 1 second. Okay. You're now just throwing a different fallacy out to cover the previous fallacy. None of this means anything. Like, the majority of people believe something. Who cares?
But no, but these aren't just random people.
Mean anything.
I'm not just saying that these random people believe something. I'm saying
they're
this
not
is
random
people.
So you're field a majority with a field of credentials. Oh, great.
No,
Or
it
just like
would be
piling
if
logical
it's like
fallacies
if
to like
I'm
see how
saying
high
like
you can stack them.
You might break a record, bro.
No, it would
Nah,
be if I said that these randoms, for instance, if I go to a classroom of historians and say that these random historians believe that it's, what's it called? That the Earth is round. But I'm saying these people within this specific field are capable of actually making an opinion that's viable as saying that this is true. So whether or not you want to say that this is a fallacy, I don't really care. I'll just say fallacy,
you
fallacy.
raise
Just because something's
fallacy.
fallacious does not mean that it's wrong.
Actually,
That is
Doesn't
what
mean that
it
it's right.
a fallacy can never arrive at a true conclusion through the fallacy. You can argue for a truth with the fallacy, but it can never arrive there through the fallacy. So you're
Well,
not.
how can't it arrive there? Well, no, I'm not arguing for
Just
truth.
say your
I'm just
faith
arguing
is
that my
strong.
position
Just say
is
that.
more likely than yours.
No, see, that's an appeal to probability fallacy. So you just keep stacking them. How
Yeah.
far can you do?
No, you're assuming that just
Think about it like this. Think about it like this. You're saying that the mobster is the most trustworthy person to tell you about his profession and how it's not criminal because he's the mobster.
What?
Can I ask you? Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would find it interesting if you're an atheist, because a lot of atheists will say that they will use this fallacy on kind of God believing people, and so I would find it interesting to see how you would both use and defend the fallacy at the same time. But you're not an atheist, so it doesn't matter.
And you know what's so crazy, bro, is they've pointed out all these fallacies compiled on one to try to make one claim. But the ironic part is your appeals to them, if we let them slide, which they're inadmissible, but if we pretended they weren't, you're just making our point, which is that your side says they can't go back.
Well, sure, I'm about to read upon where they say that they can't go back.
Dude, are you not?
Have they gone back? Are they going there?
Let me say something for a second. Listen, what you should be able to do instead of using a plethora of logical fallacies is just like show us the telemetry data of how they got to the moon. How about that? You should be able to actually provide evidence instead of just like using these like I don't know, twisted, irrational arguments. Trying to convince.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Yeah, your argument is basically that the default is they went, and then we show you all these reasons why it's totally impossible, and you're like, well, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Really?
You never showed that it's impossible. You just
Well, you haven't shown any reason why it is, or that they did.
Yeah, I mean, this is like basic logic that the burden of proof lies with the claimer. So, but the basis is that like nothing happened, right? And so then if you say something's happened, you've then at that point made a claim. You then need to back that up with evidence, right? So if we're saying, well, no, bad logic isn't evidence, then you have to default to the position that the thing didn't happen. I mean, this is basic logic. So if you've got any evidence that say the moon landing did happen, cool, bring it, we'll look at it. But it's likely that it happened, or people at NASA think it happened. This doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, a lying government agency said they did something. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, did you even know any of those quotes were from NASA employees?
The only one that I knew was the one that said about the hidden technology that's practically in.
He said that
Not
they
hidden
destroyed technology and you
destroyed, hidden, whatever.
rejected it. So why are you lying?
But I'm not lying. My claim wasn't that NASA. It's what's it called? My claim wasn't what's it called? That a random NASA employee didn't hide the technology. My claim was that the overwhelming consensus within NASA is that they do have the technology. that
Hey,
they
so far,
So
it's
far,
not the consensus.
don't you think it's weird?
One.
Appeal to popularity, and that's not even what they say.
It's just like my example earlier as well, because you're saying that the mobsters are all saying that they're innocent, so we should just let them free. They didn't commit any crimes because they said so.
But wait, he's not being honest. We're not going to let him run around and lie. So you just said the only one you had heard of was the one that you originally contended and said wasn't true until we pulled it up. So what you're going to do now is say, okay, I honestly had not
No,
heard.
I never said it wasn't true. I even said that even if it's true, just one random I even
not a
asked if it was
random
the
person.
what's it
Wait,
called?
No.
The
please.
entirety of NASA, or was it a representative? I asked a question. I
Okay,
never made a claim.
when you say even if it's true, that was you acknowledging you had not heard it before, right?
Sure. Oh wait, no.
Okay, so when I say have you ever heard of them, the honest answer is no, right?
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be honest from here on out to have the conversation, my man.
Should I just ask Snow Forest? Don't you think it's weird that NASA would be telling us that for mankind's greatest achievement, they destroyed the technology that they supposedly used to do it? Don't you find that odd?
And all the evidence. Don't forget that.
And all the other evidence, right? So it's mankind's greatest achievement. We've done it. Now let's just destroy everything that says we did it. Don't you think that's weird?
Okay, but don't you accept the video evidence that we have?
They made a movie, man. It's unverifiable. It's a movie.
Okay, but
Well, no,
okay, can you
to answer the
prove
question,
it's a
though, don't you
movie?
think it's weird that they would have
you keep on
destroyed all the
dismissing things as movies or lying.
Let's see the original tapes. Oh, they erased those. So if there were outtakes on there that would show that was made in the studio, we can't see it. Unverifiable. Sorry.
How do you know they erased the original tape?
Hold on a sec.
Annoying.
Hold on a
We're
sec.
moving off the point. Cyclone made a point that hasn't been addressed, right? Whether there's movies of something isn't Cyclone's point. Can we actually address specifically what Cyclone asked, not like a derivative argument? Can we just stick with that?
Yeah, so
And what
Snow
did
Forest.
Cyclone even ask that I ignored?
That was me. I asked you, don't you think it's odd that after mankind's greatest achievement, they would destroy all the technology and all the evidence of mankind's greatest achievement? Don't you think that's odd?
If
why
they
would they do
did,
that?
sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, the guy who's on camera is a guy that NASA have allowed to be on camera to represent them, a former
Yeah,
claimed
sure, but I need
astronaut.
to look more into that. I can't just take your word for it. I need to look
Okay, well,
more
you
into
can
it.
look into it. You can look
Well,
into it in your own
they
time.
did a
But
whole
for the
show on
sake
the
of
BBC.
argument, because we've just shown you it, now that you have seen that this guy from NASA has said it, and you can go and check that in your own time, why would NASA say that? Why would they have done that?
I wouldn't have an explanation right now why they did that.
Can you think of any possible explanations? You can't think of even.
The only one that I can think of is to better the technology to make it more efficient for next time.
But why would that require destroying the existing
only
system?
I mean, that's the only possible
he
explanation that I can give right now without looking more into the.
Well, hold on. Like, this is a BBC documentary, sort of one of these little prank shows, a reality TV show. It's called Space Cadets. They did it on the BBC 10 years ago, and they tricked these people into thinking they were going to the space. They were going to the moon. That they believed it. The noise cut out, and these people supposedly believe it. Whether you want to believe it, whether who they chose the most gullible of which, that's what's up to interpretation. But it was a show. It was programmed. It was put there in 2007, and it was just making fun of people just believing going to space. You could put people in a basement and tell them they're going to space.
So that's not what
Can
we're
I,
talking about.
Sorry, can I just pick up on, maybe I can ask Cyclone's question in a slightly different way. Sorry, Wolfgang. Sorry, I'm used to you being Cyclone.
Go for it.
Maybe I can ask you in a different way. What's this guy's name? Snow Forest or something?
Yep.
Snow Forest. Okay. Let's just say that every single iPhone in existence vanished. Right? I clicked my finger and every single iPhone vanished. Do you think that Apple would still be able to make more iPhones, or would they not be able to make more iPhones?
If the only thing that vanished was the phones and not the... Sure, yeah, they should be able to make new...
Okay.
Actually, wait, hold on. If they had the pure knowledge of it, sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. So when they say we destroyed that technology, in context, what they're telling you is that they destroyed the knowledge to make that technology. There is literally no reason to do that at all. So when they say it, you know it's a lie. There's no good reason to destroy knowledge, right? So when they say it, you know they're full of shit. So why would you believe it for a second?
Well,
I actually
for
got a
now,
great answer from a
I
guy one
haven't
time who
looked
said
too
it was
deeply
so the
into it.
Russians couldn't get it. Sorry, I spoke over you there. Go for it, Snow Forest.
Well, I just said for now, I haven't looked too deeply into it. Maybe my opinion will change on this specific situation afterwards.
It's pretty easy to
That's why I asked you if you could think of any other possible explanations. And I'm being literal. Any other possible. If they say that they went to the moon, but they destroyed the technology and all the evidence they went there, what are possible explanations of that?
I gave the only possible explanation.
No, you missed the one where they didn't go, and that tech doesn't exist, and that's not a place they can go to.
Right. Is that a possible explanation?
Well, no, because the question kind of assumes they had that technology. You asked if they destroyed that technology, what's the possible explanation for doing that?
Bro, if they claim the reason they can't go back is because they destroyed the technology and all the evidence.
Okay, wait, hold on. Are you asking me in a hypothetical situation if they had it and destroyed it, what would be the possible explanation? Or are you saying
No,
in
we're
a
asking you why they're telling us that they're going to the moon and playing golf and coming back, and then
Okay,
when
sure.
people ask them, "Hey, can we see the evidence for that?" they say, "Oh, we destroyed it all." We're asking why they would do that, or why they would say that.
If you're saying why they would say that, then yeah, there would be more possibilities. Like, sure, they didn't go.
Yeah, there you go.
But like, another possibility could also just be to develop the technology. Who knows?
No, that doesn't make any sense at all. What do you mean develop the technology? They have to destroy what they went to the moon in. That does not make any sense at all.
They developed it by destroying it?
Back to my iPhone example. Do you think they need to destroy the plans for iPhone 6 as a necessity to develop iPhone 7?
Well, no, but they destroyed the technology to get. Well, they destroyed some of the iPhones to get parts to make the better phones.
So did they make a better lunar lander? Is that why they destroyed the 1960s tech?
I mean, who knows?
Bro, that isn't what I asked. What I asked is it necessary to destroy the technology for iPhone 6 in order to create iPhone 7? The answer is obviously
no, it's not necessary to do so now.
Fantastic, then just say no.
So then your plausible reason for them doing it is not a reason because you've just agreed that doesn't make any sense. So we're back to why would they say they've destroyed all the technology? And the
You guys, let him answer. You're bombarding him. Let him answer.
That is his answer.
Yeah, he's kind of answered. But I mean, we're just framing it a bit more specifically now that he's realized that his response isn't sufficient.
Right. Because the only way you're going to be able to figure out the truth about these things is to be honest, because the only way to find truth is honestly.
Well, yeah, I try to be honest, which is why I don't just believe it 100% or whatever.
Okay, and so we found out that we have one possible reason why they would claim they went to the moon, but then they destroyed the technology, and that is because they never actually went. They can't go there, and they lied. And we have no other possible viable explanations.
Well, I mean, they could. I haven't, again, as I said, I haven't looked too deeply into this NASA interview thing or documentary.
Right. We've been unable to track it. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
What's it real quick? What happened? Real quick, CD. Hold on.
First steps on the moon.
What happened to the scientific consensus? What would drive you to be so crazy to make a claim like that? And now you're hiding from it. Was that another lie?
No, I'm not lying about the scientific consensus.
Can somebody ask him to explain this?
Right, because he explained to you that the consensus on your side is that you can't go all around the whole world.
Can you show that is the consensus?
Oh, wait a minute. It's your claim, though. Don't take the bait, Wits. You're the one who said there's a scientific consensus. Where
Sure, I
did you
can
get that
show you the
information
the scientific consensus.
It's your claim, and now you're asking me to prove your claim.
Yeah, sure, I can
That's a lie.
prove it. That overwhelmingly, the scientific community believes that we went to the moon.
You don't know. No, they're not. That's not science. Believing in a cartoon on TV has nothing to do with science. You have to prove that's science. That's not. It doesn't matter what they claim. That's not science at all. That's the point.
And the point is that the consensus on your side, which is not scientific, but the consensus.
No, but when I say scientific, I mean the scientific community.
Okay, well, the consensus of what you're misidentifying as the scientific community is that you can't go to the moon, and this is the consensus of everyone in the world as of 2022.
It's not, though. I can show you that the overwhelming scientific community believes that we went to the moon. It's not hard to do.
No, that we cannot send humans to the moon today. Can you cite a space agency that says they can send humans to the moon today in 2022?
Today, well, I mean, there's economics that goes behind it, so I would say no, not today.
That is not their explanation for why they cannot go. They get $54 or $60 million a day at NASA, for example. That is not the claim. So that $60 million a day isn't enough to go back to the moon in 50 years. They say we can't go back to the moon. I just explained that. We all have. You see how you're being put in a position where you're required to constantly shift your feet around, double speak, make stuff up, contradict yourself, because you're defending a lie, and to defend it is going to require you to start to lie.
But it's not a lie. I've said multiple times I haven't looked too deep into this. So just be a claim without the sufficient background knowledge on the topic.
Well, you made a claim that the scientific consensus.
Well, I can show the science. Yeah, I know that the scientific consensus is that we went to the moon. I can show that, but you keep on.
No, that's not even what you said. That's not even what you said. We said.
Well, scientific community, should I say?
No, but you said that we told you they all say that we cannot go back to the moon. And you said that's not true. The scientific consensus is that we can send humans back to the moon. So, can you cite one space agency even claiming that?
That we can send humans back to the moon? Yeah, sure. I should be able to find it.
Okay, good luck.
And when you're now saying, I'm sure I should be able to find it, obviously that means when you said that you knew it was scientific consensus we could go back, you were just making that up. Because now you're having to go try to find something that you're quote unquote sure you could
Well,
find.
no, you're twisting what I said. I said that the scientific community majority agrees that we went to the moon.
No, this is all recorded.
Yeah, no, it's recorded.
Right. So when we said they say they can't go back, you said no. The scientific consensus is that you can send humans to the moon.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Or community, should I say that? Yeah, we can go back to the moon.
But that's
never been.
dude. This is wild. Okay, they all say they can't go back. You're saying they all agree that you can go
Well,
back.
I never said that all. I said the majority.
Okay, cite one then.
No, not
Cite
even the
one.
majority.
Well, no, he needs to understand. You have cognitus. You're saying it, but you just admitted you don't even know that it's true because you can't even name one. You'd have to go find it, and you quote unquote are pretty sure you could.
Yeah, he doesn't know that all the space agencies admit what you said, Vincent. He just believes otherwise, and he changed what's quella minky?
Oh shit.
Whatever. He extended the circle basically to encompass all of the scientific community and what they might believe about what's possible, not the specific people who are actually claimed to not be able to do it.
Yeah, you're making generalizations about millions of people, and it's just an appeal to an authority, and it's completely anti-scientific, by the way.
And a good percentage of the population at the time didn't believe the moon landing was real. And you have come in here and asked me why I don't, and conceded you're not even sure why you do. We then informed you about how they admit that all the evidence that would prove they went, they destroyed it. That the technology that got them there, they destroyed it, and that they can't go back because they can't replicate that technology because they must have destroyed the knowledge and the technology as crypto broke down to you. And now they say they can't send humans safely through the Van Allen radiation belts. You didn't know any of this. We've informed you now. This is their official position in 2022. And now you're just saying, nuh-uh.
I would also just like to illuminate the escape to the future fallacy, which was highlighted earlier. But this is all you'll hear from these space agencies, is that we might be able to do it in 5 to 10 years' time. This is functionally the same, I guess, as the God of the Gaps fallacy. I keep bringing it up because I know atheists are listening. So maybe they've heard this fallacy used by Richard Dawkins et al. In that I'm sure something might happen in the future, therefore it's true now. Like this isn't logical. So yeah.
Are you following what we're putting down, brother? So, crash course for you, bruh. Here's the truth pill, okay? And I don't suggest taking pills from random dudes in trench coats, but the Earth is stationary, meaning, of course, not moving. It's geocentric, meaning the center of everything that exists. Everything in the sky revolves around the center point, which is Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the Earth. And that is, of course, the center of the surface of the flat Earth that isn't moving, and it is contained. And the sky just keeps on completing its cycle over top of us, as it always has for all recorded history. And that's where you live. They drew a circle around you called the 60th south latitude, and it is illegal to go past this outer circle. And every major world country in the world has agreed to this stipulation that you can't travel there. You were lied to about where you live. We found out. They came out, admitted they censor it. They make it really hard to find the information. They cannot debate nor prove the globe. We have literally falsified it.
It was quite convenient that we can't go beyond the 60th parallel for reasons, because back when there were well, I mean, there's still ships and trade now, but back then the reason for not going beyond a point was sometimes fear mongering, like, oh, you'll never make it out. Oh, what about this monster? Or what about uh, being able to navigate your way back for whatever reason? There's always stories about this kind of thing. As a matter of fact, uh, one of my favorite animes right now, Vinland Saga, takes place in the north, where, funny enough, they always mention to the west, if you go far out enough, there's sea creatures that will eat you, and nothing exists beyond that. Funny enough, there's a lot of that going on in the storytelling of cartoons. Because if we just lived on a globe and that was just the true narrative for everybody, then there would be no reason to make up a world in which it were flat, in which there was no more of it, right? Because a ball just loops back around on itself. So that's just what it is. But it's just really funny that you can find instances in history with certain cultures who are afraid to go beyond a certain point because that was the general knowledge for whatever reason. And then people ask, well, why would they lie?
Well, that's a perfect segue to what I was about to say about what you're saying, which is why, like, they used to fear about you can't get up there, you'll burn up, you'll die, blah 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 blah, and they chose to lie and say they did it. So why did they lie? Well, that's when they claimed they turned around and saw the Earth was a ball and proved it definitively. So, Snowforce, did you know that they supposedly took a picture of the Earth in 1972, and that was the only real picture of Earth that was even claimed for decades?
Which picture is that? Is that the one that Carl Sagan makes his speech on?
I don't know.
Um, let me tell you.
But do you understand the important part is that they claimed they went to the moon, which they clearly did not, and that when they went here, they turned around and took a picture of the Earth being a ball.
Oh yeah, I know which picture you're on about. Yeah.
They say they definitively proved it, right? They went out in space, turned around, and took a picture of the Earth, which they didn't actually go. And if they didn't actually go, well, what you would probably see is them not claim any more real pictures of the Earth being a ball from space. Well, guess what they did? They did not claim that there were real pictures of the Earth from space after that. They admit all the other ones are composite images, CGI. Did you know that?
So let me just get this. So you're saying that that little picture, the picture of that little dot or whatever that they took was not real? Could you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, they claimed that they were ricocheting around the moon, but they never actually went to the moon, so it couldn't be real, could it?
Well, I mean, if we posit that they didn't, sure, but
Well, we just covered how there's literally no evidence that they did
well,
go.
no, I said many times I didn't do too much research on this before jumping here. Like, if you if I do more research on the whole NASA documentary stuff, sure.
Okay, so either way, so then you understand that they say that that's the first real picture of the Earth from space.
Sure. If it is, so
Yes,
what?
in 1972, NASA claimed they took the first real picture of the Earth as a ball in space. That was part of the moon missions.
Okay.
Then they didn't claim another real picture of the Earth being a ball from space after that.
But why would they need to?
Why would we rest for 50 years and not have another picture of the Earth from space?
No. Why would they need to claim that we've got other real pictures from space?
Because
I mean, currently, like currently we have live streams 24/7 that live stream the Earth.
It doesn't show the Earth as a ball in space.
It kind of goes around the Earth. It doesn't.
Okay, and can you see all the Earth as a ball in space?
No, you don't need to see the entirety of it. If an object is going around another object, then and it's actually going around the object, then sure you can prove by that it's round.
Not if it just goes over top of it.
Yeah. What do you mean exactly?
So you're saying something can't go in a circle over top of something else?
I mean, it could, but from what we can see, it's going around it, not like just going in a circular motion.
No, dude, the footage from the ISS that you're talking about is
Yeah.
a real, and mathematically you wouldn't even see the curvature from there. Supposedly they went all the way to the moon where you could see the Earth was a ball and proved it, but then they never claimed they had a real picture of the Earth in entirety a ball again after that. Will you please address that point? We know you didn't know that. Now, I'm asking you to critically assess why did they not even claim they had a real picture of the Earth, even in the 2000s, all the way up?
Because they don't need to claim that we have real pictures of the Earth if we already had the technology to take real pictures of the Earth in 1969. I don't see
70.
why claiming that we have real pictures of the Earth in the early 2000s would matter anymore.
Okay, glad we got here. So it's actually 72. So if that, listen carefully, Blue. If that picture that they claim they took in 72 in the moon missions isn't real, because if they didn't actually go to the moon, right? Let's say if they didn't go to the moon, then you agree there's no real picture of the Earth being a ball in space.
Well, yeah, that's a bit obvious. If they didn't go, then there wouldn't be a picture.
Right. So if it's fake, there's literally nothing that exists that's a real picture of the Earth being a ball in space.
Well, I mean, you don't really necessarily need to go to the moon in order to take a picture of the Earth, though. You could just get a far away distance from the Earth in order to do so.
But
even hold on, let me finish this last one. Even if they didn't go to the moon, it doesn't mean that the pictures would still be fake. They could have went a sufficient distance away from the Earth in order to take that picture without necessarily going to the moon.
Well,
so
no
they
one.
lied about
real quick,
but
real quick,
showed you a real picture. That's your argument.
real quick.
Say that again. You cut out.
Can I just address what he said? There's no human in existence, or no one who even claims that they can get far enough away to take a picture of the Earth so that it looks like a ball. In fact, the people who have only been quote unquote, because I don't believe this because there's no sufficient evidence for it, but the people who supposedly are up there in the ISS, well, if you do the math, the field of view is such a small amount of the Earth that the horizon would appear flat. That's what is his name? I forget his name right now, but Paul Larson, the planetarium director, says this. And he's a person who believes that he has a ticket to Mars. So mathematically speaking, no one in existence has seen the Earth even with curvature. I mean, I could give you the citation. I could even give you the video if
I'm
you'd
just
like.
writing it down on my notes to look to research it later. But sure, give me the citation.
Also, the things that we send you, because I'm about to dig it up because they removed it so many times off of YouTube. The only place I can find it is because our admin Indio put it in a clip in his videos, and that hasn't been taken down yet. It's really weird how whenever you want to find information, it continuously is destroyed. That seems to be the narrative of these people.
Yeah, I disagree with taking down information. I think all information should be argued in public.
I don't think liars agree with you.
I found it great. So if you go to the live stream, I'm about to post it in just a few short seconds here, and it's at the 3 minute mark, but I think it's already timestamped about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And he explains the reason that flat earthers are correct in saying you can't see a curve, and that's when he goes to give the example of on the ISS and how it's not necessary for them to show a curve when there couldn't be a curve because obviously he believes that they're up there. Neil deGrasse Tyson has said it too once upon a time. I can't find that anywhere though.
Yeah, I'm about to show y'all some pretty nice grave views there. Are you understanding what he's putting down?
Sure, but I'm writing it down my notes to further look into it after.
That stuff is flat.
Hey, don't you think if the Earth's a ball, you'd have to see it curve?
Depends from what height.
Correct, because that's what he just explained to you. You're right. And so this goes back to, hey, man, if it's 2022, shouldn't we have like 4K definition live streams 24/7 from outside the Earth where you see it as this magic, beautiful blue marble ball spinning around in emptiness? Shouldn't we be able to see the curve on the Earth as well?
Don't we already have that? Wait, let me look at the live stream currently.
So if he just explained to you that we don't have these heights up above it to see the curve, and we're asking for, can you get curve on the Earth? Where is it that you saw that?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, I don't want to rush you because don't get rushed and like be dishonest, right? Just keep it real, keep it 100, keep it 100.
I mean, yeah, if you look on the space videos live stream, I mean, the camera is high enough to see curvature and the Earth floating in like a dark area out of space.
That's why you have to do the math to discover that what they're doing is deceptive. I mean, if you're just gonna take
Well,
people's
yeah,
word for
yeah,
everything
you
you
have to
see,
take into account like camera lens and all that stuff, but
well, that's the point. He's telling you that they're using fisheye lenses. Now, this is assuming they're at the heights that they claim they are. That's the point.
okay, but do all camera like I don't know much about cameras. Do all cameras like lens or bend? What's it called? Like warp images, or is it like specific cameras that do that?
You're gonna have some imposed curvature with any lens.
Okay.
Some are much worse than others, like a GoPro is a fisheye lens. But like say in wide angle lenses, which is what they usually use, like it creates such a wide angle that it does impose some curvature based on movement as well, and stability and direction of what you're viewing.
Okay.
So you can easily make something look like it's curving with any camera based on your angle on the lens.
Sure, yeah, you can do that, sure.
Okay, well, obviously they're doing that if they claim to be 255 miles up in the ISS, and he just explained to you that mathematically someone who thinks they have a ticket to Mars explains to you that actually you wouldn't see the curvature from the ISS, yet their live stream shows curvature. So what's the explanation for that?
I'd need to look more into that. Could you repeat that? Let me write it down.
Wow. If a guy who runs the world's biggest planetarium, who thinks he has a ticket to go to Mars and fully believes in your model and the Earth being a ball, says that if you're 252 miles up in the ISS, that you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth, then obviously when there's supposed live stream footage from the ISS 252 miles up and it shows curvature, it cannot be a real depiction. It cannot be reality.
I mean, at that point, you'd have to be saying, should I take the word of this guy or should I take actual evidence from
No,
the
the math,
ISS
the
showing that there is
math.
curve?
No, you could do the math yourself. Anyone can do the math. That it's not just his word. It's the literal model that they claim is true. According to the model, the
Okay,
ISS is
but
not
like,
high enough away from the surface to actually show anything but a flat surface or a flat horizon.
okay, but don't you believe like with the external factors, maths could be off? Or mathematical
No, the
conclusions could be
model
off?
necessitates the model makes a mathematic claim, right? It claims the Earth's a sphere with a certain size.
Let me use an argument that you
The guy,
recognize. There's a
the,
consensus of the majority on the math.
the guy that you guys are talking about is a subject expert, right?
Oh yeah.
So he knows what he's talking about. So if this guy's saying that he might be wrong, no, he's the object. He's the expert
Okay,
on
but
this
you
on
kind
this
of
subject,
grilled me on
man.
using the same kind of logic before and just said that there's just an argument from authority. I mean,
No,
you're
he's
using
explaining
the,
that's
no,
the
wait, hold on,
expert
you're
on
using
your
this.
side because of the math that your model claims. You don't know the math. You haven't done the math. You don't know it claims a certain thing. The guy that's an expert on your side that believes the model and knows the math shows and speaks about the math that you can do yourself. So if you do not know what it is and you're disagreeing with the expert on your side, it's very foolish, isn't it?
With the single yeah, even if he did say that, I mean that's a single individual. Would have to look more into this to see like how many people actually agree with them, which is why like actual scientific papers require peer reviewed because just the word of an individual person is
Yeah,
not taken
they all
too.
agree with him on the size and dimensions of the imagined space ball.
Right. Are you
Sure,
saying they don't all
I need to
agree?
look it forward even.
Right. Are you saying they don't all agree on the size of the Earth?
Uh, well, not to like the most accurate degree, since it's not like completely round. There's like distortions and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
everyone agrees that the Earth is a certain size. That believes the Earth's a globe, it has to be a certain size. It literally has to be a certain
Well,
size.
yeah, it has to be a certain size, but I'm saying they don't agree like to the very to the exact same like.
Yes,
What I'm
they
trying to
do
say is they
actually.
don't.
Witsit,
They-
yeah,
Like,
Witsit. We have got to get a citation for that. I'd love to see a disagreement. That, of course, we're going to find out he's not telling the truth again.
Right.
That's what happened to the scientific consensus? Now there's a scientific disagreement consensus. Is that what it is?
No, scientists kind of agree and disagree. No, I'm not saying that
Why
they
do you
disagree.
just
No,
come,
no, hold on, hold on. I'm
Snowflake?
not
Why
saying
do
that
you
they.
just have to make
Wait,
stuff? Why do you just
hold
have
on.
to make
Wait,
stuff up?
can I just
Hold
can I
on.
just finish
Okay,
this?
I've been talking too long. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm saying that they don't agree to like to the exact same numbers. Like, they agree to the same.
Why? Okay. You just keep repeating yourself. So why are you making stuff up? I mean, why can't you just
I'm
say,
not
I
making
don't
stuff.
know. I'm not sure, Witsit. That's a good question, Witsit. Let me look into that. Instead, you just make stuff up. And this is why this religion is so dangerous. This outer space fantasy turns you into this weird person that just makes stuff up and has to lie to protect it. That's how we know it's so dangerous.
Right. Because you're saying that they agree on the numbers, but they don't all agree on the number.
Yeah, I'm saying they agree to the same order of magnitude. Let's just use that term. They agree to the same like no, thousandth, but they wouldn't agree to the exact same. I don't know. Let's say tens.
Yeah, and that large value necessitates that from the ISS they would see a flat horizon, they would not see Earth curve. So the math dictates that they are obviously using fisheye lenses.
A matter of
But,
miles wouldn't change that, bro.
but again, I'd have to look into the math stuff.
Okay, but what's so funny is you didn't have to look into any of the beliefs you hold about how we know the Earth's a ball with a certain moving a certain speed that we jumped off of, going at a certain speed, attaining a certain altitude to get orbit, then went around the moon, and then we came back after playing golf. And you didn't have to look into those things. But as we are now explaining actually those things to you that you
No,
believe,
actually,
no,
my
listen, listen,
Creole
listen.
like
I agree with you is what I'm saying. I agree with you that you need to look into them because you came in here thinking you knew them to be true, and we found out you didn't know what you thought to be true.
no, I just asked for one person's opinion on why he doesn't like accept the flight. The what's it called?
The moon landing,
The
yeah,
moon
you asked
landing.
that.
Yeah.
That's right. But since
And
then,
then it turned
you
into
have
this whole other thing when the other guy came in all aggressive.
okay, but do you
It was
understand
my
it's
fault.
evolved
Yeah.
into you explaining to us that you actually don't know these things, right? Like, for example, do you know the radius of the globe Earth that you think is real?
Uh, with a quick search, I can get like the
Okay,
approximated
okay.
number. Sure.
Yeah, if you Google it, you can find out. It'll tell you 3,959 miles. But our point to you is that that number has to be true if the Earth is in fact a globe, right? And we're using that number to explain to you what you believe is true. So it's their math, it's your math, it's not ours. So you can't disagree with your own side while trying to advocate it at the same time. You are double speaking. You're trying to lie. Exo just nailed it. It requires you to lie. Just drop it. Drop it. It's no big deal. You've come to a place where everyone knows every detail about it. You're not expected to know as much as we do. Just humble yourself. Be honest. Ask honest. When you get new information you didn't know, you don't have to try to defend the lie and make stuff up. Just consume the information. Go verify it. Be honest. It's pretty easy.
Well, yeah, sure. I said that multiple times that I came here blind just to have a discussion on his opinion on what's it called, why he doesn't accept it. That's it.
It's me. It's who you're talking to right now. But like, let me ask you this: what is it? If the Earth truly were flat in outer space and the fairy tales about it that they told us are fake, what about that is it exactly that scares you?
Uh, there's nothing that scares me. I mean, let's just say like today, like every single scientist just comes out and says that the Earth is flat. I'll just accept it.
Okay.
Wow.
So, listen. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Okay. So if the Earth is flat and they lied about all these stories in outer space, if that was true, right? What part of that truth is uncomfortable? And your answer is you need a bunch of other people to say it first. So your answer is
No, but
I'm almost done. Your answer is that your fear lies in not being part of the majority.
No, it wouldn't be.
Yes,
My
there you
fear
go.
would be
Yep.
going on the wrong side of science, because science is constantly changing. That's the good thing about it. Like what's known, what's acceptable, claimed to
Can
be
I
false today could be claimed to be right the next
can
day.
I interrupt for one moment? I want to ask a question. I'd like to just ask a
Sure.
question. There's just one thing I want to unpack. You say science is always changing, right?
Yeah. Well, the
Okay.
scientific community's consensus on something, sure.
Ah, well, that's not really science. What I mean is it's actual science. When does it change?
Uh, if by
The me-
science you mean how we get claims, like the scientific method,
the
I don't
scientific
know.
method doesn't change. Otherwise, that just doesn't.
No, it doesn't change.
Okay. So are you talking about like the understanding of things might change with new information?
Yeah.
Okay. So like if I cause water to boil by applying heat, is that ever going to change?
Uh, if you're no, no, no.
No, if I'm using that as my independent variable, heat, to cause water to boil, the dependent variable, in an experiment, that by definition is not going to change ever. That is the cause
No.
in that experiment. So science doesn't always change, does it?
No, the method and on how you get the
Well, on
scientific.
anything you rely on in life, it doesn't change.
No, when I meant science, well, maybe you kind of got confused. Every single time I use science in the discussion, I meant the scientific community. Maybe I should explain that.
Yeah, but that's like a load. Who cares what the scientific community says? It's just a
What?
group of people. I mean, and groups of people
Yeah,
have
a
always
group of
been
people
groups
that
of
are
people.
expert within the subject. These are not just
Yeah,
like
but
random
what's the
people off the
subject
street.
though? But what's the subject though?
To explore reality using a certain method in order to come to
Okay.
specific conclusions about reality.
Okay, so there's a Veritasium video you can look up. It's that 80% of published so-called scientific papers are wrong. And if you actually dig into the data, it's way more than that. That's just that are known to actually be wrong that are still published.
Wait, did
And
he
less
actually say
than
scientific, or did he just
yes,
say
these are scientific
psychological?
papers. These are scientific
Or
papers, peer reviewed,
in
so-called
psychology?
peer reviewed. So here's the thing: less than 1% of all peer-reviewed publishings actually use the scientific method, and it's almost all in the biomedical industry.
Okay, but when talking about the
Less than
biomedical industry,
1%. So to me, that's a bunch of stupid people, all just using a method of peer review, which is community consensus, to control narratives. That's not trustworthy. That's stupid. I
I'm
think that's the
pretty
most
sure. I'm
unintelligent
pretty sure
method of like.
Veritasium was talking about the psychological community, but maybe I remembered
No,
wrong.
no. They cited the 2006 and 2005 published paper that went and dug out all the data on this. They're talking about scientific publishing. They're not talking about psychological journals.
Unless I remember someone else saying that. Okay.
But see, that's the problem is peer review. Do you know what the big problem with the scientific community is? It's peer review. The peer review process is the problem. It's the community itself that is the problem. Because when a community operates on assumptions that they're unwilling to change, they then only approve the people that already agree with them. And so your consensus, your so-called scientific community, is the actual thing that holds back real science. Because it's not informed of how it self-operates on a social dynamic level. Because that's what groups do. They create an in-group and an out-group. You agree with the group, your stuff goes through peer review, gets approved. You don't agree with the group, it doesn't even get to peer review. And I'm not even saying there's like any grand conspiracy. This is just normal human behavior. This is how
Yeah,
humans do
your
things.
human have biases. Yeah.
So that's
The
just what
What are you talking about?
I just wanted to unpack that one thing that nobody should trust anything that they're told.
Yeah, sure,
Because
but like,
ultimately, It's done by groups of humans who have prejudices and opinions that they don't even know they're using.
Yeah, sure, but like within like physics, peer reviewed, it's generally yeah, there are assumptions. There are assumptions in everyone, but like within things like physics, it's generally, does the math hold up, or does this thing that can be verified hold up? Like they don't like accept or reject something based on how they feel. It should
So
be.
I was in a this is about, I don't know, 14 years ago now. I was in a physics Reddit thread, and these were
Reddit
all guys.
thread.
These were all guys from university, college. Some of them had their master's degrees, and they all just talked about physics. This big long thread. They were talking about the Cavendish experiment, right? And how they all did it, and they all got these different numbers, and how they would reverse engineer the numbers to find the hidden G, and that's where everything matched up. And there was one smart physicist among all of them who said, what if what we're actually measuring is the tension, is an unknown variable of tension in the rod? In other words, are we measuring the instrument itself? And all of them, in a very cult-like way, attacked him, banned him, and downvoted him, and then deleted the thread. So, no, physicists are not open-minded. They're not explorers. They're just as dogmatic as every other religion or institution that there is. They are humans, just like everyone else is humans, and they operate with the same assumptions and follies and fallacies that everyone else does. There's nothing special about them. I promise.
I'm not saying there's anything special about that. I'm just saying within the specific subject that they should be experts at. They should be more reliable than the average person within the specific subject.
Yeah, but what happens when a free thinker is among them? You know exactly what happens.
But like, what do you mean by free thinker? Like, for instance,
Like the physicist who said, maybe we're measuring the instrument.
So you know how you thought that, well, surely, with physicists and accredited peoples, their feelings are left out of it. Well, do you know, as it pertains to whether the Earth is uh, geocentric or heliocentric, that is purely based on their feelings and not based on evidence. Not because I said it, but because hundreds of them have said it. I'm talking about
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry.
Wait, I'm just trying to. I just want to get you to know that.
Could you repeat that? You kind of broke off for me.
For instance, like Einstein. For instance, like Hubble. And various other people. They've said that whether the Earth is geocentric or heliocentric is a philosophical matter, aka because of their feelings, not because of any actual evidence. Did you know that?
No. Wait, who said that? Einstein?
Like I said, many of them. Like, there's no reason for you to have made the statement that if it's a bunch of physicists and a bunch of peer-reviewed papers, their feelings would be left behind. It's just not true. I mean, just sign up for like Scientific American and actually pay attention.
Okay.
All people have. The reason we're here is because one day we decided to actually pay attention. That's all.
Okay, but from what I learned here, it's usually paying attention to niche statements from niche people and then ignoring the overwhelming statements.
No, that's just your confirmation bias. Because
But
what
that could also be
niche?
your confirmation bias as well.
Wait, how is
Like,
Einstein niche people?
well, besides Einstein, but Einstein said a lot
How
of
is
things.
Edwin Hubble niche
Wait,
people?
hold on. Einstein said a lot of things that were
But you are
had a
saying
deeper
that
meaning
you are
behind them.
saying that the various things that we've found,
Einstein was like massively misquoted as well.
but you are saying the various things that people have found here are just niche statements. Well, the geometry of the Earth specifically is not. It shouldn't be a niche conversation. Whether or not the math about the geometry of well, being at the height of the ISS and what you would be able to see versus what they show, that shouldn't be a niche topic. There are a lot of things that people are ignorant about that shouldn't be niche topics. But I don't think that's what you were saying. What you're saying is that we're quoting people, and you can effectively, you basically saying that we're quote mining.
We're both
But
what?
what?
Could you repeat the last part?
The bottom line is whether the Earth is geocentric or heliocentric, that's not a niche topic. In fact, they all, majority of them spoke about it, and they all admit that it's a philosophical view, not a view that can be ascertained from scientific means. That's not niche. So I don't even know why you would address that statement with that comment. I don't
Okay,
understand.
but yeah, yeah, it can be for both though. Like to determine whether the Earth is geocentric or heliocentric, it can be tested via scientific means. Whether
No,
or
we
not,
didn't.
even if they said that it is, let's just assume that they all said that it is a philosophical topic. It still is a scientific. It can still be tested via the scientific method in order to find the conclusion.
No,
I
it
don't.
says for example, these are top tier astrophysicists on your side. One of them say we determine this based on philosophical grounds alone. What does alone mean?
Well, but we have multiple people throughout history that have shown, or at least tried to prove the Earth is round via scientific means. So these
Yeah, like
statements
Aries
could just be
failure.
negated by the overwhelming
Yeah,
evidence of multiple people that have tried to test it or have
Name
tested it.
one. Name one.
I forgot his name. Wait, hold on, let me try.
Wow.
Aries failure.
So it's such a large group of people that you can't name one.
Yeah, I'm interested in this
Generally, I don't
scientific
really
proof.
think about this because most of them do.
So then you're admitting you just assume it.
Yeah, sure.
Like, this is the details of your belief, Snow Forest.
What if
You could also say an overwhelming amount of people say the vaccine is good, and nobody's saying it's bad.
All right,
That's not true.
Yeah, but what if your assumptions are wrong, bro?
Yeah, I think no,
That
that's
could be
his
wrong.
problem. He just assumes somebody knows something better than him. He can't win an argument against any of us. So he just
Well, let's
assumes
let him
somebody
answer
can,
Richard's question.
and he's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's
But
wrong.
it just isn't logic. I still have a bone to pick. It just wasn't logical or reasonable for you to say that even though I said that majority of the people in academia in the past and today are on paper saying that they can't determine whether or not we're geocentric or heliocentric. And then you just say, yeah, but we can. I don't understand why you would do that if you don't know for sure.
I would imagine.
You don't know that there's uh tens of documents. I don't know how many documents from NASA and from other various military documents saying that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like you don't know a lot of things that exist that you didn't know before you came here.
Yeah, sure, I'd admit that. I'd admit that there's a lot of things that I didn't know before I
So
came here.
there's no reason for the pushback where it's not logical. That's all I'm saying. You didn't have to respond with what you responded with. You could have said that's interesting, give me a source. And I would
I
have,
did
like I
say
did
that
before.
multiple. Wait, I've said that multiple times that I would write it down on my notes, and I can even show you my notes where I've wrote down things that I would research later. But the only reason I gave some pushbacks was because some of the times you were misinterpreting or saying that the logic just didn't add up to me.
Yeah, I would compare it again to the logic. I mean, I know the vaccine doesn't seem relevant, but the logic of is it logical to believe it's good for you when everybody is telling you it's good for you, and
Yeah,
apparently
no,
nobody's
it's
saying it's
not
bad.
about the logic, which it's just a topic that we can't get into on the live stream because it's on YouTube and all
Sure.
of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
so
Didn't know that.
just for basic server security. But if I could just
Yeah,
say
don't
to
worry.
Snow
Flat Earth
Forest,
covers that. Just knowing that everything that you've
yeah,
ever been indoctrinated into is a lie since birth. We cut that. That's all encompassing. So flat Earth.
well, let me just say to Snow Forest, quickly jumping on what Elijah was saying to him. If you understand that right now we can tell you the details of your belief and you've learned those things since you've been here, then maybe you should be thinking, okay, well, these guys have clearly looked into it. Maybe I should just ask them why they think the earth is flat and listen to what they have to say rather than kind of debating something which you've maybe not had the chance to research yet. But I would also be interested to hear what you've noted down to research later. Could you read us what you've written in your notes?
Yeah, to research the NASA destroyed the technology stuff. Um, that mathematically speaking, no one has seen the Earth with the curvature. And then about that guy that ran the planetarium that said that 252 miles up, you shouldn't see curvature with the ISS. The 100% peer-reviewed publishing use event, that guy on YouTube is not like accepted or is wrong or whatever. And the round Earth or flat Earth is a purely a philosophical subject. Those
Here. Let me.
and
I want. I want to wet your whistle with one more. Did you know that you can't measure the speed of light?
Well, he said it's a philosophical subject, so.
Well, hold on. I'm talking to him now. Did you know that you can't measure the speed of light? That the speed of light is an assertion that it's not actually ever been measured.
hasn't it? I'd need to look into that.
Do you think one guy stood at the end of a hallway and shone a light and timed it?
Well, you can't do that because you can't react to the speed of light.
Right. Actually, the problem is the reactions are pretty much instant. And what happens is they assume that it's traveling at all.
One way, two way speed.
Yeah, and then you have another problem is you're shooting the light, measuring the light with what? With light. It's a rubber ruler.
Interesting.
So if you shoot it one direction and then it comes back another direction, you don't even know that it's traveling the same speed if it's traveling at all. Because in Einstein's model, what happens when light changes direction? It moves at a different speed, doesn't it? Right?
Sure. I mean, the light moves at different speed depending on the environment it's in, or the yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, because if you're traveling at near the speed of light from the center of a previous Big Bang several billion years ago, then, or trillion years ago, then the light is moving at different speeds depending on the direction you're facing, and there's no way to actually orientate yourself. So you would never know what you're measuring. It's a rubber ruler. It's all based off of assumption.
It's an objective reality versus the illusion of a cartoon where you're sideways and spiraling.
What makes you think it's a globe?
That doesn't really matter because their model works it out.
Sorry, they don't have a model. It doesn't get backed up by science. Sorry.
I know, but their idea explains their idea essentially, and so like using their idea to try and prove something about their idea it's kind of the same rubber ruler logic. It's not going to
Well,
work.
the relative, you have the special and the pleading activity. So your special is where you're the top of the globe. You're what's up, and know it's down. And then they have the person on the other side of the globe who doesn't know what's up or down, or they do at the same time. And then at the same time, they're spinning constantly rotating positions. So we're all up and we all know it's down all the time.
Could I
So I
just
want to
ask
bring up
Snow
some.
Forest? Sorry, Hank. Could I just quickly ask Snow Forest? And Snow Forest, you might have already answered this, but do you think you experience the Earth as a spinning ball, or do you experience it as flat and motionless in your day-to-day life?
My day-to-day life, I'd say, like, let's just ignore the whole like scientific community consensus and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I
just
would
how
have to
you
say
experience it.
flat. I would say flat. It generally looks flat.
And
Unlike
motionless, right?
where I am, and you can't really feel it move. So I guess it would be flat and stationary.
Right. So would you agree then it would make logical sense to assume that's what it is unless you were shown proof or you could verify that it isn't what it looks like, right?
Well, yeah, sure. And that's how like people thousands of years like kind of did it.
Right.
They
So
looked at
have you
the
done
world
this?
and kind of came to the conclusion with the
so
empirical.
right. So would you say that you've done this, that you've verified empirically that the flat motionless Earth that you experience isn't actually flat and motionless? Would you say you've done that?
Not me personally, no.
Okay.
I don't think I have
So
the
would you
technology
agree
or the
then?
money to do that.
So would you agree then that for yourself and for anyone who hasn't verified that the flat and motionless Earth we observe isn't that, it would just be a belief to say that it's actually curved and in motion, right? If we've not verified anything other than what we see.
I would say within how much I've actually experimented with it, sure. I have no personal evidence that the Earth is round. But in addition to other people, if we take that into account, sure, we have other
Well, but
accounts.
even then, that's just you assuming that the stories you about these other people is correct and that they is correct.
That would be
Segues
for sure.
nicely. Excuse me for interrupting. It segues so nicely into what I've been trying to say for about 10 or 15 minutes. I apologize
Sorry,
for
Hank, go for
interrupting.
it.
No,
No, go for it.
not at all. We're all trying to share information here, right? So I heard you say earlier if all the scientists said it, you would believe it. So do you know who the guy invented the germ theory, right? He said, and he brought evidence to the doctors. He said the midwives have a much higher success rate in the mother and the child living, right? I think it's the cadavers that are killing the mothers, right? So you should wash your hands before. So science is never settled, right? So they should have said, you know what? These numbers here, it's a correlation. So I'll tell you what, we're going to investigate, right? We're going to investigate and see if there is a causation. We're going to start washing our hands. But they didn't do that. You know what they did instead? They put him in a mental asylum and he died of an infection while he was in there. Now, this is like known, right? Everybody knows about this. The guy who invented germ theory died from an infection that he could have cured, but nobody sent him a bottle of Jack Daniels while he was in the insane asylum or any kind of whiskey that he could clean his wound from, right? So right there, that shows you that orthodoxy, it don't mean shit, right? And I'll give you another example. So George Washington had pneumonia, right? Liquid in the lungs. They thought that if they bled him out, right, the blood, the thing that's fighting the infection, right? If they bled him out, it would cure him. And he literally died from a doctor who was trying to cure him of his pneumonia, even though his wife was pleading, stop, you're killing him. Stop, that's too much. Stop, you're killing him. He's turning blue. And then right there next to his bed was the Bible that says the life is in the blood. right? And right there in the Bible, it says, after you touch a dead body, don't go get in your bed or anything like that. Go wash yourself after you handle dead bodies. Right? So it doesn't matter what the orthodoxy of the day is. It doesn't matter what everybody thinks, right? Everybody could think Joe Biden is an imbecile. What if he's a super genius and he's an actor? Right? What if he's just playing dumb? You don't know.
Yeah, we wouldn't know, but the most likely conclusion is if we constantly keep on making dumb decisions and dumb mistakes, then he most likely is dumb. I'm not saying that I know
Well, he's
much
either
about
dumb
American politics,
or
but
bought out. I
you
didn't
could
mean
say
to. I
both
didn't mean to
exist.
bring. I didn't mean to bring the politics into it, but you get my point, right? He could be sold out, right, to other states, right? He could be sold out to other countries like China, right? So my
Yeah,
point
sure,
is that
but
you
the likelihood
can't
is
go off the
low.
majority, right? You can't go off the majority because you could Google, right, can a man have a baby, right? And Google might tell you, yeah, but can a man have a baby? You know what I
Well, I
mean?
mean, if you
Like,
go to most biologists, they'll say no, a man can't have a baby.
right, it's the extreme left,
Yeah,
right,
sure, yeah.
that would say that a man could have a baby.
You could also look
So
into
I
the
mean,
experiments.
most of them would know that they can't. They're just doing it for
let's not go
media
to the baby
ratings.
thing. So I posted something for you. I'm trying to scroll back and find it. At 46 minutes after the hour, right? This is Edwin Hubble, the man, not the telescope. I want you to read that out loud, please, if you don't mind. It's specifically talking about orthodoxy.
Where did you post it?
Live stream voice text, 46 minutes after the hour.
I just want to mention you do have some of these tools that from 2,000 years ago that they used to prove the globe. You have those tools at your disposal now, and you'll be surprised at. That's the point. You will be very surprised at what they are using as evidence.
I mean, how many? That was very poor timing, brother. Do you know that?
Oh, sorry. What was?
Thank you, Hank. Thank you for backing me up there. I know we kind of look into the same kinds of stuff. I think it's more interesting the history and what these people have actually said because I never knew the thing they've said. I've only assumed that they've, confirmed what I believed about the Earth, but they actually say quite the opposite a lot of the time, which is what I'm trying to show this guy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I interrupted or anything. I was just trying to get the point across.
No, you didn't. Yeah, I mean, right after you had, set it up, this guy, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. And sorry, Drace, just very quickly. I posted a video in the live stream and I tagged Elijah and Forrest. And it's a video of 100 quotes from people from kind of all walks of science making those kind of statements about heliocentrism and geocentrism. So give that a watch when you get a chance, Forrest. Because it's quite shocking what they've all said. Sorry, Drace, you wanted to jump in, but then let's have him read the quote that Hank sent through. If you're
Yeah, I
still there, Forrest.
reposted the quote that Hank posted at the bottom and the video you were talking about, and another video that also supports everything everybody's saying.
Thanks, Drace. So do you see those, Star Forest or Snow Forest? Sorry.
Well, yeah, I see the quote. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to read that out for us?
Sure. Such a condition, symmetry of redshift observed from Earth, would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. The hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity, no, wait, homogeneity, and to escape horror of a unique position must be compensated by a spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape.
Homogeneity.
Sounds like feelings, right? Feelings,
So,
feelings. You said that don't
can we
belong
ask
in
him what
any.
he? Sorry, I just want to see. Can we ask him what he understands from that quote? Like, what do you think he's saying there?
Wait, hold on. I guess it's saying in order to carry on believing in what we've been believing in order to keep a homogeneous view of things, we must posit a curvature. Yes.
Space, right? Space is a vacuum. The vacuum of space. You heard of this? Well, this is where the space time is supposed to exist in this vacuum, where there's no material, meaning no matter, right? It's a near perfect vacuum, right? So
Well, I
this
don't think it
this
says doesn't matter.
non-physical.
I think it just says the
Sorry, it's a near perfect vacuum, sir. What does that mean? Barely any matter. But there's not one or two hydrogen atoms that are bending with helium, right? We're talking about space-time. It's a concept, right? It's a concept like I'm a Texan. I have ideas about liberty. Can you bend my liberty, right? Can you? It's a physical aspect, bending and warping, and liberty is just a concept. So how do you bend concepts? So no, the answer is no. You can't bend a concept. There's no bending and warping of space-time, right? And that was what was he's standing on that so that he can avoid the favored position doctrine. But if you look at the axis of evil, right? And there's a documentary, the Principle movie, right? It talks about the axis of evil, and it was actually confirmed that the Earth is in a favored location, surrounded by symmetrical layers of space, and the universe actually lines up with Earth, and it's actually in a favored location, and they can, put their head in the sand and la 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 all they want to, but it was actually the European Space Agency who confirmed it. What Max Planck had said, I think it was Max Planck. No, Max Tegmark. Excuse me, Tegmark. Yeah, he's the one who discovered the axis of evil, and that Earth is in a favored location.
Now, Hank, can I ask you a question? I'd like for you to
Of course.
throw you a couple of layups. Would you consider Newtonian physics astrophysics?
That's a difficult question because what is astro? Is it the stars, meaning the wandering stars in the solar system, or is astrophysics like beyond the solar system?
I guess it could be both because we can't do anything beyond we can't even do planetary scale. So everything that and beyond, could we just consider that a part of the astro realm?
Yeah, I would call it theoretical astrophysics.
So it's crazy, right? Because we're talking about scientific evidence. Well, in astrophysics, there is no. They don't use the scientific method. Did you know that?
I did, but I'm
Do you want a
assuming you're talking
citation
to
for
the
that?
other guy.
Could
Mitch
you
Ocasio said it.
yeah, that's where I'm going. Please quote him.
Yeah, we'll just let him watch the video. I can scroll down and post it.
Already did.
So what's the new guy's name?
Snow Forest.
Snow Forest. Can you see the video that Drace just posted? Can you watch that? It's only about 23 seconds.
I don't want people to think that, because people always think, oh, you don't like physics. No, it's the theoretical physics that I can't get with. How unfortunate. They always leave at the good stuff.
Some people don't like dumb rednecks showing their logic to be fallacious.
Yeah, so he was having a problem with the mental aspect of it.
No, I think his
Psychological.
problem was ignorance. No, he wasn't having psychological problems. I think his problem was ignorance. He hasn't really looked into it, and now he's got some homework to do. And I guarantee you his curiosity is going to get the best of him, especially if he was hearing what we were talking about. Heard that.
Yeah.
No, well,
If
he's
someone
admitted
said
he
that,
Yo,
I
hasn't
would be
Eli.
believed,
like,
right? He
Yo,
hasn't believed
Eli,
in
and
taking risks.
check this.
Sorry,
What's up?
No worries. Just check this video I'm about to post. This is it's like a dome ice cube, and I put it in a bowl of water. And I didn't even plan the light thing out. I just wanted to tape it, the dome in water, kind of see what I saw. And check out the dome and the resemblance to the sun, and then the apparent locations and reflections. And it's pretty interesting, as it also kind of illuminates around the ball. Yeah, if you
There
watch it,
you
it looks
go. I
pretty
mean,
crazy.
yeah.
I didn't even plan the light out, dude. And all of a sudden, there's like a little sun demonstration in front of me. It looked like it's a trip.
You have the freezer that makes the ice balls.
Nah, just like a little. It's a silicone. It's actually a silicone sphere ice cube tray, but it always just freezes the bottom. Yeah, we're not big on spheres around here.
Tough to get a sphere of water. I was saying as well, the texture of the ice in the dome, it looks like the iris of an eye, like the texture of an eyeball. You see those lines.
Yeah,
I mean that's what the sun looks like when like when you take pictures of it from certain times of the day. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like the eye of Horus.
Yeah, it's funny. Earlier today, just tonight, maybe like an hour ago, my kid, 4 years old, the moon was chasing because it was real big, huge. And the moon was chasing us all the way around. You should have seen it was chasing us. Following us everywhere. It's funny how that works.
I just added a bunch of Sundog stuff to the bot as well earlier today, which I think is an underrated subject on here because some of these are truly mental.
I used to follow this one guy who always talked about sundogs back in like 2015. Can't remember his name, but he was all about sundogs and the halos and all that atmospheric phenomenon.
I just think when you see it in a meme and they've done a side by side with the glass of water, Just the light on it and the effect is, I mean, it's pretty striking, even if you've never come to this before. Like, to see a sundog itself is one thing, but then seeing the demonstration of the light through the glass of water, it's an underrated meme.
It's a trip. I'm gonna start messing with it a lot because I was fixing a drink, so I decided to take a bowl out and throw it in there and tape it for a second. So I want to like really kind of control the environment and see what all you can do. I mean, why not? I mean, it is interesting. The sun's a very crazy phenomenon, bro.
Oh, what's
I mean,
it? We got a new
it's
guy.
insane how many. Sorry, Grace, my bad.
It's all good. You can continue. I was just going to say Oliver is in the chat, and I think he wants to talk to us. He just needs to join the VC. Just a second. I'll talk to him.
Just wanted to say real quick, it's kind of crazy. It's super crazy how you can do so many things to replicate what the sun looks like or what sundogs looks like, other than using gas and gravity. Like, the thing that supposedly it is, like, that's the only thing you can't do, is replicate what's going on. Insane.
Right, like they beg for models, but I can just fix a drink in my kitchen and have way more viable of a demonstration they can ever have.
Exactly. That's I don't know how they don't get it. I don't know how they don't see it. Like, I took a picture of a spotlight and flipped it upside down, and lo and behold, it looked more like a comet than a rock streaking through the sky. Because I've never seen a rock streak through the sky looking like a comet, unless you're looking at what we call a comet.
Yeah, actually, flat Earth proof becomes so pervasive that you can't escape it any waking second of the day. Right? Any breath you take, any glass of water you
Matter of fact, yeah, I
absorb,
got it right here.
just gets like that.
So what if you tried to use like sonoluminescent star in a jar, where you use the frequency to make the light shine in the water effectively turn into light with the sound frequency? What if you did that, but like numerous times in this like controlled demonstration with the dome encompassed in the water with these frequencies making the sonoluminescence around it? Because then you could start to see the variance of the way it would work. You could do different things like try to use electromagnetic fields to affect the water and see what it does to the light.
It's interesting. So I don't know. I've never seen a demonstration of a moving sonoluminescent effect. It's always been still. I'd wonder if they could figure out a way to have it as a moving object, so to speak.
Right, because like what would be so hard is doing, like, there are so many stars, you know what I'm saying, and it takes like this controlled environment of pressure with the sound waves to make it happen, like in this little jar. So you have to have them spaced out and just not nearly as many stars as there actually are, and then try to get them to move. I don't know, but it is. We should. I don't know why we shouldn't do things like that, though, right? Like the Globers ask for models, and they're just, if they think that's a sufficient way of the argument, it's dumb. But at the same time, we could try to figure out a little bit more about what's going on via demonstration.
Yeah, it's always good when folk are trying out their own little home experiments, because like Elijah's saying, there's so many that you can replicate phenomena that we see in our day-to-day lives. I reckon Indio could make a star in a jar. We'll have to talk to him.
Yeah, I think the tricky part would definitely be trying to like keep it in an entire controlled environment where you have these pressure points throughout this entire demonstration. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the setup would be pretty difficult, even for it to be stationary. But it would be a cool thing to experiment with. Yeah, I think all the water, light, container demonstrations are very interesting.
Well, do we have
to come back?
Right, exactly. We have some new guys going to tell us how somehow there is a working globe model and the Earth's a sphere. Oh, that was anticlimactic, Glober. If the Earth has to curve, if it's a sphere, how come it's not curving anywhere and everyone has to assume the Earth is and everyone has to assume the Earth is horizontal for anything to work?
With my man said the water is level, but the earth underneath is not. And
shit.
that's the second time I heard that. I was like, why
So
are they doing
70% of
what
the
the
Earth's
fuck?
surface is level. Got him. The rest is topography. Yep, that's what we
Dude,
believe.
he was like being adamant about it. He's like, duh, of course the water's flat. Always find its level.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah,
Welcome to Flat
we're
Earth.
living on
Snacks in the back.
70% level ball. That's what's going on. So the guy's taking a break from his fantasy D&D to defend his fantasy globe. Pretty nice.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Earth's surface, over 50% of it is abyssal plains. Did they say abyssal bowls? No. Abyssal hemispheres? No. Abyssal plains. Right? So it's flat above on the surface of the water and also flat below. Despite topography like trenches and stuff.
Well, finally, David Weiss yelled at somebody. Now he's on my good side. He said, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." No offense.
So we got a new person joining us now, Olivier. He believes apparently in the cosmic turtle or tortoise. So I don't know.
Nothing suspect there, Drace. Yeah.
I think he's gonna come and defend it tomorrow, but he's playing D&D now, so he can't.
Sounds like a
Oh,
religious
how
type.
unfortunate. Yeah, I was going to ask him, how many times has he seen the great turtle?
Morla. The problem again is that's the only way to troll now is to pretend you're something you're not. That's all they can do.
Well, he's in the voice chat, so just start flat smacking him if he doesn't respond.
You know, it's okay to be a glober. Just know your stuff.
Oliver, I'm not gonna hurt you. Join this. Click the little button. And use the microphone like an adult. I promise you, I won't hurt you. It's okay to be a Glober that believes in television. Actually, we rely on you. We're really looking for Globers that believe in outer space. Without you, the server doesn't.
Don't let them know that.
Isn't it crazy? You think I'm crazy for not thinking I'm spinning 1,000 miles per hour on a ball?
That's the most normal thing I've heard all day.
Oliver, is that a control tower? What is your avatar? Oh, we'll start off really nice and gentle. Tell me about your avatar. What's that picture of? Now, if you don't want to talk about that, we're going to have to talk about tortoises. You're not going to like that conversation because I've raised tortoises for years. Do you know that tortoises have a belly button when they're hatched from an egg?
Yeah, it's funny getting called crazy by people who reject observable reality and natural law.
Projection.
Oliver,
Yeah.
do you know that tortoises bury their eggs with their back feet, not even looking at their hole, and they gently let them down slowly with a mucous membrane and then close them up, never seeing them? And then after their children are born, they will never meet them. Did you know that, Oliver?
Whoa. Did you know that the proof that the Earth is spinning is that you can't prove the Earth is spinning?
That checks out.
It's not what it looks like, Sasha. Oh. Yeah, Oliver, I got to be honest with you. This isn't going to seem rational at first, but actually everybody admits that they depend on flat, non-rotating Earth. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Everybody. Resolve, is that you? Sounds like you're going through the interdimensional portals right now.
Did you know the proof that the Earth is curving is that you can't actually prove the Earth is curving? These are the actual arguments, right? Am I tripping? Right. This is the actual argument.
The Earth's so big you can't see it, other than when you have a geometric horizon belief. It's so big that you can't feel its movement because the rotation, when you look at the scale, is actually so slow.
Exactly.
You need a container for water, matter in the liquid state and the gaseous state, unless it's the planetary scale, then you don't require it.
Yeah, like literally the proof that the Earth is curving is that you can't prove the Earth is curving. It's just always apparent, the horizon, but it's actually physical at the same time. But you can't prove it because it's always apparent. You never know where it's actually at. And the Earth is moving. You actually just can't prove the Earth is moving. Like you said, it's too big, and just use the word relativity over and over, and it's all okay. So the actual argument is that the way we know the Earth's a globe is that it's so perfectly placed that it looks like it's flat and stationary, and you can't actually prove it. That is the claim. It's like that you wouldn't be able to actually prove it. That's how backwards this is.
I mean, this is classic movie level indoctrination when someone says, hey, I don't know, I'll just use the example of Narnia. You can reach Narnia through my closet. Or any dumb lie that you would tell a child, and then they give you this like knowing smile, and then they're like, no, you're lying, that's not true. And then you're like, yeah, sure. Show me. And it's like that's where we're at with the globe, and except you never get shown because they say, well, you can't get shown because is too magnificent. Even children don't accept that. But we got grown adults that are like, okay.
Yeah, it goes back to why would they lie? The question is somebody just in the chat threw out that why would they lie? It's like, well, which lie? What lie are you talking about? Be specific. Like, what do you mean? This specific lie? Well, this specific lie isn't very
when they
specific.
say when they say why would they lie, that's just saying that they give up on all things. They don't use their brain at all. They think that motive proves everything when motive is never used to prove anything. Why was the Duke of Franz Ferdinand, why was he assassinated, which sparked off the First World War? We don't know. We just know that he was assassinated and started a fucking world war. Right?
Yeah, there's so much history that his story, we go to school to make sure that we fall in line. And you go to school, you're not supposed to question the shit. You're supposed to just say, yes, sir, you obey authority. Now you're a good little worker bee. You're a good potential energy. You're facilitating, your battery potential. And that's what they want. And they're so mad when, like, no, it's like we have specific rules and you're supposed to go abide by these things to have your facilitation of your matrix.
Well, see, a lot of these people that say, why would they lie? They don't even look into things for themselves. I mean, if they were to actually read a book that claims to be truth instead of something that claims to be irrefutable, right? So if they were to read any kind of religious book, they would see that truth is there, and they will just instantly go, hey, wait a minute, something's not making sense. But when they don't have that background whatsoever, they're just going to believe what man says because they trust man, because man is the ultimate arbiter in their life.
Yeah, you don't have God-given rights if mankind, a man on a pulpit, humble as they may be, as you know they to be, are telling you what your rights are. I don't agree with that. I would much rather say, these are, whether we want to believe in anything else, these are our given rights. But no, if you don't believe in a globe and you don't believe, in the globe doctrine, you're facilitating, that's anti to their religion. And then so they hate any other religion that is just sort of like, well, you don't have the authority. And so it's just like a big transfer of power we're witnessing as they're doing their Greco-Romano sacrificial, ceremonies. So, and then you don't want to say the globies in the chat. They're like, oh, he's talking about religion. No, I'm talking about your religion. I'm talking about your religion, your Jesuit globe religion. Because a long time ago, I was like, I really don't care what I believe, because let's see where the beliefs lie at. You know what I mean? Not discovered. Like, wow, a lot there to that. But
They don't realize that when they say I believe in this and I believe in that they're actually stating, they're proclaiming their faiths. They don't understand that. They don't understand the magic that they use. They know that they had to take spelling class, but then they go, no, I was told by Disney that magic is what Mikey did, wandering the wand around and making brooms dance. No, you fucking numpty. Sorcery is drug use. Magic is trickery. Witchcraft, right? It's trickery. So to deceive someone is the art of witchcraft. Now, why would they lie? I don't know. Maybe they're witches.
I mean, that was Jack Parsons' whole deal was both the druggery as well as the cartoons, the indoctrination, and and then hence we got NASA and we have MK Ultra, which MK Ultra is what we had for the last 50 years, and then it's still going. But they just know now, over the 70s, where you had to be sat down in front of a tube to get this, and then people disseminated that propaganda out. Now you just got your little black scrying mirror in front of your face all at all times. Like, we're using it now. But that's why it's also like, a tool like a hammer is a hammer. Like, you could use a hammer for many different things, You could use it to build a beautiful memoir, or you could do very bad things with it as well.
I mean, yeah. So, are you ready that really there are like microchipped androids all around us that are basically famous people or politicians?
Yeah, I know about the Ziblagu.
Like, I think they actually are androids, android type little knockoff transhuman. They glitch out. They're like, yeah, people like idolize them and think they're famous.
Well, you've specifically
It's
experienced
the
that.
image that's given.
It's on video where the girl kicked in your speaker, like just complete shill little demonic possessed entity came and kicked in your speaker. Like, that was film documented, and I don't know if you know Jerry Martinsky. He's done the work with the psychologically like sort of insane, and I come to this conclusion like this isn't a psychosis. There's basically they live entities on their shoulders at all time.
Yeah, so like I think actual famous people have been replaced. I know it sounds crazy. I'm still looking into it. So
No, that's not even crazy. Just say the crazy stuff is be like, oh, there is I mean, you can just replace somebody easy. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people like think there's a lot of technicality to this stuff, but it's like it's not very technical. It's like just I mean, people believe we walked on the moon. Like, so it's very easy to parade somebody around who isn't really what they are, like to give, let's go Brandon holographic what they want us to talk about, but we're not talking about that because the flat earth, it measures flat. I mean, if the earth
hologram
was
one thing, right? But like I'm talking like microchipped androids.
Show me.
Yeah, I'm looking at
well, no, I mean, with the smart sort of the smart what do you call it, the smart particles. I mean, we get in sci-fi all these very Terminator sort of things, but it can be just as simple as like, here, boom, here's a dose of you know magnetical charged particles, and then now your whole body's a radio signal. I mean, it's not very difficult. This isn't far-fetched. This is just, we're talking about reality here.
Yeah, it would increase EMF sensitivity. Yeah, but I think that they actually like say they have a famous person or a rapper or whatever, and they're kind of acting wild or whatever. They maybe take them out and just replace them. I know that sounds crazy. Like there are reasons why people won't talk. They do some crazy ritual, some crazy secret. They make promises, quote unquote, sell their soul, but it's do something crazy that they know that they'll never say anything because they could get exposed. But what else is it? And if you look at these people, it's like there are famous people on the world stage that like glitch out. They like glitch out like they're an android. Like they glitch out.
Yeah, there's a few
It's
of those funny
electroshock
things.
therapy.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, it is some sort of therapy. Like, why would or what I want to see the counter video, like what that woman was saying when she was so frightened on live television. That was.
I want to see all these videos.
It's like, yeah, it's
I'm gonna
one of
do a
the
stream. I'm gonna do a stream on it in the
multiple.
next day or two. But I'm just saying, maybe think like, why would that matter? Well, if all kinds of famous people in the world reveal that they're microchipped, and there are all these people that are idolized, it'd probably be a lot easier to get a bunch of people to go take a microchip, huh?
Well, that's absolutely true. But to the case of like what is in them causing, I mean, it's. I think it's more than just what meets the eye. You know what I mean? Like, but absolutely, you're correct. So
I think they can basically put a chip or some nanotechnology in you and basically keep you alive
A
without a
good
soul.
question. Could the mark of the beast be around prior to the tribulation? It just isn't mandatory. Anybody know?
It actually doesn't specify, in my opinion, that isn't the case, but it does say the key to the bottomless pit is given. The beast that comes from there demands everyone take the mark. It doesn't say that it's not. It doesn't specify one way or the other.
I thought about that a couple.
Nero
yeah,
easily.
I'm more towards before you get the mark than like thinking about like the consequences of after you get the mark. And so, that's where I'm like, well, you have the ability to find out whatever you need to know. And that's your choice. And you're given free will. And whether you choose to accept it or not, that's completely up to you. And we shall see. We shall see.
If you were to look into the history of Nero, you would see a lot of strange things, and if you combine that with the distortion of time, you might come up with something.
Yeah, only problem that Yeshua would have had to reign on the earth for 1,000 years.
What is Nero?
You're pretty sure what?
I think that's pretty much like where our lost history went. Was like, yeah, we're living in tribulational times past what they even provide for us to know. Like
I think they
everything.
fabricated 1,500 years of history. I think we're 500 years after
that's
the crucifixion.
just being kind.
Wait, you think you're 500 years after what?
500 years after the crucifixion.
You think it happened 500 years ago? That is interesting. I would like to hear more about that.
Well,
if
they
you
did
look at all the
clearly add
historical dates, it's lowercase I. For the 1500s, it's like IS, and that's not. It's lowercase I, lowercase s. Those are not Roman numerals, and this was Italian that it was written in, not Latin. So this language that says IS 87, for instance, for something that was dated 1587, it's clearly date Isu's sacrifice 87 years after.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the big lie, is that there was a land bridge that brought people here into the Americas, and then that's where like our ancient history came from the Americas. So, but they sort of neglect the fact that many people were traveling, across the Atlantic, but that they have to keep us in that little paradigm, the Hegelian dialectic, that it's flat Earth. You only believe in Europe, and then like the globe is, then you believe in like the New World, because like only Cristobal Colombo, the Italian immigrant to Spain. You have to believe all these stories, lots of stories, like.
Has
Okay.
anybody seen the lost history
So
of
they're
flat
like
Earth?
your history that we didn't come out of Africa. We're not all like the same people. Like, it's not that you should it shouldn't have peace and love for your fellow man, but it's not we're not all from the same genome. We're not all brothers and sisters.
Grand Canyon area has a lot of Egyptian style temples,
Not anymore.
pyramids, artifacts,
Not anymore.
and it's all hidden.
They removed all that stuff too.
It's all hidden.
Ziggurats.
They-
Let's talk
they
about ziggurats. If we built ziggurats today, do you think does it require like DMT to have like beings come down, or do you think literally just build a ziggurat?
Yeah, like 10,000 people have to trip on mushrooms, and then we could levitate the pyramids.
I know. I don't know if I'm being sarcastic. I'm not joking though. I'm being serious.
I mean, I'm not joking either.
Okay, fair enough.
1,000 people with the same willpower to do something will accomplish anything. Imagine a whole nation of people
Yeah,
that spoke the same
that's
language trying to put forward the same will. That's why language is confused.
that's why I question photons. Is because like, is like the light that you have in your dreams, is that photons too, or you thought about something very cool to do it, and that was like your endeavors, right? Is that a photon as well that has this unlimited mass, right? To which you believed in, like building a house, and then you built a house. Like, is you get what I mean?
Photons
Like,
don't have mass.
does that have that energy? I mean, but to say that you had a belief, and then like I wanted to build a
That
house, and
that one did
I
make
had
me
it
think.
planned out, and then it crushed me. Crushed. I couldn't build the house or whatever. But
That one did make
does
me
that
think.
make
Yeah,
did
you dreaming, you dreaming of photons. Like that's kind of
right?
true. I don't know.
You're the
Like
hey
I'm
Eli.
thinking of.
Hey,
I'm
I
like,
love you, dude.
all right, I
You're the
feel
one
you
that
on
would
that.
think about it with me. Let's think
I feel
about it.
you on that. I can't lie.
Are you talking
If
about
you had a
manifesting stuff?
if you had
I
a
mean,
crew
it's
of
not
people,
actually light. Like there's the light that, or there's a light source that we use to see things in this reality. But then
But then you just see
are
something in
there's
your imagination. Is that light?
imagination. Mhm.
I see what you're
What's
saying.
that?
You're saying what is our imagination?
What the fuck is it for real? For real, what are dreams? No one knows.
It's our free will, man.
That is an interesting point of view. What are our dreams?
do you ever had prophetic dreams? Anyone ever had a prophetic dream
Actually, I was
that
thinking
came
about
true?
Yeah, I
that.
did.
Not sure.
I did. I bought a bunch of XRP and Bitcoin a year
I lost all my money.
2 years ago.
I saw
Real
the
for
mountain of light, the mountain of people describe it, the mountain of light, the mountain of God. I've seen it. It's there.
I had some cool ones where like I wake up in like a destroyed city and like a 666 like mark on my forehead, like stuff like that. That was a couple years ago. I haven't really had anything since.
I've had a bunch.
Yeah, that's why it's so important. You don't indulge. Like, this is why it's like, you don't let the memes become reality. You contain
It
that,
happens anyway in
because
these
people
dreams.
start going insane and crazy. Look at what we have.
Well, there are dreams, and then there are visions and revelations. Is different stuff.
Well, be careful because then you go down the route like, oh,
Providence.
I'm a prophet now. Like, no.
Well, that's not the case here, but yeah.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people, like in general.
Well,
Yeah,
somebody
but
is
the
speaking
thing
to me
is,
Well,
in
I
the
think that's
dreams.
why they would
Who, I don't
have
know.
that book.
the thing is with prophets, right? The thing with prophets is whatever they say comes true. So unless whatever they say happens exactly the way they said it, they're not a prophet.
Well, think about it this way though. What if I'm gonna use COVID as an example? That's probably a bad example, maybe not. If a doctor came out and was like, "Yo, we have to do X, Y, and Z, and COVID will go away." Well, if you're already in like a manufactured space, COVID. I'm not trying to argue about COVID, but generally speaking, I don't. Okay, let me back up. Maybe I don't want to start arguing about
Yeah,
COVID.
there's a lot of providence.
Like
Everybody,
use a contrived event.
it's easier to deconstruct than it is to construct.
Saying if you take a contrived event, right, like 100 people make a contrived event, then they control the narrative of what's going to happen because it's a contrived event. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot of. That's what we're going to see a lot of in end time.
Give it a shot.
Biblical end time.
Yeah, and we don't have to use those terms because they just want you to perpetuate those terms. So we don't use those terms. I use bat soup sort of, specialty. You just use a different term. You don't have to use that same term. You know what I mean? Like, because flat earthing.
Your mic's cutting out, brother.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the flat Earth sort of encompasses everything. So, like, we don't need to mention the specific terms of some of these concurrent events about some of these things, because once you know about what the scientific method is, then that sort of explains it all. That'll explain it all. When you know that the first step of a experiment, a scientific experiment, is to observe a natural phenomenon, you're already set. And
No,
then
but I
it's like,
observed my
okay, so
professor telling me.
you have an observed natural phenomenon, and you have a test for it. Well, then you must have a independent, dependent, and control variable. And so basically, what you can forget about the rest. You want to know what their independent variable is, which is the one that they vary and manipulate to control what an experiment is. And if really they don't have that, then we really go to what's the definition of pseudoscience. And pseudoscience is that's what's mistaken to be an adherence of the scientific method. So now we're just talking pseudoscience by definition. You get it? It's very simple. It's easy. There's not really even a debate. Like these Globers will come, there's not a debate because we have cartoons, and it's like, except for, you're right. The debate is over. You have cartoons. It's like I love
That's all it
I
took.
love Seinfeld. You know,
Well, how weird is it that Disney and NASA were like buddy buddy when they first came around? Like Disney was putting out all of NASA's animations and stuff. They're like, look, this is how a rocket works. Like it. Well, I mean, that speaks for itself. Yeah.
Yeah, they put that in. That was their whole. They did the whole thing. They did the going to space thing. What I forget the ride, but it was the Disney ride, you know. And that's what just people in the 50s or 60s or whatever it is. They just in love with this cartoon reality,
Well,
and
the
then just
idea of a
care.
rocket.
And then they had kids. You know, they went to go Disney trip, and then they came back and taught their kids to be atheists, and then everybody's atheist now. It's a very simple, easy, like disease that spread.
Well, the big problem with that is they took something real, which was the rocket, which like standalone is a crazy invention. And they're like, well, look how crazy this is. We can also
True.
use this to go to the moon. So it's like like an easy lie to slip in with something that's already like big on its own. You know, it's like stretching the truth, kind of.
Very
Almost.
true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stretching the truth because it's like we're doing these great things, and then topple in a little, little kiddie belief where you're, in a child, and you see the little mobile rotating above your head, and they're like, oh yeah, well then they must be flying over this little mobile that I saw when I was 3 years old, laying, and this is my hypothesis why Bob's head is so flat behind him is because he was spent too much time just alone in the crib looking at the mobile. That's why when he's looking and asking about the curb, and he's talking to QE, he's so mad, and he's sexually frustrated. It's a very strange thing. He wants to teat. And these are now we're talking about psychology. So to say this is philosophy, no, this isn't philosophy. We have many different sciences under our belt. We know about what a fraud Sigmund was, and we know what the fraud his nephew wrought with suffragette city and all that.
What's crazy to
It's
me
just like,
is like
I love science.
they've like we talk about the globe and like atheism, but like what's most insidious to me is they've managed to make Christians be very devout to the globe, and like they just assume, oh yeah, well, it may not be in the Bible, but science is proving that it's a globe, and we saw the moon landing, so
Okay.
they murdered.
Can I just stop?
Wait, I have a really good point with that. It's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing with modern Christianity is right now, I think we have a lot of people who just adopt whatever the main religion is. A lot of Christians, quote, people who say they're Christians, they're not Christians, they're just going with whatever the main religion is. And they'll go also with the main Gnostic New Age religion when that becomes the main new thing as well. It's just these people who adopt whatever the common thing is. So those types of people, in my opinion, are not actually Christian to begin with. They're just kind of trendy Christian.
Ding ding.
I agree. I just want to say, yeah, that's absolutely correct. I grew up in the church. I can only think of one time my entire life when people were debating or having an argument in the church. But what did the early Christians do? They disagreed on much, right? And what did they do after that? They consulted the elders, the scripture, and they tried to come up with a consensus through debating, right? And then some people think, modern Christianity, I've heard Christians say that, to make an argument, right, arguing is against the Bible. But if you look up what the etymology of argument is, to make known. Are we not supposed to make known Christ the Messiah? Are we not supposed to make our point crystal clear so that we could see, right, that he's the Messiah, like Matthew does in the book of Matthew, right? And it's like arguing is anti-Christian. Whatever you do, don't make Christ known.
Well, it's got conflated with like the type of people who go out and like God hates fags. Like that's kind of what.
Hey, no, it's that's completely reasonable. Helios said, no, not for what you said. No. Makes sense. I just wanted to come in and say, no, it's definitely like what you think of as what is Christianity has been brought to you by the same maps and models that have brought you everything else that's false. And so, but when you look into certain things and read into things, you can believe them wholeheartedly or not. But regardless, there's not that sort of hatred that's really there if you really understand what the texts are telling you. Like they present those hatreds. They present that you would say, that you would be against certain things. And it's not some liberalism. This is a sort of a disconcerted effort to say that, no, you need to take a stand. Like, Jesus didn't turn the other cheek. Like, there's knowledge and there's truth. And no one's coming here to give you a pat on the back and say, oh, well, you tried hard. Very good. Or maybe they are. I don't know what it is. But for me, like that's not what I find in the text. I find it's very hard. It's very stern. It's like these are the exact ways in which you should be, and that is what reality proves itself to be. So, so that's why I just had to interject, and I didn't explain myself correctly, but I just want to say that I'm here as well, and I have a different sort of forming view. So I mean,
I think we both agree with what you're saying. Actually, I don't think you disagree with either of us.
I just find like Bobby, like he stopped hanging out. I think Bobby maybe, like I think I maybe turned Bobby, Bobby Steele. He used to hang out and like I told him, I was like, there's atheists flat earthers too, dude. Like go on. That's like sort of my favorite stuff, And then
they're not atheists. They're deists, not atheists. They're deists.
Yeah, but he isn't back trolling as much. You know what I mean? It's like there's those you got to reach these people in certain different ways, and the ways have been done, and I'm just having fun. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to hurt somebody. I'm simply trying to tell them, some of this turned some people off, and I agree. Just because somebody says they're turned off by it, I'm not going to turn them away. I'm going to welcome them.
Yeah,
and that's my philosophy. And I don't even know what I'm even talking about anymore. I'm guys.
What I was saying was, it's like my family, they're very devout Christians, but they've merged the creation of space and planets. They're saying, "Oh, well, God created all that," and they reject evolution and the Big Bang. But they've taken this giant lie and they've tried to merge it with the Bible, and it's just like I would rather talk to an atheist than a Christian who's done that. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, they're idiots. They are. Because I'm Christian and the same thing. I have the same problem. Christians are so stuck on that whole that whole dichotomy of how the universe is supposed to look, and then they don't understand you can't separate that from evolution, that belief system, because that's what its foundation is. So I mean, Christians don't understand that shit.
And that was the most frightening thing when I was like, it doesn't matter what I believe. Let me find out what the sacred covenants believe, what these secret societies believe.
Yes.
So I would
That's
ask you
what really
guys.
matter. And then I was like, wow, well, what I believe
Dude,
against
Genesis 6
completely
conspiracy.
that.
Genesis 6 conspiracy by Gary Wayne is, in my opinion, one of the most like amazing understanding like cult bloodline belief systems. If you're a Christian, it's really good. If you're atheist, it might convert you. I don't know, but it's a really good book nonetheless.
I would ask you to remember that not every state that calls itself an Islamic state is actually Islamic, right? And not every man who calls himself a Christian is actually a Christian. For example, you talk about people that don't read the book, right? And they don't know the tenets, but yet they go to church, so they think that makes them a Christian, right? It's supposed to be, if you love me, you'll keep the commandments. If you don't keep the commandments, like, I don't even know who you are, bro. And that's what I got from reading the New Testament.
That's like lukewarm Christians. I think we have millions upon millions of lukewarm quote Christians. And then you know what? He just turns away. He's like, because you were neither hot nor cold, I spit you out. Yeah, that is our generation.
Yeah, the globe is the New World Order symbol. It's the
Religious
false
symbol.
idol. The whole world worships. The whole world, every single religion, except for a non-religion, worships at the altar of the globe.
How's Gaia?
It's that simple.
Gaia, Mother Earth.
But do any religious people ever really think that they're indoctrinated? Right now is no different than any other time. Actually, it is. We're more brainwashed and religious than ever.
I mean, I'm indoctrinated in Seinfeld, and I'm like, that's a bad habit. I probably shouldn't. But my disbelief, my humorous, I mean, I'm probably wrong. I wouldn't put this infliction on anybody else, but, it's just my life. Fuck it, I'm having a good time.
What Seinfeld to get publicly executed?
It's just how funny how
when people say I need to go out and protest, and I laugh. I say, "Good luck with the bullets."
It's funny to me how the people think that they're the most anti-religious are actually like the most religious of all time.
Bingo. You win. Correct.
They have a doctrine that they cannot stand to have questioned in any way.
Yeah, the same people who are always saying, "Oh, stop that person for being religious." That's literally a religious zealot claim.
I know. The projection is wild.
Stop him! Seize him! He's speaking about the Bible. Destroy, stone him. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's kind of hilarious that people are like, "Oh, Jesus is like the most violent person ever." It's like Jesus got murdered. Jesus got murdered.
What did they do to your head when they told you that it was a cartoon globe? What was that?
They laid you on a pillow in a crib under a mobile.
What
And
was
everything else. They told you it was a globe while you're watching TV, looking at magazines, right? When you went to school, look, Timmy, you live here. And Timmy's like, no, I don't. I live, on Main Street. You idiot. I don't live on a ball on your desk, you stupid.
The fact that they have to put it everywhere like that just shows you how flimsy this illusion is. And that nobody would believe it if they didn't do that. And that's the only way you can get this many people to believe that. Just by
Yeah, they're like
bombarding them with it and hypnotizing them all the time. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. It's just that fun time that where they here's the space. Oh, here we're gonna put this in front of every single movie, and it's like you'll see a Cannonball Run, right, 1970s. You'll see any movie, and it's like, oh, well, these are just flat Earth movies, but then you just put a globe in front of it. It means nothing. I'm like, what the hell? Why? And then they put the globe before we even went to the moon. And so they had the same picture that they have now. Like it's in 1900. It's just a very weird scenario. And then nobody wants to talk about Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley and and what is it? The Helter Skelter guy. No one was talking about Laurel Canyon. How that became what NASA is. Like, no, Jerry Garcia isn't a controlled op that spread acid throughout the entire fucking 70s to make people believe that the people landed on the fucking moon, dude? Are you kidding me? I see why you... It's like, it's very clearly evident. You gave people acid, make people believe that somebody landed on the moon.
No, they didn't need acid, bro. Okay,
How goofy is this shit, dude? It's so funny. Like, all these Globers, dude. How goofy.
Can I be heard?
Sorry, sir.
Am I clear?
You're coming through now.
Thank you. Right. So imagine we can go back 400 years to the Native Americans, right? And we get, a computer screen, right? And we can make them see anything we want them to see and hear anything they want to hear in their own native language, right? The visual and the audio hallucinations that they see on the TV would make them believe anything. Now, go back to the 1940s when Mars attacks, people believed it because they heard it on the radio, right? Now, add visuals to that, and if you have audio and visual hallucination, you might end up with a little bit of psychosis. You might believe what you hear and see. And that's what we're dealing with.
Drugs. A
Oh, you
lot
know
of
what?
drugs.
How weird is it? Have you guys seen The Grudge? The very
No,
start
I
of The
quit.
Grudge.
Yeah, I quit movies.
The very start of The Grudge, literally the very beginning, she's talking about how dangerous TVs are and like what they do to our brain. And I almost think they put that in there on purpose as like a little nugget of truth. Like that is the true thing that should scare everybody. But then the movie's about The Grudge, obviously.
My friend's sister is the one who came out of the television. She was the actor.
But she's not.
Yep, 100%.
There's no way.
But no, that's like serious. Like, I mean, that's just how it is. Like, you're right.
Black magic. Voodoo. For the mind and soul, right there.
Yo, have that girl hit me up. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding.
Yeah, I
She's
mean,
meant to
voodoo isn't as like as hoodoo as like the scary movies they put on, but energy
That
is
is the
very real.
that is the
Energy is
hypnosis.
very, very real.
The
And
TV
prove me
itself.
wrong. Prove me wrong.
About
The energy is real.
What energy?
yeah.
Well, hopefully good. I
Like
hopefully
Star
good.
Wars, like the Force.
Hopefully good. Well, no. I mean, it's there's so much more presented to you as we have these discussions that we you know, that's why we're welcoming these simulationists. We're welcoming these what is it, the concavists and the expanding earthists and all of them. It's like yeah, I've considered this alternative cosmology my entire life. Like I don't know when I didn't consider alternative cosmology. Does that make me some prophet? No, it doesn't. It just makes me some goofball. That's all. Like, you know, we're having a discussion.
See, the problem is that everybody thinks that
Mike is getting hot dog. Yeah,
Your
internet's
robot
not
and Hank.
working.
Am I coming in clear?
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you were talking, I thought I was roboting. What was I saying? Fuck it, go on.
You see, you're talking.
No, Hank, you're right. We're just waiting for some Glober to come have a backbone and like back their claims of evolution, or they're spinning sideways, like and prove anti-centrifugal force. Like it's like I don't even know what I'm asking for anymore. Prove that like when I spin a bucket, like prove the anti force and that I'm not spinning the bucket at the same. It's like so weird, and none of them
I
want to.
came up with a really good experiment. Okay, so let's say you got a rock in a metal pail, right, and a ping pong ball floating on top. If you were to spin it around like a merry-go-round, like Link spinning his sword to cut the grass, right, would the ping pong ball still float on the water and defy, the centrifugal force? Because gravity gets defeated by centrifugal force, but does specific gravity?
Well, specific gravity wouldn't exist without the imagination that there was anything else other than reality. Trick question. I got you, bro. I know. But no, it's really hilarious. Like it's really hilarious. Like we have we have Bendy Light. He thinks that we breathe sugar water and stuff. And I don't know. We have Anna and Ananda, slid through time, and all these like real funny people, but they really cannot stand behind curvature. There is no curvature of Earth. Like if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959, we would see the horizon no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer in height in feet. And they're really scared of that. They hate the fact that they said that they could see curvature from ground level of a foot away from them at 1 foot. They hate that.
Yeah, I hear you.
I
never heard it.
The thing is, it's hard for they can't. It's hard to comprehend it when you can't visualize it. Because I had a problem with that in the beginning, and I believe in this stuff. So I had to actually go and physically find a way to understand, because being told all of that, all those equations and whatnot and numbers, a lot of people, whether they're smart or not, it doesn't compute. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand the observer height and all that shit that goes into it. 1.2 miles. They don't understand the exact what the horizon's supposed to be. Why is it here? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just they haven't comprehended that part, and they don't take the time to
Well, the
go out there
horizon's
and
supposed to
actually
be
understand.
like Bill and I told us,
Right, but it doesn't register. You see what I'm saying? Because once you've been taught to just believe what you're told, it's difficult now to go out and search for the truth, even though you don't understand it. To even
I
try to
think,
understand. Some people don't do it.
yeah. Well, the radius value is why it's so hard. Is because like we're just given this fake radius value, and which I found that's why I bring it up, because that's the most magnificent thing that I found in is that there's this magical radius value for orbital mechanics and for why we see flat and all these things, and I'm like, this is amazing, like that there's a radius that's somehow derived from I don't know what. And so we were like, where do you get the radius value from? And they're like, oh, Al-Biruni, he did he saw how big a mountain was. And then we're like, well,
But what about
where does the
refraction?
radius come from? Yeah, refraction.
How did he
That's
find the
7 over
horizon if
6 R.
refraction is possibly is constantly
And that's fake
exceeded like
refraction.
10,
So
20
don't let
times?
them confuse you with actual refraction.
Yeah,
There is
of course they
refraction and
don't.
there is refraction. And then there is a hoax fake terrestrial refraction, which is
refraction.
which is a
Refraction
complete
is not
lie
like
and fabrication.
not to
What
the
are we
extent
trying
that
to
they're
point out?
talking about. That's you can't refract a laser with
Yeah.
atmosphere. It's
That's
just
what I
not
keep
gonna
telling
fucking.
Bendy
I mean,
Light. You don't live in
that's
sugar
like
water.
thinking, right? That's like thinking. I have a pen laser light in my apartment. Now, if I shine it somehow, the atmosphere in my room is going to fucking bend the laser light.
Yeah,
Has
I'm
that
gonna
ever
see. I'm
happened?
gonna need log. I'm gonna need to see your refractor device or whatever you got.
Right, I mean, you put a laser sighting on a fucking gun. If they thought the laser would bend at some point, they wouldn't make the shit. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you're not going to hit your target if your light's fucking bending.
Wait a minute. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but the argument is that lights bend at a certain point, or what is the argument?
No, there is no bending after. There is no Snell's law. There is no refraction. The refraction that they say that is looming up our hyena.
Yeah, it's not being loomed. Just look at any picture of loom.
Light, as if you were advocating for it, what would the argument?
You didn't account for refraction. You didn't add the 7 over 6 R, our presupposed radius value that we based our refraction measurements or refraction
Like
calculations on.
Like a calculated fall off? Is that essentially what it is?
Yeah, it's calculated after the fact. It's like people ask why the feet of a missing ship. It's like, well, you didn't calculate for anything. It's like, what do you mean?
So
feet
Jose,
disappeared
he's always on
from the
here.
bottom up. What a joke.
Jose's not on here very much, but if you listen to Jose, he says what he does is he likes to use MIG West's calculator, right? And when he uses that one, it has refraction built in. So when they say, "Oh, you didn't take into consideration refraction," you just show them like, "Bro, it's built into this calculator here."
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I do. Like I go to Flat Earth Insanity's blog, and I just max out the refraction index on his horizon calculator and just say, yeah, I'll just grant you all the refraction that ballers can even conjure. I'll just give you all of that. You're still out by about 10 times. Sorry.
Yeah, precisely. Like their even fake hoax refraction doesn't even count for what they're even asking for. It's like, okay, you can have it. Like, there's another like 10 feet. Like, are you serious? Like, we're still asking. Can you bring something up from behind? Can you bring a pregnant woman's toes up from behind her pregnant stomach? Like.
The refraction formula begs the question to begin with because it uses that presupposed R value that they never established in the first place. Granting them that, just go ahead and grant them that. It still doesn't get them anywhere near what they're claiming, so it's over.
It's over before we don't even have to say you didn't calculate the angular size. It's just over. Like the horizon is far gone. And then you've seen the new tiny ships where they did the tiny ships and they're like saying like, oh, this is only 124 feet and it's completely obscuring it from the bottom. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, do these people not know what the attenuation of light is? Do they not know what resolution is? And they apparently they think the differential of air hundreds of feet,
Well, dude,
thousands of feet, so that you can see the Chicago skyline.
these ballers, number one, they hate. The number one thing they hate is the scientific method. Once you start talking about variables, right, causing the thing that they're affirming, right, with their baseless claims, right, that this is causing that, right, and you start talking about other variables, like did you consider this variable, this factor, and they're like, what, bro? You're anti-science. Why are you talking about variables?
That's the
Right,
crazy.
that's what they do.
That's the craziest part because that's what they say to us when we show them the black swan or something like that. They say that we're not accounting for the variables, and then they turn around, they show you a different picture of the black swan on another day where they just forget about every variable altogether other than this looks like my geometric horizon that I'm looking for. So yep, that's it. Can't believe it.
That's why I sort of poke jabs about the sugar water because, I mean, no Atmos day. So some days there's no Atmos days. That's whenever you want to derive the radius value because you're looking and you're seeing the curvature. And we haven't even got into like let's
We're
have
not measuring
a
curvature.
honeycomb and talk about the bendy banana cam that people still will bring,
Yo, the fact that people use
But when you're measuring the
fisheye lens.
horizon, sorry, I just wanted to say real fast. When you're measuring the horizon, you're not measuring curvature. You're measuring the distance to the horizon. It has absolutely nothing to do with curvature, and it has everything to do with atmospheric conditions.
I was gonna say the people that use the fisheye footage as argument baffle me for the fact that they literally just don't understand it's a fisheye and that's what fisheyes do.
Yeah, most people don't understand what the horizon is. As the apparent position, and they're like, "No, then boats fall off of it." But what a boats fall? You believe the flat Earth, so boats fall off the edge? It's like, no. You're the one that actually believes that boats fall off the edge to your obscured view of your horizon.
Yeah, the boats get smaller, they shrink in angular size, and the waves that are bulging in front of the boat are doing the opposite. They're bigger in angular
Very
size
simple.
relatively
They
to
go
the
out.
boat.
Nothing's falling off.
Yeah, obvious. Well, I mean, we're preaching to the choir here when we say that.
Well, no, there's the people in the chat. They
Oh, true.
Very much to hear this. Yeah, no, I'm only coming here from because I have to endure these demons in the chat.
Well, let me tell you what to do
Wink,
with the
wink.
demons. Okay, when they say how
I'm
come you don't fall
kidding.
off, you say let me make sure I understand your question. Right, you're asking why we don't fall off a stationary plane tens of thousands of miles across, but it never crossed your mind why we wouldn't fall off of a spinning water ball flying through space near the speed of light. Think about that for a second.
No, they
When
say
they say
that's
where's your
reality.
edge,
They say that's
no,
reality.
hold on,
Sideways and
I know I
spiraling.
paused. Hold on.
That's reality. And water bends curvy.
Hold on, let him go just a second.
And then when we ask them where's the reality, they don't have it.
So then they say, where's your edge, right? How come you don't fall off? Where's your leading edge of the earth, right? Where is your leading edge that there's supposed to be curvature? Where's the edge of your earth? We don't experience curvature anywhere. So where's your edge? Why don't you fall off?
At this point in the conversation, they just squawk the word gravity.
That one's real fun. That's why we got a lot of simulationists around, simulations trolls around Exonos. They came to try to say that there is an underlying layer that is conceptually not real. Very, very interesting. very interesting route that these ballers have taken, and I'm like, it's fun. It's fun. It's more fun than just you got no curve, but it's like you got no curve. Like a triangle, 90 degrees, 180 degrees. Those numbers scare a flat earther, and then they'll be like, "Oh, but you don't like 100 billion trillion kajillion off into Neverland." But you say 90 and you say 180, they got big problems.
They got big problems with specific gravity, right? Because you can demonstrate it using experiment. And I've been saying for a little over a month now, I think that it's the fourth leg of entropy. Object placed in a medium will seek its equilibrium. Not that the object is seeking it, but the system will seek equilibrium. Just best container or bad the charge or an object.
Hey Hank, you're roboting hard. I don't want to just interrupt. That's why I keep even talking, because I'd much rather, talk about some sort of
Yes,
things.
but let me,
Sorry, bro.
let me do something.
Mike's roboting, brother.
We got it for him in his own back. Like I feel like he was saying, it's like there isn't a gravity. That's what he was trying to get to us. Like gravity is completely
Well, he was talking about specific gravity, which is just like relative density.
Relative density, precisely. Like that's why I say I got problems with only relative specifics. Not specific relatives.
I have problems with specific relatives.
Well, damn. We all do, but I tell them they sort of need to know. I'm always trying to lead them, and I love my family, so.
My family always starts rumors about me.
It's terrible. I know that I'm not the simple case, but that's not this discussion here. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm just toying with your words.
we're
I'm not saying
we're our family.
I'm just talking crap. Don't worry.
Just on the sake of family, one of my lesbian aunt started a rumor in our family that I was gay, and I was like, "What? I'm not gay." It was just, I don't know. It's just odd.
It's like Auntie, just because you like you like the your little toys you buy doesn't mean I'm in your same fantasy delusion.
It was like such a
reality.
weird. She was trying to like drag me like it was a bad thing. I was like, but what? Like, wait, I don't know, man. Vibes.
Families are like that, It's like she's like, it depends, and she believes in the globe, right? So she probably, that's precisely her problem. She didn't have enough of religious belief in Jesus, so then she has this full atheist belief, and then just like hoping for, like that's her biggest hope. She's like, I hope he's gay because I'm gonna be cool with like some new thing that's coming out. It's like these people are so confused.
I do agree with that. They are very confused.
Yeah, they're
People are just trying
confused.
to
Like,
fit in.
yeah, most people are confused, and most people fit in.
Not confused. They lie to themselves. I chose to be gay.
That's
Like what
the
the fuck?
sorriest part.
Like I
though,
keep
is
telling.
that-
I was like, "What did you say?" I know you didn't just tell me that you were born gay. Fuck that. No, I chose to be gay. You know that you chose to be gay. And then Like
You better
then you got
make a
idiots.
choice.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to call them idiots. Then you got people that are trying to lie to themselves about their about themselves, and then it's yeah.
No, I mean
Never
people
mind.
people are confused and people I mean people are very different, you know. So it's
How
not
about
that we fully
we not
condemn
select a group
somebody.
of people? How about we not select a group of people to pick on?
Yeah, precisely.
Now I'm gonna get all
I don't mind if that specific group is a globite that believes that there's curvature and there's no curvature. The type of person that would say, I think that we live on a globe and that this globe we wouldn't expect to ever see curvature on. I think we got a major fucking problem. Those are the types that I don't like, you know, if you know what I mean. Do you catch the drift? I'm drifting? I'm grifting, I meant to say. I'm
I would say
grifting
that
it.
you
Come on,
need to
buy my
do.
shirts. Buy my shirts. Buy my
Buy my merch.
buy my shirts.
I would say that you need
They're
to do.
NASA shirts.
What'd you say?
If you're having trouble with people that say that you don't have to see it to believe it, right? It's because they can see it in their mind's eye, right? And you need to ask them, do a little word association with me. Close your eyes. What do you see when I say Earth? And if they say the blue marble or spherical Earth, then you need to say, okay, that's only on TV. You only see that in magazines. You only see that on the internet. The real Earth is that stuff outside that gets in between your toes at the beach. The real Earth is the stuff that earthworms live in. So when you go outside and you look at the real Earth, what does it look like?
I mean, this is the real comedy. We're sort of giving away the comedy hour. You know, like how if you sitcom, come here, we'll teach you. We'll give you a lot of jokes, you know? Give you them all. We'll give you the counter, the productive, the counterproductive, and the counterculture. We'll give it all to you at the same time. It's sort of just the fun of our like chats that we have.
Kind of annoying to consider like people at the top that get paid to like be quiet. Like they know what's up. It's just they're paid to act like they don't.
Yeah, and like even if they don't, then it's like it's like you guys missed out on a lot of humor.
A lot of money.
You know what I mean? Well, money and humor, I guess. Well,
They're going to get reprimanded too if they break oaths, right?
Probably.
If they start laughing with us, you know, it's like having the joke with us, and they're like, "Okay, we get it now. We're gonna make the Don't Look Down movie," and then they're like shut down, like the what was that Into the Gray movie they had the other, you know, that apparently got disappeared, you know.
To the gray.
Yeah, the Gray State movie.
Gray, yeah, precisely. Thank you.
What's that about?
Gray State, very good movie.
Is basically just about like the NWO takeover of the USA, well, the world in general, I guess, but based in the USA. The movie never got made. The guy just
basically killed.
He outs like the Freemasons and stuff like that in it, but it never got made.
Dude. Let's not kid around about it. This isn't a bat soup. Like they killed the entire fucking family, dude.
Yes, I did see that was like 10 years ago nearly.
Yeah. So the writing's been on the wall for a long time, clearly.
Yeah, if you look at the movie, it has a guy wearing like a Masonic garb with like a hood over his head, and he's like lining people up to the guillotine.
Yep.
What is it?
The Gray State trailer.
Oh,
It's like a Freemason executing people with a guillotine, and
well, since we're on that topic, I wanted to bring it up earlier. I think you guys are ahead of the curve with all this. I think my personal opinion is what's going to happen is we're going to see like a resurgence of like Atlantean ideology, the same way the Nazis were into it, and they're gonna move to the
Already
flat Earth.
happened.
They're gonna move to the flat Earth ideology in like a big way, and they're gonna kind of co-opt it.
Well, isn't
the
that like
Nazis
Eric
were doing.
Dubé's thing? Like that's his website, the Atlantean Conspiracy, right?
No.
Well, that's Nazis. That's what they were into.
Well, you
scientists.
should look in alternative. I mean, we didn't all come from Africa. I mean, you should. There's a lot there. Robert Zephyr, I think you would like. Robert Zephyr.
Let's bring this back to flat Earth. Let's bring this back to flat Earth, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I will say
It's cosmology. Flat Earth is alternative cosmology.
there is someone who wants to have a one-on-one if anybody's willing. Maybe Hank or somebody. AJ.
Oh, dude,
is
what's
here.
the guy's name first? What's the guy's name first?
Right above me, AJ.
Okay,
That's me.
He's
Yep.
a noob.
I'm gonna mute myself.
He wants to keep it civil. So if anyone wants to do one,
Hello, I'm
v1,
here.
I think we can.
I'm here.
Yeah, Meme is perfect. Yeah. So
Well, I think
guys,
we
if you
did a
wanna
good
fall
job.
back
It
and
was a
let
very
Mimas
nice
handle this.
discussion. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we were just kind of blabbing. Sorry about that. This will be better. Yeah, let's do this.
No, well, I just noticed that in the voice chat, a lot of people like to troll and stuff, and I get that. I do it too. But I just, from what I've seen, I have a friend who's actually in here. His name's J Mike. I don't know if you guys know him. But he's the one who kind of introduced me to this whole, flat Earth thing. And I watched that movie that came out last year with him. I forget what it was called. It was a pretty big production movie that I know a lot of flat earthers
Is
were
it
excited about.
the Netflix movie?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I watched that. He's tried to explain some theories to me, but I mean, I am an avid. I wouldn't call myself a full-on astronomer, but I do own a few telescopes. I'm an active watcher of space, and I study physics and science, and there's just a lot of stuff that I don't really
Well,
understand.
you're precisely
I'm
who I
willing
would
to
like
listen.
to ask
Hey,
questions
don't interrupt
for.
him.
Just
Don't
like so,
interrupt him.
when you
No,
when
don't
you're
interrupt him. Still, hold on. He was still giving us his biography.
Yeah.
Let's let him
So
finish.
I like it.
I've always been a man of what I like to think of as science. I mean, I am an engineer. That's just been my life's work, and there's a lot of things that I find issues with, and a lot of the things that I see, and it could just be because the people I'm listening to are uneducated. But I don't desire to believe in the globe. I don't really care. Like, it's not my. I don't care if the Earth is flat or round. I just haven't seen any compelling evidence to prove me otherwise. So I just believe that the Earth is still round, like I have always
Can we
thought.
establish an axiom before we go on, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. So, what do you experience with your eyes and yourself? You just experience a flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, who's making the assumption? The one who's saying this is what I experience, this is what I see, but it's not what I experience or see. Who's making the assumption?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Who is making the assumption? The person who's accepting
Who's
what they
experiencing
see, or
it?
the person who is denying what they see?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the person who's experiencing it is going to make their own assumption.
Well, I mean, there is no assumption with that. This is what we see. So that's de facto what reality is.
Yeah.
You have to prove that reality is false if you make some other claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when it comes to curvature or anything like that, it's not something you experience. It's something you have to be told.
Yeah, the Earth is just, I mean, it's too big. Anything, if you were on a ball that was the size, if you blew up a beach ball the size of Earth and stood on it, it would appear flat to you.
Yeah, but isn't that an assumption?
No.
If you were on,
I mean, physics would prove that.
if you were on a flat surface that was 30,000 miles wide, it'd still look flat. Right?
Well, I think
yeah,
the
obviously a
point
flat,
that he must
obviously a,
consider
a
is
flat
if
object
you
would look
believe
flat.
in
Yeah.
Rational. Yeah, I don't think that's a really rational argument. Saying
Why?
that it's so big it looks flat because
Okay,
anything
no,
that's flat
I
is gonna look
agree
flat
with you.
too.
I agree with you on that.
geometry. Like there's
no,
a geometric view, horizon view.
Yeah. No, I
Like,
agree with you
and,
completely on that.
there's
I
a-
think that.
Can everybody else mute their mic?
Hold on, I
except
can't
for
tell
the
what
people
people are
talking?
saying right now.
Let's try to
One
let Mimas
second,
handle this, okay,
moderator.
guys?
Yeah, Mimas Trollins. I'm sorry, and moderators. 1 second. This guy has already been here and he changed his name. But if you want to pretend like he hasn't, that's
It's
okay.
okay. I don't mind.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
mind.
okay.
I'm in the mood
All
for a
right.
chat. I haven't
Well,
been in here in a
Let's
while.
get
good.
into the
Nice
black
to see you
swan.
again, Carefree.
Where's
Welcome
your
back, Carefree.
fucking curvature? Where the fuck
No,
is your
Relax,
curvature?
why
relax.
is
Welcome
everyone
back,
losing their
Carefree.
minds?
Relax. Welcome back,
Is
Carefree.
everybody losing their minds? Okay. So anyway,
Silence.
so your
Notice
background is what kind of engineer are you? I'm just curious.
I'm an aerospace.
Okay, so something actually useful.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've worked with the Army Corps and it's the worst people to
Oh
work
no
for.
no no! I work for
Yeah.
private companies, private military companies.
No, the only military I like doing any work for is Coast Guard because they
Oh,
are
okay.
just completely relaxed. They're like, yeah, we didn't
Very
need an
laid
engineer.
back. My buddy
Yeah,
actually is in the Coast Guard, and I've recently had the pleasure of going to Alaska and doing some work with his whole division, and that was super cool. So yeah,
Yeah.
those guys are super laid back. Probably the coolest guys in the military.
Well, my NDA is not in effect anymore, so I can tell you I worked on like the NSA, the building, doing a lot of cuts and renovations in there. So
Yeah,
I've
that's
done a
sick.
lot of contracting for the military.
Yeah, no,
I'm not a
that's where the
fan of
money is. That's why I switched to it.
it's good money, but it's miserable. I don't like it. I just exclusively do private industry now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
No more for
with
me.
with a lot of
Except Coast Guard.
with the aerospace, it's really cool because so I do my specialty is armor plating for aerospace, so I have to make lightweight, really effective, really sturdy armor. So it's just, I mean, it's honestly a really cool job.
Is it all
I
these
actually
ratios?
no, it's a lot of hands on. So I am one of the few. I got really lucky. I get to design and then also manufacture, install what I design. So I recently was with a team and we designed a new windshield for Black Hawk helicopters that's made out of crystallized sapphire. Very
Are you
cool.
in the southeast?
Yeah, I live in Florida.
Okay, I was about to say because aerospace and all that, you're probably going to be in the southeast, Georgia or Florida.
Yeah, I went to UCF and I practice in Florida right now. My office is planning to move to Georgia, but they're still debating that.
Yeah, because like here in Savannah, you can throw a rock and hit an aerospace engineering company.
Yeah, yeah, no, they're everywhere. It's really cool.
Yeah, because Gulfstream is here, so it's pretty big here.
Georgia's beautiful.
Okay.
I love that place. I hunt there pretty often.
Okay. All right. So what would you say is your major gripe with, I guess, the flat Earth argument? Like just to be clear, I let myself be called a flat earther. I am not. I don't know what the Earth is. I don't know its extent. I don't know what reality is.
Yeah.
So I'm just think of me as being zetetic and hyper skeptical to that degree.
Okay, yeah, and I'm a huge skeptic. So, my issue is with my obsession with aerospace, my obsession with flying objects, and all that stuff, and I mean, I have multiple pretty expensive telescopes, and I actively do photograph and take videos and pictures of space, and I see a lot of spherical objects out there. Like, I mean, I could turn on my telescope and coordinate it to look at Jupiter or whatever. And it's just, it seems odd to me that.
I would say the flaw in that thinking is why would the lights at the ceiling indicate what shape your floor is?
But when when you don't observe any flat edges in nature, why would you expect the Earth to be flat?
We do. It's called the horizon.
I understand that, but if you
it's literally called horizontal horizon.
Yeah, well,
that's how a level works.
That's why it's called that. It's because it's horizontal. But my whole thing is, why would every other? Can you hear me?
Did we lose him? Did I lose him?
Hello?
Or are y'all losing
No,
me?
keep going. I hear you. I
hear you
Who's
both.
roboting? Am I roboting?
No, neither one of you roboting. We hear you both.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
Oh, so what I was really saying is it just seems odd to me that
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Can someone add him in the chat or something?
Meme, we hear you.
That meme, can you hear me?
You can't hear
I can
us,
hear you now.
obviously. Oh, there we
Everybody
go.
was roboting.
Okay.
It sounded like from here. So
Yeah,
was that
you
me?
weren't at all.
Yeah, it was you. I
Yeah,
think it
that
was
must have
you.
been you. We heard
He
everything
had
clear.
to.
Please
He either
continue.
had to restart the stream. Like, will you still continue your
No,
train of thought?
okay. Hold on.
So,
Please continue.
It's Discord because I'm right next to my router, so it's got to be Discord. All right.
No,
Was I
the last
speaking or were you?
his train of
you
thought.
were.
He was doing.
Okay. Yeah. So from my observation of everything, I see that all other planets are round. So why would Earth be the only planet that isn't round?
Hold on. Did you? My information glitched out for me. Did somebody have a device?
I'm sorry.
Oh, did you have a device?
Can we just pause?
To
Hey guys, can we just pause until Mean comes back?
Oh, I didn't know he left. I'm sorry.
Do you
He's
have a
trying to fix
radio
the stuff.
device to confirm it?
Meme is not connecting right.
Okay.
We're just gonna give.
Hold on. Let's try.
Meme?
Hey,
Yeah.
you're cutting too, man.
How about now?
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
can
can
hear you
hear
good
you.
now.
Okay, I didn't know what was going on. I restarted my Discord.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Okay, so you're saying that because things are circular in the sky, we're on a ball.
So here's my deductive reasoning, and a lot of my issue with the arguments
I
is
think
like
that's inductive.
it's. I mean, it seems fairly circumstantial because I haven't seen an
I think
object
that's
in space
eisegesis.
that is not spherical. I haven't
I
seen
think
one.
that's eisegetical reasoning, though.
But what? Okay, why would Earth be different?
Well, you're assuming that Earth is something like those in the sky in order to say why would Earth be different. So it's eisegesis. You're actually inductive reasoning. You've already concluded that Earth is like other celestial objects. And so when you look at celestial objects, the celestial objects confirm your already existing bias.
That could be true, but how do we prove that Earth is different?
You don't have to, because there's no justification for the claim that Earth is like the other celestial objects in the first place.
So do you believe the Earth is flat?
Everywhere we measure and every practical thing we do on it does not require us to calculate for any curvature.
There is ways to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
You don't need to, though.
But you can see it. Like if you let's say I was at a
Don't
certain
forget, you said it's so big, you can't see curvature.
if no, you can't see it, but you can measure it. Let's say I was at a set distance, and you went, let's say, 200 miles away.
Yeah.
And we had a laser system. Let's say you just sailed off into the ocean, and you went 200 miles. We have a laser system that could actually measure level, and you would be at a lower depth than me.
All right, I'm gonna post a picture in the live stream voice text. All right.
Okay, let me see that. I gotta go all the way down. Okay.
You see the picture I just posted?
Yeah.
These mountains are 255 miles away.
Okay.
Now, the observer is at 10,000 feet, a little under 10,000 feet. However,
is he also on a mountain?
Yeah, he's also on a mountain. But
okay.
But that's already taken into account. Now, if he was standing at sea level, there would be 9 miles of curvature in front of his face. Wouldn't see anything on the horizon at all. Now, standing at 9,800 feet,
okay,
he should be able to see the horizon should end at 112 miles. This is 250. This is 254 miles. Now, the bulge of water at 112 miles should be 3 miles. The mountain that's circled is the shortest mountain over there. It's called Tete de Garnesay.
That's 200 miles?
It is 254 miles.
Okay.
That mountain is only 7,800 feet tall.
So you're saying that there would have to be a drop off of more than, well, about 2,000 feet?
No, 3 miles. That's, roughly 18,000 feet?
Yeah.
Right. The mountain's only 7,800 feet tall,
Okay.
and you can see the entire mountain. In fact, you can see all the way down to the shoreline. You can see all the villages ramping up. There is zero curvature in this picture. Zero. It is flat all the way to those mountains.
And how do we
this is
know?
from-
I'm
This is from
sorry.
Italy. This is from Italy to France. Now, these guys, what they
Oh,
do,
okay.
yeah, those are the.
That's what I was going to ask. How do you know it's 250 miles? But okay.
No, because this is one of our go-tos. We have all the information. In fact, Indio and I have been emailing with the creators of this infrared image because
Okay.
they got the Guinness Book World Record long distance shot.
Wow, that's amazing.
So, anyway, I'm gonna have to leave it with y'all because I gotta go. I gotta talk to my wife. I will talk to y'all maybe later. All right?
Okay. It was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Be safe. Does anybody object to me taking over?
All right, Hank.
No,
but
no
don't
objections.
Be
Go
don't
ahead.
Be, yeah, don't be too long-winded, Hank, because we're gonna get to some more observations real fast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to go over basically what really is science, right? And there's a lot of pseudoscience out there right now, right? Cosmology, astronomy, like all this is pseudoscience because you can't manipulate the variables in space. You're only an observer, right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, I'm very skeptical of a lot of astrophysics and a lot of these things because it can't be tested. So I understand that most of it's theory.
Good. So the word science, it means knowledge, right? But natural science is a method for obtaining knowledge by eliminating variables, right?
Yes.
So you pretty much heard a lot of lies your whole life, right? You probably heard that Kennedy was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. You ever heard that at school?
I don't believe that.
Well, I'm asking, have
But
you ever
yes,
heard
yes,
it?
I've heard. Yeah, I've heard it multiple times.
Right, but he never stood trial. So whoever told you that, either they don't understand that you're innocent until proven guilty, which I'm highly unlikely they never heard that before, or they're pushing a narrative, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same with the moon's gravity causing the tides. Can you manipulate the moon's gravity to see if they actually cause the tides?
No.
So if I had a theory that it was actually the electromagnetism from the sun that was causing the tides, that would be just as scientific or actually equally non-scientific as a theory or colloquial postulation theory that
It
the
would
moon's causing the tides.
it would be close, but it's a lot easier to measure electromagnetics than it is to measure gravity. You can't really measure gravity the way you can electromagnetism.
Well, electromagnetism, it actually affects things. Gravity, the way we see it, doesn't affect things, right? So I just want you to look up one thing for me, specific gravity. And then we'll go on.
Okay, is there a specific website I need to check or?
No, just any search engine you like, specific gravity.
Okay, so okay, do you want me to read part of the definition?
No,
So,
just tell me what you come up with. Relative density.
yeah, relative density. It's a
Right,
ratio of
so-
density of substance to density given.
So, we talk a lot about gravity, right? Newton, the apple fell. Well, if the apple fell into a pail of water, it would float, right?
Yeah, because it's less dense.
Right, and then if you take the water out, the apple falls all the way to the bottom of the pail.
Yeah.
Right, and if you add the water again, it rises again.
Yeah, but you're saying that we would be more dense than the air around us, so we would naturally stay on the ground.
Of course. So this is experimental science. Like we can test this like through and through over and over again, and I'll just let somebody else take over. But yeah, any object in a medium is going to seek equilibrium.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys. Who wants to talk to the nice gentleman next? Well, AJ, I'm not sure. How long have you been looking at this topic overall? You kind of seem like you're, not to be rude, but you're coming from a defensive position because when I hear that idea, like, oh, I don't have a claim about my whatever you were saying about not really being a globe Earth believer, I kind of have to put up a red flag because obviously that's the default that we are all taught.
I mean, obviously, the thing that I've been taught my whole life, I'm going to tend to be inclined towards. But there's a lot of principles that you guys bring up that have always fascinated me. Like I've always been interested in it, but I just haven't. A lot of it is, I think it's almost circumstantial on both sides, because we can test that yes, a more dense object sinks, right? We could test that buoyancy also has an effect on things, but we can say that, well, because it just seems like the argument can be both ways on both sides. So we can say, well, because this object sinks in water means that gravity doesn't exist. It's like you can't really prove that gravity doesn't exist just because this
Wait,
object
I'm
sinks in
sorry,
water,
interrupting.
right?
That was a straw man. So I never said gravity doesn't exist, right? What I'm
Oh,
saying
I
is
thought
that
that was the point.
no. My point was is that you got the wrong understanding of gravity. Gravity
Also,
does exist.
can you explain straw man real quick, because I hear that a lot and I think I might have a misunderstanding of what that is, because I hear that a lot.
Right. So Jordan Peterson was in an interview with this woman, and she seemed to be extremely feminist. And she was saying, so basically, what you're saying is that women deserve to make less. And he was like, no, that's not my argument. That's not what I'm saying at all. And then she was like, so basically, you're saying all women should just crawl under a rock and not get educated. And he was like, no, that's. Did you hear those words come out of my mouth? No, that's not what I'm saying. So it's misrepresenting someone's argument to make it easier. And I don't think he
Oh,
did it on
okay.
purpose. I think you may have misunderstood. That's why I interrupted you and wanted to correct your understanding of what I was trying to tell you. I was
Okay.
only trying to tell you that people have a misunderstanding of why things fall in nature, and that it has more to do with the lack of buoyant force than it does have to do with the magical bending and warping of space-time. That concept is totally out of the question, non-scientific. There is no hypothesis in Albert Einstein's paper. In fact, Professor Shankar of Yale, right? He's the chair of physics. He thinks that, like this is the end of Newtonian mechanics. Like he don't accept Newtonian. So if Newtonian and Einstein are out, then what do we got? Well, apples still go down. The question is why. And I just demonstrated to you that you can use the scientific method to manipulate the medium, right? Once you manipulate the medium, you're manipulating the relative density of the object in the medium. And this is what causes things to fall. So if you drop your cell phone, it's not because of the bending and warping of space-time. If you drop your cell phone, it fell because the atmosphere wasn't dense enough to hold it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, please,
Yeah,
please
I understand what you're
continue.
saying.
And beyond that, again, it's not that we have proof that gravity doesn't make things go down, but when you try to find evidence or it being established, when you try to find an experiment that would prove that gravity makes fall down or helium balloons go up, which they don't even claim that, you come up completely empty-handed. So I would ask you, do you know of any scientific experiment that anyone has ever done in the past that validates the claim that rocks go down with gravity?
No, that is a very good theory. I would call it more than just a theory, because you can prove that. I've never seen a single experiment that proves gravity, and I think gravity, even to this day, is more of a theory as to why things work. People are going to say, well, a big object spins fast enough, it'll attract things. But I mean, in nature, we don't really see anything like that at all. So yes, I do agree with this.
Are we live, guys?
I'm sorry?
Are we on YouTube, guys? Live? Do you know? Is it streaming?
Yes, it is.
I think so.
Yes.
That's good, because like this is the kind of guest we would like to have in the room. Someone who's like you, dude. I mean, who will admit certain things that other people will never do. So that good on you, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I genuinely believe in actual science, and I believe in things that I can prove. And if I can't prove something, then I do require a proof. I mean, obviously, other than there's specific things like the existence of God and the Holy Spirit. There's things that I just believe out of faith. But when it comes to physical phenomena and things that occur on Earth, I do require some sort of proof, because there is a proof to be found We just need to find it. So that's really what I'm looking for. I want knowledge, but I need proof to accept something. And I mean, we all grew up in the same school system. We all grew up with the same science classes. We all grew up with the same sort of quote unquote understanding of the universe. And I'm not biased towards one or the other. I just want to have a civil conversation and just hear both sides. I know what I currently believe, but I'm willing to hear, what everybody else has to think. And I mean, I'm not claiming to have done the most research out of anybody. I know there's people who have far more knowledge on this stuff than me, but I'm willing to, listen.
Look, man, here's the thing. It basically boils down to this. We can see too far. If you go to an anti-flat earth server, right, people that are ballers there, the globals, yeah, they're gonna say that we can see too far. The question is why? Why can we see too far, right? And it's up to you to decide why we can see too far. Either we can see too far because the earth is flat, or there's some sort of magical phenomenon where somehow now, instead of refraction being between two mediums, now it can be between one medium. And somehow this one medium refraction is creating more light, I don't want to say bending, but changing angle of attack than two mediums, right? Because what they're claiming is that the Earth is curving downward at 8 inches per mile squared, right? So if we see something that should be on the other side of the curve, then without violating the law of non-contradiction, then the light would have to be bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. But a single medium can't cause that amount of refraction. So it's up to them to prove that the laser is actually going down at 8 inches per mile squared.
Hey, Hank.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
I
how are
wanted
you?
to add. I wanted to add something to what you are very. I like what you're saying. It's excellent, of course. But what I've heard from other people that are new to the topic, they say, "Well, then it must be a bigger ball."
Guys,
It can't be.
my phone died. Or my
It
computer
can't. Oh, it can't be a bigger ball. No, it can't. Because if that's the case, then we should have never went to the damn moon.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I missed the what you guys were saying. My computer just crashed, but I switched over to my phone.
Well, that's
Well,
unfortunate.
if it's a bigger ball, right, then just going by the black swan measurement alone, the new radius of the Earth is the old distance from the Earth to the moon. It's over 260,000 miles. So if we're going to take that into consideration, then we shouldn't weigh, what we've been weighing this whole time. Because if gravity affects us based on mass, then me being a 300-pound dude, well, now what? What's is it 4,000 miles, right? Divided into 260,000 miles. So whatever that number is, whatever the answer to that equation is, that's how much more I should be weighing right now then, right?
So
And the
Hank,
escape velocity is going to be much bigger too, right?
yeah, so isn't it like a house of falling cards?
Yeah, yeah. If we debunk your radius, like everything is gone. Like everything after that is like okay. It's like you're starting over, right? With sticks and stones because, okay, back to the drawing board.
Do you know how they came up with the radius? The new person? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at my phone.
It's okay. Florida man, she's talking to you.
I'm trying. Sorry, I was looking for my
Oh, no problem.
my headphones. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I said, by chance, would you happen to know how they got the radius that we use that's given to us by the authoritative sources?
I do not know off the top of my head. I would imagine it has to do with maps, or calculating flight logs. I mean, that's how I would do it if I were to do that.
Well, the radius would be to the center of the sphere.
Yes. So wherever the
Right.
equator is located
So
is where I would measure.
no, you'd be measuring inside the Earth.
Oh,
You're think
well, no.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
based on geometry, if you measure the
Yeah.
circumference, you would then be able to find the radius. Because you would
Right. So
divide
she's
the
asking you
circumference by.
what.
See, the thing is, though, what people are having issue with is that calculations are being posed as measurements. That's what a lot of people have issue with.
Well, I understand that, but if I if I took a circle with a
But see,
3.159, pi circumference, and I divided that by pi, I would have a 1-inch radius. And I could test that on a piece of
sure.
paper or on the floor.
See, but the thing is that we see too far. That's why people are questioning what we're being told. Do you understand?
Yeah, he
No,
understands.
I
He's
understand why
well versed.
people are questioning.
Hold on, AJ.
I
Hold
question
on,
it
AJ. I'm gonna
actively.
defend you, right? He's well versed. He's an aerospace engineer. I don't know if you were here earlier. He knows what he's talking about. He's not here to subvert, or he's here to learn. So he understands most of what you're talking about. You just basically have to give him the basics. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to walk him through it.
My real biggest question with the flat Earth is I have been on. I mean, obviously, being in aerospace and working for these companies, I have flown. Probably have 10,000 hours of fly time. I fly a lot,
Right.
and I've done multiple international flights and all of this, and I've never experienced a flat Earth while being 30,000-40,000 feet in the air, and it seems like I would be able to see much further than I could actually see. There's things to me that, like, I've taken a connecting flight from Russia to the U.S. and it's one
Well,
direction and it's straight, and I mean
you'd
that's
be really interested. You'd be really interested to know that one of the spokespersons for the scientific community, Neil deGrasse Tyson, is infamously known for saying at an airplane altitude, that stuff is flat. So you can
yes,
take that how you want. I
it
mean,
does look flat. Yeah, I do
then
listen to Neil
what were
deGrasse
you
pretty
referring
often.
to a moment ago that you've never experienced a flat Earth? Can you kind of tell us how you fly around the globe? And I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
No, you're not. I've just been on flights that are fairly one directional that will take me from the U.S. to Europe, to Asia, and then back to the U.S. all in
I just had a great thought for you.
one fairly direction going east.
I have a great source of information that's directly related to your line of work. The gentleman's name, the channel name is Flat Earth Banjo, and I think he extended it to the title of his channel. But
Is that on YouTube?
yes, let me see if I can find it for you. Hank, don't you think that's a good idea? He look at that channel.
USA,
look it up.
Japan, and Brazil.
While you're looking at it, I wanted to say that you said that you flew in one direction. That's actually not true. So whenever you're circumnavigating something, you have to reference frame, right? The reference frame is the North Pole or the pole star, right? Or magnetic north, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And as you're going around in a circle, what you're doing, you're not actually going in a straight line. What you're actually doing is you're taking a whole bunch of micro corrections to keep the North Pole to your left if you're going east, and to the right if you're going west. So if you were to go in a straight line in any direction, you're going to end up in Antarctica. Correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, just
eventually, Hank, that would be over a long period of time.
eventually. Yeah, eventually, right, you'll end up in Antarctica. So you're actually circumnavigating the Earth. And I understand that you're right. You might not be able to understand that I could circumnavigate my neighborhood. It's pretty flat, but I could run around the blocks, right?
So
And I
you'd
could
be
just
making turns?
Exactly. And that's exactly what you do in an aircraft, too. You're making slight corrections because you're not actually moving in a straight line.
So the person we're talking with, Hank, is that AJ?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm gonna DM you that channel.
Okay.
I posted in the live stream for everyone too.
Oh, I'm in the live stream chat too, so I can look at it from there if you'd like.
All right, yeah, do that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You said you're a pilot, right?
No, I'm an aerospace engineer. I'm not a pilot.
Okay. When you said I have
Oh,
flown,
my bad, you guys. Okay. I stand
when you said
corrected,
I had
everybody. I'm
flown,
embarrassed.
I'm sorry.
no, it's all right.
Yeah,
When
no,
you said I
I
have flown, I thought
yes.
you were the one flying, right? So
No, I do work on navigational equipment as well, and I know the inner workings of planes, and I fly a lot just because of the nature of my work and to be in aircrafts that I have worked on. We do a
so
lot of
can you
flight
feel
time.
can you feel it when the plane is descending?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like you're descending whenever you're flying in a straight and level path for hours and hours on end?
Not slight deviate. I mean, you can feel a slight deviation based on wind. But if you descend a foot, as long as it's over a long period of time, you would never be able to tell.
Right, but what if it's 8 inches per mile squared?
No, you wouldn't be able to tell.
No, I disagree. I think if you're descending, you can feel it. Because when you're in a plane, right, the pilot, he's using his instruments, but he's also using his intuition, right?
You're saying you descend to 8. You're saying you descend to 8 inches for every mile
per
that you
mile
travel.
squared, right?
Okay.
So if we're talking about a flight
Oh, I
from,
misunderstood your question. Yes, yeah, you would feel that.
yeah, hear me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
So
changes mine.
let's say you're flying 10 miles. You're going to descend 66 feet in those 10 miles, right? And like you said, you can feel a descent when you're in a plane, when you're descending. Now, if it's a foot over 10 miles, probably not. But 66, that's a 6-story building drop, right?
But if you're doing that over the course of 10 miles, you're traveling roughly 350 to 400 miles an hour, depending on your. I mean, some aircraft are going much faster. I don't really
Don't
think
forget
you would
about
feel that.
the spin of the earth.
That's a
Too.
very, very slow descent.
What
Incredibly
about
slow.
this? What about the spin of the earth? We got to talk about that too, right, Hank?
Right, because they show us the pendulum, right? And the Earth is rotating under the pendulum, but the Earth doesn't rotate under an airplane when it's landing, or a helicopter when it's hovering, or a hot air balloon when it's in the air, right? So you can't take off at North Carolina, right, and then cross the ocean over a matter of hours because the Earth is spinning under it. But you guys want us to believe with your hypnotic tricks like the pendulum, right? You know, stare at the watch, count backwards down from 10. Can you feel the Earth moving? I mean, come on, that's a little ridiculous, don't you think? If it's spinning under the pendulum, which is attached to the reference frame, don't you think objects adjacent in a separate reference frame, they would notice it? And at what point would you notice it? Because you believe that if you go up high enough, that you're going to see curvature. And if you keep going up high, you're going to see the Earth spin, right? And then if you keep going up high, eventually you're going to be in a vacuum. Well, I believe that if you go up high enough, you're going to see unicorn nipples and Pegasus tits, right?
Yeah.
Both are equally non-scientific, right?
Unless you believe that we've been to space.
Now, the question is, does globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter?
That would be based on the fact of does the Earth's atmosphere rotate with the Earth?
So there's no 15-degree drift. Thanks.
Okay, hold on, guys. Just one at a time. Just go easy. Just when Hank's done, we'll just probably go to somebody
Well,
else.
don't
But yeah,
forget
we're gonna
we
get
have
to that. Trust me.
we have
He did-
five.
Relax.
We have 5 orbital motions, and we can't figure out 3. It's called
He
the
just
three
conceded
body
that there's no
problem.
That is
drift.
correct.
He just
Okay,
conceded that there's no
actually,
drift.
I just thought of
Just
something
hold on.
that would help
Just
prove
just
your
let Hank
argument.
continue though. So we're just gonna keep it one at a time.
Oh, he
Keep
wants
going.
to prove our argument. That's what he just said, you guys.
Okay, what is the speed of the rotation of the Earth?
About 2.1 million miles.
No, the rotation, not the speed through space.
Well, that would be well. That's the thing is that you can't just pick one movement. You'd have to take the whole thing. Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
sorry.
no,
sorry.
because
Yeah.
the Earth
We already,
is.
you can't do that though, AJ. We can't do this on the let's just take part of the religion.
All
We're gonna
right.
take the whole religion or not at all. So
No,
we're
no,
gonna
no,
have
no.
to keep
Yeah,
this on the
we
religious
can't
level.
cherry pick, is
We
what
can't
he's
do that.
telling
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, we can't do that, AJ. Sorry.
Well, because if I take a
All
ball,
right,
like
wait, time
Hey,
out. All
let
right.
him talk,
What
man. Let him
about
talk. Let him talk. Let him
well,
talk. Please let him talk. He's been nice. He's been good. He hasn't caused any problems. So just let the guy talk, please.
I agree, Fraud. Yeah, let him talk. Yeah, that's fine.
I wasn't trying to be rude, you guys.
But
Sorry.
let him talk.
So if I take a baseball and I throw it at 100 miles an hour, it's moving horizontally towards the catcher's glove at 100 miles an hour, but there is a rotation speed on it. So it's going to get whatever it is, maybe 5 or 6 rotations per second. And based on that, we can calculate, even though it is going 100 miles an hour, the rotation speed still is constant that whole time. It's still rotating at a certain speed, even though it's moving a certain speed towards a target. It is still rotating at a certain speed. So
yes.
So the rotation speed of the Earth is about 1,670 kilometers per hour, or 1,000 miles an hour. So realistically, if the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't I need to surpass 1,000 miles an hour just to move in the air at all?
No, you would have to surpass 2.1 million miles an hour in the globe religion.
No. Here's what I'm saying. If the Earth is spinning in a circle at 1,000 miles an hour, and I wanted to travel with the rotation, it seems like the Earth would rotate under me to the point where even if I'm going 1,000 miles an hour, I'm staying steady over the same spot.
Yes, globers believe planes are flying backwards.
Right, but just one real quick, guy. But that's not applicable to the belief that they teach us, because it's not going in a straight line anyway, and it's actually moving in 6 different vectors. So again, we cannot apply that as a baseball going in almost a straight line, spinning at 3 or 6 rotations.
Yeah,
per second,
yeah.
or whatever that is, because that's not what they teach anyway.
You're
They
absolutely
do
right,
not
but
teach that. Yeah.
It does teach that it rotates over an axis, and it does teach that it rotates a full 360 every 24 hours, which, I mean, if you calculate the circumference of the Earth being around 25,000 miles, yeah, that would be a good theory.
So AJ, I'm going to skip to the end of the race here, and what you'll have to claim that the atmosphere magically rotates with the ball, thus we're not experiencing any sort of directional or reference frame differential.
But that would mean that the atmosphere is going against you at 1,000 miles an hour, which would make flight pretty much impossible.
It would be hypothetical at best, and again, they have now come up with excuses to why we do not experience. So either way, they admit it's not falsifiable, and that it would be nominal at best. And
that is something that I completely cannot answer, and judging from my knowledge, does not make sense. Because knowing the way that flight works, if I was experiencing 1,000 mile an hour wind atmosphere, there is no way that I would be able to get an aircraft off the ground at all.
Right. So I'm kind of ready just to let you know what reality is, though, AJ. Earth, I just have to tell you this because nobody's mentioned it yet, because Fraud likes you so much, because we've been waiting for an honest person to be here. We've had a full moon for 3 days, if you didn't notice. Just for lack of a better explanation.
Oh, the moon was massive last night. It was amazing.
Yes, right. And I'm going to be honest with you. So here's the claim, and you can hold this against me, but nobody else, because again, in this sort of culture that you've ran into, we're not a group think. We're actually not a cult. We're a culture of people that just realize we've been lied to. But some of us will make more claims than others. Jenny or Hank or Fraud might not agree with me, but I'm going to tell you the truth. And the reality is, and this is absolutely easily understandable and provable, Earth is not an object. So what Earth is Earth is land masses that is coming out of the water. So our existence of this creation under the heavens, that'll come up later, is water. We're actually surrounded by water. And as you know, every time you get to the end of a landmass, AJ, water is there waiting for you. And anytime you've ever gone across an ocean, right, then the landmass is there. After that landmass ends, no matter what continent it is,
it's always water.
Right, the waters continue. So we are literally in a water world that's not moving at all. We are a stationary plane of existence. And I heard you mention God earlier, so I can say this freely without getting in trouble. Just as the Bible describes in Job 1, 2 Peter 3, Jeremiah 31:37, and about 2,000 times it talks about the heavens above and the earth beneath. So Earth is not an object. In fact, you can't measure it. We don't even know how deep the Earth goes. We know that there's a Mariana Trench. But when it comes down to this reality, everything they told us is a lie, and they've already admitted that you can't detect spin or motion, and actually you're too small to experience curvature, just like Jenny was pointing out that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who of course is a television spokesperson, not a scientist, he admits that even if
thank
you
you for
go
clarifying that. I appreciate that.
right,
Thank you.
right, and they've admitted that even if you go several dozen miles into the air, you still can't see curvature. The problem is that's not true according to this so-called, now I have buddy fingers, be careful, the globe Earth model, which is a bad word. There's no such thing. It's a belief system. So actually in real life, we could see curvature and the effects of it very early in altitude, in fact, less than 1,000 feet, but we don't experience that. We only experience a stationary flat plane of existence. And that's not just our claim. That's actually everybody's claim. That's actually the Department of Defense, the aerospace engineering corporations that you work for. I don't know how old you're probably what, around 28, 30 years old?
Yeah, I'm 28. Good guess.
Exactly. Very good. Exactly. So what they've mentioned in 1988 Trident Flight Research Center, which just a few years before you were born, they admitted this. I don't know if you know who they are. You probably do. But
yeah,
this was the time when they were designing the X-31, the X-29 for vector thrust variant special wing designs. They admitted during all their procedures that
very
the
good design.
Earth is flat, right, flat, non-rotating. So that's not just our claim. It's not just the rest of the world's. Even NASA admits themselves that we are dependent on a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is when it comes to reality. But when it comes to this outer space cartoon religion that we're all brought up on television to believe, that's the only time we ever experience such an ideology. Nobody experiences that in reality. So when we come to this word, this term flat Earth, just like Mimas, you met a moderator about 20, 30 minutes ago who even explained to you he's not a flat earther either. And actually, I'm not either. And you'll be surprised that most of us don't necessarily have that title. But yes, the title of the channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's because that is the consensus of understanding, which of course breaks away from the normie belief system, again, given to us by what? Society, television, teachers that are indoctrinated. And that's really the crux of this argument, because you already depend, and correct me if I'm wrong, you already depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So you already depend on a flat earth, so to speak. So at that point, I'm going to let the other people talk to you, but just so I can lay the foundations, pun intended, for this conversation if it goes any further, I just want you to know that that's the reality, and there is no challenging that. I used to work for the Department of Defense myself. My grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin. So even as I grew up, I was able to look at a lot of things that most people might not have access to, such as yourself, such as that people that work for the military industrial complex do. So we've had some special access points in our lives. And again, God is good. Every man's a liar. I trust the Lord above. Again, above, that'll come in later handy, right? So we have been lied to, and the whole reason, we can talk about the reasons later, but you already admit you depend on the concept of a stationary plane of existence. And you'll be surprised, because the next time you take a flight, you're going to be looking out that window a little bit differently, and you'll remember to bring your camera. And that's what I did about 7 years ago. And I have a lot of footage I can share with you later, but it might get a little overwhelming. I want the other people to talk to
you
you
do
first.
say, wait,
But
can I ask you one question first, because you seem incredibly knowledgeable, not saying anybody else isn't, but my biggest question, and I know it's the age old, you'd Sinbad, go to the edge of the earth type thing, but like, why, with all of our technology and all of our ability to travel and to be able to coordinate travel, why has nobody been able to find an endpoint? Why does it appear that it is?
I love that question, because what you're going to be surprised about is that I already answered it earlier, but it's hard to hear because it's overwhelming. So let me explain again. The Earth is not an object. Now you're remembering I said this. Number two, when the Earth ends, the waters continue. So the idea that the Earth ends and then the waters are a waterfall just going off, that's not something anybody's experienced. So the waters that encompass us, again, mentioned in Genesis 1, Jeremiah 31, 2 Peter 3, Exodus 24, talks about waters in the heavens above and below. And the waters actually are much bigger than the earth. You ever heard the term, people say, well, the earth is 70% water? Let me correct that. It's not true. The earth is 100% earth, and the waters are 100% water. They see the earth is soil or earth coming out of the water. The earth is not an object like a baseball or a frisbee or a banana. The earth is something, much more special. As God tells us again in the Bible, Jeremiah 31, if you can measure the depths of the earth, he'll destroy his own people. It's so big, it's so much more than a cartoon on television that it's not something you can actually even comprehend. He reminds us
Wait, can you give me the reference for that? I've never heard that verse in my life, and I've read through the Bible multiple times.
Yes, Jeremiah 31:37. But the most important when it comes to this would be Moses, the speech that Moses was given by God face to face practically, which is Exodus 4. And that states, "You shall not make any graven images unto me." This is very important because God is telling us that these ideologies and these cartoons and this infanticide magical television religion that they give us on a broadcasted system that's broadcasted to 250 million Americans for the past 50 years, brainwashing us day and night, has given us these false idol worshiping images, AJ. And I'm going to explain a lot more to you, but again, that's going to come in time. There's too much to tell you all right now. So let me just repeat this. Exodus 20, that's 204. Exodus 24. As soon as God got done telling Moses, "You will not have any other gods before me," the first thing he tells them, this is amazing. The first thing he tells Moses on Mount Sinai is that you will not make any graven images of anything, of any likeness. Ready for it? In the heavens above and the earth beneath and the waters underneath the earth, giving us a level horizontal plane of existence of not just one level plane, multiple. Heaven above, earth beneath, and waters under the earth. This is literally the most powerful destruction verse in the Bible when it comes to destroying this outer space cartoon religion. No, it's not outer space that exists. It's the waters above and the waters below. We're in a water world, and God describes it very in detail as levels, as horizontal levels. Again, heavens above, earth beneath, waters under the earth. Not an omnidirectional vastness of nothing called outer space, which is ironic because they took that bottomless pit out of Revelation and they put it, that's what Satan does. Satan's very smart. And he took that bottomless pit cosmology and he put it all the way around us, an omnidirectional bottomless pit. And that's what Satan does. He provides everything. And that's what this did. They took away above, AJ. You can't even conceive above on a ball because somebody in China has their own above. Somebody in Australia on
everybody
has their own above. And that's what they did. So there is no above or below. But the Bible makes it clear there's over 2,000. I'm almost done. Almost 2,000 references to the above and below.
So to answer your question that you had a minute ago about an end of the earth that would be out there, a little more of a direct answer would be in 1958, they started this treaty called the Antarctic Treaty. And ever since then, we have not been allowed to freely travel beyond the 60th parallel south. So there may be people out there that have found the end of the earth where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. We know we're inside a container.
Take over now, AJ. So I'm going to let somebody talk to you. I've overstayed my speech. I shouldn't have talked.
No, very informative. I really appreciate that, man.
Quick.
I just
super
go
fast.
ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
Super fast, and then I'll let others go on. EXO, I think you were just eloquent beyond what I could say. You were just on fire on all what you said. Thank you. Round of applause. Of applause, brother. Thank you so much.
You're too kind.
Okay.
You're too kind. Don't make me blush.
So let's hear what our new guest has to say. What does AJ have to say?
Well, let's answer his question first.
Yeah,
so,
AJ, I'm gonna back away. Listen, let me just get out of here. I gotta step out of the room anyway, AJ. So it's been nice talking to you. I'll talk to you in the future, AJ. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere. They let me be here because I clean the floors and I make sure your drinks are filled. So here's the deal: that there is no edge. There is no edge of the earth there's no such thing. It's a false concept. So just, again, you got to erase the cartoons that they taught us and realize that the creation that God gave us is much more special than a cartoon on TV, bro. So you talk to them. I'll talk to you later, bro. Have a good one.
All right, thank you. It was good talking to you.
Can the question be restated, please?
Well, I was asking him why with our technology we haven't found a quote unquote edge. But EXO was fairly informative on that.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure that we had questions answered.
Yeah, so you do understand, though, that we can't go anywhere on the earth that we want to. We're not allowed to travel freely over the lands of Antarctica,
But
without
why
a
would
military escort on a set pathway.
so
So what I'm saying is somebody may have discovered it out there. Probably somebody did, but they're not going to show you any evidence of it. They're not going to share this information with you.
So in the globe Earth, Antarctica is just directly north. But why couldn't we just go directly south or directly east or west?
So you were and I were told that there's a North Pole and South Pole on this alleged globe Earth. From what I can tell, there is a place like the North Pole, but it's not a North Pole. It's a north center point. So that would be just, the
There's no
north
ice
center
up
point.
there.
And so outward from north is southward. So there is no South Pole as far as we know. It's just outward, which is southward. And when you get up on the shoreline of Antarctica, sure, we know what the shoreline of Antarctica looks like. We know maybe a couple miles inward, but beyond that, it's just all unverified territory. We don't know how far it goes, the ice goes until you run to the walls of the container. We don't know if there's more land and more oceans out there. And then beyond that, you run to the walls of the container. But one way or another, we know that we are inside a container, so it'd be an end, not an edge, because an edge is like a cliff, so there's nothing to fall off of. It'd be the walls of the container because it's gas pressure. But it's all unverified, the dimensions of it and everything like that. But again, like I said, since it's the major militaries of the world and the major governments of the world that are all in on this Antarctic treaty, you would have to, get politically active and push this thing out of existence somehow in order to actually find this end of the Earth yourself. But keep in mind, it's probably not infinite, because in order for infinity to exist in the realm of objective reality, you would have to demonstrate infinity. So it's finite as far as we know, because no one's ever been able to, demonstrate infinity in the real world. No one's ever shown us an infinite number of apples, an infinite number of trees. There's a lot of apples, there's a lot of trees, but nobody's ever demonstrated an infinite amount of land or anything like that.
Okay, and then I do have another question. How do we explain the seasons, summer, winter, spring, fall? Because in my mind, it's based off the axis of the Earth. But if the sun is in a constant pattern and the moon is in a constant pattern, then why is sometimes it's really cold and sometimes it's really hot and sometimes the leaves fall off and sometimes everything's blooming?
The sun is above
It all
us?
boils down to your observation. So you observe the Earth making a circuit above our heads. We observe that, I observe that, you observe that.
You mean the
and
sun?
We observe it making one type of circuit, one circuit where it's closer to the north and further from the south in the summertime for us here in the northern hemiplane or hemisphere, if you will, or the north, above the equator, north of the equator. And we observe the sun making a different pathway, as we have wintertime here in the north. So I don't know what to tell you. It's just the sun just has a different pathway, different time of year.
The sun.
It goes from tropic to tropic.
Yeah, it's circulating between the tropics, right? So when it's winter time,
So it doesn't travel in a circle. It's more of a.
It's a circle that broadens out, and as it gets to the South Tropic, it reaches its maximum extent south, and it's winter time in the north, right? Then it circulates back to the Northern Tropic at 23.4 degrees north latitude, right? And just circles between those 2 points.
How do we explain that the land masses around the equator are just generally, on average, far hotter than the land masses further away? The further you get away from the equator
is in between the tropics. So as the sun passes over once, that's an equinox. That's a summer for them. When it passes over again on the next, equinox, that's another summer. So they get 2 summers a year and no winter. Right?
I mean, I just, as somebody living in Florida, I do notice a genuinely much colder experience during winter.
Well, it's proximity, right? The sun is lower in the sky, meaning that it's further away. So according to the heliocentric model, or the acentric model, what have you.
Does anybody have a picture of this, too? Because it's hard to visualize without a picture.
Check the group picture.
Which group? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Is it just in the live stream voice? Okay.
Hey, I got a question for AJ.
Yeah.
Can I chime in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Hey, bud, how did you find out about Flat Earth? or giving
Um,
to come in here and like ask questions or whatnot?
so my friend J Mike, I play Valorant from time to time, and I met him on the game, and me and him became really good friends. And he was the one who started talking to me about this, and then was like, "Hey, you should join the server." And I was like, "Okay." So, I was interested in what he had to say. A lot of the stuff that he said I thought was pretty valid, and he's like, "Okay, well, do you mind coming in here and just chatting with some of these people just to like pick their brains?" And I was like, "Absolutely." And the first time I joined, um, I guess everybody was unmuted, and I just got shamed publicly for like 5 minutes, and I was like, "I can't do this.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
These guys are crazy."
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry
Well,
I missed
I have
that.
you know
That
what's
was
weird is
horrible.
that when people join the server, they have like a preconceived notion of what they're gonna come into, but um I just like to kind of like say from this side of things, like being somebody who's researched this for quite some time. I don't think I've met anybody that has debunked this idea that people are viewing the Earth not being a globe. So, what I would say is that every idea that you have of the Earth being a globe at this current time, do you think that it's all just a belief that you have, or is it all verified information that you can go out and check to see if the Earth is actually what they say it is? What do
Some
you
of it,
think?
some of it, I believe is verified. But there's definitely things that I know that I believe that I can't prove, and that bothers me, which is why I'm
Mm.
interested in this. It's
Well,
like
I mean, what I mean to say is like you said, some of it is verified. What I mean to say is this, very specifically, is everything that has been taught to you. Can that be absolutely verified? Can you go out and do something right now about that information, or is it all just a belief? Because
no,
you're saying you
there are plenty of things that I cannot verify.
okay. So what is the one thing that you can verify? Go ahead and give me that one thing. Just one. Doesn't have to be 10 or 11. Just one.
I mean, I've done curvature experiments with friends,
Okay.
and they've all kind of gone the way that I expected them to go, to where you can actually see curvature distances.
Okay. And
Um,
can you kind of run me through what you guys were doing to do these curvature experiments?
Yeah, we've done experiments before where if you take a certain distance pole and you put a laser on the top of it, and then somebody goes, a certain distance away,
Mhm.
their pole ends up being lower than the laser is actually supposed to be. And I mean, I've only done small scale stuff, mostly out of fun, but most of like I can't think of one that hasn't gone the way that I've thought it
And
was going to go.
okay, so where did you like to do these tests? Because they're not experiments, but to do these tests, where did you do them? Like, was it one thing over water, one thing over land? Like, what were you
Well,
measuring?
I do live near the ocean, so
Huh?
we did like one. No, we actually did two. One when I was a little bit younger. We did two over water, and then we did one on land in an open field. And um, I mean, none of that. I wouldn't even call them experiments, because it's not like I
Yeah.
was being completely to the. I wasn't. It was more just for fun.
So two
But
points. So 2 points on land. Wouldn't you think the land topography would cause
yes,
issues?
yeah, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. It's like
Because you couldn't get a. I mean, I wouldn't be able to say definitively that that was a test that be the end all be all, because topography would give you a lot of trouble to be like elevation.
absolutely,
Well,
absolutely, and that's why I say it was more just out of fun. When me and my friends first started hearing about flat Earth, we were like, oh well, let's go test it with just some basic. Because I mean, we all studied physics and all know engineering. We just understand most of mathematics and science. So we were like, okay, let's just test this stuff real quick. And it was mostly out of fun. I would
right.
never, I would never like submit those tests to like a
As a
scientific
definitive,
journal.
it
No,
wouldn't
it
be
was
something
just
you
out
would.
of fun.
Right. So, let's just say that at the moment, there's nothing that you could describe because that was fun. It wasn't something that you said, "I'm going to go ahead and do this, and this is going to definitively prove the curvature exists."
No, because I've never
Right.
actually genuinely I've always just been like, well, I, I've
Mhm.
always in my life been like, well, this is a silly belief, and up until recently,
Uh-huh.
I've started to give it a little bit more merit and been like, oh, well, maybe there's a point to it. Maybe there's a point that I just don't understand, because I've never actually fully studied it, because I was just dismissed it.
Mhm. So I'm leading you to this kind of thought process that everything that you've learned thus far hasn't been verified, or at least the attempt to verify them were not met with like conclusive evidence. So we would say that at this current time, everything that you have as far as your understanding of the globe is just a belief. Like from top to bottom, from curvature to axial rotation to space being a reality. Like everything that you know of, for as far as you know that you can verify, nothing can be proven definitively. You can only believe secondhand information, such as schoolwork or somebody telling you, "Hey, man, that's space up there," or "Yeah, there's curvature right there. Boats are going over the curve." But there's only things you believe. Nothing's been verified. Would that be fair to say? I mean, I'm not judging
Yeah,
what you know, but
yeah, for the most part. I do have a question though about this
Sure.
diagram that was posted.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
look at the
sorry, AJ. No, the reason I'm just gonna finish up the point. The reason I
Okay.
was saying about all the information that I'm telling you right now, it has a lot to do with everybody's preconceived notions coming into the server, and so it doesn't matter who you are. But if you think that the Earth is a globe, all that you're having right now is just belief. So anything that's presented to you, as far as like the images that you're seeing that people are presenting to you, they're gonna be just representations of what things could be. Now, on the side of the flat Earth, people can't definitively give you a map or something that you're tangibly gonna say, "Aha, that's the flat Earth," because there is no such thing at all. Period. There is no map of the Earth. There's only an idea of what somebody could think what the continents would look like. You know, if the Earth was, in a a level stationary plane. But
not
now,
not to steal your terminology,
no, go
but
ahead.
would that not be a straw man? Because saying that just because you can't prove yours and I can't prove mine, it just seemed that's kind of been my issue, is that a lot of this stuff is like, well, you can't prove that, but here's a theory that I also can't prove, but this is why you should believe it.
That's interesting. I'm
And I
glad
feel
you
like
brought.
I could do the same thing.
No, here's where you're gonna steer off into the wrong direction, thinking that. Okay, so if you believe that the Earth is a globe, that's basically a belief system that you have. Now,
Absolutely, yeah.
what I'm saying, or what people in here would say, is that they will challenge that belief. It's not about presenting you with something else to replace that belief, but in fact, it's telling you, okay, is it a globe? And you're going to have to definitively tell us that it is, with verification, proof, whatever you can find. And then we're going to say, okay, so it's not a globe at the end of that discussion. And you're either going to say, well, I don't have any proof, yada
So
yada, right?
you're trying to get rid of the globe idea by process of elimination.
Well, there isn't anything to prove. So if I was to tell you some crazy story that I saw King Kong climbing a building, right? You're going to tell me, okay, let's have some evidence here. Like you're saying, King Kong climbed a building, and I'll
Yeah.
show you. I'll show you pictures. I'll show you movies. I'll show you whatever I can show you, and I'll be like, look, man, there's a gorilla climbing a building. And then, of course, you're going to believe me because I got pictures and whatnot. I don't think so. You're going to want hard evidence. Take me to the damn gorilla, like show me where the thing's climbing to. Anyway, but you're gonna want to see evidence of what I'm saying, not just me, blowing smoke at you, because I could, falsify this information. Anyway, so we have this idea that the Earth is a globe, and people that believe that it's a globe, but they've been hoodwinked thus far because we have poked at every single angle that you could possibly think of, and then say, okay, if you don't have any evidence, it's okay to say you don't have any evidence, and then walk away from that and say, okay, now what is the Earth? If it's not curving anywhere, if there is no curve, then it must be, and then fill in the blank, right? So that's how we're looking at the Earth. It's either one thing or the other. It's either curved or not, right? It's a globe or it's not a globe. So if it's not a globe at all, then we got some problems. Obviously there's going to be some issues with what's been taught to you. Pretty sure you can find mistakes in almost every information that you can think of when it comes to the globe Earth. So basically what I'm saying is that people here can give you a replacement of the thing, and you could poke holes in that thing all night, man. Trust me. They're going to show you pictures and illustrations just so that your mind could grasp onto something. But in all reality, the thing that you believe in has no merit. And the thing that they're trying to show you is like, okay, let's get away from the globe. Let me show you this thing. And you're
Yeah.
going to be like, oh, well, that thing's got, this thing wrong with it and that thing. And see, that's shouldn't be the place where you're going. The place
Well,
that you're Your
You
going
have
should be
to
like,
remember that my initial belief is something, and I'm trying to look at it objectively. But when I look at certain things like, you know, you're saying that the sun rotates in an elliptical pattern, right? But the sun always rises in the same direction. It always comes straight through
East.
my window in the same direction.
Yeah, east to
No
west.
matter what season it is, it always comes through the same direction. And then you also have to remember that I see the moon rise
That's
in the
not
same
true.
direction.
Sorry, brother. Sorry,
So-
brother. That's not true. It rises at
hold
the
on.
equator, right? Due east on the equinox. But
Yeah.
any other day, it's going to be in a different direction. Please continue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I finish what I was
Yeah,
saying,
go
please?
ahead, AJ.
I've lived in the same house for 3 years now, and I've had that sun rise directly through my window at the same exact time. Doesn't matter what time of year it is. It wakes me up every morning. But here's another thing that I don't fully understand is if the moon follows the same path, right? The moon, I don't know. I mean, the moon obviously, right? I mean, the moon rises and sets in the same path every time. Then why is there an eclipse? Why are there different shades of the moon? Why is sometimes the moon a crescent, sometimes it's full?
Let's chew on one thing at a time. So we're talking about what we're seeing with the celestial bodies. Everything moves from east to west, save the stars that are wandering stars. Everything
And the
moves from
moon.
east to west. Yeah, the moon moves from east to west. But what we can count on is that they're moving from east to west every day. That's not going to change. But the positions in the sky of where they're at will change. Like, of course, in the summer, the sun is closer to you. In the winter, it's farther away from you. That we do know. You could track the sun in the sky. In the summertime, it rises in the northeast and it sets in the northwest. And of course, in the solstice, it goes from east to west. And then, of course, in the winter, it rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest, kind of like a frowny face. So if you track the sun with your eyes and you see it from rising in the morning and then setting at night, you'd be able to tell this if you're like, depends if you're in the north or the south. Doesn't matter where you're from.
Yeah.
And the moon does the same. So they have their own pattern of how they go in the sky. But yeah, I mean, just when we're talking about eclipses, there's no way that anyone on Earth can verify that a moon is passing behind or in front of the sun. There is no way anyone can verify this information. Now, there's ideas that they think that it could be something that is the sun or the moon, but there, when it comes to eclipses now, what way or how can a person verify that it is the earth covering the moon to cast a shadow, or that it's the moon covering the sun to cast a shadow? What verification process do we
A
have?
telescope.
Okay, so that would be your answer, a telescope. Okay, so when you peer through a telescope, and if you've ever seen an eclipse,
I've never seen an eclipse. Actually, I stand corrected. I have seen one eclipse with a telescope.
Okay, have you ever noticed any features that the moon has to give when it's passing in front of the sun? And an
No,
eclipse?
it's just a black sphere. It's very hard to make out.
There isn't anything that you could make out. It's just black. So as far as we know, the idea that it's the moon traversing in front of the sun is just an idea. But to verify that it is actually the moon, there is no such thing. There is no way to tell if it's got craters and all this other thing. They're just telling you a story and you're believing it hook, line, and sinker. But as far as you actually processing the information and verifying if it's the actual moon, you can't do that. No one can. So that's another.
Could
Go
you
ahead.
not?
Go ahead.
Could you not look at them? Okay. All right. I'm gonna share a photo in the chat. This is the moon directly before it hits a full eclipse, so you can still see the moon, and you can still see part of the sun.
Yeah, that's but that's not a solar eclipse. That's a lunar eclipse, isn't it?
But that just proves that the moon is passing in front of the sun, correct?
No. That's the lunar eclipse you're showing me.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking.
It's not passing in front of the sun. The Earth is supposedly in the globe Earth model. It's supposedly passing in front of the Earth is going in between the sun and the moon. That image that you just showing right there. That's not the sun. The
I'm
moon's
sorry.
not. Yeah, I think that's
Sorry. The Earth is moving in front of the moon is in between, and the Earth is moving around it. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait a minute. No. The Earth is in between the moon and the sun on that image you showed me. Right? Is that because the image you're showing me, that's what they're
Yes,
telling
I'm sorry. I'm
you.
sorry.
Yeah, okay, I'm making sure that you're not
No, I
confusing
just
your eclipses here.
I had a very long day. Hold on.
Yeah,
I looked up the wrong image.
Okay.
Sorry. But continue with what you're saying. I'm interested.
Yeah, so there's no way to verify that information that they're giving you, because if you try to say, okay, well, it's the Earth getting in the way of the sunlight, then I'm going to ask you for like how did you verify that it's the actual Earth doing that? In what way can you tell me that it's actually the Earth? Because there's no way that nobody can verify that it's the Earth. And if you do verify that it's the Earth, I'd like to know in what method you use, because I know there's no way that you can do it. Nobody has ever done it. They're just giving you these fantastic ideas, and you're just like, okay, it's the Earth, you know?
So we don't have any explanation for solar eclipses.
Nobody does, brother.
Other than that the object is relatively the same distance from the Earth as the moon, and that it also is relatively the same size as the moon. That's my only...
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's the only way. But here's the thing. The distance between that and where you don't even know that information that was given to you. Did you ever find out where did you get?
I'm saying based on the focal information from my telescope.
Yeah.
It is the
What about
same, relatively the same distance and same size as the moon.
No, wait, how did you figure the distance?
Because the same distance that I do have, I don't know if you missed the beginning of this conversation, but I do. I would say it's amateur. It's amateur. Star searching and all of that stuff. But I do have some fairly advanced equipment. And if you were to,
you're searching for amateur hour.
Excuse me, come on.
Attention on deck.
Yeah, Megan.
Welcome.
Yeah.
No,
equipment. He asked you a question. How do you know the distance of the sun?
I wasn't talking about the distance of the sun.
That's what he was talking about.
I have a question for QE after, because I got told that QE said this in one of his podcasts or whatnot.
Right.
So I have to ask him a question after.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Miggy asked
I know.
Miggy, could you ask him again?
That question was irrelevant to what I was speaking on. I was saying that if you set your telescope to the focal distance to be able to actually photograph or portray the moon, and you set the same distance for a solar eclipse, you will get an object the exact same circumference and distance as.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I was getting to, AJ. Like you're saying distance as in a measurement. How are these things being measured? Like I don't know how the distance is figured. How are you figuring that out? Like you're know distances, right? Like is that?
Yeah. So when you deal with an advanced telescope, the moon is usually a standard distance away. Obviously, it moves in a slightly different pattern, but it's relatively the same. So if I want to photograph the moon, you have a calculation that is preset to where your telescope has to magnify a certain amount to be able to get an accurate picture of the moon.
So what? That doesn't give you a distance.
No,
can you answer the question and stop giving us horse shit?
Okay, how about this? If I have a rangefinder and I am hunting and I want it, or binoculars, and there's a deer 200 yards away, for me to get a clear picture of that deer, I have to change my binoculars refraction to be able to get a clear picture of him.
Well, wait a second. Refraction. Refraction.
Yes.
What type of refract? Can you define what type of refraction you're talking about, please?
With binoculars?
No. The refraction in the binoculars. Yeah, please.
Yes, you're refracting light.
Yeah. Oh, you're refracting light. Can you go ahead and cite that in your binoculars, please?
Why are we insulting when I just am trying?
I didn't insult you. I said, can you provide? What are you, some type of fucking sorry Sally?
Well, I see all the moderators have left now.
I didn't hear any insults. I did not hear any insults coming from
There wasn't any insults.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
there wasn't any insults. He's just one of those soft-hearted Sallies.
Yeah, let's keep the feelings out of it.
He thinks your tone is abusing his feelings. That's it right there. Your tone.
Yeah, let's
sorry to hurt your feelings.
I just don't understand why it's it's been civil all this time, and now it seems like
it's still.
all of
See,
them.
here's the problem. You see, if somebody's pissing down my back and then telling me it's raining very nicely, and I turn around and I see
I'm
him
not
pissing
down your
I'm
back.
not
I'm
done yet.
explaining
And I
something
see
to
him
you.
pissing down my back, right? I'm gonna rip his pathetic little polite pecker off. Get the picture?
This is when all of the intellectuals have left.
Oh, shut up. You wouldn't know what the intellectual was if it bit you on the ass. You don't know what science is either. I can tell you that.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but the majority of the people that I've been talking to have
I think he asked
actually.
for a citation and then you deflected.
Yep.
Jenny, you were being civil too until all of the moderators.
Oh, here we go.
Let me explain it to you.
Squirming around a little bit, man, so I can't help ya.
Can you let me finish what I was saying, because I was able to finish what I
No, it
was
was
saying.
horseshit. I stopped you in midstream.
He's just asking questions.
Yeah. Please provide the refraction in the binoculars, whatever the fuck that means.
You don't even know what that means, though. That just proves to me that you don't know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
yeah. You sure about that?
And I'm trying to explain something to somebody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. It's pointless.
You're a fucking pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
Oh, this is awkward. I feel bad for AJ. I don't know what's going on with AJ. Like he said, it was going good. And then I guess you're being a little too direct, I guess, QE. I don't.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't want the questions, QE. That's it.
I guess. I mean,
Answer a question.
this is a little bit awkward.
Okay, I
Here's the question.
I just got a DM from somebody that you said one word and the whole conversation went downhill. Apparently you said the wrong word because nobody understands what you're saying. I don't understand.
Well, you said you knew the distance. Let's get back to that. How can you tell us the distance? Stop interrupting me.
Excuse me.
I'm short and concise to the point. Don't fucking interrupt me again.
Jesus.
I would like to mute you.
I asked you, shut the fuck up.
What's your name?
Uh-oh. We have a problem.
So if you mute QE, yeah, that's not good.
So I just wanted to just get back on the subject. You said that you could tell the distance through your Place Story telescope. And then you diverted away from Miggy's question. How can you tell the distance of the moon or the sun by looking through your fairy tale telescope?
First of all, okay, do you believe in binoculars?
Fuck you. Get with the question.
Do you believe in binoculars?
Come on, man. That's kind of rude to
Okay, you
ask
do it
a
one more
question
time.
like that.
You're done.
What kind of question?
You do it one more time. You try to divert away like some Sally fucking nobody. All right? Do you know what binoculars are? You're going to get your ass booted out of here. So I'm going to ask you again. From your fairy tale telescope, how can you tell the distance between you and the moon or the sun? Go.
Very simple. If you focus lenses at a certain distance for focus, you can tell that from that distance, that object will be in focus. It doesn't matter if it's 100 feet away or 1,000 feet away or
Citation,
10
please.
or 100. I'm getting to it. Can you stop it?
Citation, please. That's horse shit.
You can't continue with the false premise is what he's calling you out on. Hello.
Let him finish.
Quantum, do you hunt?
It's horseshit. He's
Do you
just
hunt?
making it up.
Do you hunt? Have you ever used binoculars? Because you would know.
I'm retired fucking military, you numpty dipshit.
Good. I'm glad.
Fucking reconnaissance. Do you think I know what fucking binos are? I know a lot more than you. And I know a lot more than you on fucking optics. What is optics, by the way? Define optics.
Do you understand that an object from 200 meters?
Fuck you.
Dude, what the
Fuck you.
We'll just keep going back to it. That's why he's trying to stop this from happening. You can't let him have an inch. Okay, guys?
Okay, tell the distance using your
Focus
fairy
the
tale telescope of anything.
Okay, so how about this? If you focus your binoculars to an object 200 meters away to the east, you're going to have focus on it. If you turn around to the west, that object that is 200 meters away will
Don't
still be in
care.
focus.
Don't
You're not-
care.
you-
Don't
Only
care.
can
I want
verify.
the distance to the moon with your fairy tale telescope or the sun. And I want citation with it right now.
I'll join back tomorrow when somebody intelligent
Piss
gets back
off,
on.
clown.
Point in sight.
That's really funny. You are talking to a lot of intelligent people in here, and you just go over the question that he asked. That's all you did.
Yeah. He just
What are
making shit up.
binoculars? Can you tell me?
What's the curvature? Binoculars. Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Mickey.
what's optics? Binoculars.
Yeah,
What's up, man?
binoculars? What's up, man? Haven't seen you at Coon's age. I missed you.
Ah, man.
Truly.
You know, here and there.
Did you find out that this globe is actually really dead now? Did you hear about that?
Yeah,
It's
been
super dead.
It's been dead for a while.
I'm talking with the sextant with elevation angles. Have you heard?
Oh, I haven't seen your latest show. Are
The
you buried?
elevation angles. Go to Skype because I messaged it. If you could go to Skype at some point, I messaged you a
Okay.
while ago.
Okay.
Welcome back, Miggy.
Yeah, there's a new sheriff in town. Yeah.
Watch out, boys.
And his name's Elevation Angles.
Ooh.
Where you been, bro?
Yeah, they can't even look at a sextant. It's all revolves around the sextant argument, which, by the way, was birthed microseconds after the Black Swan. It was almost a simultaneous birth. But we have some researchers that went down the path of the sextant for the past couple years, and we just pummeled the Baltards. They got no way out.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you just added it to your arsenal, huh?
It's the whole arsenal. I could stop and it takes me about 15 seconds, 20 with interruptions to kill the entire globe. One simple subject: elevation angles. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. That's the argument. The adjacent is the bottom part of the triangle. You can't do it. They can't even look at a sextant. They can't even think of one. A sextant, because it's a paradox with their fairy tale religion. Just over a little itty bitty triangle, brother.
And they were saying that they were using these sextants to actually measure the Earth being a globe back in, what was that dude's argument? I think Panda was actually talking about it. I don't know if you remember his argument on it.
No, he's a numpty dipshit. They weren't using sextants. Sextants used to define or to celestial navigate to find your location. So I would suggest, hold on a second. Oh, I put it in there. I didn't put the whole presentation in, but I gave you the 3 questions.
Okay.
What I would do, hold on a second. What I would do, Miggy, so you could get right up to speed, is go to my website because it's on there. Hold on one second. You don't have to go there now. I'm just saying, maybe tonight or tomorrow when you have some spare time.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look at it.
Hold on a second. I'll get you the link. It's surprising how deadly it is. So let me go at Mig. Are you gonna stick around some, or
Yeah, just I was floating around and I heard of this guy talking about it, so I just wanted to see what he's thinking about the globe.
Are you talking about Mr. Fairy Tale Telescope?
Yeah, AJ.
Yeah, he's a numpty dipshit. There's the globe. Go there.
Okay. Let me check that out. Oh, that's nice. Did you do this? Did you fix all this up?
My web designer and Betty helped.
The globe slowly being destroyed.
Nah, this is quick death, man. So we got them denying geometry and trigonometry.
Don't they depend on math?
Yeah, they have to actually deny geometry and trigonometry. Yeah, they actually have to do it. Yeah. That's how easy. It's just elevation angles. Man, here, I'll give you one slide, right? That kills the entire globe-tard spinning space monkey religion. Just one, and it's so easy. You're gonna laugh. Here it comes right at you.
I'm actually save this.
There it is, right there.
Bookmark it. Oh wow.
That's it. That diagram right there, or screenshot. It's the end of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion with a simple triangle. I'm serious. You see that X line on the bottom? So this is a triangle, right? That X line is the adjacent, the Z line, the hypotenuse, and the Y is the opposite. You cannot have a triangle, without that X. Every line has to be straight, but the X line on the bottom can't be curved.
It would throw the math off, wouldn't it? If it was?
Well, it wouldn't be a triangle anymore. If you would go into like any graphic program or engineering program and you decided to put a globe Earth in there and you put a triangle with a curved adjacent on it and you tried to get the angle between the X, the adjacent, and the Z, you know, where theta is right there, you know, the symbol theta.
Yeah, it ain't happening.
It would tell you to get fucked. You're a dumbass. Yeah, I'm telling you. Go to what's that engineering program? You know, the engineering program everyone look. AutoCAD. Thank you very much, obviously. Appreciate that. AutoCAD. Some guy tried to do it, man. Tried to put it in there. Flat earther. It said that you're a moron. More or less. That's why I said they can't even look at a sextant. They can't even think of one without being in direct contradiction with their fairy tale religion. It's all over.
Who brought this forward? Was it somebody that was on the team, or was it you? Or
well, like I said, it was birthed with the Black Swan. I'm the grandfather, but you had 10th man. I told 10th, I said right away, I told him to shut the hell up about this. So what he did was he went and researched, right? And researched while we were defending the Black Swan. And he come out officially, right? So it doesn't matter who came up with it. I mean, the elevation angle is my angle. It kills it right there. You can't do anything. They're trying to roll past it now. They're starting to give us problems to figure out where we are using a sextant. They completely bypass using a sextant. They already give the angles. They have the angles already stated, and they want you to start from there.
Oh, presupposition. Okay, yeah. So they can't do that.
Yeah, it's all over, man. It's I've gone back and started digging up ball-tards, the dead ones, so I can stab them again, then laugh. It's that bad.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Let me get you the official.
I'm just glad that there's more to compound on top of whatever we had before or previous. So.
Oh, this is all you need, brother. It deals a quick death. Here, if y'all can stop typing in there, I'll give you a little summary right here, Megs. Just hold on a second. I'll put it in live stream 1 second. Bam. Just be patient because there's a couple things in here I got to put in. All right, so we got that. This is all connected. There you go. 1 second. Just cool your duels, people. I'm still in it. Still there. Just hold off. We need some visuals, man, to really, drive it on home. I'm still in there, man, so just relax. We're still going. So we got, just hold off a couple more seconds, man, and then we'll be done. Just 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys are disciplined, man. There you go.
Love you.
I continue. Stalin and soybean feature.
So that's more or less. It's more or less the argument right there. All you have to do, you like 3 questions, don't you, Miggy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's
So you just ask him these 3 questions up here, and then it's all over. There's no way out.
wow.
Yeah, it's
I
that
like
simple.
it. It's simple.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I love it, man. It's
Have we been
really
using
quick.
that here? I mean, have people been? Are you guys using it in here? Because this is.
Oh,
We
yeah.
really don't need much more than this.
Well, I I do know that there's a song with referencing "Don't let your wig get snatched."
Really? Wow.
Yes, sir. By Creation Bear, the 10 Flat Commandments.
Yeah, there's. I mean, you could. I don't know. I just feel like we've been. How many times have people been replacing the thing that they're actually talking about? Because I see AJ was on about a whole bunch of things that people were trying to replace and give him some other ideas to think about. But really, you just have to ask him. Where did he get that information and how did he come to that conclusion? Because it sounds like he was really sure about distances. And he didn't even know why he knew that he was sure about him.
Yep.
I mean, this right here would have been just easy,
I came in the middle of the conversation. I'm sorry to butt in, but he just pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, these preconceived notions that people come in here with. But then again, I don't think that I've ever known any Glober to come in here and like really have a good argument, so to speak. Nobody yet.
Haven't heard a good argument in over 6 years.
Yeah.
They're all dumbasses. All of them. And that's not a stereotype fallacy because I've talked to most of them.
Were they using the sextant as something to prove the globe?
No, they don't know what sextants even are, man. They think they're experts now, though.
I was going to say, if they were using that argument, now that's their own argument as their kryptonite at the moment, but
yeah, it's over, man. It's really bad. It just boils down, like I said, to a simple itty bitty teensy weensy right triangle.
Yeah.
You can't have, and it all boils down to the angle sum property of a triangle. That's the most important characteristic of a triangle. What is that? Well, all the angles of that triangle have to add up to 180 degrees, period. Well, you can't have that with a curved adjacent. It's undefined. It's like dividing by 0. Right? It's stupid. It's non sequitur. Yeah. It's not even a triangle. It's over. And the only thing the sextant does is measure elevation angles. Well, you can't measure an elevation angle on a curved adjacent. Can't do it. It's over.
Yeah, I like it.
You like it? You like
it? It's rock solid, man. I mean,
oh yeah, it's razor sharp, man. You just cut them right off the ankles. Yeah. All there is, brother.
2022 is going to be a good year for this argument.
It's the age of the sextant, dude.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry. I have a slide for that one, too. I'm sorry I didn't post it. That was in my former presentation. There you go, Miggy. Take that with you.
Yep, there it is. I'm going to keep that.
Yeah. You can't get a 90. You can also use the 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
You can't have a 90-degree on a sphere. You can't have it. It's not sequitur.
Were you able to cover that in your show? Anyone in your show?
In the presentation? Yeah. You know what? I presented on it a couple times. 3 times. If you go to my channel and go to the playlist, that's where the gold is, by the way. Just go there and look up I think I put one in the sextant playlist. I'll have to track down the other ones and put them in there, but there's one. That'll do it. It goes over the website, so it'll be right in time, right in lockstep. You had Bob, the science guy, on Nathan's show. That's some of it. I just woke up. I woke up, and I usually do a little morning routine. I'm real foggy, right? I woke up this morning, I turn on the show and I hear Bob the pseudoscience fallacy fuckwit guy. And all I hear is, well, you can either use spherical trig or flat earth trig. And in the very next breath, after he said that, he said that he doesn't use triangles. And then I said, wait a fucking, it got past most of the people there. I'm half asleep. And I said, well, wait a second. Didn't you just say spherical? We could use spherical trig or flat earth trig? I said, define trigonometry, Bob the fuckwit guy. Guess what trigonometry is? Anyone? Oh, brother. The study of triangles. You have spherical trig and flat earth trig, which he meant planar trig, but he really doesn't know what trig is, obviously. But how can you tell somebody they can use spherical trig or flat earth trig and not have a fucking triangle? It's bad, dude. We just ripped their guts out. How you like that? Good enough? Listen to Nathan's show. You can listen to my show today. Hell, let's just put my show on today.
So he was on Nathan's show. Did you show up on Nathan's show when he was there?
I did, but I took the some of the audio out and put it on my show today.
Oh.
Hold on. Open panel. I didn't play all of it, obviously, because of about 15 to 20 minutes, but I played some of it. I played it right at the beginning of the show, even before I started talking. Share. I don't know if you could play it, Megs. 1 second, I'll post it in here. There you go.
Let me check it out. Yeah, it works. Works.
Oh, I started a new passion, archery.
Is that you, the image?
Yeah.
I know you were into that when I left here.
You sure about that? This has been a recent.
I don't know. You were talking about hunting with a bow.
I don't shoot Bambis, dude.
No? Okay.
Nah. I shoot fake Bambis, 3D targets. And trans panda rats. I do eat that because my wolf pup's got to eat. Can somebody play the first part of that show over the loudspeaker? Because Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, fuckwit. If you can't play that, I can give it to you in audio form.
No, I can actually hear it. I mean, I'm listening to it. It works for me. I don't know.
Can somebody play that over the loudspeakers? You got any help in here? Where's Helio? We need some translation.
Are you being spurious right now?
Oh, shit.
That's spurious, love.
Spurious.
Oh, spurious. I got it. Uh-oh. I thought somebody was playing it. I don't have that technology.
What's going on, Trace?
Did somebody say play it?
Yeah, Trace.
All right.
Box Ops, I think, is playing it.
Yeah, it's...
Prepare yourself.
Hey, Nathan. How are you?
Hey, dumb fuck. How are you?
Hey, I've got a sextant challenge for you in the timeout chat. Can any of you tell me my position?
Yeah, I can pretty much sum it up. You're a fanatical, religious, bald-tart, dumb-fuck bum sniffer that doesn't know what a circle is and wouldn't know the difference between your ass and a pipe wrench.
Can any of you tell me my position from those two sites? I solved it in less than 5 minutes. So you've got all your sextant geniuses in there right now. Go ahead and tell me where that position is.
Why? What
Mom,
will it
what's
serve?
the
Hold on. I don't mind to challenge. Will it prove a ball?
It'll prove that celestial navigation, which is based on spherical trigonometry, works. So, go ahead and solve it.
Hold on. Your claim is that if we do this challenge, it will prove that the trig being used is spherical, correct? You seem hesitant to just confirm the thing you've said 20 seconds ago.
Nathan, you can either solve the problem
Sorry,
or you can't.
Hello.
Go right ahead and do it. Give me a position.
Hello?
Latitude,
Hello?
longitude.
Hello? Clarifying your claim. Seem a bit hesitant to just clarify the thing you said 25 seconds ago. So you're saying that in order to solve this problem, it will require spherical trig, therefore proving a sphere if they do the challenge or I do the challenge. Is that what you're saying, yes or no? It's what you said about 40 seconds ago.
Go ahead and give me the latitude and longitude.
No.
We'll discuss
Go
it.
ahead and... Sorry, what is your malfunction? Yes, I will do that. As soon as you confirm what you have said about a minute ago, and we are stepping further away by you demanding that we do this, regardless of the clarification, it will prove a sphere by your declaration that it will require spherical trig to do it. Is that correct? You stated that about a minute ago. Are you denying it now or
It
not?
works, Nathan. But you're more than welcome to use flat Earth trig to do it.
More than
Go ahead and
welcome.
do it
Sorry,
with
which
flat
will
Earth
we
math.
need to
Yep.
use? Okay. Now
Oh,
we've got
you
a
have
bit.
to use
Now we've got a bit
globe.
further. Now we've got a bit further. We're welcome to use flat Earth trig, but which one works? Does it work using spherical triangles, or does it work with
There's no
normal?
triangles
You
involved.
seem to be interrupting me before I get to the end of my question to clarify your challenge. Are you scared of us clarifying your challenge? Is it just the case that you lay down the challenge, we must do it, and there's no clarification to what it'll prove in between? We're just clarifying what you think it'll prove. You're saying we're welcome to use flat Earth trig. Which one will actually get you a result, though? Will we have to use spherical trig to get the right result, Bob?
Nathan, it's going to demonstrate whether or not you can actually read a sextant.
Hear that
and use a
quiver
sextant.
in his voice? That's the sound of a man that knows he's fucked. That quiver in his voice. Did you hear it, ladies and gentlemen?
Nathan, go right ahead and just
Yeah,
demonstrate.
that's a man scared of me. I know I make you shit your pants, Bob. I'm going to ask a third time, and you can either run or clarify that which you have already claimed, that we will require spherical trig to do this. Will we or won't we?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you believe that the triangle we will be acquiring the GP of the star to will be done off a curved adjacent then? You seem to be interrupting me before the end of my question. Again, I'll repeat it. So, when
didn't say
measuring...
anything, Nathan.
He's interrupting me for a second time, at the start of the question rather than the end this time. I'll try a third time. He seems
Well, you
very
accused me
scared.
of
That's the fourth
interrupting you, and I
interruption.
didn't say a word.
Obviously terrified of me repeating the question, which is to acquire the GP of the star. We will be doing it with a curved adjacent then, won't we, Bob?
What adjacent?
The one that measures along the ground, the baseline to the GP. That's going to be a curved line, isn't it? Spherical, right? On a spherical surface, spherical trig, curved adjacent. Right, Bob?
You have to have a triangle to have an adjacent.
Sorry, a triangle or a
There's no
spherical,
triangle.
curved triangle. You said we're going to be using spherical trig.
There's
so
no
this
triangles.
Say what? So this baseline, which is it? Curved adjacent? Or...
There's no adjacent.
No adjacent?
No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle.
Are you high right now?
What the hell did you just say?
No, there's no triangle.
Got a question there, Bobbaroonie. If there's no triangle, bum sniffer, then why do we need to use trigonometry, which is the study of triangles?
That's a very high pitch no.
Have an adjacent.
No triangle? You said we could use the flat... Sorry, a moment ago we could use flat Earth trig. Now there's no triangle to use. You seem confused.
I'm not confused.
So there is a triangle, and that triangle's got a right angle. It's a flat baseline. But I'm asking you, who says it can be done with spherical trig, if it can actually be done with a curved adjacent.
There's no adjacent.
No adjacent? So when you said we can do it with flat Earth trig, what did you mean precisely? Because you're now saying there's no adjacent.
Of course there's not an adjacent. You're just measuring...
There's no adjacent. Just one more time, let's hear it from Bob the Science Guy. There is no adjacent when measuring an angle.
No, there's no adjacent.
There's no adjacent when measuring an angle.
Nope, got to have a triangle for that. No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle.
Are you high right now?
What the hell did you just say?
No, there's no triangle.
Got a question there, Bob Rooney. If there's no triangle, bum sniffer, then why do we need to use trigonometry, which is the study of triangles?
Does it prove we're on a sphere?
I don't know.
Well, then why are we doing this?
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you
That's it.
Dude, that was awesome.
You can stop.
That's a good one.
You can stop it. There you go.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, number one, doesn't know what a circle is. You missed that one, Meggie. Now he doesn't know what trigonometry is. Or triangles.
That guy's a glutton for punishment, man, I guess.
Yeah. He's a delusional convictionist. Quite insane. Dunning-Kruger, clinical level Dunning-Kruger is blushing at this motherfucker.
Oh, he keeps coming back for more, I guess.
Because he's delusional. We asked him one time, Mickey, you missed it, man. We asked him what is a circle 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? His answer, you can have circles on both. You missed that one. I think I got it somewhere.
Was that in here or the show? Your show?
No. I got the audio. You want a little piece of that?
Yeah, if you got it.
Gee, you know I got it. I'm all about that.
Oh man, that guy.
Yeah, he's a certified dumbass. I don't know if they could play it though because it's a MP. Did I have MP3 or MP4? Hold on a second. I'll just post it if somebody can do something with it. Let's do this. Main chat.
You still finding new words, Drace? Flavor giblet.
Yeah, that's an old one.
Yeah, that's an old one.
Hold on a second. Partial technical difficulties, but I'm getting through it. I'm working through it. Easy. It should be coming. There you go. Somebody can play that.
Old Bob Rooney.
Yeah, Bob Rooney, he stole Al Baruni's formula and passed it off as his own. It's essentially just Pythagoras' formula. Bob thought he made it up. That's a whole nother story.
I'm ready to play it.
Go.
Bob, answer one question for me, right? Is a circle 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Excuse me?
Is a circle 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
What the hell did you just say?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
Is a circle
A circle is just simply. I'm not here to define geometric terms for you.
Yeah, because you don't know them, because you're a fucking idiot.
Wow. Ryan, I'm not here to define geometric terms
Yeah,
for you.
you're a
I think
fucking
we all know
idiot.
what a circle
Yeah,
is.
that's right. You don't know geometry at all.
Is a circle a two-dimensional or a three-dimensional object?
You can have circles on both.
Are you high right now?
You can have circles on both.
Oh,
You can have circles on both. A circle is a section of a sphere. You can have circles on both.
Are you serious? Are you
Ba 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 Baruni.
Ba 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 Baruni.
Ba Baruni. You are so loony. Baba Rooney. Got me laughing and a rolling, smirking and a scoffing. Baba Rooney, ba 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 Rooney.
You are so dumb. Damn.
There you go.
Dang.
Hit Phil. Second grade intro to geometry.
Does he come in here any often?
Only if he can be a mod.
Oh yeah. He still got that stipulation. Yeah, I stopped by and that guy was talking in here and I was just wondering.
Where's Jake on the plane? I unmuted your dumbass. Why'd you run away? You afraid we were going to ask you to define a circle? These fuckwits don't even know what circles and triangles are. I knew it too. That's why I just hammer them. Yeah. Bob's not your average, globe-tard goober. He's a self-purported bone doctor. He's an echelon above your average skanking foul-baltards. He doesn't even know what a fucking circle or a triangle is. That's how bad he is. He's through. If he's got more than 2 subscribers by tomorrow morning, that's him and his mom, then his subscribers are dumber than he is. So he's through. They're all through. Grab a Glober in here. Ask him to show you a curved adjacent, and then we'll all laugh at him. Put another shrimp on a Barbie.
"2022, the year of the sextant argument, huh?"
Yeah, it's the age of the sextant, man. It's not the year, it's the age. It's
the age, huh?
Yeah. You missed Bob's whore. Way to remind me there. Let me give that. It sounds worse than it is, Matt. There's Bob's whore right there. Somebody's got my freaking photos. Go ahead, post the other one. We're gonna find out where
What's that stick figure about? He's drawing on that.
Oh, who knows? He's abject. He's insane. Here's Bob's whore coming up for you. Shit. We did a whole show on that, Miggy. You surely missed a lot, man. We got to get you up to speed.
Sounds like it. I just never thought he would be going in a Nathan's show or your show. I thought he'd be staying away from all that.
Yeah, he's delusional. I told you, he's delusional, Dunning-Kruger, well past clinical level.
I was wanting that other guy to get in. The
Who's
one
that?
that never the baller that never wants to come in on any of the shows. He's hiding behind his shows. Oh, what's his name? Dave? No, not Dave. Professor Dave?
Mean Simon here.
Is that no Professor Dave?
Professor Dave?
Is that the one I'm thinking of? He's talking behind his shows. He never comes up, and you guys asked him to come in here. He never debates anybody. He just like,
oh yeah,
makes videos. And
yeah. Well, that's most of them. That's why people are having a hard time finding out who you're talking about, because isn't that all of them?
Yeah, but I think he's one of the main ones. He's always hiding behind his episodes.
Oh, Dave was exposed like 2 years ago. I did a expose on his dumbass.
Simon Dan. Now I think he got approached once or twice. I remember he was thinking about joining one of the shows.
Well, Simon Dan. Now he's like his target audience is like 12 to 13-year-olds. He's that bad. I did a mammoth numpty clip on him. It was really bad for him. All right, if you're on a numpty clip, it's really, really bad for you.
Oh man.
Professor Phil was another one, dude. I did a rendition for you can play Professor Phil's in here. You want to do that?
Oh, Professor Phil, KFC. What Colonel Sanders looking?
Yeah, it's epic, dude. It's epic numpty clip. I did it on a show.
Is it a recent one?
Yeah. Yep. Hold on a second. We ain't got nothing better to do. Shit. Let's listen to dumbass Professor Phil. But wait till you hear this, Maggie. You ain't get you. Well, you'll believe it.
It's up to those old shenanigans, huh?
October 27th. Wait a second. Where was that at? Where did I do that? Let's try this. 1 second, Maggie. No, it had to be more recent than that. 1 second. No, it's not pulling up. Wonder why it's not pulling up. Hold on. Content. 1 second. Oh, there he is. Hold on, man. You are going to flip. It's a little bit long. We ain't got anything better to do we, guys?
There ain't any Globers in here, is there?
Yeah, this is it.
All right. Somebody wants to play that. Go for it. Get ready, Maggie. It's oh my God.
It's a knee slapper, huh?
No, he's just so destroyed. I don't, it's bad.
Just say go.
Go. The Snoz particle chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, back from his Nobel Prize winning "Water Vapor is a Gas" is the dumbest thing I ever heard. June 2021.
Okay, so you understand, and this is tried to explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as how we describe gas pressure.
Wrong. Phil, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms, a paradox. Atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape. Number 2, your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother. Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's called water vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. Professor Numpty Dipshit, some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
yes.
They would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass and acceleration?
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libretext, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg love you long time, empty baggie. Capiche? Sunshine.
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, Sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, you sound like a numpty dark getting ready to face plant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas. Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first f***ing clue of gas behavior at a grade school level and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gassed, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken, okay? Where your knowledge just isn't sufficient, okay? So let me help you with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so that perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the f***?
Gravity falls to the ground.
You are so dumb. Damn.
And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
What we're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works, eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3. So you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher. There's no truth in pseudoscience, that which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
We always talk about experiments that we can do. Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise, because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust their satellite dishes on your house.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite, because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed, so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere. And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell.
With all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much more, how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell.
This is so bad.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
And that is around about 50 people sitting on a bench at the Solway Convention. You are...
Professor Bell.
You are looking at the most amazing minds that have ever walked on this planet. Right there.
Professor Bell.
Enjoy it. Look at it. Read their history. Learn something about what they came up with. You know, for freshman physics, our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. There's so many other things.
Yeah, why demonstrate anything when you just brainwash them? From Singamano, Teaching and Propaganda, Physics Today, Volume 53, June 2000, page 54. Professor admits physics profs brainwash students with propaganda. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge that if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration.
Our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate.
To evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief.
Say what?
So I, like all my colleagues, teach the way I do because I have little choice. But it is brainwashing nonetheless.
Uh-oh!
When the dust settles, what I'm asking my students to do is accept what I say because I, as an accredited representative of my discipline, profession, and academia, say it. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. End of citation.
Newton didn't give gravity a definition. Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
So Newton figured out how gravity works, as opposed to Einstein, who did what?
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
Mr. Belland, when you juxtapose positions, you're contrasting them. That is, you're showing how they are different from one another. In your juxtaposition between Newton and Einstein, you said,
Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
Then you contrasted with Einstein and said,
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
There's no difference here, booger eater. Unless you're implying Isaac Newton, who figured out how gravity works, according to you, was a mute who also couldn't write, who then needed Einstein to tell us how gravity works 250 years later. Ergo, Mr. Belland, unless you can show that Isaac Newton was a mute who couldn't write, you've just unequivocally demonstrated that you're a double-speaking retard. Capiche, sunshine? And to dot all the T's and cross the I's with your dumpster fire here.
He simply described how it works.
Simply describe how? Law of identity violation. Descriptions only pertain to what's and is's. Explanations, on the other hand, pertain to the hows and whys. You need to start over again. As in primary school, try and pay attention this time. I'd also highly suggest a few basic reasoning courses along the way. Clown.
Inside of Einstein's field equations is Newton's work.
Newton's, exactly.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you
Yes, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer, it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, bald-tard bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass, with Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with 2 or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using 2 or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only 1 mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3, if Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously. Uh-oh! According to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. Uh-oh! A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger-Baltard-Booger-Eater faction's shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
Particles move because they have kinetic energy.
That's astonishing. What's next? Sugar sweet?
And of course, just if you throw a ball in the air, will the ball not stop and come back down?
Let me think. It's a tough one. So you throw a ball up. Will it come back down? Yeah?
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Can I do it with milk? So why does the ball stop? It loses kinetic energy?
You know why the ball stops? Because it runs out of kinetic energy.
Yes, I was right. Hallelujah. Who's all that in a bag of chips now? That's right, me.
This is why gas particles can't go any further.
Are you high right now?
No, darling. This is clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown ball-tart spinning space monkey numpty dipshittery from deep below the Black Lagoon. From a self-purported professor of physics, no less. Professor Booger-Eaton Burke of megalithic proportions. Clumsily feeble false equivalence fallacy times 2. Number 1, balls are made of solids. Gases are gases. Number 2, the kinetic energy imparted to the ball is governed by you, or whoever's throwing it, as opposed to gases, where their kinetic energy is governed by the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas will retain kinetic energy, i.e., it'll never stop. If a ball isn't picked up and thrown, there is no temperature where it will fling itself in the air. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal out of a box. Additionally, Professor Booger Gobbler, your incoherent second grade belly laugher comparison catapults you into direct violation of Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law. And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownie in motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. Prepare yourself for the call from your alma mater, Captain Kangaroo U, requesting you give the keynote address at the upcoming Who and Where the F*** Am I convention. Topic: how to scare up a below first grade science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
What the hell did you just say?
So thermodynamics, Phil.
Entropy is simply the movement of from order to disorder.
Fatality.
No, it isn't, Professor Thermodynamics. You treat objects like from the legend Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki-parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy. Space is not a place that you can go to.
Why not?
Because that defies natural law.
What natural law?
Specifically.
What natural law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Tell me which part of the second law of thermodynamics does it defy?
That you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
Not the second law of that's not the second law of thermodynamics. Thermo means heat. Thermodynamics is specifically about the transfer of energy.
Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not
Find
just
another
about the transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not, Professor Belland. You're toast. Say goodnight, pretender. Professor Porter, Nobel laureate. This numpty dipshit Belland says the second law is solely about the transfer of energy. What say you, my good sir?
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
Uh-oh!
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
Uh-oh!
In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy.
Hosmer with a drive. Jesus Christ.
They're now to
lights.
Pretender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Baltar, space monkey.
Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Professor Bell.
Is there not people talking?
There is now. It's over.
We're having a moment of silence.
Yeah, you can turn that off. Is he still awake? Yeah, he is. Thanks, man. That was it. Sorry it was so long, but it took all that time to just annihilate that fucking idiot. That's what, hey, ballers, that's what you got coming to you. You better make sure you got your ducks in a row.
When the hell are you gonna get a damn podcast, Quantum? This is gone on long enough, bro. What the fuck?
Come on, dude.
Seriously, dude. I'm sick of you, dude. You got to get out there, man. Fuck, we'll protect you.
The pleasure was all mine with that. It just shows you, Professor of Physics, he gets destroyed. Every word that comes out of his mouth gets destroyed. That's it. They're pretender clown, frauds, all of them. They're all frauds. Every single last one of them. I can debunk them in my fucking sleep. That's how bad it is out here, man. There you go. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, your shit's always funny.
Glad said he just VC verified somebody.
Professor Phil?
Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. At one point, I just busted out.
No, it's not Phil. It's Hekra, and I didn't check this person, and I just saw that they were VC verified. Hekra.
Oh. Fried okra?
That's good stuff. Are you there? Alrighty. Thought I'd check.
Lost 1, this is lost 3. Are you lost 2 over?
Lost 3, this is lost 1. I'm also lost 2.
Okay. What about there's somebody else that's just VC verified, Sisyphus?
Yeah, Sisyphus. What's up? Welcome back, dude.
Oh, not that guy.
Uh-oh. That guy.
You'll find out.
Oh, boy.
Sisyphus, how are you?
He named himself after a Netflix show.
Well, it was the Greek god, Sisyphus. Or the Greek dude. I don't even know if he probably wasn't a god because he couldn't even push a rock up a hill.
Yeah, he was just imprisoned in the underworld, and he had to constantly push up the rock up the hill.
Got it, yeah.
Is that sassafras or syphilis?
Not syphilis.
Well, Sisyphus, if you're there, we're here. You know.
Just trying to be welcoming to new people.
Welcome, Syphilis.
Well, shoot. Sorry to see Miggy had to dip.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, but it was cool to see him in here.
Yeah, I was just talking about how much I missed having him here. He's a good addition.
Who?
Mm-hmm. Miggy.
Oh yeah, Mickey.
With the 3 points. Wig snatcher.
Yeah. Classic.
Yes.
I don't think we have one Glober watching us or listening to us right now.
That's unfortunate.
There's none here. There's one. Okay, one.
Well,
the gypsy's listening.
Yep. Yes, he is.
But then there's nobody in the YouTube chat either. It's all flatties.
So yeah, Gypsy, he's not here to learn.
No.
He's here to amuse him. He's here to amuse himself.
Well, I mean, like, hey, wait, first of all, can you hear me? I got these cheap fucking headphones.
Hey.
Yeah, we got you.
Nice. They're $30, man. They ain't bad. No, I got to work all night. I got a 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift clearing snow in all these parking lots. So the other chat was getting all boring, and they're talking about that thing I think we're not supposed to talk about, and just like pushing it. I was just dumb. So
Yeah. That sucks to talk about anymore. It's just like, yeah, no, we get it. We got it.
dude, right? Like just.
Cool, man.
So, Gypsy, in case you haven't gathered, the main topic has shifted, well, sometime last year, to the sextant. Are you aware of this at all?
Yeah, I'm aware. What's the sexton though? Because like I really like.
Really?
I've been working a lot, so I've been listening to like not paying attention, and whenever the sexton comes up,
Not paying attention? Okay. All right, just so I'm on the same page as you. You're good, dude. There we go. Drace he posted a picture for us if you want to look.
That is
It's
a nice
used for-
sextant, too.
It's used for nautical navigation. Right?
but they still use those. I thought that was like ancient pirate.
You can use it. I'm sure people still do, but I mean, it's not the standard. But yeah, you can still use it just fine.
I got no idea about any of that. Oh, that's not my top.
Well, basically, our argument is the truth, per usual, and it is that, you can't have a horizontal, baseline on a curved surface.
So
that's it.
I mean,
So
this would be. Wouldn't this be back from geometry class?
Yeah, but you know what? I've learned more geometry.
The triangle.
I've learned more geometry in the last 2 years than I did the previous, 36.
Yeah. I mean, it's all rote memorization in elementary or high school or whatever.
And I didn't even do that.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, I
Gypsy,
don't know much about the. Like, I mean, I don't. Whenever it comes into like me being serious about talking about this, I never divulge in. How do I put this? If there's a tree and the base trunk of the tree was like the main thing, and the leaves were all the side topics that everyone got lost in, I don't get lost in the side leaves. You know what I mean? But like, I got all night, and we don't got much this right now. I'll entertain for a bit. If my background noise isn't too annoying,
so yeah, it's a little bit bad. So what I'm hearing from you, Gypsy, is that you're a firm scientism believer. Right? You're a scientism believer. You're a follower of that cult. That's what's going on with you. I thought I'd let you know that.
so
Yes. I mean, you can
I'm not
say
going to have my
whatever
serious
you want, but
discussion.
that's what's going on.
I'm going to have my entertainment discussion on, not my serious.
I got you. I got you.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't know what I mean by it. You don't know me that well. But anyway, it's all good. I'm just picking at you.
Do you know what scientism is, Gypsy?
I'm guessing it's just like someone describing religious, but making it the same concept of belief.
Kinda. I'll simplify it to a sentence. Scientism is using science as a religion.
Like posing calculations as measurements. That would be the biggest one.
Yep, and people worship the deities, i.e., Neil deGrasse Tyson, everybody at NASA, blah blah blah, and so those are what we call false idols, stuff like that. So it's religious.
By saying that, are you? Hold on a second.
Yes, we're saying the globe is scientism.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
Here with a homeless guy who's yelling at himself because he's freezing right now.
Yeah, but he probably knows the Earth's flat. He probably knows.
Fucking weirdo, man. Like,
I bet you if you ask that dude, go ask him if he thinks the Earth is flat. I bet you he'll say yes.
I live in Winnipeg, man. I ain't talking to nobody out
You
here.
can ask him from a distance.
I used to be in that gang. You know, I did 18 months for fucking doing what I did, right? So I know how it is out here, and this guy's losing his gosh darn mind. I am not talking. He's screaming. He's holding his head. I think his ears are cold. Or he's just sorry.
That sounds horrendous. I retract my theory.
No, the snow is blowing right now. It's -30. Sorry. Talking about. And I got ADHD. It's like fuck my bad, man. What the hell?
There's crazy people in the world, man.
This guy's losing his goddamn mind.
You know who are the craziest people on the earth? Are the psychopaths pulling the strings. I mean, you got to be pretty naive to think that there's no conspiracy in this world. I hope you're not one of those people, Gypsy.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, the crazy ones are the ones that are just mindlessly believing all this horse shit about all this stuff we can't talk about. That's a red flag right there. Why is it a topic no one's allowed to talk about? You know, it's fucking...
They censor the truth, and flat Earth isn't necessarily dangerous to their plans, but say everybody wakes up to the fraud that's happening because of medical stuff. That's a lot of people mad at you.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it's a big eye opener for a lot of people now, and I think that's awesome because people are on their own journey with, finding out that, there's things that are being kept from us, information.
Like, I'll be open with you guys, like, legit talk. The shit I believe in, like, with conspiracy stuff and all that kind of stuff, like, it's, people are like, man, you're so open about it. Why not be open about it? Like, use your head. Open your gosh darn mind. I'm trying to be polite with my language.
the way we see someone like you is that you're just steeped in indoctrination for whatever reason, and it may be because of your family. You may have been 4-5 generation college graduates or something like that. I mean, we don't know you. It could be anything. So, yeah. So, yeah, you're one of the very few Globers that have been in here for a really long time. That have been in and out of here, every now and then for a really long time. And
I will
so,
say this, and I will admit to this, and I will give Flat Earth a little bit of credit. When I first heard of Flat Earth shit, I went for it. I started looking into it, and for a few days there, I was like thinking about it, and I was convinced a little bit in the first one. I was like, shit, why not? Right? And why not? Antarctica had a big thing about that. Antarctica, a big thing about that. But
well, yeah, they're
I was,
making
I
a
was,
big
I was,
deal to hide something really, yeah.
and then I
Sorry, go
came to
ahead.
this channel and I listened to, like, we're not being listened to too much. I'm not trying to talk shit. But I listened to how this channel operated, and the foundation of it was just geared a certain way, which is, I haven't left. I still come back, still listen to it. I get amusement from it. Fucking great. Your music, okay. Fucking tip a cap off to you guys. Your music
Oh,
has improved
man.
tremendously.
Cool.
Like, I was vibing out to it. I was like, yeah. But
Yeah, we
I remember the original music. It was, I mean, you're trying, but now you got some good tunes.
Yep.
yeah, man, we keep adding to the roster.
Yep, we got quite the playlist these days. But dude, your mic or whatever you're using is really shitty. I couldn't hear half the crap you were saying, so I guess you're excused and you can listen. Go back to listening. Because I don't want you to, I don't know if anybody else had trouble hearing you. Maybe it's just me, you guys.
It was hard to. It seems like it would be hard to carry on like a smooth conversation. I heard about 65% of what you said, but I don't want to fuck with the audience. So if you get a better mic or something else later, let us know. You can try it out later too.
Yeah,
we tried.
When you got dead air, just let me know. I'll come in to chat, and if we want to chat about that other thing going on out of live or whatever, I'm down to about that.
Well, yeah, you could go down to Chill Chat. Somebody might want to join you.
Which
Never
one?
know. Chill Chat, probably.
Where's my phone? Fucking fell in here somewhere.
You can tag the coincidence theorists.
That's just
that would make it fun for you, maybe.
No one in show.
Yeah, there might be later. It's kind of slow these days with the zero globe evidence to be found.
I know Globers are really scarce. And we got a professional Glober here with Gypsy, and he's clearly not interested.
He's a nice guy, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he could get froggy. But it was good. It was good.
Yeah, he's not completely without sense.
Yeah, too bad his mic was messed up. I wouldn't mind talking with him.
Yeah. Well, if you're still listening.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to find my phone so I can mute myself, and I hit a bump backing up.
Dude, it sounds like you're talking in a mason jar or something, man. Oh my god.
It's easier because I just did a big circle, and if I did a circle and it fell out, then like it would have got all choppy, but it never got choppy, so it's in here somewhere. Sorry, guys.
No worries. We can really only hear it when you're talking.
Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll mute myself for a bit. If there's dead chat, just holler back and we can talk about whatever.
Cool, bud. Sounds good.
If you look real hard, you see a curve.
Yeah. Back when I was doing drugs, I saw all kinds of curves in the earth too. Like, you know what I mean? I saw them everywhere. Everything was like melting and fractalized. So the earth was too. But that's the only time I've seen earth curvature. Is when I was hallucinating. So does that make sense? It's people who say that they know there's curvature and have seen it, they're lying to you, or they've hallucinated badly and they need to see a doctor.
Yeah, they've watched too many shows that show it, so they hallucinate in reality. That's it. Psychosis, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yes. We call them co-occurring disorders, mental health disorders. So you've got two disorders going on. Usually with
wow, when you combine those two, holy matter.
Well, what I'm saying is usually it's substance abuse and like bipolar or something. We're used to seeing that a lot in my field. With the Globers, it's gullibility, which is a mental health disorder, a willingness to believe. And then, like I said, whatever makes them hallucinate this curvature. Because I think a lot of them are genuinely thinking they see it, right? And placebo effect. It works sometimes.
My sister thinks she sees curvature from an airplane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's two different disorders happening at the same time, at the very least, but I can only treat two at a time.
Yeah, it's kind of like hypnosis in that they can be made to see a lot of things based on their strong belief, if they believe it strongly enough.
There was a psychiatrist that posted something the other day that said that the entire world are in the psychosis right now. Everyone is mentally ill. The entire population of the planet is ill because they're scared of the air. They're scared of their friends. They're scared of something that's basically not real in the way they say. And it turned the whole world into the entire population has a mental illness called psychosis.
Yeah.
And yeah, the entire fucking world. Think about it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of mental illness going on right now. Glover seems to be the more minimal thing at the moment, but
well, because it won't kill you.
Yeah.
At least we don't think.
Claim that 99% of the entire population of the Earth has a psychosis because of fear-based, just bullshit. You know what I mean? And they're all buying into it. They're all mentally ill. He said every one of them. It made perfect sense. I'm like, oh my god, he's right.
I can testify to that because the other day I had a Kevin, and then like a week and a half ago I had another Kevin. So it's like a crazy world out there. Like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're all mentally ill.
And we're not even talking about the globe. I mean, we got people that can't drive. We got people that can't interact with others, and you know, it's insane.
Yep.
What's that disease, the mental health disorder that where you can't leave your house, you won't leave your house, like no matter what? What's that called? Agoraphobia. Yeah. So anyway, imagine none of those people are getting any better right now.
Oh gosh! Wow.
Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you're
It's
right.
hilarious.
That's a double down for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I think of whenever I think it's Joan Cusack. She was in a TV series on HBO called Shameless. It was the English.
Yep.
depiction of that show. She did an excellent version of someone who has that disorder. That show was so great. William H. Macy, Emmy Rossum.
Weird ass show.
One other, yeah, the brother, I can't remember his name. He's fucking kick ass. He's been in other shit. Oh yeah, it was a great show. I miss it. It's over with. I think it was like 11 seasons.
Yep.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to get everybody off track from what we were talking about. What were we
No,
talking
you're-
about like a minute ago?
Co-occurring disorders, agoraphobia.
Yeah. It's just mental illness as a whole.
Mental illness. Yeah.
It's my bread and butter.
Yeah, well, you like you're in a good spot, and you have a lot of work to do.
I know. When people were telling me you should probably be a counselor, I was like, actually, right now that'd be great. People really need it.
Okay, and howdy.
More now than ever, I think, in history, people are needing just someone to talk to.
Oh, yeah. This guy made perfect sense, and I think he's right. You know, when you get basically the entire population, not just one country, not just one.
Hold on, Godrock, and your mic is really, really bad.
Yeah,
Barely hear you.
Yep.
All right.
No.
Nope.
Oh boy.
There, that's better. Stay like that.
All right. I had my finger over the hole. I'm using a little clip, JBL clip speaker. It's a Bluetooth thing. I had my finger over the fucking microphone hole. Sorry.
You're good now. No worries. Well, are you out working, or what are you doing?
No, I'm just laying around at home.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Cool.
Open. I'll get back to you in a minute. Thanks. I got company just showing up.
No problem.
Assemble. How you doing, everybody?
Hey. Roger.
Hey. It's quiet, is it? Is it quiet time again, is it?
Yes.
Ah.
It's not on purpose, man. We should talk about something, Jen.
Yeah, well, let's talk about why is it these heliocentrists want to believe in something they cannot prove? Can you understand the psychology behind that?
Actually, I can. And it's like growing up watching cartoons, like He-Man. I grew up watching He-Man, right? And say my dad the whole time was telling me, "Hey, Sean, He-Man's actually real. Yeah, and you can meet him one day." Really, Dad? Really, really? Oh yeah, we're gonna meet He-Man one day. That's awesome. So I go my whole life thinking I'm gonna meet He-Man, and I don't care what anyone says, right? Dad, my dad told me it's true. I'm gonna meet He-Man. Shit. And then so I go one day to like a Comic-Con or something. My dad takes me, and I quote unquote meet He-Man. It's just some guy dressed up in a suit, and he barely looks like he works out. And he's got brown hair, not blonde hair. Jeez. And I'm like, Dad, that's not He-Man. And my dad goes, of course it is. That's He-Man right there. That's He-Man. And I said, no, He-Man could beat him up. But I was devastated because my dad had to tell me, okay, honey, well, I wanted you to meet He-Man, but really I just wanted you to know that He-Man actually isn't real, kind of like Santa. And we need to just move forward from this. And you need to forgive me for lying to you and expect that I won't ever lie to you again, even though I just did twice. So can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Having that taken away from you?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
of course. Total disappointing day that was. Yeah, a total disappointing day.
well,
You
yeah,
know?
and He-Man was drunk. Like that was not He-Man. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I
Hey,
can
hey.
hear you. Mic check.
Thank
Hear
you.
you loud and clear. So the
It's just
psychological impact on that is now you don't trust your dad now.
well, my dad's not around anymore, but what's
sorry
funny
to
is
hear
I didn't for a long time because of stuff like that. He didn't actually do that one. That's an example that didn't happen. But yeah, you know, he lied to me about some things, but I confronted him and forgave him, so that's not that big a deal. But people, their psychology is getting in the way of them realizing the truth. And honestly, I just feel so bad because it's got to be so frustrating, you know, thinking, gosh, I can't be wrong about this globe. How are 8 billion people wrong? How are 8.8 million scientists wrong? You know, it's an incredulity thing.
Yeah. I'm likening it to the separation anxiety disorder. Yeah? That's what I'm calling it.
What is it again? Say it one more time.
Separation anxiety disorder.
Oh, right. Like when women have children.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I got that knowledge, should I say, or that expression from a documentary called Making a Killing, the psychotopic drugging of the US, the untold story. Good documentary, that one.
Nice. Is that
Yeah.
Amazon, Netflix? What is that?
No, it's on YouTube.
Okay. That means it's real. No, that's cool, man.
It's real. It's been around a long time. This one's been. I watched this back in 2006, 2007.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was back when I was finding out that Alex Jones was a shill, but before that I was addicted.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was addicted to. I do like Alex Jones for some of the material he has pushed out. And he's since turned full circle, and he's trying to push out some more truth with integrity. So yes, he's been a bit of a gatekeeper, but he's realised he's selling out the human race, and what's going on now has prompted him to do some more truth stuff. Do you understand?
I sure do. I just wish he would stop doing DMT with Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
During those times, I wasn't addicted. I was just a dick.
Turns out. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been in I've been in the opposition server, Gem Pandas and alike, and I've been reminding them that the year 2022 is the year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask, why is it you want to believe in something you can't see or prove? Why is that? What's the psychology behind that? That's what I've been doing all this year, so far, this month, non-stop.
Fucking mental illness, sickness.
Yeah, it's really getting under their skin. Getting under their skin now.
So here's what happens. The addictive process, it changes your brain chemistry to perform a certain way with your neurons, your synapses, stuff like that. And it gets programmed a certain way because of your reward systems. So like say people are addicted to their phones, right? Because every time they pick up their phone, go to Instagram or something, they get a little dopamine hit, a little tiny one, but they just get millions of those every day and they become addicted. Their brain actually becomes addicted to the process of what they're doing. So it takes a while. Well, the very first thing you have to do though with anything is when you have to make a change, you have to admit that there's a problem in the first place. That right there is the hump most people can't get over.
Oh boy, the Glovers are going to have a hard one with that.
Yeah. Oh, heroin addicts, it's all the same thing.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough one, you see. But I keep saying to them that when I come here, I'm going to be giving you counseling, you see. Because we flat earthers, we uplift life. We put value in life. If you're anyone who's following the globe, then you're devaluing life and you're going against the creator's nature, natural laws. This is the problem, you see. You're in this delusional state of mind at the moment. You don't realize it, that you've been brainwashed. and we're trying to reach you, you see. That's what I say to them. That's what I say to them when they're in a frenzy by now, though.
Did you just go over there?
No, I haven't been over there today or yesterday, but a couple of days ago, yeah. I've been there. I was then at the end of December 31st. I gave, the end of year finale, and I destroyed them with the blood of truth. Of course, I had to do that. And then I think it was maybe the 5th of January, I went back in there. And then it was this is the year that the flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological microscope. What is it called?
I think it was
magnifying glass, and ask, why is it you want to believe in something you cannot prove? Why do you want to believe that? And they just go berserk. They go, we don't want to believe that, I said, well, you've got no evidence.
I got a feeling it's like cancer. There's not going to be any cure for the poor bastards.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard year for them. Yeah, it's going to be a hard year for them. I've even done a little speech. Listen, right? I've made a little speech for them as well. I start off by saying, we want to teach you about the flat Earth. We want to teach you about the flat Earth. We want to teach you about the flat Earth, and the other thing, not because it's easy, but because you're hard-headed. And that goal will serve to prove which one of us is mentally disturbed, deranged, and delusional. And that lie is totally unbearable. So when we commence to teach you about the flat Earth, we ask for God's blessing. So in the final analysis, ask not why the Earth is flat, but why is the Earth a spinning ball, and I can prove it. Thank you. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, so you're asking them why they believe it?
Yes, exactly that. But I'm using the "We Want to Go to the Moon" speech by JFK.
Yeah, he wants them to explain why they believe in something they can't prove.
We're going to do the other thing not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Yeah, because they are hard-headed.
Right.
So yeah. So I use the Kennedy speech, and I'm doing that all the time, and that also is annoying them. But yeah, that's what we got to do. Put the pressure on them, man. No more. Flat Earth Rising 2022. Flat Earth continues to rise, smashing the heliocentric model to smithereens 365 days of the year.
We've been putting a lot of work in too, and this year, this year's going to be the most people in the server since the first version, since the first iteration.
Yeah, good. And
it just keeps growing.
The numbers are increasing.
Yep. It's like this. It's like the handlers are asking the shills. Handlers go, hey, even after all this work, why is Flat Earth still growing? And the shills are like, well, it'd be nice if there was any globe evidence, boss.
Yeah. That would help. Yeah.
I mean, it's not fair. It is just not fair. When is the last time somebody went into a debate fully prepared against somebody who had almost no knowledge or a mere cursory glance at the material? Right? That would be unfair. Well, that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
And they do it to themselves. That's the problem. They don't go out and research. They just sit there on their laurels and act like we're retarded.
Yeah, that's right, you see. Yeah, so no flat earthers should be accepting anything that's being told to them in the way of abuse. You're a retard, go back to school. That stuff, no, that's just bouncing up. But they shut. What are you talking about, you fool? Come on. Where's your evidence here? Don't attack the messenger. Address the situation. And I'm always talking to those who are listening in the chat room. So I address them when I'm in their server. So I goes, folks, and I always say, folks, what the right dishonourable gentleman has just said is completely wrong. And you need to ask yourself, how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. They haven't offered any evidence at all. You've heard it. So how do you know, listener, you in the chat room? Yeah, think about that, yeah? How have I got the gore, the audacity to be in this server and shout out clearly that this Earth is indeed a flat plane, stationary, motionless, beautiful, and I'm providing you all the evidence, but yet you're sitting there, no evidence. Clearly, they haven't brought anything. All they've done is insult me for the last 2 hours, let's say. Yeah.
Well, you're a better man than me. I would not have lasted near that long, and I'd probably have to like work out to get some of the anger out or something.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. That's what I'm getting my anger out. I'm getting my anger out in there. Yeah.
I see. Got it. And see, they mute me right away. They mute me right away, and you know.
Oh yeah, they mute me as well. They mute me as well, right? They mute me whilst I'm talking, and then they try and say that I'm ill-mannered. I've got no knowledge, la la la. But I just carry on talking, and as soon as they unleash, it's like I'm a cold spring. It comes out like the fireman's hose. So you got to run that psychology on them, you know. Got to. I said, yes, I'm committed to the cause, man. You better believe it. You cannot stop Gene CBR1. Huh? You guys are just noise in the wind. Yeah, I really do wind them up, though.
All you are is noise in the wind.
Yeah, just noise in the wind, mate. It's gone. I can't hear you.
Hold on a sec. We got a Glober, I think. YouTube chat. Zachary Zellner? Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, join the server, man. Join the server. Come in and defend your position. The gauntlet has been thrown down. It's a metal one. It's across your jaw. You're spitting out teeth. Get in here.
He says that we mute everyone we don't like. I got a question, Zach. Do you like liars?
Yeah.
Do you allow them to stay in your house when they're lying to you, to your face? Would you do that?
To your children, to your guests. I told you, you know, when you start to put these heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass, yes, you get to see the real character comes out. Yeah. Why do you want to believe in something you cannot prove, you cannot see, you've never experienced? Why do you want to believe in that? Desperately, hanging on. No evidence, not one shred. Can't understand that. I mean, I can understand it when you didn't know that you've been deceived. But when we're bringing the information to you and bringing you the knowledge and the information and the evidence, and you continue not even to go out and check, just continue to believe, that is not sane. Sorry. That's desperate. That's cognitive dis with a massive helping of separation anxiety disorder. That's contradictory to living. You're a walking contradiction, sir, madam.
That was extremely nice. That was way too nice, the way to put it.
Thank you. Way too nice. Well, you got to let them down gently, yeah.
No, I'm tired of that. It's time to drop them right straight on their freaking head. Split their head open and wake up and smell the coffee, you idiot.
Yeah, or
the gas across the top.
Down the throat, perhaps.
Yep, let's see the gas across the top of their skull so we can finally put something in there.
Yeah. As Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we'll open your map and pour the flat earth right into your brain. Or worse to that effect, they open your brain and the flat earth just goes pouring in.
Well, it's not going to get in there any other way.
Absolutely. Really? Yeah, it's not. This is the year 2022. The year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under that magnifying glass and ask, why is it they want to believe in something they cannot prove?
We're going to need a whole insane asylums.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, that
Yeah.
I think that's a reality, dude. We're going to need, to convert all the apartment buildings into insane asylums.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to, most of them are not going to, they're not going to want to change.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't. They're acting desperate right now. So yeah, you're right. Because the evidence is just, like I said, it's flat Earth is child's play. Flat
So
Earth is child's play, man. Because
be
we
any
all
more
knew
clear.
this. Yeah.
It could
What
not
on
be
child's
any
play?
clearer. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. It's child's play because it doesn't require a PhD, a master's, or a professorship to understand it. We knew all this stuff when we were growing up. In our childhood days, we were already exploring our environment, and that's how we know we're not on a spinning ball and that. It's already there. I mean, when you're in your little bath playing with your water, that water never stuck to that ball ever. You pushed it down, it bopped you on the head, and it was there dry as a bone. So you knew that.
What does that say for the population of the Earth, that to understand these things, it takes a grade school education, no higher.
Mm.
You don't even need to be in middle. I mean, grade school education is enough
Yeah.
to understand all of this stuff completely, easily, and clearly.
Completely, yeah. You were already, as a child, you were already uploading the truth of the flat earth. It's when you went to school, you were then diverted and redirected to a falsehood. Because even angular resolution, you were playing with it on your mother's kitchen counter, looking at the crumbs you could see right down the other end, and then you go down and you couldn't see it. Yeah, I remember doing that many times. And then walking the streets, looking at manhole covers that were appearing as you approached them. But when you go back, you can't see them. These things I was doing as a kid. So this is what I mean. It's all child's play. This is not requiring of any degree of any kind. It's that simple.
Yep.
And no child, when asked, if they were to be asked when they were a kid at 6, 7 years old, do you live on a spinning ball? They would say to you, no. They'd never seen it. They'd never felt it or experienced it. Everything's level because they know that everything has to be level in order to be safe. If you ask a child which is safer to live on, a ball that is spinning that you've got to grip tight, or a plate with a little upturned edge, which is safer to live on? They're all going to gravitate to the plate, of course, because the ball is dangerous. I mean, come on, man. That's simple. That easy, folks.
Dangerous. If it was a reality, it would be straight lethal most instantly. And they just don't seem to grasp it.
Yeah. But the adults now, even the kids, when you bring this news to them and they display this cognitive dissonance, well, that's natural because it's now shocking your world. I can forgive you for that. But to then go on, one, not check it and verify it and just straight on believe and dismiss it, you're insane. You're absolutely insane. No doubt about it. No question. And that's very disappointing. Very disappointing indeed. You are slowing down the development of the numbers that we want in order to hasten the demise of the heliocentric model. It's dead. It's dead in my eyes. It's dead in the flat earth water. Dead. The solar system is just a load of bunkum. Yeah, I was saying to them yesterday, I was saying, Einstein is the shit off my shoe. You know, when you step in a lump of shit and you think, oh, fuck, what have I done? And then you're looking for something to scrape off the edge. I go, that's Einstein, scraping off. And then you're looking for a puddle just to rinse the fucking shoe out. Yeah, get off my shoe, you cunt. Get off, you dirt. Yeah. Yeah, they got really upset with that. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? What are you talking about? The man has
Oh no,
perpetuated a...
that's being
Yeah,
nice
and then
again.
you know the other guy, Stephen Hawking. You know the one in the wheelchair, and the earth is spinning through around the sun. Yeah. I said, push him down the fucking stairs, man. Get him down there. Fuck. Send him down those stairs. Deal with that. Conservation.
Yeah.
Tell me about the conservation of momentum now, Stephen. Yeah. Down the stairs.
Babying these people doesn't obviously it's not going to work.
Yeah, nah, well, I enjoy it. I fucking enjoy giving it to them.
That's good. I get too frustrated too quick.
I do too. Especially when you got to treat them like, grade school kids, just to try to get them to understand. You got to try to communicate with them on a level that's so inferior and they still can't break loose.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like I say to them, I can understand your reluctance to take it in because you're actually uploading the lie as we speak. So yeah, it's going to clash, of course. I mean, when I was growing up, I didn't have anybody telling me that. Maybe I would have reacted the same because I'm at school. The teachers, they're not going to lie. You know what I mean? Who are you? You understand? So I can understand all that. But I always say to them, don't you think that we grown-ups have a responsibility to help the ones who are coming up not make a mistake? Isn't that the role of the elders? Yeah. So my question is, what would I be gaining? What's my gain? What's my motivation to send you down the wrong road? What the hell is that? What's that all about? Why would I do that?
Right.
Why would I waste my time doing that? I don't get pleasure by doing that. That's not what I'm about. What? Sending the younger generation that used to complain when I was a young, that the elders were telling, were grumpy old bastards, moaning old cunts, because that's what they used to call it. And I said, I don't want to be like that. So I haven't spent all my life to grow up to start lying to children. No, I'm sorry. You want to start this? I'm honoring you by being here. So you better pay attention, all right? That's what I say to them. Yeah, think about what we're telling you. You can't even prove it now what you're being taught. And we're telling you we made that mistake because we didn't check it. We took it on trust. That's a good quality to have, to trust somebody. That's okay. It's not wrong. It's the person who's misleading you that is wrong. Even if they didn't do it intentionally, they're still wrong, you see. So it's okay to trust, but you're making a mistake if you think you're living on a spinning ball that you cannot prove and you go on to live like that, that's wrong. The sooner you realize that the better human being you're going to be, you're going to rise up amongst all this, and no one's going to be able to tell you anything because you're going to have this position where I'm going to confirm it first. And if I can't confirm it, I have no right in believing it. That's what I say to the youngsters, teenagers in particular, the teeny bops. Yeah.
All you got to do is tell them science figured it out and they don't care anymore. They'll just believe you.
Yeah.
They'll ask questions until you say, well, I mean, it's settled science. Do you want to try and go against that?
Yeah.
No, I don't, Dad.
Yeah. And then they love the gravity thing and that. And I said, well, look, Sir Isaac Newton didn't agree with that mass attracting mass theory anyway, and he couldn't prove it. I know you didn't learn that at school, but I can link you to the little citation where he says that, and you can read it for yourself, and that way you learn, and then it's been replaced 106 now, 107 years now, replaced by the Einsteinian bending of warping of space-time fabric. Now, listen to those words, the bending and warping of space-time. So now we've got to believe in space-time. We can't. Where do we get space-time from? And how does that relate to something dropping on the floor? I mean, get with the program, kids.
Yeah, I cannot wrap my head around that one.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
That's an insult to your intelligence, man. Okay, right. Now that's what science is all about. Deception. The science that they use to teach you about the heliocentric model, that is. But when you use this scientific method, the heliocentric model just dissolves like sand in the wind. Just gets blown away.
It's pseudoscience is what they're using, right? They're not using real science.
Thank you. Exactly that, Hank. Yes, pseudoscience.
Yeah, there's
Man,
nothing
Hank's a
wrong
man.
with a scientific method.
No, that is the standard. I remember Jen Panda coming in this server saying that we need to get rid of the scientific method. I cracked up. I said, yeah, and then we
Oh,
will
yeah.
have no standards like you lot. Because you guys have got no standards. Yeah, right. Can you imagine that? Our standards are too high, he said.
Wow. We just expect you to be honest with yourself first, and then us if you can second. But that's too much?
Exactly. You've got to be honest with yourself. That's the first step of your integrity coming out. If you want to know the truth, you only live once, remember? Once only. You're dead longer than you live. You might want to put your best foot forward there, and at least want to know as best as you can what this earth is and what it isn't. Wow. Yeah.
What a concept. We got Matthew Learns in here.
Hello, Matthew. Welcome. What say you, sir?
I think it's an important thing to do to talk about what science is and how to define it. So I think you guys are right that that's an important issue.
Well, we got a
Thank
question
you.
for you. I got a question for you, Matthew.
Yeah,
This
go
this
ahead.
might be an astronomical number, the answer, right? But let's say before the Big Bang, you had all the dark matter and dark energy, the antimatter, right? Plus the antimatter that blew up after the Big Bang when it came in contact with the matter, and all that matter, plus the 5% of matter that we can see. What would it take for something to escape that gravitational well, do you think? Like, I know you're not a Big Bang proponent. Wait, are you? Are you down with the Big Bang?
I don't know how God created the universe. I make a distinction more between methodological naturalism and intelligent design. So God could have made the universe in something that looks like that, but he could have done it some other way too. But to answer your question, it would be a lot of gravity if it works that way.
Yeah. It would be necessary. But we can't prove that, can we?
No, all of that is just sort of looking at equations, theoretical science, mathematics, and making guesses. That's the best they can do.
Yeah, and they're doing that a lot. They're doing that a lot in the Gem Panda servers and the like, and the Earth Awakening server where they're coming in with their maths. And I said, yes, but your maths do not reality make, sir. You can make
you're exactly right about that.
You said theoretical science. Do you mean hypothetical postulation?
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do when you're talking about the past. You have to just sort of make postulations since you can't measure the past.
Did anyone see that? Where
the Big Bang in science class?
Did anyone see where that dude had
Go ahead,
painted
bro.
an entire football field bright red? And then he went up in different distances, up and up. And at 35 miles, you could no longer see it with the naked eye. An entire football field painted bright red. You could not see it at 35 miles. And that's supposed to be the size of the ISS. And it's supposed to be 250 miles away or whatever. But you cannot see a football field painted bright red at 35 miles. It is too small. It has reached the point of extinction. Yeah, he showed it at levels. He went up in the plane higher and higher and higher and higher. And at 35 miles, it was no longer visible.
Right. So yesterday I was asking Kosho.
How they think the ISS at 240 miles away is completely, I mean, it just blew the hell right out of that. I mean, it's like an entire football field painted bright red cannot be seen with the naked eye at 35 miles. Cannot be seen.
That is amazing. And I was saying to Kosho yesterday that he was trying to tell us that he could see the ISS and it was traveling at, he said 16,000 miles per hour. I said, no, it traveled at 17,500 miles an hour. And I kept asking, what is it you saw? What did you see? He said, I saw this object. What did you see? What color was it? Was it a light? And it said, can I have the color? He said, yeah, it was white, bright light. Oh, I see. So now the light does not an ISS make, mate. So, you know, what did you see? It definitely wasn't the ISS, because you could not see that from 5 miles up, just about. You just about make it at 5. But if you're saying 35 miles, it's disappeared completely. Well, there you go then.
Yeah, that's the height of a commercial airplane, basically. You know,
Yeah.
you can't see a completely painted red football field disappears to the naked eye at 35 miles. And they're trying to say they're seeing something at 240 miles. That's just, I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, this is the level of their delusional state of mind, you see. This is why I asked them, why do they want to believe in something they cannot prove? Desperately hanging on. Desperately.
Matthew, another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I've been told that it would have been infinitely dense, right? This Big Bang before it exploded. Infinitely dense. Can you tell me with like numbers how much is infinite?
Yeah, it's when it goes off the end of the scale. So I don't think anybody can say anything definitive about that place where the numbers go asymptotic. So yeah, there's nothing rational you can say about it in that situation.
Did you say Aston psychotic?
No, the asymptote is the yeah.
Well, you should have.
Got it. Yeah. But you can, okay, so the 35-mile thing, you can see airplanes 35 miles away, and they're smaller than a football field.
No, you couldn't.
You can't resolve them.
You might see the light, maybe
Yeah,
a light.
yeah. So you're right. You can't resolve it because it's below the angular resolution. But if it's nighttime and they have landing lights on, you can see them that far away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you see, and you can make it out. I agree with
because
that. Yeah.
the lights can be below the angular resolution, but then the glare is still bright enough against the dark sky to see it.
Yeah, you see the green light and the red lights, and they're flashing. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Where they were arguing about the laser test, right? They were saying that they never actually painted the target, but you could see the light. So you see the light from the ISS, and that's a go. But you see the light from a laser across the lake, and that's a no-go. And I often find these sort of contradictions in the globers. They happen all the time. Some people might call it double think or double speak, but I just call it like what? Gotcha. You know, how could it be both at the same time? So, Matthew, do you think it would be more likely if you saw a laser from the other side of a lake, right? Do you think it would be more likely that you're actually seeing the laser light because there's no curvature? Or do you think it would be more likely that you're seeing this thing, and even though it's too far away to see, you're still seeing it, but it's up in the air, way up in the air, like 250 miles away. But the laser light was only like 20-something kilometers away. Which one's more likely that you would see?
Based on just the evidence that you said, the most common sense interpretation would be that you'd be seeing the laser light in a direct, perfectly straight line.
So there's currently 7 crew member on the ISS right now, apparently, on board. 7.
Hey, I got a question for you, Matthew. Do you think those astronauts, do you think they like America? Do you think they,
some of them do. The American ones do. There's Russians on there too.
Right. So do you think maybe like if you were up in the ISS and it was 4th of July, and like you're passing over the United States, do you think you might whip out your camera and get like some really good footage of like what the 4th of July looks in the United States on the dark side of the Terminator line?
I doubt there'd be much visible. I've watched the Los Angeles fireworks from up high in a mountain, and you can kind of see them, but they're right next to all the city lights, and it's not very impressive. It's much more impressive to see.
Is there a lot of smog in Los Angeles?
No, it's more about the lights. Like if you're down on the ground looking up against a dark sky and see fireworks, that's much more impressive than seeing fireworks against the backdrop of the city lights from above.
Light pollution.
Yeah, so I don't know what it would look like from up above, but I don't think it would look that great. I don't know though.
But we can see the ISS because space is dark, right?
Exactly. It's much easier to see a white light against a dark.
But the moon's pretty light, right?
Yeah, it's the brightest thing in the sky after the sun.
Pretty lit. Right, so like when you see the ISS pass in front of the moon, you can actually see it with the naked eye if you're quick, right?
I haven't, but sure, I don't know.
No, I think you might need a camera to catch it going across the moon surface.
I think you're right, yeah.
I might be incorrect about the first thing I said. Yeah, my thing is that looking at like these comparisons, like a firework is pretty impressive because the light, it starts out in like, 1 inch by maybe 2 inches, little bulb at the end of it, right? And then the light expands like hundreds of feet in the air. So I think you'd be able to see that from the ISS. How cool would it be, like, if they provided us like footage, like from space, right, where they zoomed all the way out, right? We get to see the whole Earth or half of it, right? And then they zoomed all the way in on a city like Dallas, because in Dallas they pop the fireworks in between Fort Worth and Dallas. So it's kind of over there on the west side of Dallas where the bridges are, those really nice fancy bridges. So there's not a whole lot of city lights in Dallas where they pop it. In fact, I was there for one night when they did it, and it's pretty spectacular. Like they definitely go overboard in Dallas. Like they really like the fireworks.
I agree. It seems like it would be a cool thing to see. Yeah, you're right.
Because I've seen chemtrails from high altitude footage, and we know that chemtrails are pretty. The cloud seeding. You know what cloud seeding is, right?
But you said chemtrails. I'm familiar with contrails.
Right. So contrails is just pure exhaust, right?
Well, I mean they're mixed with the pollution of air of exhaust, but yeah, it's not just water.
Well, I'm just. So Matthew, do you know about cloud seeding?
Yeah, you can seed clouds and sometimes make it rain. That's right.
Right. So when they seed clouds, are they just pouring water out the back end of those plants?
No, it's like I think it's silver, some like silver atoms or something. Usually, I don't remember.
So it might be some kind of chemical concoction, right?
Yeah, exactly. When they seed the clouds, yes.
Right. That's why we call them chemtrails.
I think they call it chaff, don't they? Chaff, silver chaff. Do you remember?
Yeah,
That's
the
what
news
they
did.
it.
Yeah, the news guy said that it was chaff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I doubt commercial airliners do that.
Nah, they're not doing that.
Yeah,
No,
I do too. So I live not too far from DFW, like not too close, but not too far either. And my whole life I've seen the flights coming in and out of DFW, right? But the ones that fly in like tic-tac-toe patterns, they don't fly like the rest of the planes, right? These so-called chemtrail planes or cloud seeding. These planes, I seen one in Dallas and I actually took a picture. It made a tally mark, where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you cross it. I thought that was a really weird flight pattern, but I took a picture of that, and it was right over the city streets of Dallas, almost as if the pilot was going, "Look up, you fuckers." Sorry about my French.
Yeah, I don't know what that plane was doing. I do know that Google uses aircraft to get Google Maps, and so they fly grid patterns and do weird things with that sometimes.
So I have an experiment that you can do, right? We talk about gravity all the time in here, right? What is gravity? Next question. I don't
Yeah,
know.
who knows?
All right. So I want you to do this for me. I want you to get a pail of water. Right? It doesn't have to be all the way full. Right? I don't want you to hurt yourself, but get a pail of water and put a rock in it, or a steel ball bearing, or something that's going to go to the bottom. And then I want you to get like a ping pong ball or a golf ball, or not a golf ball, a tennis ball or something that'll float. And then take this pail of water and then like go around, right, in a circle and spin the crap out of it. Spin yourself like a merry-go-round, or like Link trying to chop down the grass, like he does, right? So not up and down, but side to side. Right, and notice, does the ping pong ball sink?
I
Right,
would expect
because
it. I would expect it wouldn't. No, I don't know though.
exactly. That's what I'm guessing too, right? I haven't done this yet, but I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like a lot of fun. But I do want you to notice that you can defy the so-called downward vector with centrifugal force, but what you can't do is you can't defy specific gravity with downward force. That's what I'm thinking about some of the experiments going to be. So I would love for everybody to get their cameras and strap them to their arms and spin around with the camera facing the pail or the bucket. Well, I'm really curious, and if it does work out that way, I'm thinking it's gonna. What does that mean? Centrifugal force can counter downward gravity, but not specific gravity.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting thought experiment. It would be fun to try it. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if we could call it a traditional scientific method experiment, but yeah, it'd be fun to try. Now, what it means is, I don't know. Like, I'm not claiming to got it all figured out, but definitely be worth a
Have you
try.
guys? Sorry, have you guys seen that video that Flat Earth Banjo posted? I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, about the sextant being around well before the globe, 994 AD. Quantum Erasers in there, and Nathan Oakley riding on eggshells is in there in this video. Did you see it? Basically explaining that sextants can only work on a flat, motionless, stationary plane. You haven't seen it yet? It's a good one.
Haven't, but 900 AD was after. It's not before people were saying there's a globe. It's after.
No, this one was before the globe, because there's two. Yeah, the sextant, as we know it, it was made by I think an Islamic man, Al Mudain or something, 994.
Yes,
Then the
900.
sextant that is
994 is after people were talking about the globe.
AD.
Yes, people
Yeah,
were
but
talking about
the globe that we see that was made, that came after. The first globe came after the sextant.
Oh, you're talking about the first physical globe-shaped map that they made. Yeah, but people were talking about the globe in the 600s and 700s and before that.
Yeah. But the sextant was proving flat Earth, 994 AD. This is what we're saying. Great video. It's only 11 minutes long, 11 and a half minutes long. Let's just see if I can post it.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
Yeah. Marvelous little video that is. Here we are, sextant. This is it. Okay, 1 sec. Gonna let. Okay.
Skidamarinky dinky dink, skidamarinky doo.
Please pay attention to Riding on Eggshell's voice. Very sheepish when he's being asked questions, and he says, "Yeah, oh, hi." But for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks now, he's been no more than that. Last month, he's been like banging on about the sextant working on a globe and everything else religiously. But here he is on this video, being very sheepish and agreeing to what's being said about how they only work on a level plane. So I'm really going to put it in the grinder when I see him next. Can't wait.
Okay, thanks for the link.
Yeah, you got the link. Yeah, I say he's riding on dog shit. That's what I say, but, excuse me French, but yeah. I say, okay, riding on dog shit, sit down. Pay attention.
Munching on dog shit.
Yeah. He goes on these long 5-minute monologues, doesn't he? All the time. He cannot condense what he has to say because he's a shill. He's spreading this information very well. And he hates me because I cut him off every time. Every time. Smash whatever he's doing, I just smash it in. I walk in the room, I just kick him over, kick him off his chair. He mentions his dad. I said, you and your dad are liars, okay? Don't keep talking about your dad. If your dad's promoting the heliocentric model, then he's a liar like you, okay? Yeah. Insufferable, he says I am. I said, I'm glad. Glad I'm getting there. Because your lie is totally unacceptable. I will not allow you to lie with ease. You can lie with difficulty, but not with ease. Now that I've seen this video with him being sheepish and agreeing, I'm really going to give it to him the next time. He's got a lot to pay. Sextant. Not an easy instrument to use because it's requiring a lot of calculations and looking at tables. And also, riding on eggshells seems to think that, is it gyro compasses prove the Earth is spinning? What say you guys on that?
Yeah, sure, no problem. All he has to do is stop the Earth from spinning, see if the gyro compass is affected by that, and then, yeah, that's proof. Yeah, totally. Completely agree. He just got to stop the Earth from spinning.
Right.
Yeah, because we understand cause and effect relationships around here. If you're saying that my deodorant is causing you to have butter on your teeth, right? If I show up one day with no deodorant and you don't have butter, and you still got the butter on your teeth, maybe you're not brushing your teeth. Maybe it has nothing to do with my deodorant.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. he has a friend who actually manufactures them or builds them, and he showed him how they work, right? And then now he's like a believer, isn't he? And pushing the gyro compass. Do you think they're going to manufacture things when they don't check it works first? That's his argument. I said, look, show us the Earth is spinning, yeah? Then we can talk. Fuck's sake. Anything can be made to show something, but let's go to the real world and then apply it and let's see it move. Can we do that? Can we actually do that? Thank you. Just because it's written in a manual and you're repeating what's been written on the manual doesn't make it real, does it? Regarding the spin of this Earth. Let's go and check it out then.
Hey Matthew, you know how once QE brought up the sextant argument, a lot of globe earthers were like saying, hey, we could just, do the tangent, right, and measure it from the tangent, right?
Yeah.
Is Matthew still here?
I hope so. I'm not looking at the screen at the moment, but I think he might be watching that video. He might be watching that video on sextant because he's very keen,
gotcha.
Yeah. So carry on anyway.
Yeah, when they invoke the plane, obviously they're completely ignoring their refracted horizon, and they're invoking a tangent, which is in actuality they're invoking a flat surface. But the thing is that you don't have to do that. All you have to do is use it like it's meant to be used, right, on a flat plane.
Yeah, it's already there
and then
for
it
you, ready to
works
go.
really, really accurately. It's like highly accurate. So if all this came from like Big Bang cosmology, where everything just exploded and just happened to fall into place, usually when there's an explosion, there's nothing left over but kibbles and bits, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So what we find is that everything is just so nice and neat that we can actually use the stars to navigate, right? And the only thing holding us back is that we don't have actual one image of the entire map. If we had that, well, who could stop us?
That's right. The
So we don't
stars
have
are
the whole map.
ours. The stars are the
No,
limit. You know, as they say.
but see, the banker type, they're really lazy, right? They don't really have strong hands and strong feet. They don't want to have to keep chasing us down. So what they've done is they made this artificial prison planet, right? And they don't have to keep chasing us because, we would just keep moving away from the assholes. We would just keep moving away. We would say, we're tired of your loans. We're tired of your porn. We're tired of your rules. And we would just keep moving further and further out into the wilderness. But this globe Earth thing, it's actually made it to where we can't get any further away from them because we're imprisoned within our minds.
Yeah, exactly.
I watched that sextant video.
Thank you.
It sounded like he was saying that the globe Earth concept was invented in the 1500s, but I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's true. Oh,
I
no,
think
it's not. No. That was around thousands. Yeah, that was around. They thought about that. Yeah, so we're told. We can't prove it, but that's what we're told. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a reference of somebody referring to a ball Earth as early as the 700s.
Right.
Also, he posted this weird triangulation picture. Let me show you. This image was in the video.
Who was talking about the ball Earth in 700?
Bede the Venerable. Let me get you the reference.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, interesting image.
The
Yeah,
Venerable.
that's
That kind
right.
of sounds like Pope the Innocent. You know what? I'm going to go out and make a wager here. Pope the Innocent, he wasn't very innocent. Pope Justinian, he had no justice. And the Venerable here, I'm just going to go out on a limb. He probably wasn't very venerable, whatever that is.
Okay, Matthew Nunes. Yeah, I'm looking at that image.
There's a lot of people up in VC check-in. I think we need to bring some of them down. Let me go tell them to siphon some folks down here.
Yeah, go on.
I know Jen's hungry for some fresh meat.
Yes, fresh meat. Oh yes, starving.
Jen, anytime I pop into one of them other servers and you're in there, I just let you go, bro. I try not to interrupt you. I just listen. I'm like, man, I ain't trying to mess with Jen's flow.
They're coming.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Hey, Rick. How you doing?
Who?
The pillbox is around.
All right, Yote and Lonnie. We've got Yote and Lonnie.
Yote and Lonnie.
Yeah.
Hello.
So what we were discussing in the voice check-in is the moon. First of all, of course, we don't state that we know anything about it, right? It's just, kind of something in the sky, right? What can you test? That's what I was trying to get across from them. And then we were showing them stuff about like the moon landings and stuff. My thing right now, I'm wanting to ask Matthew before he left about the moon was how do you think about the new moon and sun that China's doing right now, Matt?
They launched some kind of rocket, but it wasn't like a whole
I'm
new
just
sun or moon.
saying that they are stating it is a sun that can go 5 times the greater than the sun's heat.
Oh, you're
That's
talking
what
about
they stated.
in the lab. They produced a bunch of heat.
So what are you stating about that? I want your comment on that.
As far as I know, they did some physics experiment in a lab where they made a really hot plasma. That's all.
So do you believe that they launched it and it's now in space?
No, they put it. It was in a lab. It was never launched.
Well, what the heck are these people saying on the news then about the launch and the launch of
that was
the
the
new
launch of a
sun?
rocket. They're completely unrelated.
So why are they stating that it's the sun then on the news?
Ignorance. I don't know.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
As far as the moon goes, why does the moon stay the exact same size all night long? The full moon.
Thank you for that. Can you enlighten me on the scientists in 1965 that believed that the moon was plasma and was going to come out with his findings?
Yes, they were incorrect.
Awesome. I knew you were going to say that. Great.
Okay, so here's my moon question for you. The full moon stays exactly the same size all night. How come it doesn't obey the law of
I don't know
perspective?
anything about the moon, so I'm not going to assume. That's my answer.
That's a good strategy for you.
That's my answer, my only answer. Because I can't test it, I can't verify it, and I'm not going to assume. I can't speculate either because that actually hurts you too. So I'm not even going to speculate a shape or size or anything like that or distance or anything. Because when I can zoom in on it with my piece of shit camera, that's pretty insane to think that it's 200,000 miles away.
Yeah, 238,000 miles, yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's clearly not that
I can
far.
zoom into it absolutely clear. I mean, beautifully with my piece of shit camera.
I can do it with my phone.
And it's ridiculous that people think that it's 200 million miles away.
So I'd like to talk to the new people, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Oh, yes.
I just had to get that off my chest because I needed Matt to say that.
Thank you.
I really wanted to make sure I got that comment because seriously, Matt, the new sun in the sky. What are you going to do? What is that going to do? I mean, that's crazy, Matt. Isn't that just crazy to think about a 5 times greater hot heat of the sun in the sky that they can control and everything?
It is crazy. China did not launch a new sun.
It's just mind-blowing. Anyways, my thought on the plasma thing, that was like the crazy, like I've just now heard about it. I didn't hear anything about it until now that I've been researching it, but you stated that it was completely incorrect, right? Okay, great. But Yote, do you have any questions? Or
No, I'm just listening for now.
I'm sorry, Lena?
Lonnie.
Lonnie, I'm very sorry. My wording on names is horrific. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
So if you have any questions, like we're here answer any questions, please, please, please just get it off your chest. We don't care what it is.
I don't think I have any right now. I tried thinking of some.
Okay. Well, we like to start with the 3 points. If someone wants to take over, Hank, you want to take over with that?
Sure, I'll be quick. Yeah. So, who wants to answer my questions? I think there was a male and a female.
Yote.
Am I coming in clear?
Yeah,
Yote,
you're
would you
coming
like
in
to
good
try
and clear, man.
We really only have you two here. Everyone else knows these questions. We just need you to answer them if you can. Okay?
Well,
Go on, ask the question, Hank.
Yeah, so this isn't a put you on the spot, gotcha kind of question, right? We're just trying to help you understand what you know, and we're trying to get to know what you know as well. If you don't know, that's fine. Many men know many things. No man knows everything. So if you don't know, just say you don't know. We'll move on. Fair enough?
Yeah. What's the questions?
Cool. So anytime in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone ever directly measured the Earth's curvature? And if so, how do they do it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You don't believe that they've done that? Do you believe the Earth's flat?
I don't believe.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess the next question would be, any time in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the Earth spinning on its axis, creating the day and night cycle?
No.
Excellent. And last question, is there any way that we can verify a near perfect vacuum without a container? Like they say that the Earth's atmosphere is right next to the vacuum of space, right? And there's no container in between.
No.
Okay. So I asked you a while ago, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm still like learning about everything. Like I'm very new.
Oh, well done, Alani. Welcome. You've landed on your feet.
Thank you.
Another flat earther.
Right,
Today
so
we were saying that the numbers were increasing. You've just proven that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
you pronounced it wrong.
It's the
But anyway,
understanding. It's the understanding. As soon as the understanding gets through, you can't stop it.
Literally about 45 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, I was saying that the numbers were increasing. And in she comes. Well, hey, lovely.
talk to you about the globe Earth model then. Let's go over some inconsistencies, right? So first you have to understand what science is. Have you been following QE's channel by any chance? Quantum Racer?
How long can I make it?
I guess I'll take that as a no. So, here's the thing. In order to do science, you have to have an independent, dependent control variable.
I'd like
So
to
the way
address
this works,
the other gentleman. What's the other guy's name? The other guy's name, Hank.
go ahead.
Oh, it was Yote, and I see that he has gone.
Yote, is he still here?
He's gone. He was at the bottom.
The truth was just unbearable.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, he's not here. Okay. That's unfortunate. Yote, running from the truth. Huh?
Oh, hey.
Can you see that?
Number 6 up here.
Yes, this is what I mean.
Who's this? I just saw Gorillians. Hello? He's new. I've never seen him, but he's got VC verification. So, but anyways, yeah. So this is great. Explaining. Yeah. Yeah, and Yote just left, so I don't know. I don't know if he left the server or not, but yeah, he's gone.
Brilliant character. Where is he? Beget. Then you've got Glat Globe. What a name. No, he's not here.
It's okay. He might be back.
Yeah. Yes, family, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Man, I'm not going to go into someone's server and not ask a question or two. I mean, come on. There's lots of questions to be asked. Why do you think the earth is flat? You know, why do you believe the earth is flat? You know?
What
Have some
are the
questions.
stars? What are
Yeah.
they? Yeah.
How does the sun and the moon work on a flat earth?
Yeah.
Those are questions I could be asking. Ooh, I don't know what the stars are. They're just bright lights to me, purely for our entertainment decoration. Otherwise, it'd be a bit dark and boring without them.
I would say they are alive.
Yeah.
I don't see a rock falling from the top of a mountain and then climbing back to fall again and repeat.
That's right.
Yeah, the stars are doing
see that.
this. They are revolving over and over around the North Star in cycles. Yeah. They repeat. So they are literally animated, which is the main requirement for being alive.
So are you talking about?
Sorry?
Are you talking about Polaris, the North Star?
Yeah, I was saying how the stars revolve around it. And they repeat this cycle over and over. It means they are animated.
Right.
Yeah, a repeating cycle means being animated. Yeah. If you throw two rocks in the air, they will not spin one around each other continuously, perpetually.
Right.
Probably they will accomplish no spin one around each other at all.
Yeah, Baguette, it's because you don't understand make believe, bro.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a
You always
heretic.
want to. Yeah, you're a heretic. You don't understand the make believe.
I know. And the thing is, I know that belief is more powerful than truth.
So you ever heard a Glober say science doesn't prove things? You ever heard a Glober say that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
So what they're really saying is knowledge doesn't prove things. Right?
Yeah.
Knowledge doesn't prove things.
Something like that, yeah. Knowing makes you stupid.
Maybe ignorance is strength. Peace and
Yeah,
war.
yeah. Is
Maybe.
ignorance is the strength of the self, because in that moment you are creating your own bubble universe, where everything is to your likeness and will. You are in control, and you're a god, all knowing. Whatever you say, it makes sense and logic and everything, And all others are stupid for not understanding. They are dumb cattles, goems.
Sheep.
Hmm.
See that circle has been built for them to follow, right? So sheep, they'll follow a wall as long as that wall just keeps going. And if that
Yeah,
wall is just in a circle, then they'll just keep going in a circle till they die.
yeah,
It's called in the ant world the circle of death. So if you're a little ant, you'll watch, other ants go, and then you just follow them in a circle, and then you just sit there and circle. They just pass out and die.
yeah.
433 light years away.
I know.
Folks, to the Polaris North Star.
Oh,
433. Light year being 6 trillion miles, folks.
Ooh.
6 trillion miles is one light.
Here, that sounds like some made up bullshit.
Yeah.
But to
It sounds like
count $1 trillion,
man made.
Yeah, to
to
count
count
it. Just
if
to
you've just
count.
won the lottery, if you won the lottery, yeah, if you won the lottery and you won $1 trillion and you wanted to count it, then be happy with all that money. It would take you 31,702 years to count it.
My gosh.
31,702 years to count $1 trillion, and they're trying to tell us that Polaris is 433 light years away. Can you now get the idea of that distance? 6 trillion miles times 433. Woo! That is mind-blowing number.
We're seeing that light.
To see that.
We're seeing that light in the future.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
What that star has already done is exploded. We're just seeing the light from it. That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, it's traveling from that distance, though.
Actually, there's a specific example of that, supernova 1987A.
Can you imagine that being on a screen? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd be blinded by the light. Blinded by the light. Yeah, great track that was.
Theories are great, but to test them is another thing.
Well, Well, it didn't make much sense what you were saying, Gene, because in 1 year, only half of it is light, daytime. And
Oh yeah.
the other half is night. So yeah.
No.
Shut your flight off.
So it has
Oh.
one light year is actually 2 years of time.
Really?
Yeah.
Good dear.
Yeah.
True.
Hey, wait, Matthew. There is 24 hours in a day.
24 hours in a day.
That's right.
24.
Yes.
Okay. So where is the 12 hours of night?
The word day can mean a
I'm
whole
just
day, 24
fucking
hours.
with you, Matt. You know that, right?
Yep.
He knew that. He knew that.
You
Sharp.
do realize though, if that was true, they're making you work 12 hours and you're just giving that 12 hours up.
Yeah, so here's one thing you could do to like amaze your friends and confound your enemies. Ask them how long it takes for the Earth to do one complete rotation.
Oh yeah.
And the global answer is 4 minutes short of 24 hours, not 24 hours.
Yeah, yep. So what about like the February 29th day?
That leap year thing.
Can you tell me about that?
Sure. A year is 365.25 days. And so
I
you
love
sometimes you
that.
need to like add or subtract a little bit to make it
I
all match up.
love that.
Yeah. 4.24.
That's not we don't disagree on that, right? Everybody
No. I'm just saying that it's just it's so mind-blowing. I really don't know. I truly don't know. Because I've also seen a calendar that has only 10 months in it. Have you seen that?
No, but yeah, months are a little bit arbitrary, but days are it's pretty clear how many days there are in a year.
I know.
Why is it clear? Because the Nile floods?
No, because you can measure the solstice, and then you can count how many days
the
till the next solstice.
sun's
Like
analemma.
globe
Yeah.
theory as well. The solstice.
Say that again?
Part of the globe theory as well. The solstice.
No, the solstice is just a description of what we observe that the sun stops and starts going farther south at
Yeah, but
solar
don't
noon.
you have to know the distance to the sun?
No, it's just an observation.
So you don't have to throw any of the fallacies in there?
No, solstice is just a description of what we observe from Earth. It doesn't say anything about what shape the Earth is or anything about the sun. Just what it looks like.
Yeah, solstice is not about the distance to the sun. Is about where the sun appears in the sky. When you make an observation from a fixed location on the ground and you compare it to a fixed object on the ground, you can see that the sun throughout the year reaches a lowest point and then a highest point in the sky.
Okay.
And that's called the solstice.
Yeah. So when it's at the highest point, it's near us. Then, isn't it? It's in our Tropic of Cancer.
Yes.
And then when it's at the lowest, it's at the Tropic of Capricorn. That's why we feel just that little bit colder, because we're not getting the whole heat. But we do feel the heat from the sun. But
in the winter it's further than us, which is actually exactly opposite to what the globe model predicts. That they are saying in winter we are actually closer to the sun with 3 million miles.
Yes. That's wrong, isn't it? And that's well wrong because it's cold there. Yet the
Yeah.
sun is closer. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
How did they measure
See how
that?
mad that model is.
Well, they had to be in opposition, you know.
Oh, because you
I
know,
think that was an oops oversight.
Mm.
I think that was an oops
Yeah.
oversight.
how could they know that?
Oops.
Well, in winter, we physically see that the sun is further than the in comparison to us, is further away from us. So they had to say that is actually closer. It's not further. To be in opposition, you know, they are always in denial of everything. Yeah,
Mm.
they have to twist everything upside down.
Yes, they do.
Because if you uh, build this religion and you accept reality as it is, then that's a godly religion. You know, you're going along with the creation. But if you are uh, in, you see something and you say the opposite of what you see, then you are in opposition with reality. So you are against the creator.
So what happened to those new people? Did they just come in and then split?
It looks like they all, yeah, both of them left.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's Grillion
Got
here.
scared off.
Is that really an actual word or a number, Grillion? I mean, like octillion. I know that one's a good one.
Don't put Gorilla Glue in your hair. That's not medical advice, by the way. Doesn't mean you should do it, though. I was about maybe 7, 8 years old. My little brother was jumping on a trampoline, hit his head on the chimney inside the fireplace, busted it open, and then we took him to the hospital, and they glued it back together with super glue. And we were like, damn, we could have did that.
Well, I think they dipped because we didn't right away get to them.
Yeah, I
You know what I
started
mean?
asking the girl. I started asking her questions real fast. As soon as I started talking about science, someone let me know that they disappeared or something. Maybe she's anti-science.
Hopefully she back.
Yeah, her friend too. Oh, dude, what his
I don't
name
know if
is?
Joel came in later, but there was a few that came in with her, and they left in the check-in. Yeah, they didn't even come in here. You guys should just talk to each other, and work it out.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys. I almost died the other day.
Joey's
Someone
talking
pulled
about me
over.
and XO.
I know.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah, I was gonna say I almost died the other day. Somebody pulled over on the service road and left their trailer like with no lights on or nothing in the service road. So if I would have just kept driving straight next to that off ramp, then I would have got decapitated because he was pulled over in the ditch, but his trailer was still on the road, so it was like pointing up a little bit. So it would have took my head smooth off.
Huh. I can only imagine, dude. That's just,
Only imagine.
Well, I'm
So
glad
I
you
pulled
survived.
over.
Glad you're okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So I pulled over and asked him to turn on his blinkers.
This is at nighttime?
Turn your flashers, bro. Before you kill somebody. And I told him he almost killed me.
Hank,
Said, you
this was
almost
at
killed
nighttime
me.
or during the day?
Yeah, it was at night. It was at night. And his truck was all in the ditch. So the only thing that you could see was his black trailer on the road.
Oh.
And he didn't have no reflectors or nothing like that. He was a flatbedder. Flatbed pickup truck. A flatbed trailer.
Was it a brand new truck?
I don't know.
I love
I
those
just
brand
know
new
that
trucks driving in inner city, like driving like race cars. It's like, yeah, you race into the construction site in that brand new pristine truck, huh? Going to the farm? Didn't think so.
Did you ask him if there was any evidence of axial rotation on a presupposed sphere?
No.
Gorillion. 6 Gorillion. Hi. Also got 717 Noah 119 in the building. And of course, Matthew. Matthew's in good company if these are Globers.
Noah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, look, you got me unmuted. Good deal.
Yeah. When you join the server, you're muted until you get VC
Uh,
verified, and that's what I was
Yeah,
trying
I
to
know. It's
get you to
not my
do.
first rodeo with the 24/7 server.
Ah, so you are an alt account, I should.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily consider it an alt. Like,
Okay.
I don't even remember the login. Dude, I gave up Google accounts and other accounts because I've spent so long without a phone and any access and had a
Oh,
phone taken that
I'm
I was just
sorry.
like, whatever, I don't care. So I started all fresh. New beginning.
Well, Then you've already read the welcome of the server, and you know the server rules here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Like, I was looking for some of the people. Like, is Neo actually on?
Yeah, he comes on, but you know, whenever.
That's the same one that went by Ragamuffin for, or no, that was Chris. Or was it Neo that did Ragamuffin?
A few that are coming and going, and you know, you don't remember me?
I remember a few people. I remember the Mod, I remember Glowbusters, Helio Skeptic. You guys, I'm the Noah that ventured off to Hawaii at God's leading.
Great.
Same
Okay.
Noah.
Gotcha.
And it's cool because I see him work like magic all day long. So I don't know what you guys are experiencing in the world, but my life has turned into heaven on earth. And I've shared this with numerous people today, and I'm not ashamed, even to the extent of, like the Bible says, Noah was given green herb to be his meat. There's times where I want weed and literally have people pull up on bikes out of nowhere and light a bowl in my mouth for me.
I've actually had that happen too. I was on stage playing a show at a house party. Someone came up to me and just, "Hey, bud, here."
But you were wanting it, weren't you? Your thoughts were like, man,
of course.
I want to get high. So God heard your thoughts because we give account for both the spoken and the unspoken, and He answered your thoughts. That's why He says.
Actually,
that's why He says,
maybe.
pray in silence. Go into your closet. Pray in secret. Just have your thoughts. Let your thoughts be communication and prayer without ceasing unto God, and He'll answer you openly. You speak to Him on the inside, and He'll answer you outside.
Right on. I don't know. I don't remember if I was thinking about
I'm
that
sure
or not, but
you probably were. Do you like getting high, don't you?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Well, God Most High. Dude, biblically, think about it. Noah, green herb for meat. Moses, the burning bush. The best land in Egypt was called Cush. And if you believe the Bible, that God is the Word, why do you think those words fell the way they did? Cush, the best land in Egypt, given to Joseph's God Most High. A burning bush? Like, come on, people. Herbs got some religious use in the world.
Oh, dude, burning bush. I didn't even think about it. Wow.
And
I feel
then,
like a
I mean, we
nincompoop.
can keep going. We can keep going. Solomon, it's like, oh, he's gone down to his garden with his flowers. Jasher, eat the flowers.
Cannabism is not calamus. It's not sweet calamus. It, in fact, is cannabis. In fact,
That's
there's
right.
even a wreckage from the time of the Second Temple that's a shipment in Galilee of cannabis for the temple. It was something like 50 pounds is part of the mixture, 50 pounds of it, of like cured cannabis flowers for a
Get rid
part
of
of the temple
God
incense.
in every way.
But I mean, think about it. The God Most High, smoke proceedeth from his nostrils. Let's see, what other things are there? The whole cannabis thing.
Well, whenever Moses was in the tabernacle talking to God, there was always a pillar of smoke coming out of the Holy of Holies.
There's that aspect too. Then there's the fact that it says, in the resurrection, we're made like unto the angels, and the angels offer up bowls of incense, offering up the tears, the prayers of the saints. It's like every time one of God's people that's actually been resurrected burns a bowl, he's offering up prayers to God. That's why it says we come in the likeness of sinful flesh. We look even what it was given and spoken through Paul. Like, some would think we walk according to the flesh because we do the same shit the flesh does. But the leading is of the Spirit, and it's a whole different understanding. So we might look the same, but we're not the same. If you catch the drift on that, because lots of people smoke weed, but how many people are actually doing it as unto the Lord, intending to burn incense and offering up prayers for the saints? That's how I do it. And I know, according to the Bible, as a man thinketh, so is he. So, a lot of power and faith and thought. Shit. I've been out here sleeping in the streets for months, and I love it. God's been taking care of me. I'm in paradise. That's why I told somebody earlier, like, I don't know what kind of life you're living, but I'm living in heaven on earth right now. That's what it says. It says God comes down and heaven becomes on earth. So I don't know why many people that claim to understand Christianity or believe the word are like, oh, I can't wait to disappear from here and go to heaven. Well, haven't you read the Bible? Heaven comes down. Don't you get it? Jesus sowed his seed into the earth. He's not going anywhere. So we're here. And it's about heaven, God's will being made manifest in the earth. Not about disappearing to some far place that people only ponder about. It's about experiencing heaven here, watching God's will every moment of your day be made manifest. I have a hoot with it anymore. I mean, I talk about something and then I watch it play out later. And I know I'm not the only one. I know my spirit's been poured out upon all flesh. I know I walk in the spirit of, testimony of Jesus Christ, the spirit of prophecy. I watch it happen daily to the extent of I want to write all the stuff down, but like the Bible says, if you wrote it all down, there wouldn't be enough to write it down. There's too much to capture. You're just supposed to be like a child in all of it. Like the gentleman whom currently I'm working with, and in a sense for, he was wanting to buy some property and he was looking at one and he had made an offer on another one a long time ago or a while back. And apparently the place, the street name's Holy Baker, which, he ended up getting the acceptance on. So it's just little things throughout the day all the time. I can remember telling people that God was going to use rap. You can't spell rapture without rap. And now here we are, months and months later, and you've got Dr. Dre saying, bullshit, prophet. I'm a prophet. And then you get Eminem like Messiah Marshall, on Mount Zion would be many saviors. So I'm watching the word bring forth the truth.
Actually,
through the
Eminem
most-
is a master mason.
Master Mason.
Marilyn Manson, master mason.
Dude, you do realize all that stuff's under Christ still. God can rule over the Freemasons. God can rule over the Illuminati. They're all here to show us stuff. God allowed them to be to show things.
Yeah.
That's why
we know he did.
Jesus got an education in Egypt. So did Moses. That's why Moses was able to be like unto a god, be like God unto Pharaoh. He had an education in Egypt. And they made sure Jesus got the same thing.
Well, look what happened to them. I'm just kidding.
Well, that's the amazing thing. Look at how the word has been transformed over time. Never dated, translated. I've made some raps of my own, and it's funny because, one of it's translated, never dated. And it's funny when you think about it because the way the word's been changed, amount of transfiguration, why would God let trans be what it is?
Well, who knows, but it's here.
Well, it's the glory of God to be revealed. That's what Jesus said. The blind people revealed the glory of God. So that people walk in blindness without spiritual understanding, expressing the fleshly aspects so that God's spiritual people can in turn see it and, in a sense, reprove that work of darkness, explaining this is why God lets this be. Kind of like the harp thing, like Son of Man coming in the clouds, making war, harp, weather, clouds, warfare. That's just an earthly witness to the spiritual.
So when does the rapture supposed to happen?
I think it's already been happening. People are being caught up in it, dude. I don't think it's going down the way everybody's thinking it's happening. Everybody's waiting for some grandiose sight thing. It said you'd see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Well, I know as far as Judah goes, Judah ruled and reigned in Hebron 7.5 years, and my life story had me in Hebron, Kentucky for 7.5 years working with Amazon, which pretty much runs the cloud. And that's, to me, the Enoch, the generation, God using all the digital devices to bring word to you, standing at your door, knocking all day long, bringing word. And then he's going to laugh, in a sense, in people's face, like, dude, I've been knocking on your door all day long. The movies you turn on, like It Didn't Bear Record of Me, like the TV shows, the music, all of it, the video games, the conversations with people in those things. It's hilarious. Like, I was just trying to have a talk with my sister according to my flesh, and I've gone through so much spiritual growth, like, she can't even see it. Matter of fact, it sounded like to her, she thought me more the devil than anything. But according to the Bible, that's the way shit works. They're going to think God's people are the devils in the world. But it makes sense. We came out of the pits of hell. God's people came out of the pits of hell. No shit, we came from hell. That's why we look like hell. We came out of it. And when he says, don't judge the outside of the temple, he's saying, don't judge the outward appearance of people. Don't judge, like condemnation, bring judgment on how they look. God's wondering what's in their heart. It's not about what the cover looks like. Whether it's be a man dressed like a woman dressed like a man, none of that even matters. It's what's in the heart. I like that Wandy song. It's like Wandy, Isola, something about gotta catch up. It's a pretty good song. There's actually a lot of good words, a lot of good songs. But the rap game's been blowing up with Witnesses of the Lord. From Snoop Dogg to all of it. It's been amazing. I've been loving it.
What book said that Jesus had an education in Egypt?
Mm-hmm. Think about it. Moses had one, and he was made
No,
like God.
I'm asking what book said that. No, well, Moses is not Jesus. They're very different. Jesus is God incarnate. So what book was that in that Jesus had an education in Egypt?
He grew up in Egypt. He was in Egypt. That's where you get an education.
No, I'm asking what book said that. No, it's not in the Bible. So I'm asking what book said that.
It's Jesus. Did Jesus live in Egypt ever?
No, I'm asking what book said that because it's not in the Bible. This is the fourth time I've asked. If you can't answer, it's fine. I'm just asking what book you're getting it out of.
I'll get back to you. Send me a message so I can have your
okay.
info.
Well, that's not in the Bible. I'm just asking you. You must have read some other text. You don't know what book you're talking about.
You say it's not in the Bible, but I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not in the Bible.
Jesus was in Egypt.
It's not in the Bible. You're not giving me an answer. If you could just say you don't know.
Let me get to it. I know you're on your little live, and you guys play your recordings.
Okay, I'm just saying, yeah, it's not in the Bible. No, it's definitely not biblical. That's why I'm asking, what book did you read?
Well, if it's not biblical, then why did the Chosen chose to put God in front of an Egyptian woman? And he was like, I grew up in Egypt.
Yep, Jesus did not live in Egypt. So did you have a reference or a citation that you wanted to use other than because it's not in the Bible, it's very clear.
Jesus in Egypt. Immediately after their departure, Joseph, warned by Matthew, God in a dream takes Mary and Jesus and goes down into Egypt.
No, it's
in the Bible.
In a dream. No, that's in a dream. No.
God in a dream takes Mary and Jesus and goes down into Egypt. Herod soon, so he finds himself mocked. They were told to flee.
Okay, this is in
and
a
they
dream.
fled into Egypt.
Right, this is okay, but this is in a dream. Okay, so just
it literally says he fled into Egypt. They were warned by an angel to not go where they wanted to go, and then they fled into Egypt. So it is in the Bible.
No, he didn't learn in Egypt. Though. I'm
you're
asking,
wrong.
When did he live in Egypt?
As a child?
You said he lived in Egypt.
Yeah, Matthew 2:14.
Yeah, so you're wrong. So again, the word of truth, here I am testifying as a witness of God of the truth, and you're wrong.
Okay, this is a dream though. He didn't get you said he got educated by the Egyptians.
It says that his parents were warned in a dream about the direction of what they were to do, and then that's what they did. It wasn't a dream that Jesus went to Egypt. It was a dream that told them what to do.
I'll be right back.
Of course. Well, thank you, Father. Always truthful, always a living witness. The people here in this Hawaiian town know it. They watched me call shit out, and it happened right in front of them. The people around here know I'm a witness of God and Christ on earth. That's what's so funny. Whether you guys believe it or not, everywhere I go, it's testified of. Nothing like having people walk up to you and say, I'm glad you're real. Yep, I'm real. Oh, Noah's Ark. Gangster. Even had my Day of Atonement. Hit my Day of Atonement at 31 years, like the song Offspring. Asked for a 13, but I got a 31. And then the initials above the cross, it's like an I, N-R-I. Guess what? N-R's my initials. My initials are above the cross, people. Noah in the last days. And Corona's going to kill 2+ billion, just so you all realize what's going to happen with it.
So we're not going to talk about.
Well,
We're
it's
not
going to
going to
wipe
talk.
out a corner of the earth.
We're
I'm just
not going
saying.
to talk about Corona. Yeah, that's the one thing that we're
Okay,
definitely not going to talk about.
virus of the crown is going to wipe out, like Revelation
No,
says.
no. We're not talking about that subject
You don't know
whatsoever.
that.
This
I
is a
was
flat
talking about
server.
spiritual. I'm not even talking
I
about
don't
that.
care if you're talking
No,
about
you
spiritual or
don't
not. We
talk
could do that off the live
spiritual.
stream.
You are
Here's
making
another
foolish. You are
interesting one
you
for
are
you guys.
making blind foretelling.
Here's another
Off
interesting one for you
the live
guys. Like
stream.
the Obamacare with the beheadings. People panicking. Oh my gosh, they're trying to behead people. Doesn't the Bible talk about beheading people for the
You're
witness of
completely
Christ?
Yeah,
wrong.
when did
What do you know about
Obama beheadings happen?
No.
When
What
did
I'm
they
saying
took
is,
place?
I didn't
what
say
happens with
Have
the
you
that.
ever
Navajo?
seen one?
Okay, this
Seer,
guy's not been listening. It's in
I
Obamacare.
have
am
you
listening.
seen
You're
what
making
happened?
outrageous claims
What I'm trying to
Have
of
you,
things
explain
that
to
did
this
not
guy
happen.
is think about it. The Bible
Are you a
spiritually says
prophet?
many
Are you
people will be
a
beheaded
registered
witness of
prophet?
Christ. Am I a prophet? I'm God
Dude,
on earth. Literally, Jesus is on my right arm. Word made flesh. I'm God
shut the fuck
incarnate.
up. You are not God on earth. Someone
Yeah.
ban this
hey,
fanatic.
Seer, what does it say about the Noahide laws?
And if you believe the
What does
Bible,
it say
actually,
about the Noahide laws? If you can truly see the future, then you know what's coming. What is going on with the Noahide laws?
well,
Do
you
you
do
know?
realize Noahide laws in gematria equals 666, which makes your
I
flesh
don't care.
ball, right?
I don't care. Here's
That's
the
what
thing.
happened.
There's a body of government that
The earth
runs
got blown
everything called
up
the
into a
United
ball.
Nations, and they run by a service that's called the Noahide laws. And it's
Yeah, I
all
run
about
that shit. They're
reinstating the
my
Pope
laws.
at the head.
They're literally my laws. What I do in my
Yeah,
flesh,
you're lost. You're
the world
lost.
beckons to.
You're lost.
Yeah,
I'm
they're my
sorry,
laws.
my friend.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
lost.
Noahide laws are my laws.
You are
There's the
lost.
simple explanation. I am the
Okay,
law.
Noahide
Exactly.
laws are your laws, so therefore, just based off of what you told us, we can cut your fucking head off.
That's all good. Good.
Blasphemy,
Go
what you
ahead,
just
try
said.
it. Dude, I've literally walked
Have
down the street
no
saying
other
I'm the one
God
that spoke Corona
before
into existence, and
Elohim.
people are suffering because of what came through
Have
me.
no other
And I tell it
gods
down the streets.
before Elohim.
Hell,
You just said you
I called the
are God
CDC. I
incarnate.
called the CDC and told them 3 times that it came through me
All right,
prophetically,
stop talking about that.
and then flew on the plane.
Stop saying medical shit right now.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, just for the record, no, he didn't learn anything.
Guys,
He was
someone
probably there.
ban this.
Yeah, relax, guys. I
Someone
just want to point
ban
out
this
that
Someone
lunatic.
banned Jesus Christ incarnate.
Relax.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wait a minute.
Exactly.
Okay,
Think about
we
what
might
you're
be going
about to
over.
do.
I know this sect. This is the spirit, but yeah, he didn't research anything in Egypt, Noah. Just so you know, he
No,
went
it's
there to
not
escape for
about
a
that.
couple of weeks.
EXO, it's not about.
I know. There's some other
Stop,
issues here,
stop
right?
engaging him. Stop engaging him. He is doing
funny.
harm to the
Wait.
server.
No. You said it doesn't say anything
Check
about
him
him
What
gaining
this
an
motherfucker
education.
is doing is bringing
Does
a
it
threat
ever
to
say
the
that he ate
server.
a meal in
Yeah, he
Egypt?
didn't get
Does it
educated.
say he
He's there
ever
a
ate a
couple
meal
weeks.
in Egypt, or that he ever slept in a bed in
He was
Egypt?
3. Do you know how old he was? Noah, how old was
Apparently,
he?
he
How
never
old was he,
slept in a
Noah?
bed in Egypt, according
Noah,
to
how
your
old was he?
belief,
How
and he
old was he,
never
Noah?
ate. And he
Noah,
never
how
ate
old?
in
No,
Egypt.
no,
Does it
Noah,
say
don't get
he ate a
triggered.
meal in Egypt? No,
Noah,
seriously.
how
Does it
old
say
was
he
he?
ate a meal in Egypt?
No, how old was he, Noah?
How old
That
was
was
he? child. It was warned in time of Herod. Herod was going after like 3-year-olds.
Right. So he was very young. He didn't get educated in Egypt, Noah. Jesus is the educator. He is the educator, Noah. He doesn't get educated.
Jesus learned obedience by the things which he suffered, and if he was made
Alrighty,
the
so this
curse,
isn't a religious server. This is a
and if he-
24/7 flat
and if he
Earth
was
Discord.
made the curse,
Thanks.
but if he was made the
Yeah,
curse,
I'm gonna talk over you until
means
you stop
he
talking, or
drank
until
the
somebody
wrath.
mutes you. You are way off topic, and in fact, I think you just said that you're the son of God. So fuck you and everything you're about.
That's
So you want to
And
know
that's
me?
that.
That's extreme.
You want to know me?
I don't want.
me,
If
you'd
this
be
is God, you can fuck right off.
This escalated quickly. How did this happen?
You feel
because
me?
the truth came
Oh,
out,
great
and the
one.
truth, the truth
I'm
roused
gonna talk right
people.
over God the whole time, talking over God. I love it. This is great. Hey Noah,
Did you
listen,
say
before somebody
331?
bans
I'm
you,
in 0311.
I need you to come punish me for my sins.
This is Bong. I want to say
Everything that
something.
comes from your lips
All
is a
right,
lie.
all right, guys. Hey,
We talk about other
start
religions every day,
over.
right? We talk about Freemasons. We talk about the globe. There's all these religions we talk about. But if we talk too much
English
about the
witchcraft,
Bible, why
double
are we
speak.
gonna ban somebody for that? And why are we attacking somebody? We put up with assholes that come here that cuss at us and say all these disgusting things, and we don't ban them. We give them a cognitus. Why are we banning this guy? I'm just
I've
saying,
not
man. Like,
banned them. I've only muted them. It's temporary. As soon as things
yeah,
calm
but
down.
not telling him to F him, he's trying, this is awkward. It's almost
It's no
hypocritical.
longer awkward. He's muted. And I've shut up, so we're good now.
Like, be nice to him. I'm just saying. I'm just.
Be nice? Did you hear the blasphemy?
No. I'm just saying, like,
No. I'm just saying.
I'm just
he was
saying, like,
talking shit to half of this lobby.
Okay, that's fine. Right.
Okay,
but
so what that means is
that's a bit
he's at least
hard.
going to be muted.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you know what I mean. We ban people for worse. Way worse. So that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Data, Monk, listen. When was the last time somebody came in claiming they were God?
Oh, I know. That was crazy, right? I know. I heard.
Yeah, that's not just
that.
crazy. That's
And I was
unacceptable. And if I knew this person, I would hurt them physically.
I was waiting for him to say, like something from the Bible to back up what he's saying, but I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't. It's not a bannable offense. I just wanted to mention it, voice it.
Okay.
Thanks. I love you guys. Thanks.
The pandemic stuff,
exercising
yeah,
the
is
authority.
bannable.
I'm not banning
on
anybody.
that he created bullshit and whatever.
He's only
Yeah, he kept
temporarily
talking
muted.
about- Yeah.
So any mod at any point can unmute him and talk to him.
He was speaking
And the
that
only reason
he
I muted him
created
is because
some
everything went crazy.
thing. Oh. Mic check.
Hey, you get.
Hey, you're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
started
thank
talking
you.
about things that we don't talk about. So.
Yeah. But not just that. He was talking about things that can harm the server.
Correct.
The YouTube
That's why I
channel.
muted
and
him,
stuff
because
like
I asked
that.
him not to
Yeah,
talk about
yeah.
the, you know what, right? And then he went right into he created it, which obviously would be something that we could get shut down over, like fake news.
Yeah.
So I muted him. It's only temporary. He can talk to a mod as soon as one shows up. And maybe the mod will have pity on him.
Not if the mod's a Christian.
Well,
All he has to do is talk to a mod,
I asked
get him
Justin
muted.
to ban him, but yeah,
I'd ban him. But listen, the reason I got so worked up, the reason I got so worked up is because of you guys. Your beliefs are scattered. They're all kinds of different things. I know a lot of you believe in God. So this guy coming in here and doing that, I won't fucking have it.
Yeah.
And it disrespects the entire server, whether or not you believe in God.
Yeah, true.
I muted him over the you know what thing, the medical thing.
We're good now.
I don't care what he believes. I don't care what he believes about God. It's none of my business.
Well, it's none of
It's
ours
very
either.
hard. It's very hard for me to catch fire, but this one made me catch fire. You know.
You got hot.
Yeah.
You got hot. Get the gut.
Yeah.
How's that not going to come back to hurt him? That's all.
I don't think I've ever seen Get Beget get pissed off. Usually, every time Get Beget says a sentence, he laughs at the end.
Just real quick, am I the
He's
only
usually a
one
happy
that thinks that that sounded like Jake the asshole? Am I the only one? You guys know who I'm
No.
talking about?
Yeah, that guy sounded older or bigger.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But I could hear it. Yeah, I could hear that. And then I listened closer. And I'm always
I mean,
right.
was
So
the asshole.
just kidding.
Yeah. I mean,
But
he
I
was
could
off
hear
the
that,
edge.
yeah.
He was like, yeah, I thought it was him for sure. But, I guess we'll never know.
Well, when asshole Jake gets worked up, he starts to sound different. And that guy didn't sound that way. At least in my opinion.
Good point. Fair enough.
Well, now we got nobody yelled at.
These clowns actually come in here with the intent to harm this server. They start speaking, they get VC verified so they can speak. They will say two or three things which vast majority agree, and yeah. They say five of those things, everybody, yeah, okay, we agree. And then they slip a little thing which is outrageous, like things which are illegal to speak about, to say, claims, yeah, extremist stuff. And then they turn back to saying again normal things, but they start speaking faster, and then they start shooting a lot of BS, and yeah, people in no time will start considering us fanatic extremists, Nazis and whatever.
So we got 6 Gorillion. VC verified, but deafened. So it's kind of like they're not here.
By the name, I would say he is him. He is he.
No, it's a different one. That guy was here the whole time.
Mhm.
They were both in here together. No, 6
Yeah.
Gorillion hasn't talked yet.
Definitely a troll.
100%.
Yeah.
Cyber Blitz. I'm going to answer Cyber Blitz he's typing in the voice text. If I were a mod, I would not give him a second chance. But that's just me. It's more than just saying dumb stuff. You never know what's going to get your channel striked or taken off or whatever. You never know what's going to trip their trigger. And saying specifically stuff like what he said, he had that prepared. He knew he had some ammo that he was going to toss down our way. So the sooner the better we ban him.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, next time he mics up, I think he's gonna have more stuff prepared. So
We're right,
yeah.
exactly. He's coming back, or someone else will with that same kind of tactic. They're just trying on, new dresses. Got daddy's credit card, and we're trying on some new dresses.
The full moon really brings the trolls out, doesn't it?
I think it does. Something, like something werewolves, something vampires, something. Lichens? Were those even a thing? Or is that just the movie Underworld? See, Globers, you got us talking about Kate Beckinsale. Action flicks. We had someone join, but they're also deafened. Improved FIR. So, anyway, maybe they'll unmute themselves or undeafen themselves.
Well, that escalated into a theater that nobody expected. That was quite the show. Yeah, that would be one of those Ghostbuster scenarios, I believe, if you've ever had one.
What's that? Nice shooting, Tex. That scene?
Yeah, whoa. Hold on, let me just... boom! And the flowers are still standing.
And the flowers are still standing.
Yeah, that was one of those interesting moments where you realize that now people are going to use that example to make claims about other people now. You get the one axe wielding, weirdo, and now we're going to be able to brand a whole group of people, right? Yep. I knew there was a problem. That's the thing. As soon as I heard somebody was educated in Egypt, I said, "Wait a minute, what's going on? I gotta see what this is about." Educated, but I guess if I move to Germany for a few weeks, I don't think I can consider myself living there. I gotta be honest. That's called a vacation. Thanks. Like I moved to Washington for 7 months, Glatflobe. I can't really say I lived in Washington.
Yeah, when I was living in Austin, Texas, they said if you haven't lived here for 10 years, you're not an Austinite.
Right. So when someone says somebody lived in Egypt and they were educated there, and it happens to be somebody very important, yeah, there's something's wrong there. But yeah, that's another topic for another day. That's another issue that we'll have to go down that road some other time. But yeah, escaping to a state for a few weeks is that's not living. Let alone being educated, especially the customs.
I just want to know if he wanted to ever talk about the Earth or not.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what was the guy trying to accomplish? It was really weird,
Well, we know what he was trying to accomplish.
Maybe he was trying to hurt the channel.
Right, exactly. A lot of these people come in, and they're good actors. And then what they do is they have tactics and stuff written down and things they talk about and think about. And all they're really trying to do is diminish the people instead of the information, because you can't diminish the truth. It is what it is.
Yeah, I remember him saying he just got back or something, and like I guess he was banned before. I don't know.
Well,
so then I go back and I look like, wait a minute, what happened? Because I went and lived and I had to look at a couple things like, okay, what went wrong here? And then I come back and then all of a sudden all this, and then who was that? Sasha?
Get.
Sasha, that was get. Here he is. Okay, well they're both in here at the same time. So I didn't anyway. And I was like, wait a minute, why is he yelling at me? And I was like, oh, that's what happened. I was like, wow, that actually happened. Literally 3 minutes. I was gone for 200 seconds. Well, if you're just joining us now, there was a calamity and a crisis, and the building was burnt down, and thank God nobody was hurt. Never mind their deaf and improved fur.
I'm gonna DM him right now. I'm desperate to talk to a Glober.
At this point, how do we get back on track here? First, we gotta build the train.
I'd almost want Fake God to come back. Just kidding.
What?
Just kidding.
No.
Even XO, no fucking way.
No, there's a limit. No, I have a limit. Trust me. That's actually my limit is when people get, like the Matthew Learns level of insanity. That's my limit.
Yeah. Once you start throwing up every time you think about him, you got to do something else.
I don't know if he was that bad, but yeah, he was close.
I was getting sick. I'd eat some broccoli and ginger.
In an if we were on live, it would have been interesting. Like, where would this have gone? Like, if we would have gone down to the chill room and let him kind of perform the exorcism. Let's see how many beings could come out of him. It would have been interesting.
Do you think there's more than one in there?
Oh, there's absolutely more than one. At least two. Yes, that's the minimum. Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know how that stuff works because I'm a genuine human being. You weren't. Oh, that did sound bad, didn't it?
It's okay. No, there's more than one. Yeah.
Can you guys explain the seasons?
There we go. Go ahead. Help him out, Glatt. Oh, wait, never mind. That's not Glatt's specialty. Glatt specializes in the fact that there's no Earth curvature.
Right, I'm curvature.
Yeah, okay. We got Hank. Flat or Solar, if he could...
Listen, I can find some gifts, though, to keep him satiated for the moment.
Solar is here real quick, but yes, sir, I'm going to just introduce you. By the way, sir, is that improved fur?
What?
Improved fur, sir. Nice to meet you. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, I just joined yesterday.
Nice, man. Well, yeah, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So I'm glad you made it here, man. And Flat Earth Solar, if you're able to speak at this time, this guy's new.
Good day, improved fur. Tell me something. Do you know what the ball Earth narrative for seasons is?
No.
Why do you think seasons occur on a sphere?
Because the position changes.
So distance from the sun. So something that's really interesting is that the United States has their winter when they're the closest to the sun. They have their summer when they're the furthest from the sun. Does that make sense?
What?
That it would be hottest when you're far away and it would be cooler when you're closer. Does that make sense?
What?
I just joined back in.
No.
But so
the
you guys
season
wanted to
changes
hear me
because
talk
of the
about the shape.
alignment.
You guys wanted to hear me
because-
talk about the shape, yeah?
No, we
Like
moved on
Because the
to...
orbit is seasons
no,
appear because
Hold
the
on, we're
orbit
talking
is
to somebody else,
tilting.
Noah.
Yeah, well, I heard you talking
Talking
your
about
shit
seasons
on the
now.
YouTube channel, so I went over and heard you like, oh, he was just trying to hurt the channel. No, I wasn't. I came to tell truth. And if you think that's hurting your channel, then you've got a weird perception.
No,
Okay.
I need you to go
Regardless,
down
it
to the
will
chill
hurt the
room,
channel.
please.
It will.
No,
So
right now,
it doesn't
can you
matter
go
what
down to
your
the chill room
intentions
real
were.
quick? Yeah, can you go down to the other room real quick? Noah, the chill room.
Yeah, I'd prefer to not be technically on the live
Do
stream
we have a
anyways.
moderator here? Yeah, do we have a moderator here? Because obviously this person is having some control issues.
This person, dude,
So
you are.
Yes.
I'm mid conversation with someone else. So if you can maybe just hold that thought, and we'll come back to you now. So improved per the way that we describe the seasons on the flat Earth is actually, it makes so much sense. There's a Tropic of Capricorn, which is the outer circle that's below the equator, and you have the Tropic of Capricorn, which is above the equator. Then the sun makes its path every day flat Earth. During the northern hemisphere summer, the sun is making tighter circles around the
Hey, Solar, your
So
mic's
like,
pretty bad, dude.
so the whole sun is above the earth. Okay. So sun is like
Yes. Check the live stream voice text. It's
a moon
it's gift
of
season,
earth.
and you are being hunted. Yeah. So
Sun is
check the
like the
live
moon
stream
of
voice
the
text.
earth.
The sun is
driving
the
at the
moon of the
moment.
earth.
Okay, so can you guys explain like the full moons, half moons and stuff?
Wait, so did you understand what we were saying about seasons? Effectively, when it's the southern hemisphere season, the sun is moving on its outermost circle. And when it's the northern hemisphere summer, the sun is moving on the innermost circle. And that it transfers between Capricorn and Cancer throughout the year. And that's what gives us the seasons. There isn't actually a distance change, but the heliocentric model, like you said, it would make sense that distance would be a factor. But yet, when you go and look, the northern hemisphere's summer is when the sun is the furthest from them, which doesn't make any sense, no matter how you try to slice it. And that's where you start to look at what does the globe say. The globe doesn't make sense. Then you go and look at what the flat Earth says, and the flat Earth makes a
Do
lot.
you guys have any proof?
That the sun moves above your head. You see the sunrise every morning, and you see the sunset every night. Then you see the moon rise every morning. You see the moon set every night. Now, in your imagination, one of those is stationary, and only one of them is moving around us. How does that make sense?
What? Sun is stationary because it is like
Okay.
No, but
the
it
solar
rises.
system revolves around it.
Let me simplify it real quick if I can. When you're standing on the ground, is it the sun that moves above your head? Do you see the sun move? Does it go from left to
Yeah.
right? It does, doesn't it? So the sun moves.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
But it moves in like a curve. It just doesn't go like whoosh.
Sorry, you need to understand there's no way to prove the sun isn't moving and you're the one moving. How are you going to prove that? The only thing you observe,
How you gonna prove that the sun is moving?
The only thing that you observe with your senses is the sun moving. So if you think anything else about it, you've got to trust someone else's word on it and forget what eyes see.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on you. Everybody experiences the sun moving. So if you think it's doing something other than what everybody is experiencing, you are the one that has to make the explanation.
It's not moving because it's stationary. It's moving because it's moving. Does that make sense? It appears to be moving
so
because that's what it's doing.
Okay.
Yeah, did you know the Earth already is measured flat? That was the easy part, right? So we've moved on.
Okay. So can you explain the lunar cycle?
No, can you, if you have a problem with what the moon, do you know what the moon is right now? What cycle is the moon in right now?
What?
What cycle right now? The lunar cycle? What phase is the moon in right now?
I don't know.
Exactly. It's a full moon right now, and everybody in the server knows it. We've been talking about it for 3 days. So the moon's full. We know that. You don't even know what the moon's doing. Right now, the moon is full, and I think it's literally causing people to go crazy. We've had about 5 or 6 schizophrenic embolisms on the channel the past few days. And
Yeah.
are you going to be
Can
the next one?
No, can you just explain how the lunar cycle works on the flat Earth?
Bro, listen, relax. The thing is, we're trying to help you understand what we can prove. No man can help you understand what the moon does. That would be a heavenly body. What we can prove is that the Earth is not a cartoon on TV. The Earth is a very special place of existence under the heavens and water. Have you observed it lately?
Heavens of what?
Forget that. Have you observed the Earth lately?
How do you mean observe?
Like you look at it, right? So I know we have a language barrier, so I apologize. But you see the Earth, right? You go outside, you experience reality. The Earth, a plane of existence. Do we experience the Earth as a ball on on TV cartoons, or do you think that maybe we think the Earth is a ball because we see it on TV?
Bro, Earth is a freaking sphere, but it's so
Yes,
big that you can't
right.
feel it.
I know. Okay, relax. You're triggered. So that's my point. It's a full moon, and you're going to be our 6th mental embolism that we've been experiencing this week, bro. The point is, you don't even know what the moon's doing right now. You're asking me about the moon. You're not focusing on what we can prove. Can we just help you understand that this
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
just
server to
asking,
help
can you
you
prove how the
understand
moon... Yeah,
reality? No. I'm not a
okay.
magician. I'm not here to show you cartoons.
Okay,
You're
let
having
me
a little
just tell
seizure,
you,
bro.
you
Look, you're
can't...
doing it again.
On a
You're
flat
having a
Earth, on a
seizure, bro.
flat
Listen,
Earth...
you
Okay,
won't even let people talk.
let me
You're just
speak.
interrupting.
Let me
Bro,
speak.
we need to get a moderator, and this is a disaster.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can't prove how a lunar cycle works on a
Wrong.
flat Earth, but you can how
You've
it
already did
works.
it again. No, you're not listening. No, that's the thing. This is not 24/7 lunar cycle mental embolisms because the full moon is out right now and it's driving you people crazy. Bro, have to relax and stop expecting me to explain celestial bodies. No man can explain
Why?
how the celestial bodies work. That's what you're not getting. You watch television, bro. You
Bro,
think
but
cartoons on
people
TV are
can.
real.
Scientists can.
No, they can't. You can't name a
No, they
scientist whose
cannot.
life depended on it. Go
How
ahead, Josh.
how can they not
Nope.
explain
Been
how the
there.
lunar cycle works?
No,
It's
I got a better
literally
go
question.
ahead,
It has
Josh.
been
Please.
there.
Go, Josh.
It's literally
First of all,
everywhere.
nobody has been
What
there.
do you... Okay, wait, let me...
All we know is what we
How...
can
What do
observe.
you mean by they can't explain it?
All we
They
know is by
can.
what we can observe. Do you hear me? All we know is what we can observe. What we observe means what we can see, what we witness.
Yeah, we witnessed that the
Okay,
lunar
stop.
cycle
This is
changes.
moderation, real quick.
Yeah,
Stop.
that's all
Excuse
we
me.
know.
1 second. Stop.
That's all we
Joshua,
know.
infirm. Stop. Improve. This is a 3 points participant candidate. Right now, the 3 points is being requested. That's what needs to happen right now. Thank you.
What the hell is a 3 point?
Please.
I got it.
Okay.
Improved fur. Hi. How are you?
Hi.
I'm the weirdo that likes to ask guys 3 questions in a row.
Okay.
Super. So the first question is, do you know of any time when anybody has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth? When, where, and how did they do it? Even once?
I don't know. There's probably an article about it. I just haven't read it.
Great. So, but you do believe it has curvature, right?
I know it has curvature.
Let me try again. It can only be a belief because there's no experiment or measurement that ever demonstrated physical Earth curvature. Ever. It's never been done.
And you just acknowledge that you
Uh,
haven't seen anything. You just assume there must be something, but you're 100% confident without seeing any evidence for it or ever knowing that someone measured it. But there's this false sense of confidence that actually you should only be that confident if you know you have that information in your hand.
okay.
So would
Okay.
you say it's just a belief that you have that the Earth has curvature?
No, it does because I understand the concept of
Is a
the
concept
flow.
reality?
Yeah, most of the times.
How's that? I'll put it to you this
Yeah.
way. A concept is not reality in that a car in my head is not also a car outside of my head sitting next to me. Okay? So a
Okay.
concept is in the mind only. It's not a real thing.
Okay.
Okay? So you've conceptualized in your own mind, oh, that would make sense if I begged the question and thought about it and made it up in my head. But you've never actually checked by yourself, right? Have you ever measured the Earth?
No.
Right. Most people haven't. Why would they? Have you been up in a plane?
Yeah.
Cool. Did you happen to look out at the horizon? Did you happen to see that it didn't drop anywhere? It didn't go anywhere? On a ball, that thing would be somewhere else. Definitely right, not
Bro,
right there
it's
in the middle
such
of
a
your vision.
freaking big ball.
Hold on.
That's what she said.
Is it such a big ball, though?
Yes.
It's only 25,000 miles in circumference. That's not a lot of space. So how is it that we can go miles up and still see no curvature when it's only 25,000 miles in circumference? So we should be seeing curvature the second it depends. If you're up on a hill, you should see curvature.
Yep.
But we should see lakes and oceans bending. We don't see that. Do you see that?
No.
You ever seen a lake
Then
bend
okay,
around a hump?
if the earth was flat, if you just stood on a mountain, you could see the earth freaking ending somewhere.
Hold on, let me get the other two down.
Do you?
The other two
Okay, let me
questions,
just
and then
wait.
I'll
Let me
stop
just
annoying
ask
you.
you. Does
He lives in Minecraft.
does
We're
the
gonna have to
earth
speak
end
slower.
somewhere?
Relax. Stop, please. Stop it, man. You're having a seizure again. Please let him speak. Reality is not Minecraft. Relax. Thanks.
Let me speak. Can I?
Yeah, go.
Okay. So if you are on a plane
No.
or something, why don't you
Never
just
mind.
see the earth
Sorry,
ending?
bud. Hey,
Why
sorry.
don't you just see
Listen,
the earth ending? No, just answer me.
we're not on a
Answer me
mountain right
first.
now. We're not on a
No,
mountain right now. I
answer me
can't answer that
first.
question. We're on a mountain.
Why not?
We aren't on a mountain right now.
Okay, well, I can't answer your question. We are not on a mountain. I can't see the
I never asked
curvature
about a
because
mountain.
I'm
Okay,
not
just two
even
more
on a mountain.
questions. It's just yes or no questions, guy. You can do this. Second question. Do you know of any time in history when anybody directly physically detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? When did they get that RPM?
What?
The rotation of the Earth, okay?
Yeah.
It moves supposedly. So when did they get that reading? You know, like when a cop has the miles per hour thing, the gun,
Yeah.
and he puts it out and he gets the car's speed. When did they do that with the Earth?
I don't know.
Awesome. Neither do I. Okay, thank you for being honest. The third and final question. Please just try a yes or no on this one. And if you don't know, just say so, because at first I didn't know either, right? This is one of those questions. So if you don't know, please just say that, and then we can answer all your questions, okay?
Okay. Yep.
All right. The last question is, do you know if it's possible to have gas pressure without a container?
What?
Can you have gas pressure without? Can you have tire pressure inside of a bike tire without the rubber surrounding it?
Yep.
How?
If someone's pulling it all together.
Are you talking about gravity?
Gravity. Yep.
Okay. So far, that's undemonstrable.
Gravity and the
but
atmosphere, the ozone layer.
Right, those things are all undemonstrable, unfalsifiable, especially between you and me, right? When have we, gone to space? When did we check all that stuff ourselves, right? But the thing we can check is to see whether or not there's gas pressure without containment in our reality. And so, yeah, go ahead.
What?
You were going to say something.
No.
You understand that if it's got pressure, it means that it is pressing against the walls of a container. It wouldn't be pressure if it weren't pressing on the container walls. So I'll ask one more time. Can you have gas pressure without containment?
Yes.
How?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere is gas. Gas can't contain gas.
The freaking ozone layer. It's like the heavier gases are down on the bottom, the lighter gases are up above, and the gravity is holding it all together.
It's magic, that gravity.
What?
Yeah.
No.
So
Everything has a mass. And this
Mass.
So
anybody else want to talk to this guy?
mass.
He got through the 3 points barely.
Yeah,
So
I want to
how
ask
does the black
him.
hole work?
Hey, what is the ozone layer?
I don't know.
You mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know
you
in
speak
detail.
about things that you don't know.
Yep. I mean, do you know everything about the flat earth?
I speak of things which I know. About the things I
Okay.
do not know,
Okay.
I say I don't know, and I go look to see. I go search to learn
Yep.
what I don't know.
Okay.
So, if you were to think like, what could this ozone layer be? What could it be? What do you think it will be?
Okay. Let me ask you about NASA.
No, I mean we are at simple stuff like
I
things
don't know.
we no
I haven't
listen.
got to that chapter yet.
Yeah, we have to discuss the things which you have learned in elementary school. The ozone layer, you have learned about it in 6th or 7th grade.
Yep.
Yeah, at physics
All I've
and
learned about it
geography.
is it
At
just
physics and
what?
geography.
No, they don't teach that in geography.
Yeah, yes, they do.
No,
Yeah.
geography is just maps and
Yes,
stuff.
they
They
do.
don't.
Yes, they do. They do. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
They teach us that in
You
science.
missed that class, probably.
Nope.
Yeah, you did. So, what is this ozone layer? Let's clarify it, because you made positive claims about it.
Yeah, it's just
Can you tell me? Like, search Google and ask Google, hey, what is the ozone layer? Let's see what he's gonna say.
yeah, it just helps us from the ultraviolet light,
It
I
helps
guess.
us. It helps us
Protects
with the
us.
protects us.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a protective thing, like a shield.
Yup.
So, is it solid or
No.
no? Uh, is it liquid?
No, it's gas.
Oh, it's gas. What kind of gas? I mean, the air is gas also. We breathe, right? It's a mixture of gases. The air.
Yup.
I mean, the air which we breathe contains also ozone.
I don't know. I don't think it contains ozone because ozone is in the
Oh, really?
stratosphere.
Oh, really? Have you ever been near a electric discharge?
What's electric? Do you mean like? Can you define
Yeah,
electric
an
discharge?
electric discharge, an arc.
What? Can you
An
define it?
electric discharge, an arc, yeah? Like a taser or like a thunder.
Okay. Yup.
Yeah, yeah. Then it means you have been breathing ozone. Have you
How?
ever been close to a laser?
Yup.
Then it means you have breathed ozone.
How?
So,
Can you define how being near a taser means how
yeah,
the ozone?
laser and thunder creates ozone gas, oxygen 3 molecule, the molecule of
Okay.
oxygen 3.
Yup.
Yeah. That is what you call ozone, what they call ozone. So this
So
ozone is very present in the air.
yup.
In very small amounts, but it is present. You are breathing it.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. So how can this gas contain gas?
what?
How can this gas hold gas together?
Because some gases are heavier than the others, some are lighter than others.
Well, is ozone heavier than the air which you breathe?
No.
No. Then if it's not heavier, you said it because some gases are heavier, so that's how they contain the other ones.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so if this gas is lighter than the air, yeah, how does it contains it then?
that's why the ozone goes up. That's how the ozone layer is made.
No, I didn't ask where is it going. I asked how does it contain it?
It doesn't contain it. It just goes up.
Well, do you know what the rubber does on a car wheel?
What?
It holds the gas pressure inside that wheel, around that wheel.
Yup.
Yeah? So it holds a high pressure gas. Yeah. So my question was how your ozone gas holds a high pressure gas down here.
Because heavier things are down. What do you mean? Heavier things fall down and it's like lighter gases are above heavier gases.
No, you're not making any sense. Uh,
What do you mean?
Ozone
What did
is
you
not
not
a
understand?
lighter gas. Ozone is not a lighter gas. Ozone is 3 atoms of oxygen forming a molecule in a chemical bond.
Yup.
Yeah, so, and the oxygen which you breathe is oxygen 2. It's 2 atoms of
Auto.
oxygen bound
Yup.
together. Yeah. So is 2 atoms of oxygen heavier than 3?
That's such a dumb question. Okay. So those two molecules
Why
are
is it
tightly
dumb
together.
question?
Okay,
Wait,
okay, okay. So
why
the
is it?
two molecules are tightly together, and the
No,
three
it's not two
molecules are
molecules.
not that tight.
Listen, you are conflating the terms.
What?
I was talking about atoms. Yeah,
Yeah.
atomic bonds form molecules.
Okay.
Yeah?
Wait. Let me Let me just send you like a
So,
paint.
listen,
Wait.
oxygen 2 means that you have two atoms of oxygen which established a bond.
Wait, let me just send you like
The ozone is oxygen 3, which means that three atoms of oxygen established a bond, a molecular bond. Yeah? So, the molecule of ozone contains three atoms of oxygen, and the oxygen that you breathe is two atoms of oxygen. And you said that the ozone is lighter than the oxygen which you breathe. So, two atoms of oxygen are heavier than three atoms of oxygen together.
okay. I can't
Well, I need you to
screen share, so
explain to
I'll just
me. I need you to explain to me, like, let's take it simple. You say that if I take
okay. I
uh,
sent you a DM.
two apples, listen, I take two apples of the same size and color, yeah, and I weigh them, and they weigh, let's say, 200 grams. And then I take another three apples of the same size and color, yeah, and you're saying they will be weighing 100 gram.
We aren't talking about apples. We are talking about molecules and atoms. Molecules and atoms aren't
Yeah, but
apples.
you don't know the difference between a molecule and an atom.
Wait.
What's the difference
Molecules are
between a
small.
molecule and an atom?
Molecules are small. They can be influenced by gravity a lot more than an apple would be. They can be. What? Okay. How do I send freaking pictures in the VC text?
You can DM it to me, and if
Yeah,
it's not
I've already
porn, I can
done.
post it. Yeah.
I've already done. Oxygen
Okay, let me
molecules are
check.
quite. Oxygen molecules are like pressed together.
Press together?
They are like. I don't know the word. Uh, they don't have much space in them. That's why they are more heavier than ozone.
Isn't oxygen, isn't ozone a molecule made of oxygen atoms?
Yup.
Then what are you trying to say?
But they aren't that close together.
They aren't close together?
Yeah, they aren't that compact.
Okay, let's take it simple way. How many atoms does oxygen 2 have? The molecule of oxygen, which is breathable.
Two.
O2.
Two.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
How many oxygen atoms does the ozone have?
Three.
3. Which one is heavier?
What?
Yeah, which one of these molecules is heavier?
Okay. Here it says ozone is heavier than oxygen, but why it stays in the higher sky? Because that's where it's made.
Oh,
Ozone forms in the
so
stratosphere
it's
where
heavier
certain
than
trace
the
gases. Yes.
air you breathe,
Yup.
but it stays up in the sky. How
Yeah.
does that compute in your head?
Ozone is ozone is heavier than oxygen, Uh, but it stays up because that's where it's made. Ozone forms in the stratosphere where certain trace gases
No, it does
interact with
not form.
large amount
Listen,
of UV
it
rays in
does.
the upper atmosphere. It only exists up
Listen,
there because ozone is highly
listen.
unstable. Can you
Stop
just let me finish, please?
spiraling.
No, little kid, you said that ozone forms in the sky. You need to hush your
Yeah,
mouth and you need to listen, okay? You're done
it
with your
doesn't
diatribe.
form in the sky. Yeah, it's formed at the ground level
How?
in the chemistry of Earth. Yeah, that's where the ozone uh,
Water,
is formed.
when rainwater
Yeah,
interacts with certain carbides in soil, it releases
yeah,
huge amounts of a thing called free radicals, which is oxygen that's being liberated from the water.
yeah.
Okay.
Right. And this oxygen will
Uh,
bond with other oxygen
ozone is
atoms.
ozone is ozone is naturally produced in the stratosphere by two-step
Can you
reactive
prove
process.
that?
In the first
Can you
step,
prove
solar.
that? Can you prove that oxygen is even up that high?
Well, can you prove it's oxygen we breathe? Maybe we just breathe freaking farts
Yeah, you can
and stay
produce
alive on that.
ozone in your own garage. Every time you weld, you produce ozone. Did you know that? When a rainstorm goes off, you can smell ozone
Yeah.
because ozone is being produced from the rain. You can even take pure
What
oxygen and
the
pass it through
hell?
UVC light,
Yeah,
and it will even create ozone that way too. But that way, it's short-lived.
yeah.
Okay.
And also, if you ever been near a laser, you would also smell the ozone.
Oh wow, that's something
Yes,
else.
because it ionizes.
Yeah, you
Wow.
can smell it.
Oh wow, you guys are so dumb. I
Yeah.
didn't think no one could be capable of being so freaking dumb.
You failed
That's
at
okay.
everything that you
We
said.
forgive you for being so dumb. By the way, are you looking at Wikipedia? You might want to ask Wikipedia if it is a critical source. Even Wikipedia itself says Wikipedia is not the critical source. Because at any time, Wikipedia could be changed by anyone at any time. Therefore, it is considered, what was that again? Oh, yeah, vandalism.
Yeah, non-reliable, not reliable.
All right, I'm going to see if I can drop one more tactical nuke on these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, if you take 5 apples of the same size and color from the same tree and you put 2 next to the tree, those 2 ones will be heavier than the 3 ones together. And then he said, "Oh no, the ozone is heavier, but it somehow floats up there in the heavens." Bloody hell, even Mercury
So
is heavier
so
than
what's
the
the
air. Listen, have you ever
what's the
heard of
force
liquid
keeping us on the
mercury?
ground?
Have
What's
you
the force
heard
keeping
of
up in the on the ground?
the downwards vector?
What the hell is that?
Yeah,
Can
it's
you
a
explain it?
vector. Yeah,
No,
it's a
explain
vector.
it.
It's
Explain it.
down. It is down. Yeah, it's
Explain.
incoherent electrostatic electricity.
Can
Incoherent
you explain
electrostatic
everything?
acceleration.
Yeah, just explain it, please.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, no,
force
just
acting between two Gaussian planes, yeah, according to the charges or polarity that you have, yeah.
okay.
Why should people not
Or,
be? Why should we not be on the ground? Why do you think we should be floating up into the sky? Why would a rock
yeah,
float into the air? What makes you think that it has to be held down by something, or else it's gonna float off into the heavens? Like what the hell? What makes people think this? Because what?
Can you?
Because you think it's a
Where's the
ball.
edges of the
It's
earth?
a
Okay,
ball.
where's the edges of the earth?
The only reason why you think
there
things
is
could
no
float
edge.
off into space is
Where
because you think that the Earth
where
is a
does it
ball.
end then?
That's why.
What do you mean there's no edge?
If you did
Where does
not
it
if you did
end?
not learn that the Earth was a
Well,
ball, okay, you would not ever have to learn about gravity. Think about it.
yeah,
Okay?
you never been outside
Where
your
is the
own
edge?
city. You
Let me
never
just.
been out. Listen, you never been outside Pakistan. So how can you ask about the edge of the earth?
What the hell is. What? Where did
Yeah,
Pakistan
are
get
you
from?
not Pakistani?
No.
I thought you're from Pakistan. Yeah. Where is you from then?
India.
Oh, India. Yeah. I mean, it's the same. India
Okay.
or
So,
Pakistan
no,
is the
let me
same.
just.
I'm from Europe.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. They all look the same. I've seen Pakistani
No,
guys and
you're
Indians.
you're
They
thinking
look the
about Sri
same.
Lanka. You're
Well,
thinking
Yeah.
about Sri
Germans and
Lanka.
Americans look the same.
Yeah, because 50% of the American populations are Germans.
Where did you get that number
Uh,
from? Do you have any article about
uh,
that?
yeah, yeah.
DM me the
Do you
article,
know
please.
when they voted in USA
Yeah.
for the official language which they have to speak in USA?
Yup. So,
Yeah.
do you have any article about
So
the
by
poll? Do you have any
which
article
were
about them voting?
listen.
That maybe never happened. It's just a conspiracy. Maybe they all lied to you.
Shut the
Hey,
fuck
you don't know.
up.
There's
You
no way
don't
to
know
verify.
history.
There's no
You
way
don't
to
know
verify it.
history.
Let,
Yes, there is.
You can't.
Yes, there is.
Have you seen them voting? You can't verify that they did vote. Just how you can't verify it's a round dirt.
high velocity and
Well, your question about why things should float off into space. Do you understand that the only reason why you would think that is because if you think the Earth is a ball, right? Do you have any other questions though, like the curvature or what the Earth
No.
looks like when you go
Yeah.
up?
The
No.
question
So
that
you're
I
just
have
here.
is where is the end?
You're just here
Where's
to
the
gawk at people, right? So you're just here to mock
where's the
people. Is that
end?
it?
Hello? Where is the
Have you
end of
heard
the
of
earth?
have you heard of Flat Earth Society? Yes or no?
Uh yes, when I
Okay.
was in the Verify channel they told me. I didn't know about it before.
Do you know that their model is still a globe Earth model? It's just a disk in space. That's not flat Earth. That's not real flat earthers. Do you know that we're different? Do you know we're the real flat earthers here?
Okay.
Do you know what that
Yeah.
means?
We
Yes.
don't believe that bullshit that we are a flying
No.
disc into space.
No, let me just. Where did the flying come from? I'm pretty sure that was the other guy you were talking to. I
Yeah,
didn't
Flying?
mention
because
anything about flying.
you are saying that the world is a globe flying into infinite space. There
What?
is no fucking infinite space.
I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
No, I.
all there is this world, and that thing which the sky, when you look up,
Okay.
that thing, you
Let me ask
cannot
you
touch
something.
it.
Where's the edge
You
of the?
cannot
Where's the?
reach it.
No. Let me ask
Well,
you.
hold on.
Where
Hold
is
on.
hey,
the
you don't know
edge?
no one
What?
asked.
Where's the edge?
Okay, I'll tell you where the edge is. The edge is at the 60th degree parallel. That's where the Antarctic Treaty
Yeah,
starts, right? And if you go past that point, you might get shot, you might get turned back, you might be, you
yeah,
might go to jail. Who knows, right? That's the edge, but that's not the
What?
point.
right
So
there.
if you go, there's many people who have went around the globe.
The edge is
Well,
where
yeah,
it all begins. At that point,
it's just
there's a
going in a
void.
circle. Go ahead.
I was just going to let them know that the edge is where his skull begins. Uncharted territory beyond there.
Okay,
Check
okay.
there.
So let me ask you. You are saying they just go around the edge, but they fly straight. They don't take turns. They just
No, they
fly
don't fly.
fly
Nobody
straight.
flies
Completely
straight.
irrelevant.
Nobody
Don't let
flies
this
in a
guy
straight
drag it
line.
into the weeds. This guy should just show you guys curvature or shut up.
Well, no, I just want to quickly get through his, these questions because these are explanations that most people have before we start with curvature. You know what I mean? Just because it's always going to
Like I
be in
said,
the back of their mind and they're not going to be able to listen.
yeah, but
Was that?
curvature is the first part of the whole thing.
Right. We're going to start curvature. I was going to ask him about curvature after this one. Yeah.
All right, I'll let you do your
So,
thing.
yeah. So a compass, if you think about going around in a circle, right? And the north is in the center. Okay. And all the outside area is the south. Okay. So people go around in circles, but they don't go north to south and around and up. They don't do that. Okay. They only go east to west or west to east, but they don't go north south and circumnavigate that way. There's no proof. There's no flight. It doesn't exist.
But if you go
So,
from
hmm?
okay, wait, I'll draw something again.
That's not the point, though. You're missing the point. Okay, the point is that the Earth is not curving. There is no curvature to the Earth, right? This radius that we were taught, okay, does not exist. That's the point, right? That's the main idea here. So,
Yeah,
what do you think about
I'm
that?
going to change that.
Yeah.
Whatever the edge is, regardless of whether you or I can get there, it's not going to change the fact that the Earth that we're standing on is not curving.
Have you seen the Black Swan? Have you heard of the Black Swan? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna post a picture for you to look at. This is an observation made 1 foot off of sea level at the beach.
He doesn't know what that is.
Yeah. So, so you see,
1
can you
foot
see the picture and
from
post
the
it in
sea
live
level.
stream? Yeah.
Yeah, Bong. He can't understand what 1 foot from the sea level is.
Yeah, first ask him.
He
Wow.
cannot. Yeah.
What is
I
India's
mean,
education system
for
prove?
him, 3 apples of the same size are lighter than 2 apples of the same size.
What? When did I say that? You are just saying
Yeah, you
nonsense.
did with the
I said
ozone.
okay.
With
So
the ozone.
I said molecules are
First you
different than.
said,
Bro,
listen,
you're so fucking dumb. I said molecules
stop
are different than
Hey,
apples.
calm down there, little
Molecules are
guy.
so fucking different than
spiraling
Hey,
man.
apples.
little guy, you
You're
failed
out of
already.
your mind. Molecules are so freaking different than apples. It's
Man,
not freaking apples, it's molecules.
it's
You
hard.
don't know
No one
what a
can hear what you're
molecule is.
saying. Like we can't
What?
hear what anyone's saying if we're all talking at the same
Yeah.
time. So take turns. So you know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you, Bong, what he did
Okay,
say.
I
First, he
sent you
said that
something
the
in the
ozone.
DM. I
Shut
want
the
you to.
fuck up.
Okay, I sent you something in the DMs. I want you to post it uh,
Okay.
on the live stream voice
Yeah,
text.
wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah.
Okay.
I first need to finish what I have to say and then I will post it. Yeah. So, Bong, first thing he said that the ozone is lighter gas, so it rises above the air that we breathe into space. And it protects us from ultraviolets and it holds the breathable atmosphere down here on the earth. Then I explained to him that the ozone molecule is made up of 3 atoms of oxygen, and the oxygen that we breathe here in the world is O2, meaning it's a molecule made of two atoms. And I asked him how two atoms of oxygen are heavier than three atoms of oxygen.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
then he switched back, he realized this, and then he said, oh no, ozone is heavier than the air, but magically it goes up
No,
above
it goes up
because
because it's
that's its
made there.
place. And when he couldn't demonstrate this, explain it, he was start saying that actually the oxygen is being formed by radiation at high
Not the oxygen, the
altitudes in the
ozone.
stratosphere and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you shut
ozone.
up? Can you
Yeah,
shut up? Can you let me talk?
Hey,
Okay.
I
hey,
haven't
So
finished.
so ozone
I haven't
stays above
finished.
because ozone is formed there.
It's
Stratospheric
not
ozone is
formed
formed
there.
naturally. Listen to me. Stratospheric ozone is formed naturally through the interaction of solar ultraviolet radiation with molecular oxygen. These reactions have
No.
traditionally been viewed as depending upon the presence of heat and sunlight, resulting in higher ambient ozone concentrations
Bullshit.
in the summer
What?
months.
Where are
Got
you getting
it
this
from
information from?
Wikipedia.
Where are
Google.
you reading it from? So what you're doing is you're describing, right, the heliocentric model or whatever model that you've learned in school or you've read or looked up. Right? But you're missing the point. There's no
Yeah,
curvature to the Earth.
yeah.
Like that should be your only concern.
What? There
The
is.
curvature.
Well
Yeah.
then, where's
No
the
curvature.
edge? If you stand up
Our
on the mountain, why
our
don't you just see the edge?
curvature drop.
You're not paying attention, okay? Curvature like a ball. Okay, you know how a basketball is curved? Okay? That's what we're looking for. You know how they tell us it has a radius,
Yeah.
the Earth has a radius, and it's almost a perfect sphere? We're looking for that curve.
Yep.
Okay? So you asking about where the edge is for flat Earth is not going to answer the question, where's the curvature of the Earth? Does it even exist? Is it a ball? Nobody cares about the edge until the ball confirmed or not. That makes sense? Do you understand?
Okay. The Earth curves about 8 inches per mile as a result on a flat
You
surface with
said
your eyes 5
okay.
feet or so off the
Explain what
ground. The
you
farthest edge
understood.
that you can see is about
Don't
Right,
fucking
right, right.
read from
away.
Wikipedia.
Right. We know that we know the curvature of the globe. Okay, now go out into the real
Yeah.
world. Go onto Google, right,
Test.
and look for any real footage that goes up. Okay, and then you see the curvature of the Earth in respect to that radius. Now, that's where that black swan image I posted, okay, will show you where the horizon should be in respect to radius, where that 8 inches per mile should start. Okay, that's what that photo is showing. Everywhere you look, you're going to see the horizon is way back there, and the 8 inches per mile squared should start right in front here, like right here, 1, 2, 3 miles, depending on how high you are. And the horizon is way back there. So now your only answer is what? Refraction? Are you looking it up? Did you find refraction? Did you look it up already?
What's refraction?
Refraction.
He doesn't know, of course.
Refraction is the only argument that's left against the flat that you see, okay? And this requires a ball even. So they made up some kind of refraction called terrestrial refraction. But remember, you need a ball